much, quickly retorted. After all, he had played a role in the establishment of the Blood Network, being known as the embodiment of wisdom within the Cthulhu realm. Although he felt overshadowed by the Choo-Choo people, he did not believe he had performed poorly or let down their master. I believe our master would not be angered by such a trivial matter. It must be due to our feeble strength. What we perceive are merely illusions, not the truth. Therefore, if we were to acquire greater power, all our troubles would be resolved. I have already felt the call from that place. I am determined to seek out more strength, the legendary Cthulhu mused. His declaration silenced the remaining affiliates, each adopting a grave expression as they exchanged glances. The Choo-Choo was the first to speak. Esteemed one, have you felt it too? But did you not sense the approach of danger? That kind of power seems insurmountable for me at present. I once dared to probe it, and it was akin to an endless abyss plunging downward. Although the others did not voice their thoughts, their demeanor reflected agreement. Do you recall when our master first bestowed power upon us? Cthulhu did not respond directly, but instead pivoted to another matter. Are you referring to that occasion? Void's touch of the Eye Clan inquired, looking towards the Choo-Choo, with the others mirroring his curiosity. The void between. This was the gift that the Choo-Choo presented to Fong Ying, and through this gift, all received power that was not rightfully theirs, or rather, should not have belonged to them for a fleeting time. Yet, with every boon comes a burden. This is the principle of existence within the realm of Cthulhu. I am the original one. I have witnessed your growth. Similarly, I have experienced much. The breath of malevolence is essential for our collective cultivation. While it enhances our strength, it also transforms our hearts and souls. Anger, cruelty, wickedness, greed, fear, and madness, these emotions, I believe you have all felt in your beginnings. Yet, have you compromised? No. Each one of you present has stood firm. Otherwise, you would not be the individuals you are today. So, why do we find ourselves perplexed by the gifts bestowed by our Lord? Why question? Does the Lord not know our thoughts and desires? The voice of Cthulhu resonates with an alluring charm, captivating the hearts of many. Even Nyarlathotep remains quietly observant. The burrowing worm leaps with fervor. Our Lord is omnipotent. Our Lord is all-knowing. Indeed, the greatness of our Lord surpasses our imagination. Cthulhu, satisfied, nodded at the burrowing worm and continued, therefore, what reason do we have to remain stagnant? Is it death? Our Lord can grant us eternal existence. Is it power? Our Lord has already bestowed upon us all glory. Is it the Spirit? Indeed, everything emanates from our hearts. Transform it, and you shall discover that all is illusion. Truth endures. Break the illusion, and truth shall prevail. The burrowing worm immediately cried out, break the illusion, and truth shall prevail. The Choo-Choo followed suit. Break the illusion, and truth shall prevail. The remaining followers joined in a resounding chorus. Meanwhile, Fong Ying, who had been wrestling with his thoughts, found himself drawn to the scene. He had not anticipated that he was not the sole one affected. This group of followers was equally influenced. Furthermore, he realized that Cthulhu had unlocked the knots within his heart. Fong Ying understood everything. He simply harbored illusions and feared confronting the truth. He always wished to conceal himself. Yet, the truth lay bare. Playing the fool was undeniably foolish behavior. If that is the case, let it be. I have come to this world as a pawn. Now, in this game of life and death, I shall see whether this pawn can upend the chessboard or perhaps escape the game to become the one who wields the pieces. Ding! At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in Fong Ying's mind. Chapter 78. The Secret Scripture of the 7 Chapters of the Mysterious Lord. Congratulations. You have acquired the secret scripture of the 7 chapters of the Mysterious Lord. Commencing infusion. As the voice faded, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. It was brief, yet it caused Fong Ying to pause, his mind ensnared, unable to extricate itself for a long time. Time flows, and years pass. It was as if a sigh from the ancients escaped Fong Ying's lips. The 7 volumes of the Mysterious Sovereign is divided into 7 sections. Volume 1. The Soul Returning Incantation. Volume 2. The Flesh-Eating Longevity Incantation. Volume 3. The Demon Capturing and Ghost Binding Incantation. Volume 4. The Earthly Spirit Summoning Incantation. Volume 5. The Lunar Corpse Dissolving Transformation Incantation. Volume 6. The Ascension to the Profound Realm and the Spiritual Elevation Incantation. Volume 7. The True Ones Commanding the Sacred Might Incantation. How shall I articulate this? The spells contained within possess a certain malevolence, entirely beyond the capacity of any mere mortal. Nay, one could say, even beyond that of a deity. At least in his current state, Fong Ying is ill-equipped to bear such burdens. Thus, he finds himself infected by this tome, or perhaps more accurately, parasitized by it. Yet, remarkably, he remains unscathed. With a smile, Fong Ying unfurls his attributes. Deity, Fong Ying, divine abyssal correction in progress. Infection in progress. State, chaotic, rationality and madness correction in progress. Infection in progress. Gender, male, bifurcated attribute chaos, correction in progress. Infection in progress. Divine appearance. Beauty, your beauty has reached the limits of what you can bear. However, heed my warning. Do not indulge in self-admiration during calm moments. For that which is most beautiful often harbors the greatest toxicity. Oblivion, cogito, ergo sum. Only I can remember my existence. Beyond this, refrain from calling my name indiscriminately, lest you draw attention to yourself. Original divine race. Erasure. You belong solely to yourself. Correction in progress. Divine domain. 444. 444 kilometers, currently expanding. Divine thought. 3 threads of infinite pillars. Point, thread, strand, line, root, pillar. Divine domain creatures. 8. Legendary Cthulhu. Legendary Nyarlathotep. Extraordinary Dagon. Extraordinary void touch. Extraordinary burrowing demon worm. Extraordinary hill people. Divine sect. Primal church. Divine civilization. Deep dweller civilization. Evil eye civilization. Items. The Mysterious Sovereign's 7 volumes. This is a tome that holds the potential for transcendence, in a sense of rules. Zing. Note. Congratulations. You have successfully navigated the crevice of the abyss to find the path most suited to yourself. Perhaps, all of this is indeed the design of fate. Strive onward. Only by pleasing them and yourself can you attain true selfhood. Oh, what curious words I have spoken. I eagerly anticipate your future form. That delectable soul. Fong Ying smiles gently. I, too, look forward to it. The 7 volumes of the Mysterious Sovereign presents itself as an unexpected delight. I surmise this is a boon from my own deducing system. Although, for the time being, Fong Ying can only embed the ethereal secrets derived from it within his soul. Perhaps one day he shall utilize them. It is worth noting that any single volume, once fully comprehended, can provide him with unequivocal support, particularly the 7th volume. The true ones commanding the sacred might incantation. If all is correct, it should indeed be the summoning of Nyarlathotep from the Cthulhu mythos, the embodiment of chaos. Taking myriad forms, an ineffable god, is certainly not to be compared with Nyarlathotep within his own dominion. He is filled with delight. Thus, he once again gazed upon his divine realm. His wise progeny, though spirited and resolute, remained cautious, even somewhat apprehensive, awaiting their master Fong Ying's next move. You are my beloved children, cherished by me, whether in the past, present, or future. Therefore, you must fulfill your roles, and I shall bestow great blessings upon you. I declare that the Cthulhu realm shall transform with your presence. I proclaim that I shall know your desires. I assert that you shall be granted a century to relish all of this. As Fong Ying's divine domain descended, the original Cthulhu realm began to tremble, not in a cataclysmic upheaval, but rather through subtle, silent transformations. The once chaotic and unruly growth was meticulously adjusted by Fong Ying through the essence of his divine realm. Mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, various waterways, and earth veins were all refined in due course. This action elevated the energy of the divine realm and the breath of malevolence by at least 3-fold. Although this caused the territories of the Devourers, Ant People, and the Eye of Chaos to shatter, Fong Ying's subsequent words guided them back. The Ant People's desire was for peace and development, and Fong Ying granted them a pristine land. The Eye of Chaos sought knowledge and exploration. Thus, Fong Ying bestowed upon them all the data, materials, and even a fragment of the consciousness of the Cthulhu realm to aid in their quest for wisdom. The Devourers, being a violent race, favored conflict and labor. Hence, Fong Ying arranged for other belligerent races within the Cthulhu realm to be grouped with them, fulfilling their wishes. Once these arrangements were complete, Fong Ying utilized the essence of his divine realm to accelerate the flow of time. After all, the competition was imminent. He could not allow the Cthulhu realm to evolve naturally over a century. During this period, the area of the Cthulhu realm expanded once more, reaching 456 kilometers. A result of numerous divine beings not gathering excessively. The creatures of the Cthulhu realm also experienced significant growth. Fong Ying reaped 400 units of belief power. Beep, beep, beep. Do you wish to initiate your divine realm simulation? Confirmed. Fong Ying nodded. Beep, beep, beep. Please select 2 skills from the following 10 options. 1 skill has already been solidified, and you may choose 2 more. Fong Ying cast a glance and noted that this time there were 2 silvers, while the rest were all bronze. He was rather content, promptly setting the 2 silvers into place. The Cthulhu domain had once again ventured into uncharted territories. In the first millennium, the burrowing demon worms, accompanied by the devouring clan, erupted from the Cthulhu domain. He believed that after a century of trials, he was capable of anything and wished to present the most exquisite glory to the great primordial deity. However, in the second millennium, the burrowing demon worms and the devouring clan met their demise. Their deaths remained a mystery. Even with the blood net facilitating communication, there was no resolution. Thus, Cthulhu resolved to investigate the truth personally. In the third millennium, Cthulhu received shocking news through the blood net. The Cthulhu domain had ceased to exist. In a frenzy, Cthulhu returned, and in the final moments of his life, he encountered the truth. The simulation concluded, accompanied by a reflection. Do you wish to comprehend the meaning of life? Fong Ying stared at the evaluation for a considerable time before diverting his gaze. So what does this mean? By conventional reasoning, he had not encountered the great race of Yith nor provoked the entity within the number 1 meteorite. Yet, this time, the simulation had ended abruptly and without warning. He could not shake the feeling that the place he occupied was not the winter zone. It resembled an accident-prone area, teeming with formidable figures. Was this the realm where jesters played in the halls and masters roamed? Cursed be it, a pack of wolves masquerading as sheep. Fang Ying decided against continuing the simulation and faced this realm head-on. Since he could not resolve everything completely at present, he would adopt a different approach. Su Xiuxiu had previously mentioned her visit to her home, and he recalled his earlier knowledge of the Eternal Church and the Divine Alliance. He could take a stroll around and perhaps accept some tasks. To be honest, although his domain appeared relatively weak, it was merely a matter of comparison. Two legendary beings, a host of extraordinary and nearly extraordinary subservient creatures, and his divine thoughts had reached 3 strands. To exaggerate, even when facing true deities, Fang Ying felt emboldened to stand his ground. After all, the abilities and strengths wielded among deities, demigods, true gods, and great gods were rather comparable. The following morning, Fang Ying prepared himself. On July 21st, 2030, with only 9 days remaining until the pivotal examination on July 30th. He was determined to attain the mid-tier demigod stage by the time of the great test. If possible, he would also strive to reach the later stages of demigodhood, as his only current limitation lay in the expanse of his territory. Although the Eternal Church and the Divine Alliance belong to 2 distinct realms, they actually coexist within the same vicinity. In fact, numerous organizations associated with deities are situated within this area, including previously mentioned divine entities and certain affluent conglomerates. However, being institutions unique to the divine, they remain separate from the mortal realm. Thus, this region exists in a liminal space, both a part of and yet distinct from the Blue Star, akin to an inner world. Fang Ying arrived at the very heart of Qin City, where a colossal portal awaited. How immense is it, you may wonder? Have you ever seen the ordinary Eiffel Tower on Earth? Or the ostentatious Statue of Liberty? Perhaps the magnificent Oriental Pearl Tower? Picture that scale. Indeed, this portal is of similar grandeur. It exudes an ancient bronze hue, intricately inscribed with characters resembling various worms, evoking a sense of dizziness upon a mere glance. It is said to have been crafted by formidable beings endowed with mastery over space, formations, runes, and time. Its name is straightforward, the gate to the inner world. Today, Fang Ying is set to traverse this threshold. Admittedly, while he has previously observed numerous deities traversing the gate to the inner world, the prospect of his inaugural passage fills him with an insatiable curiosity and a spirit of exploration. With a hum, Fang Ying activated the method of entry, enveloped in divine power, and propelled himself toward the gate as if piercing through a veil of delicate mist. Instantly, he found himself in a brilliantly illuminated realm, revealing an expansive space teeming with countless deities, some in haste, others at ease, and many, like Fang Ying, filled with curiosity. In the distance, thousands of grand portals flickered in and out of existence, signifying comings and goings. Before Fang Ying lay an array of radiant shops and organizational edifices, each shimmering with divine light. Among them, the most striking were the 3 towering spires at the heart of the inner world. While they were clearly visible, the distance to them was measured in light years, a journey that would likely take an ordinary person a lifetime to traverse. Even for deities, the duration remained uncertain. Fortunately, the architects of the inner world had anticipated this challenge. The concept of close at hand, miles away, is a principle that all deities entering the inner world may instinctively harness. With but a thought, one can instantly appear at the desired location. However, once outside this realm, such convenience dissipates. Nevertheless, for those with the requisite qualifications who wish to cultivate this principle, immersing oneself in the experience proves to be an advantageous endeavor. Fang Ying possessed a profound self-awareness, and his path did not lie here. In a moment of inspiration, he transformed into a wisp of gray light, swiftly materializing at the entrance of a spire. The Divine Alliance Guild, a sanctuary offering him the opportunity to transcend his limitations, beckoned him once more. As he stepped inside, a crimson alarm blared to life. Before Fang Ying could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself in a stark white chamber. Surrounding him were 4 men clad in Divine Alliance administrator uniforms, along with a beautiful lady. 3 of the men and the enchanting woman gazed at him with an expression of obsession, bordering on the pathological. This startled Fang Ying momentarily, followed by a tightening sensation within him. What on earth was happening? However, almost immediately, a resonant sound echoed in his ears, 2 distinct notes, powerful and clarion, dispelling all darkness like the radiant sun at noon. In Fang Ying's mind, it felt as though a great sun emerged, rising magnificently from the ocean. The other 3 individuals trembled slightly, their expressions shifting to one of horror as they regarded Fang Ying, yet gradually, they began to exhibit that same obsessive demeanor. This time, however, they were prepared, averting their gazes from him. Despite their efforts, an unsettling emotion lingered, though it remained within tolerable bounds. Are you not aware that within the inner world, abilities of seduction are strictly forbidden? Do you wish to experience the prison of the Divine Alliance? The man who had uttered the earlier sounds glared at Fang Ying menacingly. Fang Ying breathed a sigh of relief, startled momentarily, fearing that his secrets had been unveiled, especially since he now possessed divinity. Yet, he had also overlooked his own allure. Previously, he had employed divine power to disguise himself outside. But upon entering the inner world and subsequently the Divine Alliance Guild, those disguises had failed. Would you believe me if I said I was unaware? Fong Ying inquired tentatively. I believe you. The leader among the four replied with unexpected decisiveness, causing Fong Ying to momentarily falter. Then, may I take my leave? He asked. Absolutely not. Chapter 80. Heart of the Ocean, is that so? I recall that the Divine Alliance is not a loose and free organization. Yet you cannot detain a minor deity like myself who has not violated any divine laws. Can you? Fong Ying endeavored to soften his tone, knowing well that one must bow their head when under a roof. If he possessed the prowess of a certain formidable figure, he would have dealt with them long ago. He felt the weight of pressure emanating from the man who appeared to be the leader of the quartet, who was at least a nascent deity in power. I sincerely apologize, but your beauty is akin to the thorns of a rose. Even a mere glance can inflict harm. As members of the Order of the Divine Alliance, it is our prerogative to protect you and others. This is to prevent those weaker than you from suffering injury and to ensure that those more formidable do not feel discomfort. The man spoke, presenting a document to Fong Ying. According to our records, it appears you are a first-time deity entering the inner realm. You may press your handprint to acknowledge the laws of this realm. After all, the statutes governing the inner realm differ significantly from those of the outside world. Fong Ying cast a glance at the individuals surrounding her. Among them, the leading woman whispered with bright eyes, you can place your complete trust in Captain Gu. Although his strength may be modest, he is sincere and harbors no ill intentions. Furthermore, this document will solely collect your divine power to confirm your divine identity, with no risk of other information being disclosed. The other three nodded amicably in agreement. Fong Ying looked again at the man referred to as Captain Gu, whose expression remained unchanged. This left her pondering whether the world had undergone drastic changes during her days at home. Have deities become this accommodating? Moreover, their friendliness felt almost excessive. And why did they seem to eye her as though they wished to devour her? A shiver coursed through Fong Ying, prompting her desire to leave this place swiftly. Thus, she promptly pressed her handprint. Instantly, a wealth of laws from the inner realm imprinted themselves in her mind. Upon witnessing Fong Ying complete the handprint, Captain Gu spoke once more. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Fong Ying, correct? You are still a student, having awakened your divine domain for less than a week. Is there anything we can assist you with? Be it procurement, sales, or training? Captain Gu inquired. I can manage on my own. Should I require assistance, I will reach out to you. May I leave now? Fong Ying promptly asked. Not yet. Captain Gu replied succinctly. Fong Ying felt a surge of anger rising within her, despite her cultivated demeanor. What was this? Were they deliberately opposing her? Was this an endless ordeal? A poor review was certainly warranted. What was this inner realm? What was this divine alliance? They were all merely figments in her mind, as she silently grumbled. Just then, Captain Gu placed an object in her palm. It was a ring, entirely azure, devoid of any patterns, and cool to the touch. To express our apologies and for your safety, and considering your current status as a student, this is a small gift from our divine alliance, the Heart of the Ocean. It should alleviate your concerns and those of those around you. At last, a hint of a smile graced Captain Gu's lips. Although this smile may appear somewhat faint, in Fong Ying's eyes, it exudes a certain warmth. He did not hesitate. After all, who would refuse such a fortune? With it adorning his right index finger, he activated his divine thoughts. A delicate veil of pale blue light enveloped him, its hue so faint that it could easily be overlooked if one did not pay close attention. Along with this, Fong Ying received the details of the Heart of the Ocean. Name, Heart of the Ocean, level, bronze, attribute, water, effects, 1, shield, passive automatically absorbs power, forming a barrier around oneself to prevent the leakage of one's aura. Note, can only conceal the aura of a mid-level deity and below. 2, sanctuary, actively consumes divine thoughts to withstand a peak divine strike, requiring 24 days for recovery after shattering. What a splendid item. Fong Ying felt a surge of joy at this equipment. The atmosphere shifted with the activation of the Heart of the Ocean. The ancient captain, who had originally seemed stern, now appeared even more serious, scrutinizing Fong Ying with a hint of displeasure on his face. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. The reactions of the other three men were more pronounced. The peculiar desire they had harbored for Fong Ying vanished, leaving them with expressionless faces. Only the woman retained a glimmer of enigmatic meaning in her gaze. All right, you may leave. The captain gestured dismissively, and Fong Ying felt as though he had been caught in a whirlwind. Upon regaining his bearings, he found himself once again at the entrance of the Divine Alliance Guild. Had he just heard someone exclaim, "Damn it, my Heart of the Ocean"? Was it merely a trick of the mind? In any case, he had acquired the equipment without effort, and thus he stepped back into the Divine Alliance Guild. Once again, he experienced the sensation of penetrating a barrier. The scene before him was as expected, a microcosm, or perhaps a midworld. Deities and staff members were densely packed within, with large signs reminiscent of steampunk aesthetics hovering overhead. The vibrant colors left Fong Ying feeling a bit dizzy. If he were to seek out a task, it would certainly take some time. Hey, Fong Ying, have you encountered any issues? A familiar voice prompted him to turn. Is that you? Hello, I am Xueminjia. You must be in your first year of junior high, right? I never would have guessed you were so capable. Xue Mingjie nearly praised him, only to abruptly shift her tone. Nonetheless, even such a description left Fang Ying feeling somewhat uncomfortable. This girl, Xue Mingjie, stood at 1 meter 50, sported a single ponytail, and was dressed in what appeared to be the uniform of the Divine Alliance Guild. At this moment, her face bore a sweet smile, with a hint of baby fat. Thus, if one were to assign her a score, she would undoubtedly be a 9 out of 10 in beauty. After all, deities, aside from the initially special and malevolent realm of their kin, generally become increasingly radiant and graceful under the nurturing essence of their divine domain. Alas, Fang Ying remained indifferent to such charms. His crisis had yet to pass. Enhancing his strength was his foremost concern. As the saying goes, a heart devoid of women naturally draws the sword. This encapsulated his current state. Crucially, he perceived a certain affection in her gaze, a sentiment visible only in the eyes of those bound to the divine realm. Wasn't my divine countenance obscured by the heart of the ocean? That shouldn't be the case. While Fang Ying was lost in thought, Xue Mingjie suddenly approached, thrusting a room key card into his hand. Fang Ying, I will be waiting for you in the room. With that, Xue Mingjie transformed into a flash of light and vanished. Fang Ying stared at the Divine Alliance Guild, room card numbered 6969, sinking into contemplation. Chapter 81. The Essence of Kinship. After a moment of cautious reflection, Fang Ying grasped the room card and disappeared from his location. Warmth enveloped him as he entered the room, the first sensation washing over him. Of course, when it comes to the abodes of deities, especially the chambers of the Divine Alliance Guild, the term house seems inadequate. It is more fittingly understood as a miniature divine realm. Here, mountains and rivers coexisted, showcasing boundless natural beauty. Surrounding him were flowers, birds, fish, and insects frolicking in joyous play. Unbeknownst to him, Xue Mingjie had changed into a cool short-sleeved top and shorts. Seated on the grass, her feet swinging playfully, the crystalline water of the stream flowed gently between her toes. The breeze tousled her hair, partially veiling her cheeks, revealing a hint of ethereal beauty. This scene undeniably epitomized the quintessence of feminine allure. You've arrived, Fang Ying, she exclaimed. But what is this demeanor of yours? Fang Ying nodded, mentally reciting the Ice Heart's secret art, grounding himself like a sage in meditation. Don't be so stiff. Come closer to me, Xue Mingjie beckoned. I only learned from the information that you are a student from the first high school. To his astonishment, Fang Ying found himself inexplicably transported next to her. Even his attire had transformed into casual outdoor wear without his realization. This revelation left him utterly astonished. After all, in his mind, her power did not seem so formidable. At most, she was at the pinnacle of true divinity. Yet such a feat was challenging even for celestial beings. Unless, of course, this was indeed her divine realm. However, it seems quite impossible. Each individual's divine realm is a closely guarded secret, never to be easily accessed by others, unless one possesses an esteemed status. Unperturbed by the potential for deceit, do not be anxious. As my junior, I would never wish you harm. Xue Mingjie lifted her delicate arm, intending to tousle Fang Ying's hair. Yet, her stature was somewhat diminutive, and as she reached down, a glimpse of pristine skin emerged from her short sleeves, revealing she was indeed unadorned beneath. Fang Ying, however, stepped back, evading her gesture. Now, do not maintain such a stern expression. This is a designated space provided by the Divine Alliance for special deities, primarily to facilitate their repose and assist them in addressing various matters. As purveyors of such services, we naturally partake in these privileges. Xue Mingjie produced a card from an unknown source and presented it to Fang Ying. This is the Master Card. Yours is the Subordinate Card. The Master Card holds absolute authority within this space, allowing for changes at will. Of course, your Subordinate Card also possesses the capability to manipulate this realm. You may freely access any information you desire, Xue Mingjie remarked with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Fang Ying endeavored to connect his thoughts to the Subordinate Card, and he soon found his original attire restored. Before him materialized a vast luminous screen, adorned with a multitude of scrolling messages. Mission, the Fallen Land. Level, Gold. Mission requirements. A deity at the initial stage of the golden rank has discovered a hidden locale within the void and experienced an unforeseen incident during their fusion, resulting in complete demise. However, this hidden place has merged entirely with their divine realm, resulting in a distortion that has birthed 3 pseudo-deities, necessitating their eradication. Current status: 15 celestial beings and 4 golden deities have accepted this mission, all of whom have failed, with no survivors, all having perished. Recommendation: deities at the pinnacle of the golden rank or mid-tier golden deities should undertake this mission in teams of no fewer than 3. Mission rewards: 100 million divine coins, 1 drop of Xian divine blood, and 2 million contribution points. Mission, Catastrophe. Level, Platinum. Mission requirements: Exploration. This is a region currently in an unknown state of exploration. The information obtained thus far indicates that this world is of medium caliber, imbued with an energy known as catastrophe, which can lead a deity's realm towards gradual decay and ultimate destruction. Other details, unknown. Current status: for mid-tier Xian deities have ventured forth, currently unaccounted for. The last mission was accepted 300 years ago. Recommendation. Deities at the pinnacle of Xian rank or above should undertake this mission. It is advisable that the deity's attributes include time, fortune, calamity, and spatial dimensions. Mission rewards. 10 billion divine coins, a single blessing from the Divine King, 10 drops of ancient divine spirit, and 3 portions of the essence of a golden rank world. Fang Ying gazed at the rows of scrolling mission data. It must be said, even if one does not accept these missions, gaining insight into them is indeed beneficial. At the very least, one can expand their horizons. Acquiring knowledge unattainable within the confines of school. Observing tasks manifest rapidly only to vanish in an instant. Fang Ying realized that the realm of deities is indeed populated by numerous formidable beings. Regardless of whether a task appears deceptively simple or exceedingly arduous, there will invariably be a cadre of divine entities willing to attempt it, even if such endeavors may cost them their lives. It is worth reflecting that his own parents had perished while undertaking a mission. After a swift recalibration, the information was promptly transformed into tasks suitable for both demigods and true gods, appearing densely packed, amounting to billions. Upon closer inspection, Fang Ying comprehended that the majority of these tasks held little significance for the Divine Alliance. Consequently, the corresponding rewards were predominantly monetary, specifically in the form of ordinary blue star currency rather than divine coins. This substantially diminished their allure. Furthermore, every task inherently bore a degree of peril, resulting in a backlog of assignments piling up, culminating in the current scenario. Having grasped this reality, Fang Ying ceased his frantic search for a suitable task and decided instead to explore the marketplace for buying and selling items. It was at this juncture that Xuemingji approached, her timing unknown. Fang Ying, are you looking to undertake a task? However, according to your records, you've only recently awakened your divine domain, haven't you? While your subsequent advancements have been commendable, given your current circumstances, completing a task independently may prove to be quite challenging. I'm not trying to scare you. I've seen many like you, overly confident in their first task, only to never return. Therefore, would you like some assistance from your senior? Xuemingji fixed her gaze upon Fang Ying, her tongue darting out to moisten her lips, resembling a captivating serpent enticing its prey. This time, Fang Ying did not shy away, but met her gaze with equal intensity. Senior, is this how you typically interact with your junior? Certainly not. Xuemingji suddenly adopted a more aloof demeanor, her tone laced with a hint of disdain. Those individuals are merely a swarm of ants, slightly stronger than mortals. To put it bluntly, they are unworthy of being called divine, mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. In the next moment, she placed her hand upon Fang Ying's shoulder. However, you are different. I sense a kinship in you. Chapter 82. Ensnared and unable to escape him? Upon hearing her words, Fang Ying instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Could it be that she too belonged to the Cthulhu type? Impossible. It must be noted that such entities do not exist in this world. From my perspective, entities akin to those of the great race of Yith, as well as beings from the Cthulhu mythos, undoubtedly exist. Therefore, it does not preclude certain individuals from attempting to cultivate such creatures within their divine realms. However, it is crucial to understand that these beings are not as amicable as the denizens of one's own divine domain. The aberrations, distortions, madness, and bloodlust that they embody can indeed taint one's sacred space. Much like the blood sea found within the river of the underworld in the primordial era, it is common knowledge that despite the presence of the 2 merit-laden treasures, the Yuan 2 abyss, no one dares to seize them. Even the saints refrain from engaging in conflict. Simply put, the realm occupied by these beings, namely the blood sea, stands apart from all others. It serves as a veritable cesspool of the entire primordial expanse, where all filth converges. While it may not be said that contact guarantees demise, it will undoubtedly result in considerable distress, necessitating eventual cleansing. The same holds true for these Cthulhu entities. Fang Ying's divine realm resembles a pool of blood, capable of withstanding the tumultuous consciousness of Cthulhu without succumbing to distortion. Otherwise, transitioning to another divine realm would be tantamount to courting death, unless one were to encounter an entity from the domain of evil. Yet, gazing at this fair-skinned, beautiful, short-legged senior, it seems she is indeed human. Thus, Fang Ying feigned an expression of bewilderment. Was the senior implying that we are all human, or perhaps that we are all deities? Or even more specifically, that we are of a particularly gifted kind? Fang Ying's inquiry was not without merit. Possessing the privilege to utilize this space and holding a position within the inner world divine alliance indicates remarkable capability. With a light chuckle, Xuemingji produced a uniquely shaped yellow popsicle, savoring it before casting a flirtatious glance at Fang Ying. Junior, cease the pretense. You have already revealed yourself. Though you are a boy, what does that matter? The senior will not mock you. Quite the contrary, she will only hold you in higher regard. At this moment, Fang Ying could ascertain that she must be perceiving him as akin to her own divine realm. The option of Cthulhu could now be dismissed. With this understanding, Fang Ying felt no pressing need for further explanation. His purpose for being here was twofold: to hone his skills and to gauge the marketability of his divine realm's creations. Since the senior was already aware, he would henceforth request her guidance. Ah, you see, this is how it should be. With just the two of us here, it is far better to be straightforward. Rest assured, I will introduce a few sisters to assist with your business. Of course, if you encounter any excellent prospects in the future, do not hesitate to recommend them to me. Should a significant opportunity arise, I shall ensure you receive an unexpected reward. Shuemingjie gently tapped Fang Ying's chest with her delicate fingers. Thank you, sister, but I am still young. Fang Ying listened to her words, as if suddenly grasping a realization. However, he bore no disdain. After all, enhancing one's abilities is nothing to be ashamed of. True embarrassment lies in failure. Look at you. Blushing again. Sister has been through this. Let me tell you, in our line of work, the foremost principle is to maintain the right mindset, to prioritize service, uphold high standards, and strive for repeat visits as our work philosophy. Even when training subordinates, one must lead by example and dare to be the first to take action. As Shuemingjie spoke with increasing fervor, she noticed the corner of Fang Ying's mouth twitch, which immediately dampened her enthusiasm. What? Do you think I am merely speaking idly? Allow me to demonstrate. As she said this, Shuemingjie prepared to act, but Fang Ying swiftly intervened. Sister, you are my real sister. I believe you, I truly do. He grasped her delicate wrist, soft and tender. Nevertheless, he resolutely fortified his resolve. He simply could not proceed further. This was not allowed. Unexpectedly, Shuemingjie reacted more intensely than he anticipated, quickly breaking free from his grip. Her face flushed, her gaze dazed, mixed with fear and apprehension. Hey, senior, please don't come any closer. Give me a moment to catch my breath. Just a moment. Shuemingjie bent at the waist, resting her hands on her knees. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat forming at her temples. Fang Ying found himself astonished yet again, pondering how mere moments outside could lead to such chaos. I merely sought to prove myself. I truly did nothing. Why was the scene before him spiraling out of control? Are you alright, senior? After about 3 or 4 minutes, Shuemingjie finally regained her composure, though the frivolity on her face had diminished significantly, replaced by a serious expression tinged with a hint of flattery. Fang Ying thought to himself that he had never seen anyone change their demeanor as swiftly as she did. If you were not an actress, it would be a waste of your talent, he mused inwardly. Shuemingjie, however, flashed him a universal thumbs up. Junior, I didn't realize you were a wolf in sheep-esque clothing. This time, it seems I underestimated you. Senior, I truly did nothing at all. Fang Ying protested, feeling wronged. You may insult my character, but you cannot belittle my abilities, especially since I hadn't even had the chance to act. That would be akin to entering a restroom, discovering an unflushed mess, and then having a girl burst in, accusing you of being a rogue for using the ladies' room without flushing, all while taking in the scene with a sense of self-satisfaction. Say nothing more. I do not wish to hear it. Shuemingjie conjured a bed and reclined upon it. Here it comes. The exclusive skill of a woman. I refuse to listen. Fang Ying could only relent. However, observing the alluring curve formed by the other party's sideline posture, I wonder, have you changed your strategy, senior? It is evident that I have come to accept a task from the Divine Alliance Guild. Those unaware might think I am merely here for amusement. What is the matter? Are you unable to proceed? Fang Ying, I find myself curious as to why, despite your evident inferiority in strength, my very being feels ensnared in a state of numbness, weakness, dizziness, and an indescribable sense of fear and disorientation upon your touch. Most perplexingly, I am inexplicably drawn to you, yearning for submission. Shuemingjie articulated each word with precision, her gaze fixated on Fang Ying's eyes, which resembled a vortex of chaos, ensnaring her in fascination. Fortunately, the divine realm issued a warning, prompting her to discreetly shift her gaze elsewhere. Fang Ying, however, paid little heed to her subtle movements. Instead, he pondered her words deeply. In the next moment, he lifted his head and spoke earnestly. Senior Shuemingjie, could you elaborate further on those sensations you just described? Chapter 83. Foundation 173. Upon hearing Fang Ying's inquiry, Shuemingjie momentarily froze. Then, with a meaningful glance directed at him, she smiled playfully. I never anticipated you would enjoy this, Junior. Well, let us get back to the main topic. Fang Ying thought it prudent to refrain from revealing that he possessed the attribute, divine appearance, beauty. To disclose that he bore the Cthulhu divine domain attribute would not only be convoluted, but could also lead her to believe he was trifling with her. Furthermore, in this world, Cthulhu was a construct of his own making. While he understood it, he feared being perceived as a fool or a charlatan by outsiders. After all, creating a system is no trivial matter. It involves navigating numerous challenges, akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. Lacking substantial prowess, even following established paths could lead to pitfalls, let alone claiming originality. Especially with astute women like Shuemingjie, who already had preconceived notions. One could never predict her reaction to the truth. Thus, Fang Ying resolved to proceed to the next step, for he had already squandered sufficient time and needed to expedite his tasks, eager to return to the divine realm. Are we not discussing the main subject now? What's wrong, Junior? Are you unable to contain your impatience? Shuemingjie advised with the wisdom of experience. Listen to your sister, regardless of age. A man must learn to be composed, to master both his body and heart. Only then can you effectively navigate interactions with someone like me. Impatience is not the way. Let us be frank, shall we? This matter cannot proceed as it stands. I am but a minor deity. Are you not afraid that I might report you to the Divine Alliance's Regulatory Commission for illicitly enticing underage gods? Of course. Fong Ying dared only to murmur a few words of discontent in his heart, then silently searched for options related to the sale of items with the rune card in his hand. Item name: Dust of Suleiman. Grade: golden quality. Form: a powder exhibiting an overall gray-green hue. Origin: extracted from a unique form of corpse found in the realm of the undead. Effect: Death Guardian. Ensures that, in dire circumstances, after the divine body perishes, it can be resurrected to its original state 24 hours later, regardless of the condition of the body. Even a single grain of dust can guarantee full restoration. Note: effective only for deities at the peak of the divine hierarchy and below, and similarly applicable to their followers. Price: 10 million divine coins. Full restoration? Fong Ying immediately fixated on this item. It could undoubtedly be deemed a miraculous artifact for survival. Unfortunately, the price was exorbitant. He possessed not a single divine coin, let alone 10 million. He could only indulge in a moment's longing, expanding his horizons. One could imagine that those favored by prominent deities would surely possess one of these. Contemplating, Fong Ying shifted his gaze to another object, which was neither food nor mundane, but rather a surprising artifact. Item name: 173. Alias: Little Peanut. Grade: silver golden. Form: this creation resembles a peanut, constructed from reinforced concrete, bearing traces of spray paint. Origin: unknown. It was brought back by the god of oblivion during an adventurous outing, after a chance encounter. Effect: sturdiness. As personally assessed by a deity of the gold rank, it can withstand a typical attack from mid-level divine beings without showing significant damage, and it possesses the ability to self-repair over time. Considered a fascinating rule-based object. Neck twisting. As personally assessed by a deity of the gold rank, beings below the peak of divinity that meet its gaze will have their necks snapped. Tested. It exhibits superior offensive capabilities against physical beings and can even be deployed in divine realms, making it a must-have for mischief. Weakness: please check after purchase. Price: 88 million divine coins or equivalent intriguing items. Exchanges for sequential types are welcome. Gazing at the image of this little peanut, Fong Ying furrowed his brow. He found himself increasingly perplexed by the nature of this world known as Blue Star. Initially, he believed it to be a typical realm of deities, where all could ascend to godhood and unite to combat darkness. However, just as he confidently set forth to establish an ancient world, he encountered a monumental shift, inadvertently unlocking the Cthulhu domain. To his astonishment, he discovered that this world had long been home to Cthulhu, merely unacknowledged by anyone. In this day and age, the emergence of biologically coded entities is rather astonishing. While the existence of a foundation remains uncertain, it is evident that the designation 173 was not bestowed by its discoverer. Rather, it seems more akin to the peculiarities of a certain little peanut. One might ponder whether different realms share similar perceptions of certain artifacts, excluding the notorious GF figure. Driven by curiosity, Fong Ying tentatively embarked on an individual search, hoping to uncover other containment items belonging to various foundations. This endeavor yielded a series of findings, with the foremost being this individual. Item name: 049. Alias: the Plague Doctor. Classification: silver. Origin: I encountered him on a desolate planet of comparable size to that blue star, where we conversed for an extended period. He deemed me ill, a sentiment I found to be accurate. His desire was to cure me, but alas, he failed, prompting my decision to bring him back. Form: he is a humanoid entity, towering at 19 meters. He typically adorns himself in a manner reminiscent of a sorcerer, clad in a long black robe and a ceramic mask resembling a bird's beak. Effect: healing. He possesses the ability to transform the living into the dead, and then animate a multitude of deceased entities, which, to my eyes, do not quite resemble living beings but rather puppets, albeit distinct from traditional puppetry. Value: this individual is my beloved, my closest friend, my brother. Therefore, he cannot be valued at less than 100 million divine coins. Fong Ying's immediate recognition of this entity's top ranking was not solely due to the Plague Doctor's formidable nature, but rather the exorbitant price assigned to him, a figure elevated by the ire of the temperamental deities. Beyond this, he also encountered numerous other Foundation containment items, such as 000, everything returns to 001, the Gatekeeper, and 682, the Indestructible Lizard. Xuemingjia, observing Fong Ying's apparent intrigue, mistakenly assumed he was feigning interest in a ploy of desire and restraint. To her surprise, he began to examine the items with genuine curiosity, particularly those of an eccentric nature. However, recalling his previous inquiries, she approached him, her interest piqued. Interest is perhaps too strong a word. I merely seek to gauge the market, contemplating the sale of certain items, Fong Ying replied calmly. Sale of items? Xuemingjia scrutinized him from head to toe. While she was aware that Fong Ying harbored his own significant secrets, the notion of selling goods at the Divine Alliance seemed misplaced. After all, This was a hub for undertaking missions, where transactions typically involved novelties or exceptionally rare artifacts. Otherwise, one would find no inquiries at all. As a being yet to undertake any missions or traverse worlds, what valuable items could he possibly possess? However, Shuemingjie did not address it directly. She wished to observe the younger student make a fool of himself before her. She feigned surprise and asked once more, "Surely, what you can present must be extraordinary. May I have the privilege of a glimpse?" Of course. Fang Ying calmly revealed a red eyeball, roughly the size of a chicken egg. Surrounding the eyeball were tentacle-like appendages, writhing and twisting with abandon. Chapter 84. The tentacled eyeball beholding the bizarre form and its slick surface, Shuemingjie candidly admitted she was taken aback, instinctively distancing herself from Fang Ying. "Haha, well, Junior, your interests are indeed peculiar," she remarked, watching a viscous, transparent liquid, the nature of which was uncertain, ooze from the tentacled orb in Fang Ying's hand. A shiver of goosebumps coursed through her. "This is the item I intend to sell. You may refer to it as Mental Shackles 13, Fang Ying stated with composure. He found it perplexing why the senior was so repulsed. To him, it appeared perfectly ordinary. Compared to the creatures from his Cthulhu domain, it seemed almost endearing. He couldn't help but conclude that this senior was truly odd. "Ah, quite a fitting name. Did you not bring forth any other items?" Shuemingjie inquired insincerely. "Certainly, there are more." Fang Ying produced 3 more objects from his domain. They were a withered, shrieking entity resembling a baby's head enveloped in gray smoke, dub screaming sonata. A snot-like mass with a prickly texture, presenting a teal hue, known as Ritual of the Dead, and lastly, a more conventional-looking gray egg, referred to as Egg Life. "Junior, what manner of domain do you possess? I do not mean to pry, but I wonder if these items were perhaps traded from others," Shuemingjie questioned. Her gaze fixed on Fang Ying, the captivating figure who haunted her thoughts. Surely, he could not be fond of such twisted artifacts. Wouldn't such an experience be perilous? "Rest assured, Senior, these are the products of my domain. They are all natural and harmless, beneficial for one's health. Though they may appear adorable, their taste is surprisingly delightful." This time, it was Fang Ying who began to promote his wares. He understood that these items were the result of the Evil Eye Clan's arduous efforts. Initially, he had doubted the aesthetic appeal of his domain's products, but over time, he found himself increasingly fond of them, much like a mother admiring her child. Having personally tasted them, he was now convinced of their quality. In the realm of the Divine Alliance, the deities offer their wares in 2 distinct waves, one comprising genuinely valuable items, while the other indulges in a more whimsical spirit. Consequently, the allure of novel merchandise garners considerable attention, suggesting a promising market potential. Zumaiji emerges as the primary target for conquest. After all, to conduct market research, the personnel within this intriguing marketplace can undoubtedly provide a wealth of insightful commentary. "Is this food? Natural, healthy, and adorable? Tastes delightful? Junior, are you jesting with me?" she exclaimed. "You wouldn't dare seek vengeance upon me, would you? I admit, I harbor certain feelings for you, but I assure you, I have no intention of causing you harm." Setting aside the inherent divine laws of this world, the staff of the Divine Alliance adhere to strict regulations, allowing for utmost peace of mind. Zumaiji sensed that Fang Ying might be slightly irked by her prior antics, intending to tease her instead. "How could that be? I am utterly sincere. This truly is a creation of my divine race. Though it appears charming, its flavor is equally commendable. Do not be misled by its current living state. It is to ensure absolute freshness, allowing customers to savor its exquisite taste at once." Fang Ying earnestly held up the item, which was playfully interacting with his fingers. "Well then, I shall take your every word as truth. However, I hope that your companion isn't some sort of tentacled creature," Zumaiji remarked, her thoughts betraying her disdain for such a revolting being. What a waste of a promising junior, appearing so full of potential, yet squandering it. "Alas, I am truly forlorn. Impossible. How could I ever raise such creatures?" Fang Ying retorted, visibly agitated. It is widely acknowledged that tentacled monsters are mere playthings, utterly devoid of merit. While they do enjoy a clandestine admiration from certain female deities, none would dare to publicly discuss such matters, for it would tarnish their divine dignity. All right, you don't. Why are you so flustered?" Zumaiji observed Fang Ying's state with sudden amusement, a smile gracing her lips. "Junior, this is a mental elixir, and its effects are quite remarkable in the realm of deities." "A mental elixir?" Zumaiji paused, taken aback. If what he claimed were true, she might indeed need to reevaluate her opinion of this distasteful little creature, despite its unflattering appearance. "Senior, you may investigate it," Fang Ying offered, attempting to hand it over to Zumaiji. However, this time it was Zumaiji who flared up. "Keep your distance." After a sharp cry, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. "Ahem, Junior, you can discern the information without direct contact. It merely requires a bit more of your mental energy." As she spoke, Shuemingjie began to explore the past. Item name, Mental Shackles 13. Alias, Adorable Little Eyeball. Rank, Bronze. Form, this is a delightful creation composed of a charming large eyeball and dozens of intricate meridians, capable of autonomous respiration. Origin, Cthulhu Domain, Clan of the Evil Eye. Effects, 1. Mental enhancement. Within 30 minutes of consumption, mental attributes increase by 30 points. 2. Energized. Within 10 minutes of consumption, mental activity increases by 10 points. 3. Heeding the whisper. Within 10 minutes of consumption, one will hear unknown murmurs and experience certain physiological reactions, currently identified as excitement, exhilaration, hormonal surge, impulsiveness. Note, adverse reaction. The body will experience a 15-minute period of weakness, with specific duration determined by individual strength. Price. Undetermined, Xuemingjia was momentarily taken aback. She truly did not expect that this seemingly inconspicuous little object possessed such remarkable advantages. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. This tentacled eyeball indeed appeared somewhat endearing. What do you think, senior sister? Fong Ying, observing her expression, sensed that her item might indeed have market potential. I think it's quite acceptable. But how is it consumed? It wouldn't be. Gulp. Chapter 85. The alluring lullaby. Before Xuemingjia could finish her sentence, Fong Ying unexpectedly tossed a mental shackles 13 directly at her. By an uncanny stroke of luck, it landed in her mouth, and she swallowed it whole. Initially, she felt a surge of irritation at Fong Ying's presumptuousness. Yet, as the mental shackles 13 glided down her throat and into her abdomen, she had to admit that, despite its modest appearance, it was surprisingly pleasant to consume. The object was sizable, yet did not cause any choking sensation. Rather, it seemed to adapt perfectly to her bodily structure, contracting to fit comfortably. Thus, her initial apprehension dissipated. As it slid into her stomach, she felt a refreshing coolness radiate throughout her body, akin to enjoying an ice pop on a scorching summer day. What astonished her further was that the little creature began to massage her stomach, its myriad of tentacles pausing in perfect rhythm. Though confined to her stomach, she distinctly felt as if her entire being was undergoing a cleansing experience. The sensation was utterly delightful. Caught off guard, she let out a soft moan, quickly covering her mouth in embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed with shame. She never imagined that a formidable mid-stage deity would find herself bested by a bronze item. How vexing. However, her gaze soon fixated on Fong Ying, who had also just consumed a mental shackles 13 and wore a look of utter satisfaction. Hello, Junior. Could it be that this item is intended for that purpose? I believe it holds significant market potential. Fong Ying opened his eyes, observing Xuemingjia, whose complexion was flushed and whose gaze was veiled with a hint of mist. He recognized that it was the unique breath of corruption from his divine realm. Thus, it appeared that his bronze quality, mental shackles 13, had even influenced a true deity. It seemed to stem from the effects of listening. Could it be an elevation of hormones? Fong Ying pondered silently. After all, he had indeed heard that exclamation, merely feigning meditation to remain oblivious. So, senior, what do you think is a suitable price? Instead of responding directly, Fong Ying posed another question, currently more concerned about whether this item could be exchanged for divine currency. Pricing, huh? Xuemingjia mused, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Ordinarily, a junior's bronze-level item cannot be exchanged for divine currency, not even a single piece. However, your item is uniquely crafted and exhibits remarkable effects. It can be offered to the lowest-ranking subordinates or enjoyed as a delightful snack. Therefore, for the target audience, even a price of 1,000 divine coins could attract buyers. Though anything above that would be challenging. 1,000 divine coins. Fong Ying felt a surge of excitement. What was the exchange rate between divine coins and blue star currency? Let me calculate. Essentially, it is a case of supply exceeding demand. The standard ratio is 1 to 1,000, which would amount to a staggering 100,000. Junior, what I mentioned is a plausible scenario, but you must consider the renown of your item. After all, there are countless products in the Divine Alliance. And even if you were to launch it, responses would likely be minimal. Thus, my personal suggestion is 100 divine coins. No more, no less. Even at my current stage, I could manage that, consuming 10 in a month. Is that so? Thank you, senior. Would you care to sample some of my other delightful snacks? There are surprises in store. Fong Ying sincerely expressed gratitude this time, his demeanor considerably more amiable. Of course, perhaps due to her experience with the first mental shackles 13. Xuemingjia felt less resistance. Her thoughts turned to the 3 items before her. Item name: Wailing Melody. Alias: Little Skeleton. Level: Bronze. Form: this is a delectable delicacy meticulously crafted from a skeleton form, having been soaked for 49 days and undergoing numerous processes. Origin: Cthulhu Divine Realm. I Clan, Primary. Ant-Man Clan, Secondary. Effect: 1. Enchanting Melody. Within 30 minutes of consumption, the sound produced through mental power will possess a persuasive force, with a credibility of 30. Chaos of Voices. Within 30 minutes of ingestion, there exists a 30% chance of emitting distinct sounds, such as wails, cries, or expressions of pleasure. Note: adverse reaction. After the effects cease, there will be a 10-minute cooling period during which you will be unable to vocalize, with duration varying according to individual capability. Price: undetermined. Separator item name: Ritual of the Dead alias, Rolling Thornball level, bronze form. This item resembles a watermelon-sized ball adorned with soft, intertwining green spikes that pulsate. Origin: Cthulhu's Domain, I Clan, Primary. Pantheon Clan, secondary, effects. 1. Size adjustment. Within 30 minutes post-ingestion, one may utilize mental energy to manipulate one's physical dimensions, with adjustments not exceeding 30% of the original size. 2. Indestructibility. Within 30 minutes post-ingestion, one may employ mental energy to attain an invulnerable state, achieving hardness at 30. Note: adverse reaction. Once the effects conclude, a 10-minute period of extreme weakness will ensue, leaving one feeling as if entirely devoid of strength, with the condition adjustable based on individual circumstances. Price, undetermined. Separator item name. Egg of Existence alias. Adorable little egg level, bronze form. This item is a large gray egg, double yolk. Origin, Cthulhu's domain, clan, primary. Devouring Clan, secondary, effects. 1. Durability. Within 30 minutes post-ingestion, enhanced physical attributes will result from mental energy influx, increasing endurance by 30. 2. Potential unleashed. Within 30 minutes post-ingestion, there exists a 30% chance of a surge in potential, further enhancing endurance by 15. 3. Compliance. Within 30 minutes post-ingestion, there is a 30% chance of entering a unique state characterized by obedience, docility, and straightforwardness. Note: adverse reaction. Upon conclusion of the effects, a 10-minute period of mental fatigue will follow, accompanied by cognitive dullness, reducing intelligence temporarily to 10, with the condition adjustable based on individual capacity. Price, undetermined. Separator Xuemingjie lingered over the ritual of the dead for 69 seconds, then licked her lips and glanced at Fang Ying. You mischievous little brother. How wicked you are. But your sister quite likes it. Would you believe me if I said it was all a coincidence? Fang Ying was acutely aware of her thoughts. Initially, he felt quite satisfied with the secret potion from his clan. But when certain notions took a turn for the worse, it became challenging to rectify them. Guess what? I guess, Before Fang Ying could finish his sentence, a belt wafted towards him, carrying a fragrant breeze. Chapter 86. Do I appear human or divine? Fang Ying swiftly dodged. However, that seemingly silk-crafted belt refused to part with itself, ultimately finding its way into Fang Ying's possession. It was light and somewhat slippery, retaining a lingering warmth and an indescribable faint fragrance. Senior, what is this? When Fang Ying first encountered her, she appeared rather normal, yet now it seemed all a facade. This whimsical, cunning senior, had she truly emerged from their institution? Oh ho ho, Junior, why are you hiding? I won't bite you. Xuemingjie teased with a hand covering her mouth, stifling a laugh. Fang Ying glanced at the silk belt in his hand. But you are still too young. You must understand that women are but fleeting illusions. All worldly matters are mere dreams and bubbles. When perceiving anything, one should not rely solely on sight, but rather on the heart. Xuemingjie earnestly instructed. Fang Ying, however, widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at her. Are you serious? Did that truly come from your lips? It all felt surreal to him. What? Did you not expect that after all these centuries, your senior has not been idle? Look more closely. Following her words, Fang Ying steadied himself and gazed again at the belt. Suddenly, with a puff, a plume of pink smoke ascended. And when he looked again, he beheld a pair of pink and white lace panties, triangular in shape. He nearly exclaimed in shock. Is this how you play with my mindset? Ha ha ha, little brother, you've made me laugh to tears. Xuemingjie, witnessing Fang Ying's flustered reaction, reveled in her triumph. She had finally gained the upper hand against him. This young boy was simply outrageous, always presenting himself as a paragon of virtue. Who would believe that? Just look at his belongings. Each one was rather improper. Nevertheless, there was a limit to jest, especially upon noticing Fang Ying's expression darkening. Xuemingjie promptly adopted a serious demeanor. Ahem, Junior, do not misunderstand. I was merely testing you. Thankfully, you proved to be quite resilient. I have decided to assist you in earning your first bucket of gold. What do you say? Holding the pink panties, Fang Ying, despite hearing Xuemingjie's words, was contemplating how to deal with them. Should he simply discard them? Would that be too much, considering they might be treasures for certain enthusiasts? Furthermore, to be frank, although this senior was somewhat unreliable, she undeniably possessed substantial knowledge, and he still sought her assistance. It would be unwise to create enmity. Yet, if he didn't throw them away, what would he do with them in hand? Did she think Fang Ying to be a simpleton? Fortunately, Xuemingjie's words swiftly alleviated his predicament. Hello, dear brother, Xuemingjie remarked with a teasing tone. Let's not overdo it. If you wish to learn, I can certainly provide you with more insights later. Your current demeanor appears somewhat reserved, and while your possessions may suggest otherwise, you ought to exercise a bit of restraint. Reserved? Which one of your eyes perceived that? And my belongings prove nothing. Fang Ying retorted. That is merely the unwarranted assumption of the Evil Eye clan. It must be understood that the screeching melody is a mutation of the Ant clan's abilities, while Ritual of the Dead is a unique transformation of the Divine clan's powers. These matters are traceable. He reflected bitterly, initially pondering the Evil Eye clan's cleverness, never anticipating such an outcome in a different setting. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I must decline. Please, pass it on to someone in need, Fang Ying said, attempting to return Xuemingjie's gift. However, she interjected once more. Brother, surely, you do not think I would be so mundane as to jest? Some things should not be perceived through mere physical sight, but rather through the heart. We are gods, and our realm differs vastly from that of mortals. Shui Mingjie reiterated her point. Fang Ying gazed at her for a full 5 seconds before slowly closing his eyes. Through the heart? How does one do that? What is the heart? Thought? Divine power? Sixth sense? Cognition? His mind raced, striving to comprehend her meaning. He began to form a vague understanding, yet felt as though something eluded his grasp. Meanwhile, Shui Mingjie observed him quietly, conjuring a chair, a table, and a handful of sunflower seeds, which she began to crack open. She mused, indeed, he is the younger brother I recognize. Who would have thought that with just a few gentle prompts, he would show signs of enlightenment? It took me a month of meticulous instruction from our father to master the divine ability of Heart's Eye. Yet, your current state reflects the effort I invested over 3 or 4 days. Remarkable. I might be growing fond of you, though alas, you are still too young. Suddenly, Shui Mingjie sprang to her feet, scattering the sunflower seeds on the floor. She had witnessed Fang Ying's Heart's Eye gradually unfolding before her eyes. This was utterly unexpected, even with enlightenment. One would typically be 2 steps away from activating the Heart's Eye. How could he be on the verge of bypassing those steps? It must be noted that the Heart's Eye is a unique ability of the deities, not one that all gods can master. This bears a resemblance to the abilities possessed by a select few among humanity, such as hackers, master chefs, and elite race car drivers. Although they may appear to be ordinary individuals, only a fraction can achieve such feats, as they require innate talent. Similarly, among the divine, the mastery of the third eye is a skill that follows a 3-stage learning process. The first stage is knowledge, awareness of the heart, inquiry of the heart, understanding of the heart. The second stage is seeking, searching of the heart, comprehension of the heart, enlightenment of the heart. The third stage is application, application of the heart, following the heart, mastery of the heart. In simpler terms, it involves knowing, understanding, and then applying that knowledge. However, to be frank, 90% of the divine remain mired in the first stage. As for the reasons, they are as varied as the answers to mathematical conundrums among humans, such as whether 0404 equals 016 or 0016. Just as Shui Mingjie was caught off guard by her astonishment, a whisper suddenly floated into her ears. Senior, do I look more like a human or a god? Chapter 87, The All-Seeing Eye. Shui Mingjie stared blankly at Fang Ying, who had just opened his eyes, gazing at her with a calm demeanor. The gray whirlpool that once resided in Fang Ying's eyes had vanished, revealing ordinary eyes that were clear, bright, and expressive, even reflecting her own image from the depths of his dark pupils. Yet, why did she feel a wave of terror, a tremor emanating from the depths of her soul? It was as if everything about her was laid bare in his gaze, akin to being exposed and scrutinized in public, stripped of all concealment. No, it was even more chilling than that. If her initial impression of Fang Ying had been one of beauty, allure, and a hint of surrender, now she could no longer bear to meet his gaze, nor could she look at his body. Just the sight of his clothing made her feel perpetually observed, and she feared that if the intensity persisted, she might lose her sanity. Indeed, how could a divine being, one of true divine essence, be driven to madness merely by being looked at? Who would believe such a claim? Could you please stop looking at me? Shui Mingjie's voice trembled, despite her efforts to maintain composure. However, no matter how she tried to present herself, she felt as though it was beyond her control. Meanwhile, Fang Ying, on the other side, observed everything keenly. Indeed, just moments ago, he had successfully achieved what Shui Mingjie referred to as the third eye. In that final moment, he beheld the abyss and the night, witnessing dreamlike bubbles suspended around him, and he heard the whispers of the unknown in his ears. He could feel his body seemingly sinking endlessly, akin to an abyss beneath an iceberg, dark, devoid of light, enveloped by water pressure, coldness, and solitude. All manner of emotions entwining around him. Yet, Fang Ying resolutely clenched his teeth, aware that some things must never be relinquished, once surrendered. He would find himself in an irretrievable plight. He needed to seek a point of equilibrium. In that moment, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. He recalled the magnificent entity, Azathoth. He pondered the 7 secrets of the Xianjun. He reflected on the great old ones, the outer gods, and the ancient ones. He envisioned the world of the Cthulhu mythos and his role as the primordial lord, along with his church. The Cthulhu mythos, the essence of Cthulhu. And what of him? He ought to wield dominion over it all, rather than being subjugated. The most effective means to master darkness is to merge with it. Thus, he ultimately distilled his thoughts into a singular proclamation. The old ones return to the church. The primordial hails the dawn. He was destined to be eternally bound to Cthulhu, safeguarding not merely his own dawn, but also the glimmer of hope for the Cthulhu mythos. On a grander scale, this represented the dawn for all sentient beings, guiding the old ones through the yellow and the dark, casting the light of dawn through the veils of the unknown. The old ones would find eternal slumber beneath the church, while all beings would find fulfillment within its embrace. This could be regarded as the tenet he established for his future primordial church. In this rhythm, he discovered that the humanity he thought lost was gradually being restored, or perhaps summoned back. Simultaneously, he recognized that his divinity was also on the rise, achieving a balance with his humanity, each occupying 50%. Thus, it was clear why his first inquiry to Xuemingjia was whether she perceived him as more human or divine. Noting her expression, he understood she was taken aback by his presence. As for why he was so certain, it was because he beheld the information. Deity, Xuemingjia, gender, female, status, startled. With slight infection, deity's original race, human, divine domain. Level 2 high to probe, infection suggested. Divine thought, 17 strands, divine creatures, succubi, elves, greater bull, tentacle monster no. 3. Others pending investigation, infection recommended. Divine cult, unable to probe. Divine civilization, pending investigation. Note, it is advised that the subject is a female entity. Further probing is available, such as attire analysis, three-dimensional body scans, divine interaction experiences, and interaction counts, ready at your beck and call, should you require it. Indeed, this marks the awakening of Fang Ying's extraordinary ability, the All-Seeing Eye. Name, All-Seeing Eye level, bronze, capable of advancing with one's strength, attribute, unknown effects, 1. Perception of all things. You possess the power to probe into anything you wish to investigate, including life and death. However, be mindful that acquiring this knowledge comes at a significant cost, which you must be prepared to bear. 2. Infection of all beings, active and passive. When you utilize this ability, all entities under your gaze will undergo a passive sanity assessment. Should their sanity be insufficient, they may succumb to infection, with certain probabilities leading to death, distortion, or no discernible effect. Any being that fails the assessment will become a subservient thrall to the host. Note, you may actively initiate infection, but the affected will sense their failure in the assessment, leading to a relentless conflict between you and them. Are you alright, senior? Fang Ying spoke again, having retracted the all-seeing eye. As the feeling of dread dissipated, Xuemingjia exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to her, her back had become damp with perspiration as she turned her gaze back to Fang Ying. His eyes had once again transformed into swirling shades of gray. Fang Ying, did you succeed? Yes, and I owe much of it to you, senior. Fang Ying replied with a grateful smile, acknowledging the fortune he had gained from this encounter. It seems you are not only reserved, but also rather eccentric. Hey, senior, let us keep this civil. Why resort to personal attacks? Oh, by the way, here is my portion, Fang Ying exclaimed, as a wisp of gray energy materialized between his fingers. Xuemingjia, astonished, accepted it. The gray essence coiled around her ring finger, forming a delicate gray ring. You discovered it. And you could even, never mind. You are indeed peculiar. Xuemingjia intended to articulate something further, but ultimately chose silence. It is worth noting that the items she had given to Fang Ying, namely the undergarment and belt, were merely illusions, not tangible objects, but rather a fragment of divine essence from her realm. In a sense, it was akin to an identification number. The exchange of divine essence among deities resembles the act of adding friends, facilitating efficient communication in times of need. Although such a method may not be particularly sophisticated, Xuemingjia had dedicated 3 whole days to mastering it, while ordinary individuals required 7 days to grasp the technique of extracting divine essence. However, with Fang Ying having awakened his divine eye, it was no longer surprising that he could effortlessly extract divine energy. Fang Ying, do you intend to sell these items? Xuemingjia felt a pang of disappointment, unsure of the reason behind it. She contemplated organizing Fang Ying's possessions, hoping to leave a favorable impression. Just then, Fang Ying, with a perplexed expression, brandished the number 69 card in her hand and inquired about the 5 shimmering stars. What is this, senior? It's bizarre. In chapter 88, which presents some thrilling points, Xuemingjia gazed at the 5 radiant stars on Fang Ying's number 69 card, immediately expressing her dismay. She did not pause for long. Continuing to elucidate, did you perhaps list your Divine Realm items on the Divine Alliance platform? Fang Ying nodded. I have placed all these items on the sales platform, pricing them at 100 divine coins each, just as you instructed. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. As they exchanged glances, Xuemingjia felt a twinge of frustration. This makes no sense. Clearly, my divine realm produces similar items to yours, yet none of mine have attracted the attention of the esteemed figures. She scrutinized Fang Ying closely and remarked, you truly are an oddity. Let me inform you, upon entering the Divine Alliance, each individual receives a corresponding information card. However, it requires divine coins to obtain. You were unaware, so you directly uploaded your items using the rune card of number 69. While this action is not inherently wrong, it may lead others to suspect that your items are unsightly or of inferior quality. Consequently, few would choose to act thus, as it could severely impact their profits. I intended to inform you, but you acted with such swiftness. What astonished me most, however, is that you have garnered attention from a 5-star esteemed figure no less. You may not grasp the significance of 5 stars. Individuals like us, who have yet to achieve the divine deity realm, are considered 0-star in the Divine Alliance. Above the divine deities lies the mysterious deities, categorized as 1 star. Mysterious deities are 2 stars. Ancient deities are 3 stars. As for 4 stars and 5 stars, these are not attained through strength, but rather through contribution or overall capability. If 0 to 3 stars signify strength, then 4 and 5 stars represent power and status. Thus, my dear, you have struck it rich. Allow me to show you. Shui Mingjia possessed the primary card for room 69, enabling her to access Fang Ying's sales information. What she encountered next was a staggering sum that nearly blinded her, for million divine coins. Shui Mingjia felt her blood pressure elevate and needed to close her eyes to compose herself. Although her parents were divine beings with considerable wealth, she was not the only child in the family. The 12,735 siblings were not mere trifles. While her current position in the Divine Alliance was decent, with a monthly income of 10,000 divine coins and some supplementary earnings, her account had never exceeded the threshold of 50,000 divine coins. I am truly curious about the nature of the individuals. Oh no, the magnificent deities, who would so extravagantly intervene. Logically speaking, such artifacts should render them utterly indifferent. Yet, the attention garnered by these items is astonishing. She has witnessed not merely one 5-star figure, but also a 4-star and a dozen 3 stars. It is hard to fathom that something like the Shadow of the Fang could be so irresistibly captivating. Some have even sent private messages expressing a desire to procure a substantial quantity. Naturally, Fang Ying was equally astonished. Is it truly so simple to amass wealth? To earn divine currency? He harbored doubts, pondering whether a certain esteemed individual was merely jesting with him. Little did he know that, due to Fang Ying's recent artifacts, a significant uproar was unfolding elsewhere. In the chaotic star domain, within the Azure Wave Sea, an untidy old man had 4 of the items being sold by Fang Ying floating above his head. As he opened his mouth, he swallowed the 4 items whole. And in the next moment, his body turned crimson before crashing into the Azure Wave Sea. In a steel-forged star fortress, a dashing and handsome man ignited a metallic cigarette. With a mere wave of his hand, the vast expanse of 100,000 star domains was instantly obliterated, reduced to dust, which was swiftly collected and reformed into bizarre and peculiar races that knelt in reverence before him. Now, my little hounds, go and play. Seemingly uninterested in the spectacle, the man vanished into the fortress, only to reappear in a room filled with an array of items: egg of life, ritual of death, cacophony of screams, mental shackles 13. All meticulously categorized. With a snap of his fingers, all the items began to disintegrate as if weathered by time, with impurities being stripped away, ultimately coalescing into a thread of gray mist, thinner than a hair and a million times more delicate. The man approached, scrutinizing it closely for a while, a slight smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. It seems incapable of being decoded. Fascinating. It has been ages since I encountered something so amusing. On another front, upon learning such revelations, Fang Ying grew increasingly cautious. His divine realm was not an overwhelmingly powerful world, and he himself was merely at the threshold of divinity. While he could comprehend the necessity for true gods like Shui Mingjia, it was clear that even those top-tier figures held significant regard for the items he offered. This bore considerable implications. Thus, could this be related to the nature of my Cthulhu divine realm? It appears I must exercise greater caution. Fang Ying assessed the situation internally, then raised his gaze. Senior sister, I owe you much gratitude this time. If I were to offer you all my divine currency, it might be too much for you to accept, so I shall give you a portion, 100,000 divine coins, as my token of appreciation. What do you think? Shui Mingjia gazed at the junior with a demeanor of utmost caution, directly tossing the main card into his hands. Well, even though I may not possess your wealth, your 4 million is merely a product of your divine realm. I do not wish to take a single cent from you. This is the main card, which you may utilize at your discretion. Consider it my acknowledgement of you as my younger brother. How does that sound? Fang Ying accepted the card and cast a deep glance at the woman before him. It must be said that, despite his years of experience on Earth, he could not help but admire the woman standing before him. She was undeniably astute. They had only known each other for less than a day. Yet the nature of their relationship, their dialogue, and the eventual developments felt rather convoluted, almost as if they were drawn from the pages of a novel. One could only surmise that, as a divine parent of many offspring, her insights and educational values were distinctly exceptional. Then, Fang Ying suddenly recalled that the enchanting sister before him might be several hundred years old, causing him to retract his previous thoughts. Hey, what kind of look is that? Shui Mingjia, relying on her feminine intuition, promptly sensed that Fang Ying might harbor unsavory intentions and remarked immediately. No, senior sister, you've misunderstood. We are from the same school, and it is my honor that you would recognize an ordinary person like myself as your brother. He continued. Since you have bestowed upon me the room card, I too must show my appreciation. Here are 400 secret potions, 100 of each type. I hope you will accept them. This time, Shui Mingjia did not refuse, but rather accepted them with delight. After all, these were items that even 5-star elites would go mad over, and their value certainly surpassed what she had initially perceived. My dear brother, I did not make a mistake in acknowledging you. Rest assured, I shall never disclose that these came from your hands, she said, smiling warmly at Fang Ying. He instantly grasped her intentions and produced an additional 15, mental shackles 13, egg spawn, and 9, ritual of death. Sister, I truly have nothing left. Not a single drop. You know I have only recently awakened, and my strength is still quite limited. Crafting such secret potions is not an easy feat. Hence my scarce inventory. Otherwise, why would I be here to take on tasks? Fong Ying lamented, raising his hands in resignation. Oh dear brother, look at you. How could your sister be that kind of person? Quickly, put them away. This might affect the bond between us siblings. She added. And what was that you mentioned about coming to take on tasks? Come here, and let me show you something exhilarating. With that, Xue Mingjie gestured in the air, and a special pink light screen materialized, displaying a continuous stream of information. Task. There are always troublesome subjects wanting to harm me. Level. Bronze. Task requirements. This is a mutated small world where a child of the realm exists, albeit at the mid-level of the divine realm. However, under the protection of this world, there is a chance of breaking through limitations to reach the pinnacle of the divine realm. Eliminate the child of the realm. Note, this world resembles an ancient one, with a vibrant culture and countless beauties. As the only male in the world, the child of the realm enjoys the resources of the entire world. Therefore, any appearance of a male counterpart will be detected, and every means will be employed for execution. Current status. Currently, 13,700,000 deities have accepted this task, all ultimately meeting with failure and retreating unscathed. It is advised that one's strength level should not be lower than the mid-level of the divine realm, or else one may incur the disdain of the world consciousness. Task reward. 10,000 divine coins. Task. Please call me your majesty. Task level. Bronze. Task requirements. This is a small mutated world governed by peculiar rules. Anyone or anything entering this world will be forcefully transformed in gender within 24 hours. Men become women, and women become men. Destroy this world. Note, this world possesses gender transformation laws as well as optimization laws. If one does not leave within 24 hours, ordinary beings will undergo forced gender transformation and their appearances will be optimized for divine beings below the celestial level. Failure to exit within 24 hours will result in forced gender transformation, and 1 month later, the laws will dissipate under divine power, restoring gender. Current status. Currently, 13,900,000 deities have accepted this task, all ultimately failing and retreating unscathed. It is advised that those who wish to proceed should possess unwavering mental fortitude, lest they experience fleeting joy followed by profound regret. Task reward. 10,000 divine coins. Task. Close your eyes when darkness falls. Level. Bronze. Task requirements. This is a small world infected by multiple forces, governed by a unique rule. Once darkness falls, nothing can be seen, only sounds can be heard. Within this world exists a special humanoid sprite that spreads pollen. Each night, they wander among all beings, scattering pollen that activates desires, while the sprites harvest nectar at the peak of these desires. Eliminate the malevolent humanoid sprites and rescue the suffering populace. Note, no deity may linger in this world for more than 3 nights, all for your well-being. Current status. Currently, deities have accepted this task. It is advised that the path is arduous and filled with obstacles. Please take care and do not lose your ambition. Task reward. 100 million divine coins. Fong Ying stared in astonishment at the task, then glanced at Xue Mingjie. Are you certain this task is not a jest? What kind of frivolity is this? Yet, Xue Mingjie merely raised her delicate brows and scoffed. How are you, dear brother? Is everything well with you? This is confidential information, and I usually do not share it with others. Have a look and see which one piques your interest. I shall assist you in acquiring it. This endeavor will not only be advantageous for your divine realm's development, but will also greatly enhance your social experience. You are still quite young. Thank you, dear sister. Fong Ying wore a look of exasperation. What about him suggested he was not a good person? Oh, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he appeared somewhat desperate. Yet, that description seemed more fitting for a girl. Never mind. Fong Ying promptly closed the projection initiated by the other party. After all, the main card was currently in his possession. Sister Xue, I have come with the intention of selling some of my divine realm products and, more importantly, to genuinely undertake some tasks. As you know, my assessment begins in just a few days, and I need to enhance my combat experience. Well, dear brother, I am not trying to frighten you, though you seem capable. Your strength likely has not yet reached the mid-tier divine realm. To be frank, the tasks available are not suitable for ordinary beings. The risks are too great. When I was at the initial stage of true divinity, I once accepted a task and nearly lost my life in the process. You must understand, reality is not as beautiful as you imagine. Fong Ying could tell that Xue Mingjie was genuinely advising him. However, this did not deter his determination to undertake tasks. All right. What type of task do you wish to pursue? Seeing that she could not dissuade him, Xue Mingjie decided to let him try. I would prefer tasks that lean towards genetic mutations, apocalyptic scenarios, or disasters, Fong Ying articulated after a moment of contemplation. Xue Mingjie was puzzled as to why Fong Ying would choose such types. Did he not realize that tasks in the divine realm were essentially a form of reward? Naturally, the closer they aligned with one's own divine realm, the better. However, looking at Fong Ying's expression, it appeared he was resolute in his choice. So she decided to let him proceed. After a dazzling array of selections, countless task notifications continuously refreshed before Fong Ying's eyes. This time, the tasks were considerably more reasonable. Yet, it was evident that the standards for the tasks had risen significantly. Task. Catastrophe of the cosmos. Note, recommended for beings of true divinity at the initial stage or above. Task, realm of chaos. Note, recommended for beings of true divinity at the mid-tier or above. Task, realm of the undead. Note, recommended for beings of true divinity at the initial stage or above. Fong Ying scrolled through a series of tasks. But at a glance, it was clear that there were scarcely any tasks suitable for those at the divine realm level. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. The scope of a divine realm being was quite limited, and even nurturing an extraordinary being was a challenge. Rarely would one encounter someone as exceptional as Fong Ying. Oh, this one looks promising. Task, Plague Corporation. Note, recommended for beings of true divinity at the initial stage or above. The divine realm of Fong Ying is rather peculiar, belonging to a category of abnormal domains. In order to continuously strengthen himself, he must engage in the mastery of rules and the enhancement of his physical form. After all, his divine domain remains exceedingly weak, requiring him to transform knowledge into power. Consequently, he must incessantly seek various methods to bolster his physicality and assimilate the rules. It is evident, even to the most casual observer, that enhancing one's physical form is comparatively simpler than grappling with abstract rules. For the impoverished seeking self-improvement, the answer lies in mutation. Thus, Fong Ying's attention turned towards genetic modification and attributes related to apocalyptic calamities. Indeed, he has made a discovery. Mission, Plague Company. Level, Bronze, Mission Requirement. Upon reading this sentence, it is proof that I have perished. As a deity, I express my sincerest apologies. For I have brought shame upon the divine. However, I harbor no regrets, for within the void of existence, I unearthed a staggering secret and have brought it back to my divine realm. Its true nature eludes my description. Thus, do you wish to unravel its mystery? Go forth. For I have entrusted everything there. In Chapter 90, filled with enigmatic tasks, Fong Ying discovered that this esteemed individual had left behind nearly 1,000 words of mission requirements. Remarkable. It was nothing short of explosive. However, he also discerned that the nature of the other's divine realm was rather unusual. The title of the mission, Plague Company, seemed somewhat tenuous, bearing more resemblance to biological evolution. After all, the divine realm had not suffered severe devastation. Rather, it thrived even after the deity's demise. It is worth noting that this deity had ventured into the realm of mortals during their mid-phase, resulting in a divine domain of merely 500 square kilometers. Furthermore, the ratio of land to ocean within this domain was equal, unlike Fong Ying's 3-to-7 structure. Thus, the domain was confined to 1,000 square kilometers. Yet, after the deity discovered the grand secret within the void and ultimately met their end, the divine realm not only persisted but expanded to a considerable degree. According to the information left by the previous fallen deity, the domain has now reached an impressive 30,000 square kilometers. This is no trifling matter. Additionally, within this divine realm, Fong Ying encountered numerous colossal pyramid-like structures, which adds an intriguing layer to the mystery. Fortunately, the information indicated that the pinnacle of life forms within this divine realm merely attained the legendary level, which alleviated Fong Ying's concerns significantly. However, whether this is indeed the case remains uncertain. After all, throughout the entirety of the endeavor, the 48 participating deities, despite their failures, faced only injuries and minor losses, with no recorded fatalities. This is precisely why the mission of the Plague Incorporated has yet to be addressed by the powerful figures, remaining instead as a trial for the lesser deities. However, considering the deity assigned to this dispatch, it carries significant implications. The coordinate positioning channel of the divine realm remains perpetually open, and while the deities have encountered failure in their missions, none have suffered casualties. Currently, only legendary creatures have been discovered, indicating that this divine realm harbors considerable secrets. Fong Ying promptly chose to accept this task. The rewards for this mission were rather standard, 5 million divine coins. Brother, you actually opted for such a mission? Xuemingjie remarked, having naturally observed Fong Ying's choice. Well, I wish to give it a try. After all, there have been no fatalities reported during the task process, which provides a certain level of assurance for a first mission. Fong Ying nodded in response. Unexpectedly, this statement elicited a disapproving glance from Xuemingjie. Oh dear brother, have you even considered the precautions and the status of the mission? Those deities are in a true divine state, the weakest among them being a nascent true deity. And you? You are merely a divine being, just awakened for less than a month. Have you even reached the mid-tier among divine beings? Though Xuemingjie's words lacked a gentle tone, it was evident that her intentions were sincere in warning him. Not really, but I am strong. Fong Ying attempted to provide a simple explanation, only to be interrupted by Xuemingjie. Stop. Do you really think you can match me in strength? Xuemingjie was about to affirm whether he could defeat her, but recalling the earlier reaction she had elicited from him, she shifted her perspective. You consider yourself strong? How many pseudo-superior beings exist in your divine realm? And how many extraordinary creatures do you have? You must open your eyes and see clearly. The world of that deity harbors legendary beings. Legendary. Do you understand what that signifies? What does it signify? Fong Ying instinctively replied. That signifies that as long as they stand still and exhale, your weak creatures will explode like fireworks. Shuemingji exclaimed, visibly frustrated. Are legendary creatures truly that formidable? Then why do they keep dying in my divine realm? Fong Ying murmured, aware that within the simulation system, his subjects met various fates of demise. Even at the legendary level, they could not evade the grip of destruction. Otherwise, why would he have expended effort in meticulous simulations? Only to end up here? What did you say? Shuemingjia inquired, as if she had heard him mention that his divine realm contained legendary creatures. Are you certain you haven't had too much to drink? Are you insane? Or did I mishear? Shue's sister. I meant to say that my divine realm has a legendary subject, hence my desire to test it out. Shue's sister? Fong Ying noticed her expression of shock. He waved his hand in front of her eyes. Shuemingjia immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Are you an orphan? Fong Ying was initially taken aback, but soon felt a surge of anxiety. He had not anticipated that the Divine Alliance had conducted such thorough investigations. Was there not a shred of privacy left? It seemed he would need to exercise greater caution in the future. Observing Fong Ying's expression, Shuemingjia immediately realized that he had misunderstood her intent. Fong Ying, my dear brother, do not overthink it. You may be unaware, but in our divine realm, there is a saying, a genius is either an orphan or a favored child. There are 3 types of deities one should not provoke: elders, women, and children. Given your modest attire, I presumed you belonged to the former category, so I casually inquired. Please do not take offense. What could Fong Ying say? He could only respond with a smile. How intriguing. The orphan theory had indeed been formulated. He was left speechless. Speaking of you all, or rather us deities, are we still engaging in such games? Noticing Fong Ying's silence, Shuemingjia inched closer to him. Her initial discomfort significantly diminished. She, Shuemingjia, had traversed the divine realm for 642 years, while this realm had only recently birthed 4 exceptional beings. Look at Fong Ying. Within less than a month, he had already secured a legendary status. No wonder her earlier touch had left an impression. It must have been the influence of his legendary nature. She was uncertain whether it was an enchanting ability, a tentacle-like power, or perhaps a multifunctional potion. Regardless, he undoubtedly possessed immense potential, destined to become an unstoppable force. Moreover, their divine realms were of the same origin. If she did not seize this opportunity, when would she? Opportunities like this were fleeting. Without further ado, Shuemingjia cast a flirtatious glance at Fong Ying and asked playfully, do you have a girlfriend? Fong Ying, taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor, truly a master of disguise, moved subtly away and replied earnestly, sister, I'm still just a child. I haven't even taken my high school entrance exam yet. How could I possibly have a girlfriend? Oh, is that so? You truly are a good child. However, I must tell you, this world changes rapidly. Many divine beings have a dark side. Oh, their hearts are terribly flawed. Very few, like me, are genuinely sincere from the outset. Shuemingjia leaned in a bit closer. Thank you, sister. Fong Ying awkwardly retreated a few steps, only to find himself cornered by an illusory wall created by Shuemingjia, leaving him with no escape. What are you thanking me for? I speak to help you recognize reality. Who truly has your best interests at heart? Do you find me beautiful? Beautiful. Fong Ying managed to answer, steeling himself. And what do you think of me? You are wonderful. You have greatly enhanced my understanding of the Divine Alliance. You know it well, little rascal. So do you wish to converse with your sister? Fong Ying immediately pressed her finger against Shuemingjia's lips, indicating that she must not speak further. Goodness. Even a piece of wood would understand the intentions behind such actions. One must say, is she not indeed a being of the divine realm? How swiftly she moves. Sister, you are my sister, and I have only just begun my journey through middle school. No worries, dear sister, age is but a number. And a woman 3 years older can certainly embrace fortune. Chapter 91, The Mysterious Divine Realm Plop. Unfortunately, before Shuemingjia could finish her words, the individual collapsed onto the ground, trembling all over, appearing as pitiable as one could imagine. Fong Ying understood that this was no mere act, for a similar incident had occurred just moments ago due to skin contact. That sister, are you alright? Though somewhat helpless, certain words must be spoken. I'm fine. Just let me catch my breath. Fong Ying, dear brother, can't you see how fated we are? The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt. Fong Ying hurriedly interrupted Shuemingjia's forthcoming words. Sister, please refrain from speaking. I understand, just take your time, alright? Fong Ying listened to the soft, intimate tones that brushed against his ears. He quickly called for a halt, not for any other reason, but he truly could not bear it. He was neither a virtuous sage nor any kind of lecherous deity. He was merely an ordinary person who had become an unusual god. His sole desire was to escape the myriad intrigues and live a better life. If he could find a few more wives, enjoy a life free from worry about food and clothing, and live a longer span, he would be content. For those who travel through realms, seeking to become saviors or aspiring to imperial thrones as their life's ambition, he simply wished to indulge in the joys of life, to be a carefree little deity. However, the current state of affairs was evidently amiss. He could feel the proverbial sword of Damocles looming above him, ready to descend at any moment. Thus, for the sake of his own life, it was best to tread carefully. Shuemingjia naturally observed Fong Ying's demeanor. She felt no disappointment. but rather a sense of joy. Indeed, she perceived his feelings for her, and she noticed how his guard had slipped. With her centuries of experience, she understood that it was better to nurture than to suppress, to gradually win the heart of this young man. With that in mind, Shuemingjie closed her eyes and swiftly summoned her divine power to restore her state. Heaven knows if it was due to her own lack of strength or the overwhelming prowess of the legendary being from his divine realm. The mere brush of skin had instilled within her a fear akin to plummeting into an abyss, leaving her feeling weak, disoriented, and submissive. Yet somehow intertwined with a thread of joy, she vowed to herself that she was certainly not a trembling deity, until he encountered the eccentric Fang Ying. Naturally, Fang Ying was not idle. He undertook a task, and a portion of the video materials pertaining to the Plague Company domain was revealed. It was a realm of celestial symmetry, reminiscent of Fang Ying's own domain, complete with mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans, everything one could desire. In fact, it appeared to be even more comprehensive than Fang Ying's, as this domain boasted cities. However, it was evident that the city displayed a distinct stratification of classes, emanating from a colossal pyramid at the very center of the realm, gradually dispersing into individual cities that transitioned from prosperity to decay. This domain housed both humans and animals, as well as a variety of flora. Yet, one peculiar aspect stood out: the appearance of these beings, resembling, well, how should one put it, facehugger-like creatures. For instance, the heads of humans mirrored that of a facehugger, adorned with tendrils that danced freely. Below the neck, however, they retained an entirely human form, indistinguishable in any other respect. The same was true for the animals. Their heads were supplanted by facehugger features and tendrils. Could it be that the plagues spoken of in this world originated from these extraterrestrial entities? Fang Ying pondered. If that were the case, it seemed rather unthreatening. According to his knowledge, the facehugger, also known as the facehugger worm, was an extraordinarily peculiar organism that had appeared in the films Alien and Aliens. Typically, they parasitize higher-order intelligent beings and reproduce their kind, perishing once the parasitic phase concludes. However, Fang Ying observed two anomalies in the data. First, entities possessing facehugger heads included not only animals, but also plants. Second, despite their seemingly sluggish movements, these beings exhibited no signs of impending death. Had he misunderstood and encountered a similar entity instead? After all, the deceased deity had previously mentioned surprises, and frankly speaking, there seemed to be little comparison between alien creatures and deities. After all, aliens were beings that could be eradicated with human weaponry. So, brother, are you planning to go now? Sister suggests that for your first foray, it is prudent to acquire some protective gear, as it is better to be safe than sorry. At this moment, Shuemingjie transitioned into her nurturing sister mode. Sister, do you mean? Fang Ying momentarily forgot his own capacity to purchase some equipment. He was accustomed to a life of frugality. After all, had he not cherished the resources from the principal, such as nature's cloud, for so long? He promptly utilized his room card to access the resource list. Item name: Lucky Potion, alias, Goddess of Fortune Saliva. Level: Silver. Form: Beyond description, you understand the effect. The following are the refined details of the items. Item name: Resurrection Potion alias, Nectar of the Goddess of Life. Level: Silver. Form: Do not inquire. It is a secret. Origin: Not convenient to disclose. Effect: Restoration Elixir. Revives once, effective within 24 hours of consumption. Expires thereafter and is ineffective for those above the divine level. Note: over 77 billion deities have purchased this. Its sweet and sour essence is delightful. Price: 5 million divine coins. Item name: Battle Melody alias, Whisper of the Goddess of Music. Level: Silver. Form: Do you wish to master the secrets of invincibility in battle and the art of victory over men? Origin: Not convenient to disclose. Effect: Battle Enhancement. Active Attribute: Combat Power 200. Ineffective for those above the divine level. Combat Technique: Passive Attribute. Skill 50. Ineffective for those above the divine level. Joyful Essence: Happiness 2000. Ineffective for those above the divine level. Note: over 69 billion deities have purchased this. Customization is available. Music Instructors. Price: 5 million divine coins. Fang Ying quietly observed the three illustrious goddesses reigning at the pinnacle, momentarily rendered speechless. Although 5 million divine coins were a sum within reach even for a deity of Fang Ying's stature, he couldn't help but ponder the extravagance of such indulgence. Were they truly that breathtaking? Yet, before he could further voice his internal critique, Shuemingjie clicked on the images of the three goddesses. Fang Ying was taken aback to discover that the option to view the status of the items was merely through images. The mere sight of these images nearly destabilized Fang Ying's resolve. Just as he felt himself teetering on the brink of losing composure, a wave of darkness shattered the light, prompting him to realize that all beauty is ephemeral, and what lay before him was but a fade of allure. Nevertheless, they were undeniably exquisite. Despite having no particular inclinations towards the three, Fang Ying could not suppress a compliment. His own beauty was of an invisible nature, while theirs was purely aesthetic. This was merely a glimpse through images. Should these three appear before lesser deities, it would likely evoke the same fervor as modern admirers, transforming them into devoted admirers instantly. They are my idols. They have grasped the essence of the laws, particularly those pertaining to beauty. Xue Mingjie, with a clear gaze, acknowledged Fang Ying's swift recovery, silently commending her own discernment. However, let us not dwell on them for now. Fang Ying, I have taken a look at the task you chose this time, and I believe these items will prove immensely beneficial to you. After Xue Mingjie spoke, several items materialized in the void. Fang Ying glanced at them one by one, only to suddenly pause in astonishment. What? This too? Chapter 92. The Book of Iban. The Seal of Iban. Item name. The Book of Iban. The Seal of Iban. Alias. Twisted Sanctuary. Form. This is a mad sigil crafted by an unknown grand sorcerer, consisting of a three-legged hooked cross shape. Origin. Unknown. Effects. 1. Sanctuary. It can embed a sigil for 5,000 followers, granting them a universal protective ring that defends against various forms of energy attacks, particularly effective against negativity such as death, plague, calamity, and the unknown. 2. Darwinian evolution. When subjected to energy attacks, the entity will mutate and evolve in accordance with its surroundings, thus adapting to its environment. Note: the danger level must not exceed the legendary realm. 3. Aberration. There is a certain probability of causing a mental distortion in the follower creatures, potentially resulting in either a mental breakdown or spiritual transcendence, each with a probability of 50. Note: in moments of confusion, it may serve as your psychological expectation. Price: 3.88 million divine coins. Are you referring to this? The Book of Iban, the Seal of Iban? Xue Mingjie glanced at the description and then at Fang Ying. It bears similarities to your item, possessing some rather intriguing side effects. I'll take this one, Fang Ying declared, promptly selecting to purchase it. His divine coins instantly reverted to their initial state, 20,000. Huh, are you not considering any alternatives? After all, there are others. Well, it's too late now. You've already made the purchase, and it cannot be returned. Just as Xue Mingjie spoke, the sky of this miniature realm was suddenly torn asunder, revealing a grayish-blue token that gradually emerged. Fang Ying reached out to receive it. He could not ascertain whether it was merely an illusion, but as his fingers brushed against the token, he felt something enter his body, or more precisely, his divine domain. Fang Ying immediately began to investigate, yet found nothing amiss. What's wrong? Xue Mingjie inquired. Nothing. Fang Ying waved his hand dismissively. I just checked for you. Within that divine realm, you can attempt to acquire the source of the plague from that world. There are over a dozen interested deities who are willing to provide a reasonable price based on the circumstances, Xue Mingjie informed. Thank you, Sister Xue. I shall take my leave now. Given that it was a private room, Fang Ying did not need to follow others to a designated transport channel. He could activate the room card and task options right there. A pale blue transmission platform materialized at Fang Ying's location. Beep. Identity authentication. Number 69 room. Nameless deity. Transmission destination. Plague company. Confirm? Yes. Fang Ying nodded, only to see Xue Mingjie toss an object toward him. Before he could comprehend it, he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Xue Mingjie conjured a reclining chair, her attire transforming into a short-skirt swimsuit, and the scenery around her shifted to a sunlit beach with rolling waves. A transparent light screen emerged, showcasing Xue Mingjie's graceful figure. Simultaneously, the light and shadow split, revealing three beautiful women. One appeared to be on a mission, merely spectating and cheerfully cheering on her companion. The second lay bored on her bed. The last was obscured by pixelation, revealing only the head of a lovely girl and a handsome orc. Huang, do you have nothing better to do each day? Every time we chat, it's either this or on the way to do this, one of them remarked. Oh ho ho, Xiao Jia, why pretend to be innocent? I learned all these tricks from you, another teased. You know, you must take responsibility for what you say. I only recall teaching your followers. When did you join in? Xue Mingjie shot back. Come on, who established this chat group? Don't you have any awareness? But speaking of which, my dear Xiao Jia, you are the group leader. We have embarked on countless adventures, slaying numerous foes, yet you remain chaste. Don't tell me you plan to be a lifelong old maid. Ying, I am pure. They can hear everything you say, so don't misunderstand. The girl clearly on a mission interjected. Nearby, the protective gentlemen exchanged glances at her, their eyes sparkling with adoration, exuding the demeanor of devoted knights. Lin Yuer, others are saints, while you are a white lotus. I have the least regard for you. You can't just let the horse run without providing it with grass. If I were you. Beep. Lin Yuer has gone offline. Ha ha ha, Huang. Could you refrain from being so wild with your words? It was just that Lin Yuer snatched a handsome guy from you last time. Is it really that serious? Just have her return one to you next time. The girl on the bed yawned, rolling over. Huffed. You can stand there and say that without feeling the pain. But it's not the same, is it? That was a connection, a vast network. Do you even understand? Perhaps having opened the floodgates, the pixelated image ceased, allowing the others to listen to Hua Ying's endless complaints. Jia Mingjie, you usually don't initiate video calls without reason. What is going on? Are you showcasing something new? Or perhaps you found your true match? The girl lying down, watching Hua Ying's tirade, helplessly pinched her brow. How immense the resentment is. Thus, she swiftly changed the subject. At that moment, Xue Mingjie secretly wished for the other party to inquire into this topic. However, her demeanor remained unperturbed, adorned with a somewhat haughty expression, while her words were nothing short of astonishing. I must confess, the instant I laid eyes upon him, an uncontrollable tremor coursed through my entire being. Upon entering the task space, Fang Ying discovered himself enveloped in an indescribable state, akin to that of a third party. He felt as if he existed in a realm of limbo. His Cthulhu domain was interconnected with the Plague Corporation of his counterpart. The disparity in size was evident. His domain was considerably smaller. Despite having successfully developed his domain into the mid-tier divine realm, spanning 500 square kilometers, totaling an area of 666 square kilometers, it still paled in comparison to that of his opponent. Ding, manifestation of the domain space in progress. The wills of the domain space are clashing to seize control. Domain assessment. Plague Corporation domain area totals 315 square kilometers. Cthulhu domain area totals 667 square kilometers. Outcome of the clash. Cthulhu domain defeat. Chapter 93. Executing the plan. Fang Ying was not the least bit surprised by this outcome, for he had gleaned this information from the data prior to accepting the task. What he yearned to uncover now was the next confrontation. Ding. Confrontation of the primary consciousness of the domain. Cthulhu domain. Domain consciousness active. Divine entities thoughts formidable. Vitality of domain creatures boundless. High subjective initiative. Plague Corporation domain. Domain consciousness vague. Divine entity deceased. Domain creatures mutated and distorted, yet tests reveal the presence of unknown higher intelligence. Moderate subjective initiative. World consciousness clash. Domain worlds are evenly matched. Oh, is it truly so? Fang Ying's expression shifted. He had long pondered how a chaotic consciousness domain, devoid of a divine being and the progeny of the realm, could pose such a formidable challenge. It must surely pertain to the treasures mentioned by that deceased deity. The opportunity to vanquish the opponent while existing freely in a stable divine realm is no trifling matter. However, such opportunities often walk hand in hand with peril. Fang Ying did not harbor the illusion that he could traverse this path unscathed by sheer fortune. Thus, he resolved to activate a mode, such as the simulation system. He had previously determined through the system that he could not only simulate his own domain, but also any domain related to his own. In other words, during his last battle with Zheng Yong, he could have engaged in the domain simulation mode. However, the situation was inherently one of disparity, rendering any speculation utterly futile. Yet, in the current state of affairs, this truly exemplifies the proper methodology for engaging with the simulation system. Ding! The confrontation between the two divine realms has concluded, with the Plague Company achieving a modest victory. Divine enhancements activated. The biological state of Plague Company is elevated by 10 within the primary divine realm, while the entities from the Cthulhu realm are subjected to suppression in the opposing divine realm, resulting in a reduction of 10 in their inherent strength. Goodness, this amounts to an approximate combat power deficit of nearly 20. Even with two legendary entities at my disposal, I would not dare to be overly audacious in this world. Thus, the next course of action shall be to charge ahead boldly. Fang Ying retrieved the token of the Book of Iban and the Seal of Iban, along with the Judgment Mitigation, token graciously bestowed by Shui Mingjie. Judgment Mitigation. Upon entering the opposing divine realm, suppressed abilities will be restored by 1. This translates to Fang Ying's divine biological entities experiencing a strength suppression of 9 within the adversary's world. One should not underestimate this seemingly trivial one at critical moments. This insignificant figure can prove to be tremendously advantageous. Hence, it is indeed a highly practical skill token. As for the price, Fang Ying had no time to ascertain it, but it could be presumed to be rather steep, likely no less than 1 million divine coins. Reluctantly, Fang Ying acknowledged that this favor, regardless of his reservations, must be honored. System. ZZZZ. The simulation system stands ever ready. The information regarding the Plague Company divine realm has been fully gathered. You may initiate the simulation at any moment. This simulation requires a fee of 5,000 points. Ah, indeed not inexpensive. It appears to be a formidable challenge. Fang Ying remarked, then declared, initiate. ZZZZ. The first round of simulation between the Cthulhu realm and the Plague Company has commenced. ZZZZ. Activation successful. Before Fang Ying, a radiant light surged forth. Once again, a melodious sound graced his ears. Ding! The divine consciousness confrontation has concluded. The divine conflict is now officially underway. Note: in the divine war, death is a certainty. Should your battle encounter peril, you will be summoned, granted a chance to return. However, be mindful that this summoning may be obstructed by entities or consciousness from the opposing divine realm, potentially leading to the demise of deities. Therefore, remember, in divine warfare, countless paths exist, but safety remains paramount. Should divine warfare be unregulated, tears will flow for kin. Why does this feel oddly familiar? Before Fang Ying could voice his thoughts, the next segment of text materialized. Divine war commences. A colossal cylindrical gate opened, through which Fang Ying could glimpse the divine realm on the opposite side. It was a vast world, and apart from its peculiarities, the flora and fauna appeared even more lush than at first glance. At this moment, the passage to the realm of shadows had been fully opened. The legendary Cthulhu. alongside the formidable Dagon, led a battalion of 2,000 elite Deep Ones. Nyarlathotep commanded the Yellow King Hastur and a legion of 2,000 of the Great Old Ones. The burrowing worms led 1,000 titanic devourers, while the Void's touch guided another 1,000 of the unholy Ikin. Oh, and there were also 1,000 antfolk led by the Chuchus, seemingly gliding through the air. The plan devised by Fong Ying was simple. Since they were merely engaging in a simulation and death was not a concern, why not go all in? After all, the Book of Ibn had a capacity of 5,000. What if this motley crew had a scheme? After all, his divine realm was renowned for its grotesque transformations. This was the true divine war initiated by my master, and we must not bring shame upon him. We shall ensure that the name of Cthulhu resounds throughout all worlds. Cthulhu was the first to speak, drawing curious glances from the other great beings. Although his words were not erroneous, the delivery by Cthulhu himself felt rather peculiar. Fortunately, this was not the time for such distractions. Dagon immediately echoed the sentiment. Eradicate all, that the name of Cthulhu may echo far and wide. Praise the primordial Lord. We vow to protect him unto death. As commanded, my Lord, let joy be spread. In obedience to our master's decree, may this world be filled with delight. The others cast yet another bewildered glance at Nyarlathotep. One could only remark that the utterances of the Great Ones were often incomprehensible. Perhaps this was the very reason for their formidable power. Ignoring the peculiar state of Fong Ying's divine realm, the Plague Company also stirred with tumultuous energy. It is essential to understand that prior to the commencement of divine warfare, the consciousness of the divine realms engaged in a confrontation, serving as a warning to both realms. It is akin to entering an enemy's domicile, where one cannot simply bypass the door. Thus, divine wars are seldom conducted in secrecy. Yet, the Plague Company exhibited an unexpectedly calm demeanor in the face of the impending divine conflict. So tranquil was it that butterflies fluttered and fish swam unperturbed, completely oblivious to the storm brewing ahead. The only indication of their awareness came when the minions of the Cthulhu realm prepared to enter the domain of the Plague Company. All of nature seemed to momentarily lift its head in recognition. Note, it was all of nature. Though fleeting, a command had been issued. Execute the plan. Chapter 94, The Self-Destruction of Beings. This command fell like a drop of water into a lake. The surface remained undisturbed, stirring no ripples. Meanwhile, the minions of Fong Ying's Cthulhu realm surged forth en masse. A resounding shockwave erupted, causing a cascade of bubbles to burst forth in the void of the Plague Incorporated. Divine realm. Then, there was silence. The present state was both exquisite and surreal. Even the seasoned Fong Ying and the legendary Cthulhu found themselves momentarily bewildered. To the informed observer, it was evident that a divine battle was underway. To the uninitiated, it might have appeared as though this peculiar group had come to this place for a leisurely vacation. Upon their entry into the Plague Incorporated divine realm, they were met not with fierce assaults, but with an unsettling tranquility, a serene calm that seemed almost inappropriate to describe. What could account for the absence of any resisting life forms in this realm? Aside from the peculiar appearance of these beings, they went about their business, seemingly indifferent to Fong Ying and his entourage. From previous intelligence, Fong Ying had witnessed many instances where those who entered the Plague Incorporated divine realm were ambushed or faced intense assaults, or were lured deeper into traps, employing cunning strategies akin to the 36 stratagems of ancient wisdom. The finesse displayed in such tactics was remarkable. As for whether the adversaries had been severely weakened, Fong Ying had dismissed such thoughts while engaged in the conscious struggle within the divine realm. According to my master's plan, let us commence. After a brief moment of deliberation, Cthulhu and the others prepared, as their master had orchestrated this endeavor under the three-pronged policy: annihilate, incinerate, and seize. They were determined to take everything possible, even land, as it would contribute to the fortification of Cthulhu's dominion. With a thunderous roar, the burrowing demon worm was the first to plunge into the earth. Although it had previously played the role of an aerial transporter in the Cthulhu realm, it was well known that the true strength of their species, the devouring kin, lay in their ability to traverse the soil. Soon, the ground was riddled with numerous large pits, reminiscent of wells, spreading outwards in all directions. When the flora and fauna bearing the heads of face-hugging worms encountered the burrowing demon worm, they detonated like grenades. Though the explosions were formidable, they merely coated the adversaries in a fine silver dust without inflicting any substantial harm. Even the not yet transcendent devouring kin remained unscathed. Meanwhile, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep hovered in the air, ready to provide timely support should any issues arise, while the other clan leaders led their substantial forces into the divine conflict. The Eye Tyrants, Deep Ones, and the Godborn advanced cautiously in three directions from their landing point, with Fong Ying participating in a true divine battle for the first time. Entirely unprepared for the fast-paced nature of the encounter, where one might effortlessly dispatch foes with a single blow. Instead, the plan was to steadily establish a foothold in this domain of the Plague Company, advancing step by step, connecting points to lines, and transforming lines into surfaces. He recalled a great man's words, which perfectly encapsulated his current state. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I advance. When the enemy is weary, I strike. When the enemy flees, I disrupt. Let us engage in a protracted battle. When the time comes, he would seize the critical vulnerabilities of the opposing domain and launch a decisive attack. However, reality is not easily navigated through mere theoretical knowledge, especially not in this divine conflict. Before long, the three affiliated races commenced a massacre of all living beings in their vicinity, sparing not even the flowers and trees. This slaughter unfolded with remarkable swiftness. It could hardly be termed a massacre, but rather a one-sided affair. All plants and animals that fell victim to the affiliated beings exploded in an instant, transforming into silver dust that scattered in the air and upon the bodies of the affiliated. The ant people, who had initially remained at the center, observing the ease of the divine battle and estimating the destructive power of the exploding flora and fauna, realized that they would not suffer fatal injuries if they proceeded with caution. Thus, they swiftly joined the fray. Consequently, a somewhat subdued divine conflict commenced. At that moment, the information bar reappeared, buzzing. The simulation of the divine battle has officially commenced. Day 1 of the divine conflict. Ah, what a day worthy of celebration. The beings of the Cthulhu domain have ceased their insular ways, extending their claws into foreign realms. Go forth, spread infection, invade, and let the glory of the great original master reign upon the earth. Note, as this is a genuine combat scenario, the skill extraction function is disabled. However, rest assured that the skills you initially manifested will not vanish. Additional note, the resources you carry, the Book of Ibn, the Seal of Ibn, and the damage mitigation, have been utilized. Current status, your 5,000 affiliated beings are under the protection of the Book of Ibn and Seal of Ibn, and all your affiliates are influenced by the damage mitigation effect. On this day, under your wise and martial foresight, the world of the Plague Company resembled a mere chicken and dog, incapable of mounting any resistance. All tangible and intangible entities were reduced to silver dust swirling in the air beneath the iron hooves of your affiliates. On this day, you claimed a territory of a total area of 1,000 square kilometers within the domain of the Plague Company. Although this is but a fraction of the 70,000 square kilometers of territory, it is merely a matter of 70 days, fleeting in nature. Fang Ying gazed at the system's sarcastic introduction and the ensuing battle scene. Beyond his exasperation with the system, he furrowed his brow deeply at the actions of the Plague Company. He could not fathom what their true intentions were, as they exhibited no motivation for resistance, nor even for offense. Indeed, Fang Ying observed with clarity, the creatures of the Cthulhu domain, upon striking the beings of the Plague Company, erupted in explosive demise, as if unable to withstand the overwhelming force. However, the Ant-Man clan did not possess such formidable strength. Typically, it required a concerted effort of 4 or 5 Ant-Men delivering several strikes to obliterate their adversaries. As for the creatures on the opposing side, despite their apparent attacks, Fang Ying, with his heightened perception, discerned that what transpired was not an assault, but rather an offering of experience. Their intention was unmistakable. They beckoned Fang Ying's kin to extinguish their lives. Could it be that the silver powder was the source of the anomaly? As Fang Ying pondered the silver powder, a new day dawned. Wait a moment, system, did you just cough? His train of thought was abruptly interrupted. Chapter 95. The Infected World. The host, Fang Ying, due to the intensity of the divine battle, began to experience hallucinations related to the simulation system. Initially taken aback, he realized that he had not uttered a sound, merely engaging in internal criticism. Your reaction is rather swift. Could it be that you harbor ulterior motives? He mused. No. I must put an end to this. Wait, but I distinctly remember my simulation system emitting a ding sound, not a zzz. This time, Fang Ying spoke directly. Please rest assured, host. Fang Ying understood that the entity behind the scenes was plotting something, yet his current capabilities were insufficient for confrontation, which would yield no benefits for either party. Although the true intentions of the other party remained unclear, it appeared that he was not in imminent danger. Moreover, he still required their assistance. Thus, this matter would have to be postponed. Noticing that Fang Ying had ceased his scrutiny of the system, the simulation system resumed its computations. It was evident that it was now more diligent, transitioning from a lackadaisical demeanor to one of formal seriousness, with a hint of obsequiousness. On the second day of the divine battle, under the sagacious guidance of the great primordial god, the distinguished beings of the Cthulhu domain have escalated their slaughter against the Plague Company to a fervent intensity. The Eye of Evil clan had reached the westernmost city, gradually advancing inward. However, this endeavor was clearly fraught with difficulty, as they encountered a multitude of faceless bug humans. Despite their overwhelming numbers, totaling in the millions, their attacks were feeble, akin to the effortless harvest of grain, as they were systematically eradicated by the Eye of Evil clan. The God clan faced a similar predicament as they arrived at the city's easternmost point, a place significantly larger and more magnificent than those in the west. This city was not only inhabited by the facebug humanoids, but also teemed with bizarre facebug avians and diminutive facebug rodents, among other minuscule creatures. Due to the distinct branches of development within the God clan, a number of their kin suffered casualties. Fortunately, the fatalities were limited to a mere 3 individuals. However, Upon their demise, the bodies exhibited a mysterious form of distortion, though outsiders could not discern this aberration at a glance. Those who had lived closely with their kin could perceive it quite distinctly. Consequently, the deceased were sent to Nyarlathotep for examination. Regrettably, while Nyarlathotep could sense the anomaly, he was unable to identify the precise cause of the issue. Simultaneously, the burrowing demon beetle clan, led by their formidable army, commenced an extensive operation of transport and extermination in the north. They were relatively fortunate, encountering only minimal resistance from the facebug humanoids. However, as they dismantled the library-like structures of the Plague Company's divine domain, they discovered a shocking absence of any written records or civilizational documentation in this world. Recognizing the significance of this finding, the burrowing demon beetles resolved to report this conundrum to the sagacious Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep before resuming their labor. The Ant Clan's hill people directed their efforts towards the south, a choice that proved fortuitous, as they swiftly advanced toward the expansive central region of this world, home to an even grander city. Yet, much like their counterparts, the Ant Clan encountered considerable resistance along their journey. Countless facebug humanoids and various ferocious facebug creatures, including facebug flora, launched aggressive or driving assaults against the Ant Clan. The hill people soon realized that if they did not proceed directly south and instead took detours or faced other directions, the intensity of the attacks diminished significantly. Thus, they concluded that these creatures were under some form of control, albeit with varying degrees of influence. Through attrition, the hill people deduced a hierarchy of intelligence among the facebug entities. The facebug humanoids possessed the highest intellect, followed by larger and smaller facebug fauna, then facebug plants, and finally the insect-like facebugs. Throughout this probing endeavor, the Ant Clan lost nearly 1,076 members, with 106 fatalities, 500 severely injured, 214 moderately injured, and 256 lightly injured. Following the death of their kin, they too noted the peculiar transformations that occurred post-mortem. Thus, they conducted a meticulous analysis of the Ant-Men afflicted with various injuries, ultimately arriving at some subtle conclusions. Time was of the essence, and they discerned only 2 points. First, infection. Indeed, upon entering the domain of the Plague Company, they had already succumbed to infection, and the silver powder from the self-destructing deceased creatures expedited this process. Second, infection again. However, this time it pertained to corpses. In summary, the investigation revealed that infection could be classified into 2 categories, one affecting living beings, and the other targeting the deceased. Consequently, the leader of the Ant-Men, Chu, gazed at the ground and sky, a disquieting thought dawning upon him. It was possible that the very earth and sky of this Plague Company domain had also been infected, which might explain the audacity of the adversary. Upon this realization, Chiu immediately ceased his offensive and reported his findings to Cthulhu and the other followers through the Blood Network. Once all the followers were apprised of Chiu's conjecture, they halted their invasion, their expressions turning grave. Subsequently, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep simultaneously issued the call to converge and launch a full-scale assault. Indeed, Cthulhu intended to strike first. Meanwhile, an unexpected transformation unfolded within the domain of the Plague Company, as countless aberrant creatures suddenly surged from all directions. At that moment, the earth cracked open, unleashing a multitude of these aberrant entities that charged towards the followers of Cthulhu. Despite their varying forms and sizes, they all possessed sharp, bony exoskeletons, with peculiar tissues densely packed within, affording them excellent protection. Their overall appearance exhibited a sleek, metallic grotesqueness, embodying a perverse aesthetic. Furthermore, they had the alarming ability to expel corrosive acid. Could this form be reminiscent of a xenomorph? Though it appeared even more terrifying, Fonging narrowed his eyes. The current state of his followers was rather precarious. Under ordinary circumstances, in a one-on-one encounter, Fonging would not be intimidated. However, facing 10 or 20 of these xenomorph-like beings was no trivial matter. It seemed this simulation was drawing to a close, and the Ant-Men were likely to. Just as Fonging shifted his gaze, he was met with an unforeseen spectacle. The next moment, he burst into laughter. Truly, what a genius. Chapter 96. The Art of Deception, the battlefield of the gods in a desperate situation. The Ant-Men, led by Chiu, devised an audacious plan. They dismantled the bodies of humans afflicted by facehugger parasites and placed their heads atop their own. Then, they employed their unique skill, web of lies. Through a nearly deceitful approach, they surprisingly found common ground with a group of alien-like beings, even securing their protection. Indeed, these entities guided the Ant people towards the inner sanctum of the Plague Company's domain for refuge. Naturally, the Ant people seized this opportunity, hastily making their way to the heart of the Plague Company's territory. On the evening of the second day of the Divine War, the Ant people finally arrived at a large city in proximity to the central metropolis. To their astonishment, they discovered an array of extraordinary weaponry and advanced technology within this urban landscape. They even encountered the presence of intelligent robots, diligently engaged in the production of arms and devices. Simultaneously, they observed numerous facehugger humans who seemed indifferent to the incoming Ant people, operating with the same mechanical precision as the robots. Remarkably, the ant people's leader, Chu felt no need to employ any deceptive skills. Subsequently, the ant people swiftly communicated this revelation through the blood network to all their kin. Upon receiving this message, the kin began intentionally converging towards the ant people's location. However, Cthulhu discerned that a certain consciousness within the Plague Company's domain was continuously monitoring them, prompting a decision to split into 3 factions. The occult, adept in research, led by Nyarlathotep, ventured north to assist the ant people. Cthulhu himself led his Deep Ones to expand their territory in the south. Meanwhile, the God Clan, under the leadership of the Yellow King Hastur and the Bayaki, expanded eastward. With this triad approach, even the manipulations of the world would not attract excessive scrutiny. Soon, the 3rd day of the Divine War arrived. Perhaps sensing that these alien beings were incapable of effectively dismantling the life forms within Cthulhu's domain, they deployed a peculiar creature resembling a giant-headed zombie. Aside from the disproportionate size of its head, its bodily structure bore a striking resemblance to that of a human. The Deep Ones were the first to encounter this giant-headed entity, which swiftly neutralized their earlier advantage, plunging them into a state of peril. This creature wielded a form of soul or mental control, causing the Deep Ones to operate as a single, formidable, and death-defying entity. Within 3 hours, their casualties surged from 18 to 49, with fatalities rising from none to 8. Fang Ying's gaze remained fixed on the adversary. He could acutely sense that their intellectual capacity surpassed even that of humans. Indeed, this world is truly a realm of hidden talents. Initially, there emerged an enigmatic infection, the effects of which remain unknown. This was soon followed by unforeseen evolutionary mutations, reminiscent of grotesque aberrations. Subsequently, the Chichio people stumbled upon an armory and weapons manufacturing facility within the heart of the city. Now, the unique phenomenon of mental zombies, characteristic of a post-apocalyptic world, has surfaced. Is there an intention to transform the world into a chaotic Imlang? At this juncture, Fang Ying found himself intrigued, pondering the true nature of this entity and the source of its immense power and skill. Soon, Fang Ying's questions would find resolution. The legendary Cthulhu resolved to annihilate this unexpectedly appearing behemoth, and the outcome was surprisingly effortless. This creature, distinct from other beings, was swiftly reduced to a pulpy mass by Cthulhu's might. However, this victory bore little consequence for the overall battle, as the host of aberrant creatures continued their lethal coordination, undeterred by the specter of death. The legendary being Cthulhu, unwilling to hold back any longer, unleashed his legendary prowess and entered a mode of absolute destruction. In no time, the surrounding hordes of aberrant beings were obliterated, vast swathes of territory laid bare. In stark contrast, another faction, the God Race, did not share such fortune. They encountered not a solitary giant creature, but hundreds of them, flanked by dozens of extraordinary beings serving as protectors. Predominantly composed of airborne aberrant flying eagles, these formidable guardians posed significant challenges for the God Race. Ultimately, they resolved that with the Yellow King Hastur safeguarding their ranks and the Bayaki executing ambushes, they would systematically eradicate the giant creatures. This strategy yielded positive results, swiftly resulting in the demise of dozens of the giants. Yet, it soon became evident to the God Race that the extraordinary beings were multiplying, while previously semi-extraordinary aberrations gradually vanished without a trace. Faced with such a predicament, even the Yellow King and Bayaki found themselves at a loss. Though they could engage multiple foes simultaneously, the overwhelming numbers began to inflict injuries, resulting in significant casualties among the God Race, with their ranks halved and still dwindling. In desperation, they sought urgent assistance. However, as if orchestrated, Cthulhu, intending to retreat, encountered a multitude of extraordinary beings obstructing his path. Though their power paled in comparison to his, these aberrant entities resorted to near-suicidal tactics to hinder Cthulhu's advance, while dispatching a faction to launch surprise attacks on the Deep Ones. With no other option, Cthulhu reluctantly returned to defend the Deep Ones. Meanwhile, Nyarlathotep and the Eye of Chaos, leveraging their deceptive abilities, effortlessly infiltrated the central armory, where they encountered the heavily armed ant people. In this place, the Ant-Man clan has discovered a plethora of advanced technologies. Once these weapons and devices are fabricated, they will effortlessly annihilate beings of lesser prowess. And even more sophisticated armaments pose a direct threat to extraordinary entities. The most advanced weaponry remains hidden within the Ant-Man's realm of disruption, a process that necessitates the assistance of the powerful Eyeball clan, renowned for their formidable mental prowess. Nyarlathotep, intrigued by these developments, intended to venture into the innermost regions to acquire even higher-tier technologies when he learned through the blood network of the impending extinction of his divine lineage. Enraged by this revelation, Nyarlathotep swiftly surged forward, obliterating all obstacles in his path until he encountered a deity. Chapter 97. The eerie summoning. This introduction and scene compelled Fang Ying to rise in astonishment. Indeed, it was a genuine deity. Yet, this was impossible. Historical records indicated that deities had perished. This was undeniably a world devoid of divine beings. Why? Moreover, this was a human deity, youthful and slightly portly. currently gazing at Nyarlathotep with clarity in his eyes. Had I been deceived? Or was this individual a fallen god? Was he attempting to ensnare me? In that fleeting moment, Fong Ying pondered numerous possibilities, even suspecting that this entity might seek to slay Qin to validate his own path. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that no divine beings tasked with missions had been reported dead. Surely, the Divine Alliance could not be in disarray. If that were the case, it would not initiate with his group of lesser deities. They ought to target the celestial beings first. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous loss. Unable to comprehend the situation, Fong Ying continued to observe the confrontation between Nyarlathotep and the unknown deity. Nyarlathotep appeared somewhat unstable, akin to a powder keg on the verge of exploding, teetering on the brink of madness. Conversely, the deity's strength remained elusive, cloaked in a layer of divine power, only discernible upon entering the divine realm. With a mere wave of his hand, the deity summoned 500 extraordinary beings of late-stage prowess to shield himself from Nyarlathotep. Alas, this scenario lasted but a moment, as half of the extraordinary beings descended into madness, turning upon one another. The other half, overwhelmed by Nyarlathotep's frenzy, shattered into fragments. Such a spectacle left Fong Ying astounded. Even the deity appeared momentarily stunned. After all, it was previously anticipated that late-stage extraordinary beings would struggle against legendary entities. Yet the current outcome resembled the effortless harvesting of crops rather than a protracted battle. Fong Ying, in contrast, felt a sense of elation. The beings of his divine realm had thus far not brought him any disgrace. Even the seemingly unpromising ant people boasted a shrewd hilichurl among their ranks. Absent any significant misfortune, his subsequent assessments should progress smoothly. Nevertheless, Nyarlathotep discerned that the adversary was formidable, at least for the time being, prompting an instinctive desire to flee. Yet, the deity's movements were evidently swifter than those of Nyarlathotep. With a mere wave of a hand, the realm of the Plague Company underwent a remarkable transformation. The earth split apart, and torrents of molten lava surged forth, hurtling directly towards Nyarlathotep. Such an assault, however, posed little obstruction to Nyarlathotep. What transpired next left Fong Ying momentarily speechless. Countless streams of lava ascended as if defying the laws of physics, shooting skyward where the atmosphere swiftly condensed into droplets, encasing the molten rock in a rapid freeze, transforming them into colossal meteorites the size of football fields, adorned with sharp iron spikes. These projectiles, propelled by immense kinetic energy and guided by the deity, hurtled towards Nyarlathotep. Even with Nyarlathotep's legendary prowess, he hesitated to withstand such an onslaught with his body. At that moment, Fong Ying imparted a divine revelation. The might of the deity is formidable, yet it is not without its limitations. For instance, it cannot conjure stones too heavy for even itself to lift. Grasping Fong Ying's directive, Nyarlathotep promptly understood and, after evading for a time, charged directly towards the deity. If you strike, then I shall take refuge beside you. If it comes to it, let us perish together. However, the ensuing spectacle left even Fong Ying at a loss for words. Nyarlathotep's rescue was thwarted. She encountered a deity's obstruction. In a fierce struggle, that deity employed a falling star attack. Following your guidance, Nyarlathotep sought to leverage this force to evade the deity. Yet, the deity, instead of resisting Nyarlathotep's proximity, opened its arms wide, embracing her tightly. In the next moment, the falling stars came crashing down, burying both the deity and Nyarlathotep. Simultaneously, a cataclysmic explosion leveled the surrounding area for miles. The deity self-destructed, leaving Nyarlathotep gravely injured, yet fortuitously, no other beings remained in her vicinity. Subsequently, a blinding light emanated from the central district, hurtling towards Nyarlathotep, extinguishing her vitality. The armory housing the hilichurls and the Eye of Evil clan suddenly erupted in a massive explosion, claiming nearly 90% of the lives among the Eye of Evil and ant people, with the remaining survivors suffering varying degrees of injury. They realized this might be a trap and intended to flee, only to be enveloped by hundreds of dazzling beams of light. The Ant-Man clan has been annihilated, and so too has the Eye of Evil clan. The Pantheon, having awaited aid in vain, met their demise alongside the King in Yellow and the Baiki, who accompanied them to their final stand. Simultaneously, countless facehugger creatures emerged from the depths, carrying their remains to an unknown destination. Thus, I find myself contemplating that my remaining kin consists solely of the Deep Ones, the Cthulhu race. Fong Ying gazed upon the grim scene, fully grasping the devastating nature of this extraterrestrial battlefield. His previous skirmish with Xingyong seemed mere child's play in comparison. It is no wonder that the annual toll of fallen deities reaches into the tens of millions, a figure derived from the Alliance's general statistics. The true count is known only to those who have participated, such as the orphan himself. Yet, what is this fellow doing? Fong Ying observed Cthulhu's apparent lack of fury over the demise of his brethren, instead exhibiting a rather smug demeanor. How peculiar. One would expect a sense of mourning for the loss of one's divine kin, yet he seemed almost jubilant. However, it soon dawned on Fong Ying that his initial assumptions were misguided. Under the frenzied protection of Dagon and the Deep Ones, Cthulhu began to inscribe a magical array in a designated area, adorned with eerie runes, blood, eyeballs, tentacles from the facehugger, and various strange viscous liquids in shades of green, brown, and purple, alongside the characteristic fleshy mounds of the Cthulhu domain. Is he attempting to summon the unknown? Fong Ying recalled the first encounter with Cthulhu, remembering his penchant for such arcane practices. Chapter 98. The Dream Realm did not keep Fong Ying waiting too long. Naturally, there was little time for Cthulhu to squander. As the divine conflict of the Plague Company domain was far from a turn-based game, it was a genuine battle, faced with the onslaught from the entire realm of deities. The Deep Ones rapidly suffered losses of nearly 70% of their kin. Dagon also sustained grave injuries. Cthulhu's magical array began to unveil its dreamlike hues. A kaleidoscope of brilliant grays. What is this? It seems to harbor the power of dreams, alongside the transmutation of other substances and a connection to the multiverse. What a bizarre amalgamation. Fong Ying sensed the intertwining of Cthulhu's abilities, those of the Pantheon, and the Eye of Evil clan. It remains unclear which ingenious individual managed to amalgamate them all. Although the rules of the Cthulhu mythos do not seem to demand a singular source of power, it is, after all, a chaotic order governed by the supremacy of knowledge, indifferent to one's innate qualities or talents, valuing only wisdom. Or rather, one might contemplate the limits of one's endurance, as long as one possesses a vast reservoir of knowledge, remaining unperturbed or uncorrupted by it. The ascent to divinity is not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, the essence of Cthulhu's power lies in transforming the impossible into the possible. Consequently, even Fong Ying remains oblivious to the true intentions of others. Although Fong Ying, in his capacity as the Lord of the Divine Realm, can directly penetrate individuals and delve into their thoughts and innermost selves, the influence of certain aspects of the Cthulhu mythos on his own divinity is a cause for concern. Engaging directly and boldly with the knowledge of the legendary being Cthulhu raises uncertainties about potential repercussions. Truth be told, these deities, before attaining their utmost heights, are not so different from ordinary cultivators. They merely possess the advantage of commanding a world at their discretion. It is akin to being born into the position of an emperor, wielding control over vast armies and commanding loyal soldiers and ministers. While one can exercise this power freely, the temptation to explore the roles of minister or general may lead to unforeseen and fatal consequences. Fong Ying remains unfamiliar with the divine realms of others. However, his own Cthulhu divine realm, especially intertwined with the Cthulhu mythos through the void between, is best approached with caution. After all, his own mutation, linked to the powers of beauty and oblivion, instills a sense of trepidation. Should the daughter of a prominent family be influenced by his divine visage, one cannot predict whether a powerful divine father would seek retribution. Unless, of course, by that time, his divine appearance has reached a level of utter monstrosity, transcending human morality, thus ensnaring even her father. Shaking his head, Fong Ying dispels these chaotic thoughts and refocuses on Cthulhu. At this moment, the Deep Ones have suffered tremendous losses, with only Dagon remaining as a solitary commander. Even Cthulhu, who manipulates the formation, finds himself besieged by dozens of extraordinary beings. Despite possessing legendary strength, enduring such an onslaught without resistance is profoundly distressing. Ultimately, with Dagon's demise, Cthulhu resorted to self-destruction. Fong Ying's eyes widen in astonishment. Is this truly the conclusion? He had not anticipated such an outcome. Yet, why had he not received a notification indicating the end of the extrapolation? Could it be that as Fong Ying stands in stunned silence, he observes that Cthulhu's self-detonation has not disrupted the ritual formation, rather, it has accelerated its operation. It resembles an illusory, fragmented dream, greedily absorbing Cthulhu's essence along with everything tangible and intangible affected by the explosion. The Deep Ones perished one by one while maintaining Cthulhu, who, in a final act of self-destruction, completed the last fragment of the dream realm. This dream realm absorbed a vast amount of energy and commenced the phase of devouring the domain of the Plague Company. Dream realm? Fong Ying was taken aback. If he was not mistaken, the dream realm was a fictitious node within the Cthulhu mythos, said to be a virtual dimension accessible through dreams. Within it, any being could communicate freely, unburdened by the barriers of language. It was also said to harbor numerous races, civilizations, and a variety of beings. Ah, yes, the spider deity Atlachnacha, mentioned earlier, was a creature of the dream realm. The web she wove was intended to bridge the gap between reality and the illusory. How could this group of individuals have succeeded in such a feat? No, that could not be right. After a moment of astonishment, Fong Ying promptly dismissed the thought. Such achievements were beyond even the most orthodox of Cthulhu's deities. His companions were merely indulging in fanciful dreams. Nevertheless, reaching this level was no small feat yet. The true nature of this dream realm remained uncertain. The dream realm gradually transformed into reality, drawing in all beings within a 500-meter radius, thereby rendering the area a forbidden zone. Cthulhu was the first to emerge from the dream realm, followed closely by Dagon, the Deep Ones, and subsequently Nyarlathotep along with his kin. The minions of Cthulhu's domain were awakening, regaining their strength, which, under an inexplicable enhancement, had undergone a mysterious increase. At that moment, the domain of the Plague Company descended into chaos, as tens of millions of quasi-supernatural aberrations surged towards Cthulhu's followers like a calamity. However, at that juncture, Nyarlathotep suddenly ascended into the sky and, with a mere roar directed at them, sent the millions of quasi-supernaturals into a frenzy. During this time, Nyarlathotep spotted a winged serpentine aberration and promptly mounted it, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the resurrected Cthulhu, silent yet resolute, confronted the tide of extraordinary beings, battling them with a chaotic fervor, each hand grasping an adversary, and creating a whirlwind of disorder. Amidst the chaos, even instances of friendly fire occurred, prompting the Eye of Chaos to take refuge within the dream realm. Dagon, standing at the highest point, wielded his harpoon and led his deep ones boldly into the ocean, declaring their intent to unify the seas and reign as eternal kings. Chapter 99. All in the waves among them. Only the Choo-Choo people, leading their Ant-Man kin, stealthily infiltrated the village, avoiding gunfire, and quickly vanished from sight. Fong Ying observed this scene, momentarily stunned. This is somewhat different from what I had envisioned. Shouldn't it be that Cthulhu resurrects everyone, unifying all powers, and then launches a full-scale assault on the Plague Incorporated domain? Why then do they seem to have lost their sanity one by one upon resurrection? Is this the result of exchanging intelligence for power? Yet, that doesn't seem quite right. The Choo-Choo people appear rather cunning. Yes, cunning indeed. As Fong Ying pondered these thoughts, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to leap to his feet. The Choo-Choo, a grotesque race that is half human, half alien, may seem docile but are inherently malevolent. In terms of intellect, they are on par with humans, possessing rationality. Although the Choo-Choo in his domain are typically quite astute, they never falter at critical moments. Could it be that this group is not his loyal subjects? Or perhaps certain entities have arrived in this place by utilizing the beings from his divine domain. After all, the dream realm is an exceedingly challenging endeavor to accomplish. As for the actions of others, or rather, other loyal subjects, Fong Ying found himself engulfed in a chilling realization. Was he meant to immediately exercise control over the authority of his divine domain, only for a deep one to perish silently? Indeed, his authority remains intact, allowing him to freely command the beings of the Cthulhu domain. However, he could not shake the feeling of unease. In a fleeting moment, he sensed that Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep seemed to cast a glance in his direction, yet upon further perception, he found nothing amiss. Let this be nothing but an illusion. Just as he was lost in thought, a new development unfolded in the divine war. The ordinary face-hugging human and quasi-supernatural entities were affected by unknown factors, and their already limited sanity plummeted to an abyss. Their conditions began to deteriorate. Some creatures recklessly tore at their own bodies, rendering themselves dismembered. Others became frenzied and aggressive, indiscriminately attacking everything around them. Some lay motionless on the ground like zombies, even as countless aliens trampled them into a pulp. Furthermore, a portion of them screamed, their bodies undergoing grotesque transformations. Some exploded into a gory mess. Others lost their flesh and skin as their bones consumed their forms, while some developed extra limbs, eyes, tentacles, and cysts, appearing utterly deformed. In less than an hour, all beings that had come into contact with Cthulhu's followers or had encountered their visage suffered in varying degrees. In that instant, the Plague Incorporated domain transformed into a hellish nightmare. Witnessing this scene, Fong Ying could not help but swallow hard. He had encountered similar phenomena of diminished sanity during his time in the Cthulhu domain, but those changes were relatively mild, tending towards optimization rather than chaos. Perhaps it was the benefits bestowed by the Cthulhu mythos, or perhaps the value of sanity had plummeted without reaching absolute zero, rendering the terror less palpable. Yet, in the present scenario, even facing this repulsive horde of face-hugging humanoids and aberrations, the horror is unmistakable. Should the value truly descend to naught? Amidst your self-surprise and relief, the realm of the Plague Company witnesses the emergence of otherworldly entities rushing forth from all directions. Although they too are afflicted by some unknown contagion, their resilience markedly surpasses that of the lesser beings. Thus, the divine conflict between two realms unfolds once more. With an insatiable appetite for entertainment, Nyarlathotep, after effortlessly annihilating millions of extraordinary beings, finds his interest waning and resolves to venture into the uncharted central region. Simultaneously, Dagon, leading the Deep Ones, discovers a treasure trove during their explorations in the abyssal depths, a site rich with gold and silver, and even a vein of energy ore. Upon receiving this news, Cthulhu loses interest in further conflict and hastens towards the deep sea at an alarming pace. The divine war inexplicably reaches its fifth day. Cthulhu embraces his newfound treasures while the Deep Ones toil to extract the ore, all the while besieged by assaults from aquatic robotic entities. Nyarlathotep arrives at the city center of the Plague Company's domain, where he encounters a female deity. Upon their meeting, she unexpectedly employs seduction, only to meet her demise shortly thereafter. Following this, a third elder deity appears, claiming to be the true master of the Plague Company's realm. He reveals that the previous two deities were a couple who usurped their dominion and intended to cultivate their domain by devouring its essence and eliminating lesser deities to enhance their own power. This elder deity offers Nyarlathotep resources and knowledge of the domain in exchange for his assistance in ceasing the divine conflict. Ultimately, he demonstrates his control over the Plague Company's realm to prove his sincerity, and upon Nyarlathotep's agreement, he is swiftly dispatched. Nyarlathotep remarks, "Boring beings deserve to perish." Upon witnessing this scene, Fong Ying can only reflect on Nyarlathotep's actions. Yet, in the next moment, confusion arises. How could the elder deity not discern Nyarlathotep's unmistakable identity as a favored one? At the very least, his appearance hardly resembles that of a human. Unless, of course, the elder was blind. Subsequently, the system promptly addressed Fong Ying's inquiries. Nyarlathotep, in that moment, manifested as the grand primordial lord, embodying the essence of humanity. The king in yellow, Hastur, along with Bayaki, ventured to a volcano, drawn by an inexplicable surge of energy. However, before they could conduct a thorough investigation, the volcano erupted. Simultaneously, the entire domain of the Plague Company seemed to descend into a cataclysmic state, with volcanic eruptions, floods, hurricanes, and earthquakes wreaking havoc throughout the divine realm. Was this self-destruction? Yet, it appeared that they had not been cornered into a dire situation. Fong Ying felt perplexed. His objectives were twofold: to harvest the source of the plague and to obliterate this place. Yet, the elusive mastermind remained shrouded in secrecy, exhibiting a cunning demeanor. Despite Nyarlathotep having already vanquished 3 deities, no significant information had surfaced. Amidst the relentless toil of the burrowing demon worm, it proclaimed to have uncovered something of immense value. Chapter 100. The source of the plague. It was a massive crystal core, indeed. The burrowing demon worm had stumbled upon a 10-meter-long crystal pulsating with an eerie red luminescence, housing the essence of the plague. Unfortunately, the source was still perched atop an alien creature. The moment the burrowing demon worm discerned the source of the plague, it was swiftly annihilated. Fong Ying then directed his gaze towards the depths below, where lay a colossal plague leviathan, buried 50 meters underground. Indeed, a leviathan of immense proportions. When it rose, the earth fractured, magma erupted, and the ground heaved upwards, utterly devastating the nearby small city. This leviathan measured over 10,000 meters in length. Its structure reminiscent of the tentacled behemoths Fong Ying had encountered in the Shanhai Jing game. Its power surely reached the legendary tier, possibly even higher. Fong Ying felt a surge of apprehension for the creatures within his divine realm. This group was clearly behaving anomalously, while their strength had surged. They teetered on the precipice of uncontrollability. It remained uncertain whether they could withstand the impending confrontation. After devouring the burrowing demon worm clan, the leviathan ascended into the distance, its target being the ocean where Cthulhu resided. Simultaneously, a 1,000-meter-tall giant ape erupted from the ground in the central region, seemingly summoned, striding purposefully towards an unknown destination. Deep within the ocean, Cthulhu effortlessly received the news of the burrowing demon worm's demise through the web of blood. However, he paid it little mind, for he had also discovered an intriguing object, a crystallized eye within the energy vein. Through his gaze, he discerned that this presence emanated from a genuine deity, or perhaps an entity transcending divinity itself. Within it, he sensed a formidable force, a connection to the rules governing the oceans, and for a fleeting moment, Cthulhu found himself ensnared by this overwhelming sensation. Soon, Cthulhu encountered the great plague leviathan, leading to an intense battle. Ultimately, Cthulhu, at the expense of his own vitality, vanquished the monstrous creature. However, the plague unleashed by the leviathan also afflicted the already weakened Cthulhu. With his eyes wide open, he clung desperately to the eye of the deity before succumbing to slumber. As devoted servants, Dagon and the Deep Ones resolved to continue safeguarding their master. The colossal ape rampaged through the landscape, crushing countless face-hugging insectoid humans and bizarre alien beings beneath its might. Eventually, it came to a halt in an open expanse and forcefully gestured into the void. The leader of the ant folk, Chu Chu, was the first to be shaken from the abyss. Bewildered and unaware of the chaos surrounding him, only to be obliterated by the ape's second strike. Witnessing their leader's demise, the enraged ant folk hastily decided to flee, understanding that preserving their existence was paramount, and sought assistance from other allies. Yet, under the relentless assault of the mighty ape, the recently revived ant folk faced annihilation once more. During this tumultuous encounter, Nyarlathotep developed an inexplicable fascination with the colossal ape. Through a brief exchange of combat, he realized that his own strength paled by a margin compared to that of the ape. Consequently, Nyarlathotep resolved to exert control over the creature. To his astonishment, the ape's mental fortitude proved remarkably feeble, allowing Nyarlathotep to dominate it with little effort. Perched atop the ape's head, Nyarlathotep embarked on a path of rampant destruction within the domain of the Plague Company, rendering the already crumbling world even more fragile. As Nyarlathotep reveled in his newfound power, he noticed a shimmering in the void where the ape had struck, from which emerged a humanoid deity. This being was strikingly handsome and radiated vitality. Instead of displaying anger at the impending collapse of the divine realm, he exhibited a sense of delight. Subsequently, the deity extended his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. In that instant, Nyarlathotep observed that the once vibrant colossal ape had fallen silent. Within the confines of the Plague Company's realm, Nyarlathotep felt his body ensnared, followed by a forced disconnection. The dream shattered, and all beings within the Plague Company's domain perished at that moment. Having dealt with this calamity, the deity paid no heed to the crumbling Plague Company realm behind him and instead stepped directly into Cthulhu's domain to launch a counteroffensive. Day 1. The deity faced intense resistance from the consciousness of the Cthulhu domain. However, the divine entity paid no heed and self-destructed, transforming into countless silver dust particles that drifted within the Cthulhu realm. Day 2. Other beings within the Cthulhu domain began to succumb to infection, their consciousness overtaken, morphing into facehugger creatures. At this juncture, as the ruler of the divine realm, you resolved to take action. Yet, lacking clarity on the situation, you found yourself engaged in futile efforts. Day 3. The facehugger creatures proliferated throughout the Cthulhu domain, with all genetic codes unraveled. The consciousness of the Cthulhu realm collapsed entirely, rendering it defenseless from that moment onward. Day 4. You witnessed the complete disintegration of the Pestilence Company's domain in battle. The essence of their divine realm swiftly integrated into the Cthulhu domain, resulting in rapid growth. Unfortunately, before you could revel in this triumph, a swift insect hurtled toward your head. It bore a circular lid, 10 legs adorned with glossy tentacles that gracefully folded against its pale abdomen. The back of its circular lid was capped with semicircular, hardened wings, shimmering with triangular scales. Its prominent, lidless eye fixated eagerly upon you until its form vanished into your brain. In the final moments of your life, you seemed to hear a phrase: "Science is eternal." Easy, congratulations. The simulation has concluded. Evaluation level. Summary. You successfully completed the task, conquering the opposing divine realm and acquiring its essence. Oh, just kidding. You met a tragic end, not only losing your mission but also forfeiting your Cthulhu domain and even your own body, becoming a resource for their growth. Throughout this simulation, your mindless spirit shone through, repeatedly sacrificing yourself and ultimately aiding them in seizing the Pestilence Company's domain, celebrating by offering up your own realm and self. I would like to dub you the modern-day martyr. You may not yet realize that from the moment you accepted the task, you had already fallen into their trap. I will not reveal that the colossal ape and the plague leviathan you vanquished were, in fact, your allies. Chapter 101. The power of infection. Speaking of which, why does your sarcasm feel so peculiar? Is the system displeased? Fong Ying opened his eyes, and everything reverted to the initial state of invasion. The entire divine battle, to be honest, appeared poised for action, yet the outcome was somewhat comical. Firstly, this could be attributed to Fong Ying, who had made some presumptions based on the strategic formations he had previously encountered in novels. As one cautiously advances within the divine realm of the other party, it becomes evident that regardless of whether they possess a predictive system, the focus must remain on the primary narrative rather than an insatiable desire for everything, which ultimately leads to the acquisition of nothing. They are endowed with advanced technological talents, the Malevolent Eye clan and the Ant people. Yet, they still contend with a world plagued by disease. Furthermore, they carry the resource known as the Book of Iban, the Seal of Iban. Thus, their foremost priority should indeed be the resolution of the plague. According to the information currently available, this plague appears to have two functions. Firstly, it allows living beings to become infected and subsequently mutate into face-hugging creatures and alien forms. Secondly, it can extract and adapt the genetic material of these beings. However, the situation is paradoxical. Despite noticing the peculiarities surrounding the deaths of these creatures, they remain indifferent, allowing their subordinates to act recklessly until their complete demise. Although the subsequent method of resurrection in the dream realm was unexpected, it ultimately exacerbated the situation, leading to a genuine failure. At that moment, Fong Ying pondered that had they encountered the giant Kuan and the giant ape instead of witnessing the death of their world's creatures, perhaps there would have been no further developments. In such a case, the deity would, like others, retreat in disgrace. Despite enumerating various shortcomings, Fong Ying did glean some insights. Primarily, they became acutely aware of the true instigator within this divine realm, the one lurking in the shadows, the Cthulhu entity, the Shagai insectoid race. This species possesses advanced technology, yet harbors a cruel disposition, rumored to be fervent worshippers of Azathoth. Initially, Fong Ying observed numerous pyramid-shaped temples within this divine realm. However, it must be said that both this world and the past have shown a particular affinity for pyramid-like structures, rendering them unremarkable until the encounter with the Shagai insectoids provided clarity. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the truth. In Fong Ying's perspective, the plague orchestrated by this plague company resembles a form of specialized genetic technology, which explains why they had yet to identify the underlying issue. If they are not mistaken, Fong Ying's subordinates likely contracted the genetic virus upon entering the divine realm. Nevertheless, this virus was so insidious and subtle that it had minimal immediate effects. perhaps remaining dormant for decades or even centuries without manifesting any significant consequences. Yet, this genetic virus incessantly analyzes the genetic material of the subordinates, which elucidates why the Shigai insectoid invasion of the Cthulhu divine realm could encompass all flora and fauna, as well as the world's consciousness, in a mere 2 days. It is conceivable that the continual infection of Cthulhu's denizens accelerated this process. Moreover, there is the aspect of mutation or evolution. This genetic virus, rather than merely infecting, optimizes the genetic makeup of living beings, thereby transforming them into alien entities. What, then, is an alien? According to Fang Ying's understanding, although such creatures initially appeared rather unimpressive, their constant parasitism would enable them to grow increasingly formidable, optimizing and assimilating powerful genes, thereby achieving a more potent state. This bears a resemblance to the notion of corporeal sanctification, the silent infection caused by gene viruses, in conjunction with the abilities of the alien beings, stealthily transforms them into supreme powerhouses. It seems this is the treasure the deity referred to. Fang Ying deduces that it indeed represents a treasure, brimming with limitless potential. However, Fang Ying is more concerned with the Zaigai insect species that can produce all of this. They are an even greater treasure, given the extensive data analyzed. Considerations must now be made regarding the strategy for securing victory. 1. It is imperative to avoid the face-hugging insectoid humans and aliens as much as possible, ensuring minimal exposure to the silver powder. 2. The sheer number of these face-hugging insectoid humans and aliens in their realm is excessively overwhelming, necessitating the establishment of a formidable base rather than dispersing forces. 3. The destruction of the giant leviathans and colossal apes must cease. These 2 creatures appear to be enemies of the Zaigai species. The giant leviathan has already succumbed to infection and lies buried deep underground. In contrast, the colossal ape appears entirely normal and possesses considerable intelligence, likely a legendary scion of the original deity. It seems the Zaigai species has suppressed it within the central area of the divine realm, alongside 2 pseudo-deities. It appears that annihilation is not feasible due to insufficient power. Furthermore, the actions of their divine realm as scions have inadvertently led to the strengthening of the Zaigai species, even prompting them to invade their divine realm subsequently. Thus, this must be noted in future strategizing. After consolidating all known information, Fang Ying transmits this data to his science system. Initiate another simulation. Given the brevity of this simulation, the cooldown period is virtually non-existent. ZZZ. Please be mindful of your simulation value. You may conduct 2 more simulations in this state. Well then, let us begin. The second Divine War simulation commences. As this simulation pertains to divine warfare, skills cannot be extracted. At the moment Fang Ying activates the second simulation, a message once again emanates from a certain location within the Plague Company's divine realm. Execute the plan. Upon uttering this phrase, a hint of confusion lingers in the air. Why does this phrase seem so familiar? Perhaps I am mistaken. Day 1 of the Divine War. The Book of Iban and the Seal of Iban have been activated, and the damage mitigation has commenced. Legendary beings Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, guided by your direction, have approached the central city with deliberate caution, firmly establishing their stronghold. Nyarlathotep and the Ant-Man leader, the Choo-Choo, employed their deceptive abilities to ensnare a multitude of facehugger creatures, momentarily plunging the divine conflict of the 2 realms into an eerie calm. The Eye Clan and the Ant-Man tribe were not idle. During their spare time, they sealed a facehugger human and an alien, and with the collaboration of their formidable allies, commenced profound research. Soon, they achieved results, successfully transforming the flesh and endowing it with grotesque capabilities. The Ant-Man tribe was the first to experiment, discovering that they had transcended and awakened the ability of infection. Fang Ying gazed at this ability with bewilderment. What was this grotesque, infectious power? It wasn't until he perused a simple description that clarity emerged. Infection ability. A mere glance at me drives you mad, and madness is contagious. Chapter 102. Schemes. Double schemes. The success of the Ant-Man tribe elucidated for all that this would be a promising choice. Consequently, all affiliated creatures opted for transformation. Subsequently, all affiliated beings, including Cthulhu, acquired the ability of infection, which varied in manifestation depending on their strength. According to the analyses of the Ant-Man and Eye clans, beings below the extraordinary level could only affect a portion of the facehugger creatures with their infection abilities, and those with superior physical attributes and mental fortitude would merely experience a decline in strength. However, the affiliated beings that reached the extraordinary level, along with the mentally robust Eye clan, could incite madness in all beings beneath the extraordinary threshold. Crucially, this indiscriminate madness would instinctively avoid the Cthulhu divine domain's affiliates possessing the ability of infection. Furthermore, the infection abilities of Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep exhibited distinct effects. Cthulhu could actively plunge surrounding ordinary beings into an eternal dream, while Nyarlathotep's powers would instill inexplicable joy in creatures, though this joy would subsequently lead their bodies into an abyss of despair and terror, only to be followed again by inexplicable joy, thus continuing in this cyclical torment. Fong Ying scrutinized the abilities bestowed upon Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep. The capacity to induce illusions and lead beings into dreams was unsurprising for the great Cthulhu, the Lord of Relaya, the god of sleep. Yet, what precisely was Nyarlathotep's ability? A stick followed by a sweet date? One moment joy, the next fear, truly a perplexing phenomenon. As you lamented the handling of these matters, time had already progressed to the second day of the divine conflict. Possessing the ability of infection, whether facehugger creatures or advanced alien beings, their numbers no longer posed any threat to your affiliates. The Legion of Kin advanced boldly into the heart of the territory, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Soon, the Ant People and the Eye of Evil discovered a plethora of weaponry and equipment data. This included devices capable of emitting high-frequency mechanical weaponry and protective gear, as well as some intelligent artificial minds. Through brute force, they uncovered even more advanced technologies concealed from them. However, given their current capabilities, they found themselves unable to obtain these treasures and thus resolved to follow the main force deeper into the core area. On the third day of the Divine War, the creatures of the Cthulhu domain encountered three deities who expressed a desire to converse with the divine beings of Cthulhu's realm. As one who held the upper hand, you understood that villains often perish from excessive chatter, and thus chose to decline their overtures. Yet, the opposing party soon presented a gift that piqued your interest, a crystal core of divine essence that could elevate the Cthulhu domain to a new echelon. After a period of contemplation, you acquiesced to their request. Consequently, they elucidated the overarching situation, revealing that they were projections of the deities from three other realms. They had intentionally allowed their mission to fail in order to preserve the existence of this world. Within the domain of the Plague Company lay an extraordinarily rare substance known as Imperial Flow, the silvery powder observed by Fong Ying after a biological explosion. This substance could assist the beings of the divine realm in their ascension, even enhancing the consciousness of the domain itself. Their research had yielded significant progress. Yet they required the heart's blood of a creature, the suppressed giant ape located in the central city area, to complete their work. Due to their status as divine projections, their strength was limited, prompting them to seek Fong Ying's assistance in confronting the giant ape. In return, they promised to share the Imperial Flow with him once their research bore fruit. Furthermore, they assured that they would contribute to the success of future missions. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to unite against the newly ascendant deity, Fong Ying. Was this a form of coercion? Fong Ying pondered, stroking his chin. He was aware that these three deities were not genuine, for the true realm of gods had not fallen to such a degree. In his world, they were invincible. As for dealing with the giant ape, that was a jest. Setting aside the fact that Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep were his kin, lacking the support of the dream realm. Even if they had such aid, the death of the giant ape would surely summon forth another adversary. Nevertheless, Fong Ying saw an opportunity to utilize this situation, perhaps even fortifying his divine domain within the tapestry of creation. You chose to agree, yet rather than engage directly, you resolved to send Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep to assist the three deities in their battle against the giant ape. Although the three deities did not outwardly express dissatisfaction, they stipulated that the core of divine essence would only be presented to you upon the giant ape's demise, to which you consented. On the fourth day of the divine battle, the mighty ape broke free from its confinement. With a tremendous force, it severely wounded one deity, prompting the other two deities to rush to the fray. The legendary minions of Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep immediately joined the fray to assist. Soon, with the aid of Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, the two deities found themselves at a disadvantage, suffering grievous injuries. Seizing the moment, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep charged toward the first injured deity, who bore the essence crystal of the divine realm. However, they were taken aback to discover that this first injured deity was not only unscathed, but had cleverly disguised itself as the master of deception, gathering strength instead of suffering from wounds. In a fierce exchange, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep found themselves locked in a stalemate with their opponent. The mighty ape, momentarily bewildered and unable to grasp the unfolding events, watched as the situation shifted from a 1 against 5 to a 3 against 3. Taking advantage of this confusion, the ape escaped from the two genuinely wounded deities and fled. Fong Ying, witnessing this, felt a surge of indignation. How utterly lacking in martial ethics. Just like that, the ape fled, contrary to the notion that apes are rather simple-minded. Nevertheless, the battle must continue unabated. With the mighty ape vanished, the two injured deities charged at Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, leading to a series of violent explosions. Both Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep sustained severe injuries. However, they were swiftly rescued by the burrowing worm clan, who had prepared a tunnel for their escape. At that moment, the Choo-Choo people proposed the rather audacious idea of dying once more and collectively resurrecting through the dream realm. This suggestion, however, was unanimously rejected by Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, for their memories of the dream realm had not been erased. Chapter 103, An Unexpected Conclusion. What does it mean that the memories were not erased? Did these beings have their memories wiped at that time? Fong Ying regarded the somewhat reticent Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep with intrigue. While the minions recuperated, Cthulhu resolved to send Dagon deep into the ocean's depths to seek the crystalline eye. hoping to expedite his recovery. This mysterious crystalline eye was said to possess properties that might also benefit Nyarlathotep. Ultimately, after much deliberation, the group reached a consensus, and even the burrowing worms accompanied them. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, the process of retrieving the crystalline eye proceeded remarkably smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. They did not encounter even the facehugger creatures along the way. Upon obtaining the crystalline eye, Cthulhu absorbed its essence. A vast reservoir of knowledge began to coalesce around him, and his dormant abilities received a considerable enhancement. Nyarlathotep, too, gleaned enigmatic knowledge from the crystalline orb, insights pertaining to the legacy of existence, and thus became entranced by its allure. Time swiftly progressed to the 20th day of the divine conflict. Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep had finally recuperated from their wounds, resolving not to delay further, and ventured to the initial refuge of the parasitic deity. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the deity had met its demise. Its lifeless form sprawled upon the ground. Could it be that the colossal ape was the harbinger of its end? A sense of perplexity enveloped Fong Ying as he pondered the whereabouts of their adversary. The denizens of Cthulhu's realm were equally bewildered, deliberating their next course of action as they commenced a search. They unearthed that, within a mere span of days, everything surrounding the central region had seemingly suffered catastrophic devastation. Vast expanses of face-hugging creatures and aberrant entities lay lifeless, their silver dust staining the earth in a shroud of white. Even the oceans had not been spared. On the far western edge, they glimpsed the silhouettes of two titanic beasts, the colossal ape and the plague leviathan. The colossal ape had fully restored its physique and was steadily augmenting its power, seemingly on the brink of a transformative evolution, having reached the pinnacle of legendary beings. In contrast, the plague leviathan, though equally empowered to the apex of legend, found itself beleaguered by the colossal ape, its body perforated by tremendous force. Yet, the surrounding silver dust would coalesce into its form at the moment of injury, mending its wounds. Nevertheless, even such rapid healing could not outpace the damage inflicted by the colossal ape. Fong Ying beheld this tableau, astonished that the domain of the plague company would elevate the colossal ape as the fated child of this world. Was this to be deemed fortune? An array of chaotic encounters had befallen him. He had initially anticipated a relatively straightforward domain, expecting to reap certain benefits, bolstered by his predictive system. Yet, the depths of this world proved unfathomable. Should the colossal ape succeed, acquiring its legendary status as the destined child would undoubtedly be an arduous endeavor. However, it was at least assured that it would hesitate to invade his realm. Should he preemptively arrange a strategy, waiting for the colossal ape to vanquish the plague leviathan, and then strike to weaken this domain? Perhaps there existed a glimmer of opportunity. Resolute in his intent, Fong Ying was about to issue a divine edict to his followers when a blinding radiance erupted forth. The domain of the plague company exploded, with flames cascading from every corner of the world. Volcanoes, floods, hurricanes, all manner of calamities swept across the realm. It was evident that this chaos was orchestrated by human hands. The colossal ape, momentarily stunned by the sudden upheaval of the world, let out an incredulous roar towards the plague leviathan, intensifying its assault. Yet, in the next breath, the frequency of its attacks abruptly ceased, as it unleashed a bewildered bellow into the void, sensing an entity drifting away from its grasp. In an instant, the ape was cleaved in two by the plague leviathan. Could it be a betrayal? The consciousness of the world, albeit vague, had indeed turned traitor, aligning itself with the plague leviathan. Fong Ying, as a deity, could discern that the consciousness of this world did not truly exist, or was at least not overtly apparent. It was only after the colossal ape had obliterated the harmful entities like the world's face-eating insects and aberrations that the consciousness began to coalesce anew. And the ape exhibited the potential of a savior, gaining the world's favor. Of course, this was contingent upon its ability to vanquish the last remaining plague leviathan. Although the reasons behind the leviathan's newfound strength were unclear, Fong Ying speculated that a deity had perished alongside the leviathan and the ape, allowing the summer beetle tribe to launch a surprise assault on the weakened leviathan, seizing control of its corporeal form before engaging the colossal ape in combat. However, their lack of control rendered them incapable of slaying the ape, even within the same realm. Under normal circumstances, the defeat of the plague leviathan by the colossal ape would have concluded the ordeal. Yet, unexpectedly, the plague leviathan had a trick up its sleeve, aiming for the annihilation of this world. Thus, the painstakingly coalesced consciousness of the world immediately turned against the ape, proclaiming the plague leviathan as the child of destiny, leading to the ape's humiliating demise. Quite the harrowing spectacle indeed. Now, what course of action should he take? Should he persist in battling the plague leviathan? At the pinnacle of legend, it seemed insurmountable. Alternatively, perhaps he could continue to dismantle this world. In that case, the title of Child of Destiny might be stripped from the plague leviathan, making its defeat considerably easier. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Ying promptly issued commands to the followers of the Cthulhu domain. Observing the titanic clash between the two monstrosities, the Cthulhu followers were not inclined to seek trouble, especially with destruction at hand. Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This was their forte. Cthulhu led his subordinates, including Dagon, in a hurried quest for materials suitable for an altar ritual. Nyarlathotep summoned the Yellow King Hastur and the Bayaki, resolved to initiate a summoning, activating the long-hidden blood god codex of the divine lineage. However, aspirations may be grand, yet reality is often stark. On the 23rd day of the divine conflict, after devouring the colossal ape, the plague Leviathan did not linger, but purposefully charged towards the followers of Cthulhu. Faced with overwhelming odds, the Cthulhu followers chose to flee, only to discover that no matter their attempts at escape, the Leviathan could always hone in on them. Ultimately, they found themselves with no path left to run. Upon the arrival of the plague Leviathan, it wasted no time, voraciously devouring all the Cthulhu acolytes, save for Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep. After scrutinizing both figures, it declared, a band of thieves who have pilfered power, ultimately unworthy of recognition. With the utterance of these final words, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep succumbed to darkness. Yet, in the fleeting moment before their demise, they perceived a faint glow emanating from the glassy eye that lay upon the ground, from which a creature emerged. Chapter 104. The conspiracy of the Shagai insectoids with the demise of its loyal acolytes. You and the Plague Company found yourselves mutually devastated, leading to your reluctant decision to abandon the task. The second simulation concluded. Is it true that the most perilous places are, in fact, the safest? A flicker of joy danced in Fong Ying's eyes. Indeed, joy it was. Initially, he believed the mastermind, the Shagai insectoids, to be hidden within the central zone, orchestrating everything from the shadows. However, he soon realized this was not the case. Based on their characteristics, Fong Ying presumed that the Shagai were concealed within the body of the original deity, manipulating events from there. He intended to use his Cthulhu acolytes to erode the world, thereby compelling the deity to emerge. However, through a series of mishaps, he inadvertently released a giant ape. Yet it was precisely this turn of events that led him to uncover the truth. The deity was not the refuge of the Shagai insectoids. They had instead infiltrated the plague Leviathan. It was not until the Leviathan annihilated his acolytes that he realized the Shagai had concealed themselves in the abyss, within that seemingly insignificant, or rather, alluring glassy eye to Cthulhu. Neither Cthulhu nor Fong Ying had anticipated this. It was audacious, to say the least. Nevertheless, this revelation provided Fong Ying with a potential means to break the impasse. ZZZZ. Your performance this time has been rated as Level A. Summary. Following a prior failure, you have once again achieved the title of Total Annihilation. Although you barely survived, I am inclined to dub you the King of Survival. Level A? No injustice there. After all, I did not execute the task adequately. Fong Ying shrugged, unconcerned. Normally, when faced with a task involving a legendary creature, he should have navigated it with ease. Yet, this task was nothing short of a trap, continuously luring various low-level deities into its snare. While he still grappled with the rationale behind the Shagai's intentions, whether they simply aimed to rely on deities to eradicate the giant ape and plague Leviathan, it was evident that the resulting complications would likely rival the pressure of destroying the giant ape. Ultimately, unable to fathom the situation further, Fong Ying resolved to engage in true combat. The simulation was no longer necessary. In the face of the assault from the Cthulhu domain, the voice from the Plague Company echoed once more, execute the plan. Why does this sentence resonate so profoundly with me? As the forces from both realms converge here, that voice once again descends into silence. Charge. Slay. The thunderous roar accompanies the advance of the main troops, as a regiment of Cthulhu's followers, under Fong Ying's meticulous arrangement, orderly rushes towards the depths of the sea, where the glassy eyeballs lie buried. Have they chosen a direction opposite to the city center? Could it be that they intend to establish a base here and gradually wear me down? This suits me perfectly. Once my genetic virus infects each of you, I will be able to consume you without shedding a drop of blood, not only gaining a cadre of formidable subordinates, but also enhancing my genetic repository more efficiently. A voice murmurs in the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, the Cthulhu followers, who are charging and slaughtering in the Plague Incorporated domain, have immediately forfeited their ability to infect. Indeed, their mission this time is to be reckless, to lower the enemy's guard, and then locate that glassy eyeball, thereby achieving victory in this battle. Thump, thump. The Deep Ones, led by Dagon, swiftly plunge into the abyss, and Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, in mutual understanding, also dive into the depths. They do not immediately seek the glassy eyeball, but rather search for various metals, such as energy veins. Nyarlathotep, meanwhile, leads others in a rampage across this area, intent on clearing a territory. As I suspected, they are as foolish as the first deity to enter. This is a divine conflict. Establishing a stronghold in a place where a deity or something unknown might exist is perilous, even if you cautiously avoid the central region. How could you know that your actions have long been under my control? Nevertheless, this is advantageous for me, saving me considerable effort. Let me observe. Oh, it actually contains the bloodline of the Deep Ones, Cthulhu. It even bears the bloodline of the Great Cthulhu, albeit exceedingly diluted, yet still immensely valuable. It will undoubtedly enhance my genetic reservoir. Wait, what is that? Nyarlathotep's bloodline. Goodness, am I losing my sanity? He is that one. No, This must be an illusion. It merely contains a semblance of the other's bloodline, not a true deity, but rather a failed creation. Yet even so, why does he possess the primal power of that being? This is utterly insane. If discovered, oh, I shudder to imagine. However, splendid. Mine, oh mine. It is hard to believe how far this deity has fallen. Could he be a madman? I know I attract true gods. Has humanity's deities truly descended to such depths? No matter, I cannot dwell on this too much. I must protect them, as they are vital resources. They surely do not expect me to appear so proactively. I truly am quite cunning. The Zaga insect clan suddenly leapt, appearing directly before Cthulhu. Cthulhu, who had been feigning a search for treasures, was momentarily taken aback. With its glassy, crystallized eyes, it confirmed the encounter with a knowing gaze. Unfazed, Cthulhu sensed the intoxicating knowledge contained within. Ha ha ha, foolish little creature. Utterly enraptured by knowledge, become my servant, serve my will. Who would have thought that I, Garomi, could command Cthulhu? Truly, how delightful. However, the Zaga insect clan's excitement was short-lived as Cthulhu abruptly halted all of its minions. Soon, a congregation of extraordinary and legendary followers gathered, encircling the crystallized eyes, which belonged to the Zaga insect clan. Cthulhu, Nyarlathotep, Dagon, burrowing worms, Bayaki, and the Chulu people were among those present. The Zaga insect clan recognized many familiar beings, notably those endowed with divinity. Indeed, the ineffable and unspeakable divinity that resided within them. No, I must not have revealed myself. This I now inhabit is a vessel crafted from the form of an unspeakable entity. Though I belong to a lesser race, I am confident that these impostors will not discern my true nature. They must be sharing knowledge. Indeed, knowledge thrives on sharing. In due time, I shall master them and uncover their secrets to seize the ineffable knowledge. Master, you have arrived. Suddenly, Cthulhu's voice shattered the surrounding stillness. The followers of Cthulhu sensed a gray radiance enveloped in the essence of the abyss and dreams descending upon them. All of Cthulhu's minions closed their eyes, bowing their proud heads. By the heavens, I am blinded. What have I just witnessed? The Zaga insect clan, having merely caught a glimpse of Fong Ying, was overcome with tears, crying out fervently. Chapter 105. Hidden secrets. Before Fong Ying could finish speaking, the Zaga insect clan, which had been contained within the crystallized eye, soared out, flapping its wings and prostrating itself at Fong Ying's feet. Its submissive demeanor resembled that of a beloved pet raised since childhood. O revered and blind god, Azathoth, devoid of knowledge and desire, chaotic and disorderly. You are blind. You are foolish. You cannot grasp your own existence. Everything is meaningless to you. The universe is a mere dream, and reason inevitably burdens the mind. Great Azathoth, blind Azathoth, I praise your undulating form with ignorance and folly, sacrificing reason and knowledge to the chaotic core, slumbering in the dream, oblivious and unknowing. You are eternal. Your servant, the Zaga insect clan, Garomi. Upon hearing the incessant praises offered in sacrifice, Fong Ying found himself momentarily at a loss for words. While he suspected that he might be under the scrutiny of some entity, this Azathoth, to speak candidly, this deity of blindness and ignorance dares not even to conceive such thoughts. The mere notion is exceedingly terrifying. He fears that all he has done may merely be a dream, which would be quite tragic. Yet, for reasons unknown, whenever such thoughts cross his mind, he experiences a peculiar clarity. He understands that he is himself, not the divine, yet the divine is also a part of him. Although this may sound somewhat convoluted, this riddle-like sensation brings him a modicum of solace. Whether human or divine, they fear neither hardship nor exhaustion, not even death itself. What truly terrifies them is the prospect that everything culminates in meaninglessness. This is the most profound despair. However, Fong Ying is aware that simply being himself is sufficient. Gararimi, are you willing to submit to me? Fong Ying refrained from vocalizing this request directly, for he sensed that should he speak, the other might either succumb to madness or explode in an instant. Although he possessed no such overwhelming power, the feeling lingered. Could it be that he was fated to counter the great old ones? Yet, during the process of deduction, no such outcome manifested. He ultimately found himself under their control. When faced with the incomprehensible, he chose to cease pondering, especially since Gararimi had already responded. The Gaia insect clan Gararimi is willing to serve you eternally, great master. With my entire life. Very well. Fong Ying nodded, permitting the other to imprint their life mark upon his domain of Cthulhu. Should the other contemplate betrayal, they would meet their demise instantly. Naturally, if an untimely death were to occur, he could utilize the life mark to resurrect them. Upon hearing Fong Ying's words, Gararimi displayed no hesitation and readily consented. Thus, the most formidable obstacle to the domain of the Plague Company was easily surmounted. The entire process took less than a day, or perhaps merely half a day. Indeed, Fong Ying felt as though he were dreaming, as Fong Ying planned for his followers to transport resources from the domain of the Plague Company and sought to inquire about the Gaia insect clan member known as Gararimi. It was Gararimi who spoke first, his tone laced with anger. Great master, Gararimi beseeches your wisdom, that I may possess the ability to slay the one known as the Judgment Star, Gororos. Upon hearing the name mentioned, Fang Ying's interest was piqued. After all, in the tale, this group of Gaia insects resided on the planet Shigai, ultimately annihilated by the passing Gororos. Yes, great master. Our homeland lies in the distant Shigai, a planet graced with twin green suns. We cherish peace, possess advanced technology, and revere you greatly, having constructed numerous pyramid-shaped temples in your honor on Shigai. However, all this beauty was shattered in an instant upon encountering Jahiros. My kin perished in that calamity, with only a select few traversing through the multidimensional gate to other realms. Great Lord, our deaths are inconsequential. What is truly unforgivable is that Jahiros dared to desecrate your temple. We, Fang Ying, listened as the other party recounted their tale with minute detail, intermingled with their subjective interpretations. They spoke of a love for peace, which Fang Ying dismissed outright. What a farce. Just look at how they have plunged this world into chaos. It is far from the truth. Yet, there were certain matters that the Xiaogai insect race did not dare to fabricate recklessly. Initially, this Xiaogai insect had serendipitously wandered into the void, having traversed a rift that diminished its power by nearly 90%. Oh, and by the way, the current Xiaogai insect is a bona fide legendary being, standing at the midpoint of its legendary tier. However, akin to its own capabilities, it excels in mental assaults and possesses the ability to inflict psychic lashes. Gifted with knowledge by Azathoth, it can traverse the minds of living beings and control their bodies. Yet, with advantages come disadvantages. Its inherent strength is not formidable. Should it engage in a solitary confrontation, it could very well be vanquished by an extraordinary being. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence is minimal, it does not imply that it cannot happen. Thus, this creature is quite cunning and typically refrains from revealing its true form. Originally, the Xiaogai insect drifted in the void until it was fortuitously discovered by a carefully selected deity. This deity, much like Fang Ying, was without offspring or lineage, having achieved greatness later in life through a stroke of fortune, thus managing their divine domain rather adeptly. However, this deity's realm was not the Plague Company domain, but rather the ancient wilderness domain. Within it, the colossal ape and the giant Kuan represented the pinnacle of strength from that world, existing at the zenith of legend and possessing the potential for further ascension. All of this came to a halt upon the discovery of the Xiaogai insect, which contained the glazed eyes. The glazed eyes were no ordinary object, and even this deity could not wholly decipher their mysteries. Yet, by sheer coincidence, he acquired genetic knowledge, specifically the silver powder. He soon realized that this genetic knowledge would not only expedite the evolution of his world towards the primal, but also continuously enhance genetic quality, proving effective even against deities. Thus, under the guidance of the glazed eyes, this deity became consumed by madness, purchasing vast quantities of humans and various mechanical devices to support his endeavors, relentlessly cultivating genetic viruses. Eventually, he began experimenting on his world's premier combatant, the giant Kuan, only to discover that the ill-fated giant ape feigned death, and the already deranged deity failed to notice this detail, narrowly escaping disaster. In due course, the deity resorted to experimenting on his own body. Ultimately, when the time was ripe, the Xiaogai insect seized control of the deity's form. However, despite the meticulous calculations of the divine, it failed to foresee the existence of an early warning system within the pantheon. A decisive judgment was rendered regarding the demise of the deity, prompting the entire world to rise against the Xiaogai insect race. The great ape, having discerned this revelation, promptly emerged, intent on joining forces with the yet untainted giant Kuan to extinguish its own existence. Meanwhile, the Xiaogai insect race, having inherited the memories of the deity, swiftly acted by issuing a final edict to eradicate the plague, specifically targeting the colossal pestilence known as the giant Kuan. At this juncture, the Xiaogai insect race employed a proverb: employ the strengths of the foreign to subdue the foreign. They then continued with a revelation: Master, allow me to share a secret. That deity has not perished. Which one? Fang Ying expressed his surprise. This one. The Xiaogai insect race gestured beneath its feet. Chapter 106. Ascension of the Divine Realm, Everyone. Are you suggesting that the deity of this world still lives? Fang Ying was taken aback. Indeed, Master. The Xiaogai insect race nodded affirmatively. What is its current condition? Fang Ying inquired with palpable concern. Master, the explanation is rather intricate, but I shall summarize it for you. The deity has undergone a peculiar fission reaction with the genetic virus, resulting in its existence now residing in a genetic state. Adrift within the entire domain of the Plague Company, the Xiaogai insect race elucidated. What does genetic state mean? Can it perceive us? Fang Ying initially believed that capturing the Xiaogai insect race would signify the conclusion of their ordeal. Yet, a deity in a genetic state emerged, complicating matters considerably. This remains uncertain, as it represents an alternative form of existence. Its life form has fundamentally altered. Firstly, humans are carbon-based life forms composed of carbohydrates. Conversely, the deity, according to my investigations, has integrated divine power into its essence, or rather, it is the soul of humanity that has undergone a transformation, elevating it to a higher dimension, thus liberating it from the constraints of the corporeal body. However, the deity still belongs to humanity, and its soul remains susceptible to the emotions generated by its physical form. Only through the continuous infusion of divine power can the corporeal form also ascend to a higher dimension, thereby transcending the limitations of humanity. Yet, after merging with the genetic virus, the changes the deity underwent were quite the opposite. Its physical form transitioned from a carbon-based state to a genetic one. In other words, its existence no longer relies on itself, but rather on its genes. In human terms, genes represent the hereditary information or sequences carried within a biological organism. This applies to it as well. After listening to the Zagai insect race's lengthy explanation, Fong Ying had to concede that he was at a loss for comprehension. Could you simplify that further? What abilities does it possess? Fong Ying lamented, cradling his head in confusion. Rule of eternal existence. As long as humanity endures, so shall it. The mythos of consciousness, in simpler terms, suggests that thought transcends the human perspective, originating instead from the divine. I find myself at a loss to elucidate further, as my knowledge is limited. However, you may rest assured that this deity will not impede your actions. Even if you were to seize the entirety of this world, he would harbor no anger. For him, all material existence has become utterly meaningless in relation to his genetic state. The Zaga insectoid tribe elucidated this, seemingly well aware of Fong Ying's thoughts. Oh, Fong Ying was momentarily taken aback. This entity was rather astute. It appeared that the other party recognized that he was not the being they revered, yet there was no alteration in their demeanor, remaining steadfast as ever. You are aware that I am not Azathoth. Indeed, you are my master, my soul master. You are not that entity. Otherwise, I would have been obliterated the moment I encountered you. However, your name surpasses the glory of that being, and I am willing to serve you for eternity. Observing the evident respect in the other's demeanor, Fong Ying chose not to pursue the conversation further. Very well, since you are unconcerned, let us proceed. This world cannot be taken from me, and I have a giant ape and a plague leviathan to contend with. Those three pseudo-deities belong to you, correct? Fong Ying inquired. Ah, my great master, your knowledge is indeed boundless. Those three deities are the result of my research into genetic state divinities, inscribed to invade the divine realm. Alas, they are but failed products, possessing merely legendary strength, accompanied by significant risks. Risks? Fong Ying pondered. He found those three deities quite appealing, given their formidable power. For legendary strength is no trivial matter. Precisely, they have remained in slumber to suppress the infected giant ape, yet should a true battle ensue, there exists the peril of them regaining their original memories, thus limiting their use to a brief duration. Moreover, the strength of inscribed deities cannot be too great, lest they be sensed, as that would disrupt divine authority. Ah, Fong Ying nodded in understanding, recognizing why the other party experienced divine explosions mid-battle, likely due to their awakening. Let us commence the cleansing. We must not waste any more time. Fong Ying gestured. Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep coordinated with the three deities of the Zaga insectoid tribe to eliminate the giant ape without any treachery. They then shifted their focus to the domain of the plague leviathan, which, being influenced by the Zaga insectoid tribe, succumbed to death with even greater swiftness. Furthermore, they acquired a crystal core, the source of the plague. As for the rest, my great master, I am willing to offer all of this to you. Ding. The divine battle has concluded. The Plague Company's divine realm has automatically ceased its resistance. The world's apex entities, the giant ape and plague leviathan, have perished, and the Zaga insectoid tribe has surrendered to you. The Cthulhu divine realm has achieved a decisive victory in this divine conflict. The evaluation of this divine battle will be confirmed upon your return. You may relish the fruits of your victory. However, remain vigilant until the final moment. As the voice faded, the projection of the Cthulhu domain materialized directly above the Plague Company domain. The consciousness of the Cthulhu domain commenced its unabashed consumption of the essence of the Plague Company domain, and Fong Ying could perceive his strength surging continuously. The disparity between these two realms is significant, particularly for the weaker side, which is subjected to the complete assimilation by the victor. Beyond the invisible essence of the divine realm, the visible flora, fauna, and even the soil, air, sky, and clouds of the Plague Company domain were being incessantly absorbed by the Cthulhu domain. Oh, and most crucially, there is also the aspect of the laws. It is noteworthy that this world was once the ancient wilderness domain before transforming into the Plague Company domain. Hence both sets of laws could swiftly enrich Fong Ying's Cthulhu domain, allowing it to blossom in the future with unparalleled vibrancy. Fong Ying ascended into the sky, quietly observing this breathtaking spectacle. It resembled two colossal spheres interlinked, incessantly siphoning energy and forming an exaggerated vortex of power. One side expanded and revitalized, while the other diminished and decayed. The Cthulhu domain was in a state of continual expansion, 500, 600, 800. Indeed, the rewards of divine warfare are immense. A bountiful yield. Yet, the accompanying risks are equally substantial. No one can guarantee eternal victory. Thus, each ascendant embodies a manifestation of great fortune. Master, do you wish to reclaim this gene virus as well? Inquired the Zaga insectoid from the side. Do you think my domain needs to fear such a thing? Fong Ying replied. Certainly not. I merely have a formidable entity that wishes to report to you. A formidable entity? How grand. For instance this? The Zaga insectoid extended a hand, and suddenly, the once parched earth fissured, revealing colossal cracks. Subsequently, a silvery behemoth surged skyward. Is that a nuclear bomb? Fong Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, but it has a new name, Divine Descent 1. This is a super-nuclear bomb I crafted by amalgamating all available resources. It can effortlessly obliterate approximately 50,000 square kilometers of divine realm, the Zaga insectoid stated with a hint of pride in its tone. 50,000 square kilometers, you say? Fong Ying glanced at his own domain, which had now reached 3,000 square kilometers. In a ratio of 3 to 7, that equates to 10,000 square kilometers. Well, it still has the capacity to annihilate 5 of them. However, what serves as a formidable weapon for oneself also poses a significant threat to other deities. Excellent, indeed. Fong Ying, recognizing the value of this entity, opted for its reclamation, albeit with due caution. He shrouded it in divine power for added security. Do not remain idle. The will of the world is notably feeble, and our divine domain cannot linger here for too long. We must procure as much as possible. Yes, understood. Your command is our guiding star. With Fong Ying's orders, the group surged forth, particularly the burrowing monstrosities of the devouring clan, who exerted themselves vigorously. Brick moving is their forte. Fong Ying observed silently, having achieved victory in the divine conflict and possessing the liberty to dispose of the entire domain of the Plague Company. Nevertheless, given its magnitude, the amount that could be absorbed remained limited. One could only assert that the most valuable portions would be successfully gathered. The essence of the divine domain and its rules were undoubtedly secure. As for the air and soil, they would absorb whatever they could. Allow me to guide you. As the host, the Shigai insect clan maximized their strengths. Soon, Cthulhu and the Deep Ones bore 5 streams of water, hastening from the domain of the Plague Company to that of Cthulhu. Meanwhile, the Eye of Sin and the Ant People procured a vein of ancient stones, a source that, though somewhat dilapidated from lack of nourishment, could yield extraordinary treasures if properly nurtured in the future. Its regenerative nature and uniqueness were paramount. The burrowing monstrosities, under the guidance of the Shigai clan, unearthed various gems, subterranean veins, and ordinary minerals. As for Nyarlathotep, ostensibly in search of resources, he reveled in the endeavor more than anyone else. Conversely, the deities managed to collect a considerable amount of unique substances, specifically energies, due to their inherent characteristics. Energies of poison, fire, water, and wind. These seemingly abstract substances were extracted and transported to the Cthulhu domain. The Shigai clan, backed by 3 deities, also brought forth over 100 mechanical dragons. Indeed, those technologically advanced mechanical behemoths, each nearly 5,000 meters long and over 100 meters wide. Observing their construction, one could discern that they were assembled from various robotic components. Witnessing these colossal dragons soar into Fong Ying's divine domain stirred an undeniable excitement within. With such an abundance of resources and the advanced technologies brought by the Shigai clan, it seemed that the Cthulhu domain's civilization could leap from rudimentary existence to a surreal advanced society. Now go forth. Embrace your new world. With Fong Ying's proclamation, all rushed back with fervor. After several simulations, I must admit that the ultimate success is a joy to be shared by all. My master, I beg your pardon. I have a request. While all the followers revel in their joy, witnessing their own expanded realms, the Zaga insect tribe did not immediately depart, but instead appeared before Fong Ying. Fong Ying noticed a token held in the other's hand. It was a token imbued with a pale gray mist, at its center swirling with a purple vortex. This is a spatial transfer token, the Zaga insect tribe announced. Do not rush. I am aware of your adversary. The name you invoke, Jihoromi, surely holds significance, Fong Ying remarked as he accepted the token. Indeed, my master. In our tongue, Jihoromi signifies the father of Jehelros, or in simpler terms, dad or lord. However, master, I do not wish for you to seek trouble with Jehelros, as I am well aware that you may not prevail against him. In truth, I have not disclosed this before, but during our flight, I was not a solitary insect entering this void, but rather a multitude of my kin. Yet, we landed in a world shrouded in darkness and chaos, inhabited by shadowy beings, where my kin were lost. It was during this time that I sustained my injuries, ultimately fleeing with this very eye. And this token serves as the coordinates of that place. I implore you, master, to avenge me and help me reclaim my kin. They too await your arrival. The Zaga insect tribe spoke earnestly. That world has claimed even your kind, and I currently lack the strength to exact vengeance on your behalf. However, I assure you that in time, my power will grow, and I shall ensure you have the means to confront your enemies, Fong Ying vowed. Master, they are not dead. Rest assured, my kin eagerly await your rescue. Your promise is more than enough. Jihoromi concluded before departing. With that, the Zaga insect tribe dashed toward the domain of Cthulhu, leaving Fong Ying in a state of contemplation. After a protracted silence, Fong Ying uttered 2 words, old coin. A group of cunning individuals masquerading as innocuous had initially led him to believe he was unscrupulous enough, only to discover that they were even more adept at survival. Beep. The time for the divine battle's return has arrived. Please confirm your return. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, return. As Fong Ying spoke, the scenery before him rewound like a tape, time flowing backward. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself once more in room 69. Congratulations, little brother. On your successful return, you have made your sister quite worried. Shui Mingjie rushed forward, her concern genuine and heartfelt. I apologize for causing you worry. And I must thank you for your resources. They have been of great assistance. Fong Ying replied with a smile. What does that even mean? Let me see if the task has been completed. I'm not boasting, but the first time I accomplished a task independently, my rating was nearly exceptional. However, this task seems rather challenging. If it can be completed, it should yield some merit. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to Room 69's enigmatic deity for undertaking the Plague Company task. Achievement rating, level. Congratulations to Room 69's enigmatic deity for undertaking the Plague Company task. Achievement rating, level. Congratulations to Room 69's enigmatic deity for undertaking the Plague Company task. Achievement rating, level. Before Shui Mingjie could finish her sentence, 3 crimson banners unfurled in the air, rolling into view. She gazed at Fong Ying with disbelief. Wow, brother. You've really outdone yourself. Chapter 108. The Unknown Invitation? Sister Shui, could you refrain from being so ambiguous in your speech? Fong Ying replied, exasperated. Oh. Shui Mingjie was about to pat Fong Ying on the shoulder, but her hand halted midway. She retracted it and continued, brimming with excitement. You may not fully grasp the significance of this rating since it's your first task completion. What does it signify? Fong Ying looked on, puzzled. My naive brother. It signifies your astonishing potential. You must understand that the divine battle is not merely a life and death struggle. It is also about nurturing the very seeds of power. The Divine Alliance would never allow a deity to evolve without experiencing any conflict. Even the affluent second-generation deities are not exempt from this truth. The rating reflects a deity's performance during the divine battle, culminating in the final assessment. Initially, there are 5 distinct ratings, and these 5 ratings also encompass a balanced tier. Upon hearing her explanation, Fong Ying felt as though he was not included in this classification. Are you implying there's no level 6? Indeed, that classification does not fall within the 5 primary ratings. It is a special designation above level 5, signifying a distinction between ordinary deities and prodigious ones. It identifies those few deities poised to ascend to greatness. Having experienced a divine battle, you should understand that it is incomparable to the School S version. It is a brutal slaughter. The trials extend beyond mere divine power. They test one's intellect, situational awareness, command coordination, adaptability, and more. Overcoming adversity and achieving victory against overwhelming odds significantly impacts one's rating. Of course, the divine battle scoring system is, to a considerable extent, the most equitable. It cannot be artificially enhanced by the privileged resources of second-generation deities. Listening to Shui Mingjie's comprehensive explanation, Fong Ying pondered, so, Sister Shui, are you suggesting that I might receive honor or resources? He paused, realizing that if that were the case, revealing his identity might not be such a concern after all. Among the divine beings, geniuses are not in short supply. For those at the pinnacle of existence, a genius who has not yet matured is simply bestowed with the title. In fact, they often extend their goodwill, offering assistance to ensure that this deity, upon reaching maturity, will remember them fondly. Unlike the nefarious plots found in certain narratives where a group of malicious individuals seeks to eliminate a genius, here, all beings are divine, devoid of malevolent beliefs. Being a genius does not equate to possessing a rare treasure. There is no reason to target you, as it would be a frivolous endeavor when one could instead cultivate their divine realm. Of course, this excludes those deities with pre-existing rivalries, such as the shattered divine being encountered by Fong Ying during her initial development. Does a full-screen announcement count? Shui Mingjie pondered aloud. None. Fong Ying gazed intently at her. Generally, deities rated above a certain level receive 3 full-screen notifications across all divine alliances. This serves as recognition, accompanied by some encouraging support. Moreover, this brings the deity a measure of prestige, prompting their family to invest further resources, among other benefits. Shui Mingjie's voice gradually diminished. Fong Ying nodded in understanding. Congratulations to Divine Being number 69 for successfully navigating the Plague Company's Divine Realm. Task Evaluation. Level Task Reward. 5 million Divine Coins Special Reward. Due to your evaluation, the Divine Alliance grants you an additional 10 million Divine Coins, elevating your purchasing privileges and unlocking access to special items. This was a unique luminous screen, distinct from the initial red, adorned with golden text, visible only to Fong Ying. Well, it appears this is my reward, and it seems quite promising. A channel for special items might hold some intriguing treasures. Fong Ying turned her head toward Shui Mingjie, about to inquire further, when she noticed a sudden flicker of tension in her companion's demeanor. Fong Ying, I have urgent matters to attend to, but I must tell you, the effects of a level evaluation extend far beyond this. Although you have concealed your true self, there are certain matters that can transcend privileges. Rest assured, the benefits to you outweigh the drawbacks. With that, Shui Mingjie vanished from sight. Hey, Sister Shui. The swiftness of her departure caused Fang Ying to furrow her brow. Does this mean my identity can no longer be concealed? Perhaps it is best to accept the situation as it is. One step at a time. Suddenly, the void of room 69 began to tremble, signaling an incoming call request. There is this feature as well. Fang Ying contemplated before agreeing to the request. To her astonishment, the face that appeared was none other than the principal. Well, this is unexpected. In our esteemed institution, we have produced a talent such as yourself. Fang Ying, your accomplishments are indeed remarkable. The principal has praised you, which is largely attributable to the nurturing environment of our school. Enough flattery. Let us not embellish the school's reputation. From its inception to the present, you are the sole recipient of such commendation. I should be the one expressing gratitude to you for enhancing the school's prestige. So, are you still ensconced in that world of yours? Have you completed your tasks? Do you have time to share a cup of tea with this old man? Fang Ying chuckled awkwardly. What a jest it was for the principal himself to personally invite him for tea. Even if he were swamped, one must adhere to the principles of civility. Of course. Principal, when would you like me to come over? Naturally, there is no time like the present. Let us meet now. I have already prepared your tea. The old principal remarked, gesturing to the teapot and cups that had been laid out. The fragrant steam wafting from the tea exuded an aura of profound elegance. However, Fang Ying's keen eyes noticed another detail. There were 3 teacups. Hence, aside from himself and the principal, there must be a third individual present. It appeared that the principal had summoned him for a purpose beyond mere conversation. Who could it be? A representative from a major conglomerate? That seemed plausible, albeit unlikely, as his information remained confidential and should not have leaked so swiftly. Or perhaps it could be someone from the Divine Alliance. After all, they could directly access his information. Yet wouldn't it be more prudent to discuss matters with him directly? To mask their intentions would be akin to a ridiculous charade. Yet, such possibilities cannot be dismissed, as some individuals prefer to operate in this manner. The final speculation could be the state itself. After all, deities are often associated with national identities, though this distinction has considerably diminished. Nonetheless, for mere mortals, the protection of a nation remains paramount. Regardless of who it is, I am now a deity. I must extract some tangible benefits from this encounter. I am no Navi schoolboy, after all. Chapter 109. A forthright discussion soon. Fang Ying arrived at the school gate. To his surprise, the usual throngs of students were absent, and instead, a solitary figure awaited his arrival. You must be Fang Ying. The man was clad in the uniform of the Huan nation. Indeed, that is I. May I inquire as to who you are? Fang Ying replied politely, sensing an underlying danger emanating from the man, who appeared to be a formidable presence. Please follow me. The man did not respond to Fang Ying's inquiry, and although his tone bore a semblance of politeness, it was merely superficial. Fang Ying was indifferent to this and proceeded to follow him, leading to the principal's office. Knock. Knock, knock. Come in. The principal's voice resonated. Fang Ying entered to find 2 individuals seated opposite each other, both wearing expressions of warmth as they regarded his arrival. Fang Ying, come here quickly. The tea will cool if we wait any longer. The principal greeted Fang Ying with a warm smile, then gestured towards a tall, imposing gentleman beside him. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Guan, the chief officer overseeing thousands of counties in our northern river province. Greetings, Officer Lu. I am Fang Ying. Fang Ying rose and nodded, exchanging pleasantries. The officer reciprocated with respect. Ah, Lu Guan, now that you 2 have been introduced. The old principal continued with a smile, let us enjoy some tea. This is a rare delicacy I procured at great expense, known to enhance the essence of the divine realm. Upon hearing the words enhance the essence of the divine realm, Fang Ying promptly lifted the teacup and took a sip. The flavor was fragrant, sweet, and left a lingering aftertaste. Soon after, an indescribable warmth coursed through his body, entering his divine realm. Remarkably, he felt a subtle increase within his divine domain. Although slight, such an enhancement was indeed precious. Encouraged, Fang Ying took another sip, and the effect remained potent. Haha, if you enjoy it, Fang Ying, I shall gift you half a tael when you depart. This exquisite tea is worth 10 million divine coins per tael, the principal added, perhaps fearing Fang Ying might think him stingy. Thank you, principal. Fang Ying was not one to be overly formal, immediately accepting the offer. After all, 5 million divine coins was a considerable sum, and it was evident that the principal knew how to cater to his guests. Fang Ying, you may not be aware of the significant stir your task evaluation has caused. You are now a focal point of our nation's attention. Officer Lu is here specifically for you, hoping you will contribute to the future of humanity. You have a chance to appear in the Chronicles of the Divine, the principal stated, recognizing the opportune moment to speak plainly. He understood that Fang Ying preferred straightforwardness over grandiloquent phrases that could lead to misunderstandings. Are you suggesting that I join the official ranks? Fang Ying glanced between the principal and Officer Lu. You could interpret it that way. Though I am not mandating your involvement, Lu Guan replied. Despite the apparent strength of humanity's divine beings, we still face considerable external threats. Moreover, not all humans who ascend to divinity adhere to the law. As their power grows, they may entertain dangerous ideas. The fallen gods are a prime example and our targets for eradication. Additionally, those divine beings with distorted personalities or tendencies towards betrayal are also among our focus. Thus, for individuals like you, it is essential to develop in a secure environment. We merely offer this as a suggestion. You may choose to formally join the official ranks. And based on the state of your divine realm, we can assign specialists to assist in elevating your domain's economic development. Furthermore, we will provide you with the necessary resources for advancement at each stage of your divine realm. Lastly, you may receive insights from a deity of at least the Golden God realm. Naturally, should you opt to become an apprentice, akin to an external staff member of our government who listens to directives but not proclamations, the aforementioned benefits may not be available. However, I shall provide you with a resource that you urgently require and which we possess. This lengthy statement is the most extensive utterance from Lu Guan. Nevertheless, the explanation is quite comprehensive. Joining the official ranks, undoubtedly, signifies the state's care for you. Yet, correspondingly, what you gain will necessitate some losses, such as secrets. After all, obedience to orders is the duty of a soldier, even for a deity. Fong Ying is uncertain what his superiors will be like after entry. But once the uniqueness of his divine domain is revealed, there will inevitably be ideologies advocating for the greater good and world peace, leading to involuntary compliance in the study of his divine realm. Therefore, despite the enticing benefits, they merely serve as bait. If one does not possess a system, it could be worth a try. As for external personnel, Fong Ying contemplated. The other party did not present him with the option to refuse, suggesting a protective measure aimed at special individuals. With the title of external personnel, there will certainly be some oversight, albeit not excessively stringent, allowing him to reap certain advantages. Conversely, should he genuinely decline, the other party would likely remain silent, yet the necessary surveillance would persist, and other large corporations or conglomerates would inevitably monitor him, perhaps even attempt to coerce him, resulting in mutual detriment. Having reached this understanding, Fong Ying addressed Lu Guan. I am a citizen of Huagua, a deity of Huagua. From the moment I entered school, we were taught to remain true to our beginnings to attain our goals. I have always aspired to join the official ranks. Yet upon first seeing the soldier who brought me here, I realized my unworthiness. Joining the official ranks at this moment is not ideal. I would tarnish the nation's reputation. Thus, I am willing to commence as an external personnel. Though I am an external staff member, I shall hold myself to the standards of a formal employee until the day I truly qualify for that status. Fong Ying proclaimed loudly. Excellent. Well said. Lu Guan was so moved by Fong Ying's words that he sprang to his feet. You have raised a remarkable student. If everyone possessed such thoughts, how could our Huagua not dominate the world? Fong Ying, do not hesitate. If you wish to formally join, we shall welcome you with open arms. No, Commander Lu. I am aware of my capabilities. I need further training. I cannot tarnish the nation's reputation. Please allow me to enter as an external personnel, Fong Ying interjected, resolutely refusing. Lu Guan gazed deeply at Fong Ying, undeterred by the interruption, his admiration for the child only growing. Soldiers, particularly high-ranking officers, place great importance on their beliefs. Naturally, when others acknowledge them, it feels akin to encountering a kindred spirit. Very well, as you have suggested, I formally consent to your entry. You may now present your requests. As an external member, you are entitled to request one resource, and I can offer you two. Lu Guan's exception left the old principal wide-eyed. Was this truly the principled comrade he had known for decades? How easily he had acquiesced. The old principal also cast a glance at Fong Ying, astonished at how this child articulated himself even better than he did. Where was the promised straightforwardness? Yet, Fong Ying soon revealed his own sincerity. I do not wish for two. I only require one. I recognize this as your test, but I cannot allow you to wager your credibility on my behalf, he declared emphatically. Very well, one it shall be. Speak your desire, and I assure you, I will procure it for you. Rest assured, this does not contravene our organization. Thank you, Commander Lu, Fong Ying replied solemnly, a fleeting glimmer of cunning dancing in the corners of his eyes. Call me Uncle Lu. I have a granddaughter your age, and they are all good children. All right, Uncle Lu, I seek resources pertaining to the mental domain. Chapter 110, Resource Selection Mental Resources? Let me see what I can find. Lu Guan, though perplexed by Fong Ying's request, did not dwell on it for long. Typically, many who joined as interns or external personnel sought resources that would protect their own spiritual domains or those of an aggressive nature. After all, they would not select individuals of mediocre talent, and most exceptional candidates were naturally youthful. Thus, apart from offensive and defensive resources, developmental resources were preferred. Conversely, resources related to esoteric domains, such as the mental or spiritual, were comparatively scarce. Lu Guan had already prepared an array of outstanding offensive or defensive resources for the other party. Take a look, see if anything here meets your desires. After searching within his authority's repository for some time, he presented the finest resources he could offer. Name, Well of Vitality. Grade, Golden Attribute. Water, Effects, 1. Fountain of Purity. Continuously purifies water resources, with a cleansing effect of 50. 2. Surge of Life. Generates an endless supply of fresh water, with a derivation effect of 30. 3. Heart of Vitality. Within the Well of Vitality, enhances one's spirit by 300, Usable 33 times daily, accommodating 55 individuals each time, with no reset on usage. Ineffective against deities and those above, but effective against legendary beings and those below. Name, Radiance of Light level, Golden Attribute, Light Effect, 1. Grants the host light attribute skills, emanating a dazzling beam of light, forming the spell Radiant Luminescence, which can induce temporary blindness in opponents based on their strength. 2. This skill is a heritage ability, allowing the host to bestow it upon their Divine Realm followers. 3. Light's Illumination, when used against enemies. It can cause effects such as disorientation, blindness, and burning. When used on allies, it can facilitate healing, purification, dispelling of negative states, and enhancement of mental fortitude. Note, as it originates from the legacy of the Lord of Light, it inherently counters entities of the Shadow attribute. Cherish it well. Name, Breath of Revelation level, Golden Attribute, Void Effect, 1. Purification, when placed in the Divine Realm, it generates a special void pressure that gradually refines the air, cleansing impurities by 50. 2. Tears of Revelation, produces 1 drop daily. When used, it enhances the user's mental capacity by 1. If not used, it can be preserved or compressed, with a maximum compression capacity of 500. Note, ineffective against deities and those above, but beneficial for legendary beings and below. 3. Breath of Revelation, continuously releases renewed air, steadily increasing the spiritual energy of the Divine Realm by 5. Fong Ying gazed upon these 3 items, pondering slightly. Currently, resources related to mental attributes are scarce for him. However, the nation is immensely powerful. Thus, should he become a formal member in the future, these resources will undoubtedly satisfy him. Lu Guan, perhaps concerned that this might dampen Fong Ying's enthusiasm, thought it crucial not to squander such a promising prospect. Uncle Lu, you jest. I am merely awed by your generosity. I choose the third option, the Breath of Revelation, Fong Ying replied with a smile. The first option seemed impractical given Fong Ying's current capacity. The second option raised concerns about potential adverse effects. The third, while requiring time, was something he had in abundance, offering the highest cost-effectiveness. Indeed, it is best that you think this way. Next, I will liaise with your principal. You will likely need to fill out some forms later, but they are quite simple. Work hard. I will be observing your performance in the upcoming assessments, Lu Guan said, his smile appearing somewhat forced as he regarded Fong Ying. I will not disappoint you, Uncle Lu, nor tarnish my status as an external member, Fong Ying assured, nodding earnestly. Very well. Lu Guan turned to the old principal, giving a look that conveyed the need to take care of Fong Ying before stating succinctly, I am leaving. With that, he vanished decisively from Fong Ying's sight. This is what initially left Fong Ying feeling somewhat awkward as he stood still. Principal, look. You rascal, I didn't see this coming. Impressive. Since you have brought glory to the school, I shall not be stingy. Here. The old principal tossed a card towards him. It was a card radiating with a divine glow. Fong Ying reached out to catch it. It bore no inscriptions, its surface smooth as a mirror, yet soft as silk. Remarkably enchanting. This is 5 million divine coins, a personal sponsorship from me to you. You have also heard what your Uncle Lu said. Do not let us down. The items will be directly delivered to you later. As for you, with a few days left before the assessment, you should have access to special purchasing channels within the Divine Alliance. Remember to check, as there will be things of use to you. Go on. Before Fong Ying could express his gratitude, he found himself abruptly outside the school gates, staring at the bustling crowd on the road, utterly bewildered. What just happened? How did I end up here? Is the old principal pleased or displeased? Is he perhaps envious because Uncle Lu treated me well? A chill ran down the back of Fong Ying's neck as he decided to head to the place the principal mentioned, eager to discover what special items might prove beneficial to him. Upon entering the Divine Alliance, Fong Ying faced no obstacles this time. With the amiable guidance of a young woman, he learned how to utilize his special channels. It turned out that the marketplace was not merely a mundane locality. The items resided in a deeper layer of the inner world, within a virtual space. Fong Ying couldn't help but muse on how the city felt so restless, with everyone playing their own games. The inner world catered to the deities, while the Divine Alliance was designated for a select group of unique deities. The virtual space, on the other hand, was meant for an even more special group within the Divine Alliance. Fong Ying speculated whether there existed an even higher realm beyond the supreme in the virtual space. It could only be described as a circle of exclusivity. Given that it was termed a virtual space, it naturally belonged to the realm of mental networks. This space was constructed through the unique abilities of the deity's consciousness. Fong Ying entered this world via card. Admittedly, it felt somewhat peculiar. Despite its resemblance to the real world, with its flora and fauna, Fong Ying sensed that his self here existed within a protective shield, distinct from his reality. Should the inner world influence him, he could immediately withdraw. It was fascinating, almost as if he were multitasking. Within this realm, he encountered a plethora of elements, a floating chat system, forums, websites, live streams, auctions, and more. By simply selecting one, such as an auction house, his surroundings would transform to immerse him fully in that environment. Among the offerings, there are indeed some exceptional services. For instance, an exquisite indulgence that brings profound mental pleasure. Chapter 111. the approaching examination. To put it succinctly, it encompasses comfort, a sense of ease that permeates from within. The specific operations remain beyond Fang Ying's comprehension, yet this virtual realm showcases the splendid experiences encountered by other deities. Some have experienced incontinence, while others wept bitterly, and some reached euphoric heights. It is crucial to recognize that these are deities who exercise stringent control over themselves. Fang Ying expressed his astonishment. Subsequently, he casually surveyed items that might prove beneficial to him, and then these objects materialized before his eyes. Item: Platinum level domain expansion. Description: increases the area of one's divine realm by 10,000 kilometers. Price: 100 million divine coins. Notes: this token can only be utilized 10 times within a single phase. Exceeding this limit may destabilize one's foundation. Item: Platinum level spiritual domain ocean. Description: transforms a non-attribute divine realm into a nascent spiritual world. Price: 1 billion divine coins. Notes: before using this token, one must ascertain the attribute of their divine realm. Any attribute conflict will result in dire consequences, which one must bear alone. Item: Platinum level intermediate fire attribute divine resonance. Description: enhances the quality of the fire attribute divine realm, with a chance of producing certain aberrant effects. Price: 8 for billion divine coins or exchange for a similar water or ice attribute resonance. Notes: when utilizing this token, one must consider the state of their divine realm, ensuring no attribute conflict arises, avoiding unmerited gains, and coordinating with neutral divine resonances for adjustment. Fang Ying could not help but acknowledge that the items for sale in this place truly broadened his horizons. Remarkably, there exists a means to effortlessly expand one's divine realm. 10 portions. What does that signify? It amounts to 100,000 square kilometers. Heaven knows, even at the pinnacle of divinity, one might merely possess 5,000 square kilometers. Even a single portion of this resource would liberate one from the shackles of a demigod, elevating them to the status of a true deity. Meanwhile, Fang Ying, despite exerting tremendous effort, only barely reached the latter stages of demigodhood with the assistance of the system. It is no wonder that the old principal harbored little hope for the national top spot. Fang Ying sighed, realizing that knowing is one thing, but achieving is another. How many individuals toil their entire lives only to find they cannot afford even a single wheel of another's chariot? Just like Fang Ying, even upon becoming a deity, he remains a deity among the common folk, unable to compare with those privileged second-generation divine beings. Indeed, class distinctions are omnipresent. Casting aside his tangled thoughts, he discovered an entity reminiscent of his own system. Name: simulation system. Description: a synthesis of numerous laws by the divine beings, intertwined with the cycles of reincarnation, life, death, creation, and the essence of the great race, the ISR, converged into the heart of time. One can simulate the future trajectory of deities, including combat outcomes, laws, and divine skills. The cost is a staggering 1 billion divine coins per session, or 50 strands of divine silk. Note that, due to the existence of only a single system, prior reservations are required. However, should one wish to expedite their access, arrangements must be made with preceding patrons. Such marvel. Fang Ying could only express his astonishment with those 3 words. Within the virtual realm, one could vividly perceive images of the product and its overall efficacy. This apparatus operates by integrating the deity's personal data and network of relationships into a helmet, the simulation system, thereby generating a plethora of scenarios. Yet, Fang Ying discerned a significant flaw. Despite the foresight it afforded, it lacked one crucial element: data on the adversary. While one may be aware of an opponent's physical attributes, skills, and character traits, one can never ascertain how they will behave upon encountering one. The self is controllable, yet the enemy remains unpredictable. Consequently, the simulated results can be overwhelmingly numerous, sometimes amounting to billions of outcomes, demanding considerable divine contemplation for analysis. Nevertheless, this system is still remarkable. It could rival at least 1% of the efficacy of Fang Ying's own deduction system. The time heart I acquired is of golden grade. I wonder how much it could fetch, perhaps several hundred billion divine coins. After a moment of introspection, Fang Ying resolved to halt his musings. After all, the origins of that item were somewhat dubious. Even if he were to act, it would be prudent to wait until he possessed sufficient strength for self-defense. He pondered whether there existed a cost-effective option suitable for a novice deity like himself. Fang Ying promptly accessed a forum in search of resources, only to discover that the first piece of gossip pertained to him. Is there anyone with information? Recently, a deity at the divine personage stage undertook a task for a plague company. Please help me uncover their identity. Ideally, I would like combat data from the divine realm. I'm open to negotiation. I knew it was from Qin City, and I believe it is their first foray into divine combat tasks. Beyond that, I know little. Could they be from one of those illustrious families? Qin City has no such prominent figures. It's a backwater. Don't overthink it. Perhaps they merely stumbled upon luck. If they manage to accomplish a task, I'll eat Oreos upside down. To the one above, dare you reveal your true name? We are already in the virtual space. Could you not exhibit such low wit? I warn you, Should you speak so outside, your divine domain would shatter in an instant. Believe it or not. Hey, I don't believe you. So what if you're three cannons? I enjoy speaking my mind. Does it concern you? Is he your father or something? Why the fervent defense? Or are you merely a wild offspring? No, please don't. As he returned to nature's embrace. It was perplexing to witness a mere mid-tier deity possessing such audacity, truly unaware that within the virtual realm, I would be unable to locate him. Did the esteemed families of our capital merely indulge in idleness? With this final summary from the gentleman, the forum fell silent, and I could observe the numbers dwindling rapidly. Presumably, many had retreated, myself included. Although the veracity of his claims remained uncertain, it was evident that his circumstances were far from favorable. Initially, I had intended to explore other forums, yet my interest waned. However, my attention was rekindled upon glimpsing an eye-catching banner prominently displayed across all forums. Forget 998, forget 888. Countless divine techniques are being offered at a heartfelt discount. Don't miss out, don't miss out, don't miss out. Chapter 112. The eve of divine conflict. It must be said, the allure of their promotion had indeed captivated me, primarily due to the attractive pricing. Upon delving deeper, I discovered that the specific price amounted to merely 66 million divine coins. Averaging it out, each divine technique was priced at under 10,000 divine coins. With my own 5 million, supplemented by an additional 5 million from the esteemed headmaster, I had ample funds to acquire them. Yet, as I further explored the plethora of divine techniques, I began to comprehend why they were so affordable. Most were simply the most rudimentary versions. Many possessed limited utility. For instance, the levitation technique, which allows one to hover 5 meters above the ground, the water sphere technique, capable of conjuring a basketball-sized orb of water, and the long-distance vision technique, which extends one's sight by an additional 1,000 meters. While these abilities may seem impressive, it is crucial to remember that they are not meant for ordinary individuals. Those who ascend to divinity and step onto the battlefield are, at the very least, of true divine caliber. The enhancement of physical attributes far surpasses these rudimentary skills. Nevertheless, it would be remiss to declare them entirely useless. Among the offerings were several offensive techniques, healing spells, and methods to fortify one's physique. Although the effects may be somewhat modest, the breadth of their applications is commendable. After all, these divine techniques stem from the communion between deities and their devotees. Within my divine domain, I currently host the I-Demon clan and the Ant-Man tribe, along with the newly recruited scientist, the Zago insectoid. With sufficient resources, I firmly believe these foundational divine techniques could be elevated to greater heights. Most importantly, it appeared the merchants were currently running a promotion. They also generously included divine technique tokens, comprising 10 mid-tier tokens that encompass healing, offense, immunity, and acceleration, offering comprehensive effects. Additionally, they provided a high-tier divine technique token, Rebirth of the Undead, which has the capacity to resurrect beings that have perished within the last 24 hours. Although it possesses the capability to fully resurrect deceased beings, these entities, after a mere 12 hours, even in the absence of the slightest harm, will succumb to death once more. After all, this is a divine art belonging to the realm of the undead. However, when employed for ambush or surprise attacks, it may yield unexpectedly delightful results. Should the adversary happen to be a divine entity of the necromantic order, it could facilitate the true resurrection of the deceased undead. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Fonging opted to make the purchase. Ding! Congratulations on successfully acquiring the special promotion, 1000 Divine Arts. This knowledge will be transmitted through divine consciousness. You may choose between direct transmission or indirect transmission. The indirect method, which transforms the knowledge into resource tokens, incurs a service fee of 10 divine coins. I choose indirect transmission. This decision was not born from caution. Rather, it is essential to receive knowledge in a tranquil setting, ensuring one's state is properly attuned for the transmission of wisdom. Otherwise, forgetting or experiencing interruptions during the process is trivial, but there are instances where such mishaps could render a divine being foolish. Of course, such occurrences are rare, as knowledge is tiered, and a divine being of a lower realm would not be imparted with the knowledge of a higher one. Ding! The resource tokens will soon be transmitted to your location. The notification arrived in but half a second. 12 tokens manifested before Fong Yang. However, these tokens appeared outside his corporeal form in the inner world, and he swiftly drew them in. The token representing the 1000 divine arts emanated a transparent crystalline hue, within which swirled 1000 golden rays reminiscent of darting fish. Absorb. With a mere thought, the crystalline token shattered, and thousands of golden fish surged toward Fong Ying's body, directly entering through his forehead. This process bore resemblance to the transmission of teachings from celestial beings. His mind was soon inundated with a plethora of information. Each golden foundational divine art was constructed from countless models, not a mere trivial endeavor. Take, for instance, the previously mentioned levitation technique. This necessitates consideration of one's height, weight, movements, breathing frequency, weather conditions, gravitational forces, and various equations, combined with divine power or the strength of belief for effective application. Fong Ying was confident that each foundational divine art required extensive manpower and resources for meticulous calculations, indicating that the source of this knowledge was indeed formidable. It is important to recognize that practitioners of divine arts are not solely human, but include a myriad of beings such as other creatures, phantoms, and mutated entities. Ding! You have received a message. Please check your inbox. Fong Ying was somewhat taken aback. The message was from an organization called 10,000 Laws, of which he had never heard. How could they send him a message? Especially in a virtual space? Open. Dear sir, we have detected that you have purchased our special offer, the Qianzhong Divine Arts Deluxe Package. In appreciation of your generous support, we are pleased to present you with a 10 discount card, which you may utilize for any purchase at our Wanfa Gate to enjoy a delightful discount, along with occasional complimentary gifts. Additionally, we would like to remind you that the divine arts you have acquired are protected under the Divine Alliance's patent rights. You may impart them to your divine creatures, but sharing them indiscriminately with other deities is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, we shall exercise our rightful authority and impose a death warrant upon you. Therefore, we kindly urge you to adhere to the laws. Once again, we express our heartfelt gratitude for your patronage. I can't shake the feeling of having received a gentle threat. Fong Ying could only reflect on the fact that whenever the interests of others are at stake, significant dangers arise, especially in more developed regions. But as a law-abiding citizen, how could he ever act otherwise? So, he continued his browsing until, upon wiping his eyes, he beheld a rather familiar and well-known item. Item: Golden Level Rui Jingu Bang. Description: weighing an impressive 13,500 gene, with ends crafted from sea gold and a center forged from black iron. This item was created by a blacksmith of a golden deity based on ancient myths of the Blue Star. Effect: capable of expanding and contracting, thickening and thinning. It also features a vibration function and a self-cleaning system. Note: an essential item for home and travel. Price: 88 million divine coins. Fong Ying felt somewhat ensnared. Did the Blue Star also possess a journey to the west? Why was he unaware of this and had never studied such knowledge? Perhaps it had existed before, but lacked popularity, especially as deities now face threats and cannot afford to promote entertainment so vigorously. Nevertheless, such items are more suited for nostalgia and hold little practical use. Instead, the two items below piqued Fong Ying's interest. A fine treasure indeed. Chapter 113. The Sea of Mist. Item: Golden Level Protagonist Aura. Description: with this, you become the protagonist of your own divine realm. All beings will revolve around you. Your divine realm's luck is increased by 50, and your personal luck value is 10. Price: 555 divine coins. Note: this aura originates from a protagonist of a certain dimension, and if you encounter a higher level protagonist aura, yours will be suppressed and become ineffective. Item: Golden Level Divine Staff. Description: a masterpiece from a deity of calculation. Possessing this staff grants you a control level of 20 over your divine realm and enhances the efficiency of your divine work by 20, limited to below heavenly deities. Against foes, you will possess a single will determination, empowering the consciousness of your entire divine realm to conduct a mental assessment against your enemies. Depending on the circumstances, failure on their part will result in a reduction of their mental strength. Note: each enemy can only be assessed once, and this can only be done once per day. Price: 690,000 divine coins. Important note: everything possesses a durability, which is set at 5,000,000. Once this durability diminishes, you may consult the divine calculator. The contact number for the divine calculator is 6497. Initially, Fong Ying was taken aback by the price offered. Not because it was exorbitantly high, but rather astonishingly low. However, upon reading the subsequent note, he realized that the intention was to engage in a business model designed for sustainability. One might wonder if this durability was artificially inflated. Fong Ying harbored a somewhat malicious suspicion. After all, on Earth, he had encountered a similar scenario when he purchased a new hairdryer that malfunctioned within 6 months due to a deliberately inferior component installed by the manufacturer, intended to encourage repeat purchases. Nevertheless, despite his misgivings, Fong Ying promptly acquired the Staff of the Gods. He had no choice. His current financial situation was strained, and he hoped his counterpart was indeed employing tricks. If the first, heroic halo, could be procured in a similar manner, he would do whatever it took to obtain it. Subsequently, Fong Ying continued to browse. He recognized that failing to spend his newfound wealth on resources would constitute a waste. Regrettably, the majority of items were priced excessively high, while the cheaper ones held little utility for him. After making a small flurry of purchases, he exited with less than 800,000 divine coins remaining. Upon arriving at the location of the Divine Alliance, Fong Ying listed 100,000 divine coins, intending to convert them into Blue Star coins. In the blink of an eye, his set exchange rate of 1,000 was completely depleted, leaving him with a new objective. It is worth noting that Blue Star coins and divine coins belong to two distinct dimensions that do not intertwine. Although the exchange rate for divine coins is high, they are rarely converted between deities. Thus, purchasing divine coins with Blue Star coins resembles acquiring items rather than causing any form of inflation. For instance, The price of staple foods like rice and cooking oil is comparable to that on Earth, with rice costing about 1 coin per pound and oil 5 coins per pound. Interestingly, luxury items such as gold, necklaces, or jewelry are also reasonably priced. Conversely, certain divine items, particularly those with inherent attributes or protective effects, are significantly inflated in price. However, for deities, these items are considered commonplace, thus purchased primarily by ordinary individuals. The diet of higher deities also varies, consisting of substances infused with various energies. Much like the special pastries Su Xiuxiu once offered Fang Ying. Yet, these delicacies require divine coins for purchase, making them inaccessible to ordinary people. Consequently, Fang Ying finds himself as a relatively common anomaly among the impoverished deities. Having ascended to divinity, Fang Ying first elevated his standard of living within the realm of ordinary humanity. After emerging from the Divine Alliance, he accomplished the purchases of an apartment and a luxury vehicle, relocated from an old residence, and hired a gourmet chef to prepare an opulent feast. All within the span of 3 hours. What would take an ordinary person a lifetime to achieve, Fang Ying accomplished in mere moments. Should he desire, he could even acquire a company, expanding it into a colossal enterprise worth hundreds of billions. Yet, as previously stated, resources obtained with blue star coins hold no value for deities, hence no one would stoop to such trivial pursuits. Furthermore, engaging in such endeavors could provoke dual oppression from both the government of the real world and the Divine Alliance, rendering it an exercise in futility. After savoring a lavish meal worth millions, Fang Ying swirled his glass of red wine and ventured into his divine realm. At this moment, the landscape of his divine domain had undergone a profound transformation. The land area had expanded to 3,000 square kilometers, while the total area of the divine realm reached an impressive 10,000 square kilometers, approximately the size of Tianjin. The divine world was now segmented into several major modules, organized according to the status of the Cthulhu domain's races and beings. Among the recent arrivals was the Shaijai insect clan, accompanied by 3 deities and a distinctive group of face-hugging creatures and alien beings. Their unique silver designs and towering structures set them apart, creating a striking juxtaposition between urban and rural aesthetics. Adjacent to the Shaijai insect clan were the Eye of Chaos and Ant-Man tribes, which required no further adjustments from Fang Ying. The convergence of 3 scientific talents promised to spark innovative breakthroughs. It is worth mentioning that someone had taken the initiative to modify Fang Ying's statue, rendering it more akin to the image of another individual, and had placed it within a dedicated pyramid-shaped temple. Fortunately, Fang Ying continued to feel an unceasing flow of faith energy, otherwise, he would have dismantled it. After all, his myriad divine techniques were prepared, and any disruption at this juncture would render his efforts in vain. The race of gods remained as diverse as ever, traversing various locations such as volcanoes, subterranean realms, and glaciers, reflecting the multitude of types within their ranks. However, the whereabouts of the esteemed patriarchs, the king in Yellow Hastur and Nyarlathotep, remained a mystery. Their absence from the divine realm suggested they had ventured into the void for leisure. Who knows? Perhaps Nyarlathotep's recent capriciousness was a consequence of awakening his true essence, his growing power accompanied by a series of personality shifts. Fortunately, Fang Ying sensed that he still retained control over him. As for the deep ones, they remained stable, thriving in water without aspirations for world domination, focused solely on their propagation. Recently, according to the circumstances, Fang Ying has learned that the other party is inclined to engage with the summer bug race in order to create offspring with their humanoid creatures. Fang Ying, however, is quite indifferent to this, simply advising compliance. Unlike the recent tumult orchestrated by Cthulhu, which has been quite dramatic. Indeed, deep within the ocean, Fang Ying discovered an area shrouded in dense gray mist. This fog materialized as a welcoming ceremony for new companions. Since its appearance, the mist has not dissipated, preventing Cthulhu from entering, thus prompting an urgent notification to Fang Ying. Fortunately, upon inspection, although he remains uncertain about the specifics, he possesses a certain awareness that there is no danger within. Rather, it harbors a nurturing force. Whether it is the genesis of life or something else remains indeterminate for Fang Ying at this moment. Nevertheless, recalling the origins of Nyarlathotep fills his eyes with a sense of solace. Chapter 114. Praise for the Black Star. At this juncture, Fang Ying's supplies have finally arrived. The token of the Breath of Apocalypse, supported by Lu Guan, the Staff of the Divine, and 1,000 Divine Arts, purchased within the virtual realm of the Divine Alliance, along with various other auxiliary items. Yes, it is time to embark on a grand endeavor. Standing in the void, Fang Ying wields this Staff of the Divine. One cannot deny the stark contrast between being equipped and unarmed. How to articulate it? The aesthetic has undeniably ascended. Furthermore, through Fang Ying's perception, his dominion over the Cthulhu domain has indeed increased significantly. I say, you are all my cherished ones, my beloved children. As Fang Ying's voice, having undergone a transformation, reverberated through every corner of the Cthulhu domain, all beings, those with ears and those with spirits, turned their gazes towards him. Although Fang Ying deliberately obscured his form and altered his voice using the consciousness of the Cthulhu domain, He benevolently adorned himself with a splendid aura to celebrate his own magnificent presence. Regrettably, the style of the Cthulhu domain diverged slightly from his expectations. All beings beheld a vague, abyss-like shadow that enveloped the entire domain. In his hand, he wielded an armament reminiscent of apocalyptic destruction, surrounded by countless worlds ceaselessly collapsing. Though Fang Ying's voice was gentle, the processed echoes left in the hearts of all beings were imbued solely with fear and reverence. Even Cthulhu, formidable as he is, lowered his proud head, contemplating. The great primordial lord has grown even more powerful. Yet, one individual glimmered with flickering hope. Closer, closer, the great master approaches yet another step, bringing me nearer to the salvation of my kin. I fervently hope that the master will persevere. The summer bug race trembled with excitement. Fang Ying is not a mind reader of his adversaries, and thus he could not fathom the thoughts of this unruly group. Instead, he felt a sense of relief upon witnessing that his followers had not undergone any mutations. One must understand that even a deity must tread carefully when expressing words within their own divine realm. It is not an easy task. This divine conflict you engaged in exhibited the fearlessness and valor of the Cthulhu domain, highlighting your wisdom, a matter that brings me great joy. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you substantial rewards. As Fang Ying observed the assembly, their heads bowed in a demeanor of obedience, he continued, I proclaim, all things shall awaken. Following this declaration, a multitude of tokens transformed into glimmers of light and dissipated within the Cthulhu realm. Instantly, the domain flourished like the onset of spring. As life began to surge forth with fervor, this growth extended beyond mere flora. It encompassed fauna, soil, oceans, and even mineral wealth. Even the Cthulhu's own minions felt a surge in the vitality of their cells. Dagon, in particular, sensed a rejuvenation in the ocean's essence. This was the bounty acquired through Fang Ying's expenditure of countless divine coins, far surpassing the offerings of the natural world. I declare, all shall proceed smoothly. With this utterance, another series of tokens transformed into starlight and vanished within the Cthulhu world. This time, the Cthulhu realm did not undergo significant alterations, however. The most affected were the intellectual races. Following this proclamation, many members of the Eye of Malice tribe felt a sudden clarity, as if the fog of confusion had been lifted, leading them to solutions that seemed miraculous. They instinctively turned to the Ant-Man tribe, only to find them gazing back in mutual curiosity. Amidst this exchange, the Earthworm tribe, led by their burrowing overlord, appeared bewildered. What is going on? Why are you all staring? Do you feel suddenly compelled to contemplate tomorrow's meals? Are you all hungry? The Earthworm pondered to itself. Conversely, the legendary Cthulhu furrowed its brow, troubled by the interruption of its thoughts as it sought to devise a sophisticated magical sacrificial array following the great primordial lord's declaration. A lingering sense of emptiness perplexed its mind. Fang Ying observed this scene, acutely aware that it represented a considerable investment of divine coins, resulting in a set of resources vital for the foundational development of a divine realm. Such resources were capable of enhancing wisdom, augmenting the realm's fortune, and stabilizing the growth of the domain, a remarkable amalgamation of benefits. It seemed promising, especially since even Cthulhu had begun to frown. Could this indicate that the adversary had discovered some extraordinary skill? Undoubtedly, their advancement significantly impacted Fang Ying and his domain, albeit sometimes with unexpected complications. Behold the persistent gray mist over the sea, a manifestation conjured by the adversary. Fortunately, it does not pose a significant threat. Otherwise, Fang Ying would not be leisurely delivering prophecies, but rather initiating a mode of deduction. I proclaim, all things cleanse themselves, and energy is eternal. With these words, the token of breath of the apocalypse, bestowed by Lu Guan, seamlessly integrated into the Cthulhu divine realm. The air within the Cthulhu domain began to coalesce, forming a vortex reminiscent of a white eye of God. As it spun ceaselessly, creatures with heightened sensitivity immediately discerned the anomaly. Just as all the affiliated beings scrutinized this white eye of God, a sudden transformation occurred. It felt as though the white vortex had condensed too many layers of cloud, causing its hue to darken progressively until it became a deep black. Upon closer examination, one could even perceive black stars shimmering within it. Has it mutated? Fang Ying furrowed his brow, observing intently. After all, he had never encountered such resource mutations before. The textbooks provided only fundamental knowledge and offered no solutions for such unforeseen events. As one with memories of 2 lifetimes, Fang Ying understood that mutations could yield 2 outcomes, benign or malignant. A brief contemplation revealed that he could withstand either result, for it was his divine realm. Surely, no one could turn the tables on him. Thus, he decided to relax and wait, eager to witness the transformation of this phenomenon. Similarly, the followers remained fixated on the dark vortex. Suddenly, a swift figure, bursting with excitement and fervor, surged into the Cthulhu domain from the void beyond, plunging headlong into the now chaotic black vortex. Hail the Black Star. Chapter 115. Guln, Nyarlathotep. This arrival is remarkably timely. However, where has the king in yellow, Hastur, been taken? From his divine vantage point, Fang Ying could clearly observe the unfolding events. As he mused, the once chaotic black vortex experienced a profound change upon Nyarlathotep's arrival, akin to a catalytic reaction. In a fleeting moment, the black vortex contracted sharply and then erupted violently, resembling a black firework blooming in the sky. Subsequently, the entire firmament began to darken. Indeed, from the source of that vortex, an encroaching darkness spread in all directions. Pure blackness relentlessly devoured the sky. In mere moments, it had consumed half the heavens of the Cthulhu domain, shrouding the once shimmering realm in an even more terrifying veil. As Fong Ying was poised to take action, he witnessed Nyarlathotep move with swiftness surpassing his own. Praise the myriad stars, praise the darkness, praise the black stars. With Nyarlathotep's utterance, the entire expanse of the black sky began to shimmer with a multitude of vibrant stars, twinkling until they adorned the heavens in their entirety. However, only those with keen vision could discern that these dazzling, multicolored orbs were, in fact, a multitude of eyes. When this assembly of eyes opened, they emanated an arresting aura. Conversely, when they closed, they radiated a light darker than darkness itself, reminiscent of the oft-quoted iridescent black of a raven. It was evident that the effect of these eyes closing evoked an unsettling sensation of being watched. Fong Ying could only be grateful for his resilient heart, feeling no discomfort or triggering his fear of clusters. Instead, he promptly employed the staff of the divine, in conjunction with the consciousness of the Cthulhu domain to ascertain the true nature of his breath of revelation. After all, the visible outcome was far from delightful. Had not the humans and alien beings engulfed by the black stars entered a state of struggle? Name, breath of revelation, mutated version of stars, alias, eternal night stars, level, golden, unstable, in promotion, attribute, none, interfered, unable to determine, effects, 1. Infection, when placed in the divine realm, it generates a special dark canopy. All beings, whether living or inanimate, enveloped by this canopy will succumb to its infection. At a rate of 50. 2. Tears of the Stars, produces 10 drops of Tears of the Stars daily. Upon use, it enhances one's mental strength by 10. Yet requires the user to endure a mental verification. Failure results in physical and spiritual mutations or distortions. If unused, one may choose to preserve or compress the Tears of the Stars. 1,000 drops can coalesce into a star crystal, increasing mental strength by 500. 1,000 star crystals can form a heart of stars, enhancing mental strength by 1,000. Note: currently ineffective against deities and those above, effective on legendaries and their subordinates. 3. Breath of the Black Star, continuously infects all beings, living and non-living, beneath the dark canopy, steadily augmenting the mental energy of the divine realm by 50. Caution: this mental energy may produce unforeseen effects, necessitating ongoing assessment. Observing the mutated breath of revelation, which should now be referred to as stars, it was evident that not only had its original abilities been amplified, but it had also acquired numerous additional attributes. Initially, Fong Ying had contemplated selling this resource, given its renewable nature. However, in light of the current circumstances, such thoughts were rendered moot, estimating that the moment one sells a heart of stars, they will soon be sought out by the Divine Alliance at their doorstep. One cannot help but feel that they are inviting a charge of disrupting the harmony of the divine. Just as Fong Ying was lost in contemplation, the Cthulhu domain began to undergo a transformation. More specifically, it was the insectoid race of Shaggy that instigated changes in the infected beings. The most conspicuous manifestation was observed in the human hosts of the face-hugging parasites, along with other creatures similarly afflicted. Under the shroud of a blackened sky, they writhed upon the ground, reminiscent of ice sizzling upon a hot iron surface. However, the vapors exuded by these face-hugging entities were not white, but rather a grayish and silvery mist. As they rolled incessantly, their bodies, or rather, the tendrils of the parasites upon their heads, seemed to dissolve like water, yet instead of dripping to the earth, they were absorbed back into their forms. Ultimately, these humans transformed into creatures resembling zombies. Their bodies hunched over, contorted in shape, with glaring white eyes, protruding noses, and features akin to those of dogs. Upon closer inspection, their skin exhibited a uniform, rubbery texture, and their ears had become sharply pointed, reminiscent of elves, albeit in a grotesquely incomplete manner. Their hands sprouted scales and elongated nails. While their legs swelled, they stood in a synchronized posture, bowing before the darkened sky, emitting urgent sounds akin to weeping. Ding! Congratulations. Your Cthulhu domain has once again acquired a new partner, the ghoul. Ghoul? Fong Ying was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated such a surprise. To be candid, his understanding of ghouls had been limited to humanoid forms, and he had never before encountered avian, animal, or piscine variants. This was precisely why he was slow to react initially. However, he recalled that ghouls were said to possess human-like intelligence, enabling effective communication with humans. Indeed, they had even formed religious communities. The ghoul king, Mordekian, was reputed to be their leader and object of worship. Moreover, the ghoul's lair was rumored to connect to the realm of dreams, as the ancient god Nodens, revered by the ghouls, resided there. Oh, And he remembered that they also worshipped the offspring of Yog-Sothoth, Nyarlathotep. Why, then, did this particular ghoul exhibit such apparent lack of intelligence? Could it be a consequence of the genetic virus that had transformed it? Fong Ying gazed upon the scene with bemusement. Meanwhile, the shaggy insect race was utterly flabbergasted, exclaiming in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom their eyes. They had pooled the entirety of their clan's technology and other means to develop such an evolving genetic virus. And advancing further seemed an insurmountable challenge. In this realm of Cthulhu, within the confines of one's own perception, an astonishing transformation occurred in less than a day, specifically, within the span of merely an hour. A living facehugger metamorphosed into an entity imbued with the essence of a ghoul. This was scarcely more credible than being forcefully subdued by a man on the street. No, this opportunity must be seized. He, the insectoid Gromi of the summer beetle race, sought to undergo a mutation. Chapter 116. Shadows and Light. As for the other affiliated beings, they regarded this as a trivial matter. For the great primordial master, resurrection was a commonplace occurrence, frequently employing time manipulation as a mere plaything to enhance their own existence. Thus, the mere alteration of a race's physical form was a minor detail. The transformation from a facehugger to a being resonating with the Cthulhu mythos could not be merely described as commonplace. It was a matter of course. Consider the legendary growth of Cthulhu. Are you unaware? The birth of deep ones, perhaps? Still unclear? What of the divine lineage, the Ant-Man? Finally, the transformation of the Ant-Man chieftain into a choo-choo? Indeed, the astonishment of the affiliated beings towards the ghoul was overshadowed by their fascination with the half-night sky above the Cthulhu realm. It is imperative to mention the peculiar sky of the Cthulhu domain. Initially, when Fong Ying took charge, it exhibited a natural cycle of day and night, adhering to a 24-hour format. However, with the advent of Cthulhu and certain unknown abilities, such as the Call of Cthulhu, the atmosphere transformed into something rather abnormal. Of course, for those beings who had always dwelled within the Cthulhu domain, this was the norm. The outside realms were the true anomalies. The sky of the Cthulhu domain was a kaleidoscope of colors. At times, it was a pure, blinding white, rendering everything invisible. At other moments, it took on a gray hue reminiscent of Fong Ying's desolate world, a color of decay. It would sometimes appear red or blood-colored, as ordinary crimson rain would fall. Occasionally, it was blue, but this was often accompanied by falling red magma. Indeed, while other divine realms experienced rain, Fong Ying's Cthulhu world rained magma, albeit at a bearable temperature of around 300 degrees. Yet, in such an environment, the inhabitants of the Cthulhu domain proclaimed it to be magnificent. Fong Ying had contemplated altering this, but was fervently beseeched by all beings not to do so. He surmised that perhaps long-term exposure to the corrupted energies, coupled with a chaotic mix of distortion, violence, and other negative emotions, had led to their peculiar disposition. However, for him, the master of the Cthulhu domain, it was merely an uncomfortable environment, nothing of great concern. With a resounding roar, I extol your greatness, O Divine One. I express my gratitude, esteemed Lord. The aberrations illuminated by this starry night began to undergo transformation, albeit subtly. It became apparent that they possessed intelligence, their forms exhibiting some enhancements over the ghoul-like state. Indeed, they appeared significantly more graceful. Initially, they knelt before the shadow of the square, and subsequently, one by one, they paid homage to Nyarlathotep with a single knee on the ground. As the adage goes, where there is one, there follows another, and gradually, more and more of these aberrations awakened and evolved. What is this? What is happening to me? The Zagoth race, Jelromi, stood bewildered, gazing at this assembly of transformed beings. How could they misidentify their creator in their midst? What compelled them to kneel to Nyarlathotep? While it is true that the true Nyarlathotep holds a position of greater power compared to the Zagoth, he is not their original form. I am the genuine Zagoth. 100%. Irritated, the Zagoth felt a sense of indignation, akin to a tiger brought low being bullied by hounds. In frustration, it delivered a light kick to the aberration kneeling beside it, causing a spin of 360 degrees. However, this was merely a fleeting incident. As the number of aberrations kneeling before the shadow and Nyarlathotep increased, the starry night seemingly responded in kind. The night deepened, and more eyes closed in slumber. The transformation of this covered land accelerated, and even the three deities began to undergo metamorphosis. Their forms grew increasingly ethereal, gradually ascending into the sky. The three deities, hand in hand, formed a triangle that spun ever faster, until a shadowy visage emerged behind them. I command you to return. The Zagoth, witnessing this spectacle, momentarily stunned, urgently invoked its control over the three deities. Despite having allied with the shadow and entered the Cthulhu domain, the Zagoth remained an individual with its own thoughts. The loss of those expendable, cannon fodder-like creatures was inconsequential, for they were mass-produced. But the deities were different. They were the fruits of my labor, painstakingly acquired through trials of life and death, and I seldom used them. If they were to be ensnared, even within the same faction, it would be a source of profound sorrow. After all, the Zagoth are not adept at melee combat. Please no? The Zagoth exerted every ounce of its influence. yet ultimately failed to retain its deities. The rotating circle of the three deities coalesced into a golden triangle. At that moment, amidst the starry night, a tightly shut eye suddenly opened, casting a blinding red light. Coincidentally, it fell within a triangular halo, and as if drawn by an unseen force, the eye descended from the darkness into the embrace of the triangle. The triangular halo, now possessing the eye, began to merge, gradually shrinking until it transformed into a blood-red eye adorned with a golden rim, which then burst forth with a resounding pop. A piercing radiance emanated from a corner of the night, and within that brilliance emerged a silhouette. It was a translucent figure, entirely gilded, seemingly composed of pure energy. Though devoid of clothing, it bore no discernible gender characteristics. Could this truly be the pinnacle of legend? A stable pinnacle of legend? My pinnacle of legend. The Zagwe insect tribe was initially taken aback, only to be consumed by a deep anguish as realization struck. I am willing to serve you eternally, great primordial lord. My everlasting father. Praise you, O creator of all, who toys with existence and plays with the lives of mortals. O revered one, grant me the gift of life. May you find eternal peace, my father. Indeed, the luminous figure first expressed the utmost reverence towards Fong Ying and then offered gratitude to Nyarlathotep. Finally, it returned to the Zagwe insect tribe, respectfully inquiring, "Do you still remember me?" The Zagwe insect tribe gazed at the figure, overwhelmed with emotion. How remarkably arduous this journey has been. Though I have 3 fathers, at least one of them is me. Chapter 117. The Microcosm. As for Fong Ying, he regarded this theoretically supreme being of the Cthulhu domain, the luminous figure, and deemed this encounter fortuitous. He felt compelled to commend Nyarlathotep, albeit curious as to what he was currently engaged in, as he remained hidden within the starry sky. Fong Ying chose not to intrude, instead continuing with his divine mandate. I proclaim, those who believe in me shall attain eternal life and bask in countless divine blessings. With these words, Fong Ying imparted the countless divine arts he had acquired to all who worshipped and prayed to him. In that moment, whether ordinary beings or his devoted followers, they all knelt before Fong Ying in astonishment. Praise you, great lord. Praise you, my divine father. Praise you, eternal primordial father. Indeed, at that very moment, within the entire Cthulhu domain, every living being shimmered with flecks of crimson light. This was the manifestation of the faith cultivated towards Fong Ying over time. The light of belief. Logically, it should have been golden, but the Cthulhu domain was anything but ordinary. It is essential to understand that while they believed in Fong Ying, a portion of their faith would be extracted by him, while another portion would transform into a protective energy that surrounded them. However, this energy remained elusive and intangible, rendering it ineffective and unseen. In the present day, due to the divine arts released by Fong Ying, albeit relatively rudimentary, they are perfectly suited for the beings involved. Each entity is immersed in the intricate and complex construction of the divine art models and their applications within their minds. Those endowed with extraordinary powers, such as the followers of Cthulhu, have grasped approximately 80% of the knowledge in an instant, while Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep have seamlessly accepted it in its entirety. Conversely, some quasi-supernatural beings have achieved a lesser degree of understanding, merely comprehending around 3 layers of the divine arts. Meanwhile, creatures of lesser intellect, such as fish, shrimp, crabs, and insects, have demonstrated considerable prowess by grasping 1 or 2 divine arts. Nonetheless, this has collectively elevated the strength of all beings within the Cthulhu domain to a higher echelon. Notably, even the simple-minded entity known as Meat Mountain has managed to comprehend the divine art of madness. One can only wonder why this creature has attained such a capability. Perhaps it instills madness in those who consume it. Although Fong Ying finds this perplexing, it is nevertheless a positive omen, especially considering that even the sustenance of the Cthulhu domain harbors a sense of faith in him. Indeed, a promising sign. As for the intelligent beings, they have formed a specialized team dedicated to the divine arts, an assembly focused on the communication of such powers. Although the divine arts may not be particularly formidable, their integration into auxiliary functions presents a force that should not be underestimated. After all, they stem from the great deities, their primordial master. Go forth, my children. This is your due, the glory you deserve. Upon uttering these final words, a brief tranquility enveloped the entire divine realm before it erupted into a vibrant celebration. There was simply no denying the abundance bestowed upon them by the great primordial master. First came a substantial influx of energy from the Plague Company, followed closely by Fong Ying's investment of millions of divine coins. If the Cthulhu domain were to remain unchanged after such generosity, it would indeed be a marvel. The Eye of the Abyss clan, alongside their longtime ally, the Ant-Man tribe, began to delve into the divine arts gifted by Fong Ying. Subsequently, even the long-dormant, earth-digging demon worms, having accumulated a wealth of faith due to their devotion to Fong Ying, approached with the hope of accelerating their brick-moving endeavors through the divine arts. Otherwise, they would feel utterly useless. The Eye of the Abyss clan demonstrated indifference to this ambition. Yet, soon thereafter, even the God clan joined the fray, with Nyarlathotep elusive and the King in Yellow, Haster, absent. Baiki deemed it essential for the God Clan to elevate their overall prowess, and the divine arts presented a golden opportunity. Cthulhu shared this sentiment. Believing that these divine arts might unlock the summoning array of the sacrificial flow he had long forgotten. Observing the participation of these prominent clans, the newly inducted Summerbug tribe felt compelled to join the fray, albeit while maintaining a respectful distance from the God Clan, as they perceived Nyarlathotep's kin as thieves. Thus, the most esteemed clans within the Cthulhu divine realm commenced an extraordinary journey of divine arts research, a development that even Fong Ying had not anticipated. As the number of participants increased, it was only natural that quantitative changes would lead to qualitative transformations. Remarkably, they succeeded in creating several innovations. Firstly, in terms of communication, they developed the Divine Arts Network, which, when combined with the Blood Network, not only facilitated rapid and efficient one-on-one interactions, but also enabled instantaneous transmission of small objects. Although this capability was confined within the Cthulhu divine realm, it could undoubtedly be regarded as an astonishing technique. Additionally, there were other remarkable outputs. For instance, the pea shooter of activated ebon energy, the zombie's giant manipulation involving human corpses, and the cannibalistic deep diver that catalyzed hybrid combinations of dwarfs. Such whimsical creations underscore that in a world devoid of legal and moral constraints, both human and non-human entities experience significant intellectual advancements. In response, Fong Ying expressed his satisfaction with their joy. Having accomplished all this, he intended to withdraw from the divine realm as exams loomed. Although there was no risk of question leaks or reliance on past exam patterns, he sought to peruse discussions and materials shared by more experienced seniors for psychological preparedness, specifically, the preparation to secure the top position. However, surprises often arrive in succession, catching him off guard. Ding! Congratulations! Your Cthulhu divine realm has reached a promotion point and has successfully ascended to a medium-sized divine microcosm. A wave of warmth enveloped Fong Ying. And while the enhancement of his power was not overwhelmingly perceptible, he sensed a notable lightness in his body. This could be deemed a transformation of the divine realm. It is essential to recognize that deities possess their own ranks, as do their followers, and similarly, divine realms are categorized into distinct levels. While these three elements are intricately interconnected, they also exhibit a degree of independence. After all, the consciousness of the Cthulhu divine realm is a product of self-derived evolution. Understanding the classification of divine realms is relatively straightforward. They are divided into microcosms, small worlds, medium worlds, large worlds, and perfect worlds. The microcosm, for instance, consists of 3 tiers, 1,000 square kilometers, 10,000 square kilometers, and 100,000 square kilometers, representing the early, mid, and late stages of development. Reaching 1,000,000 square kilometers signifies an ascension to a small world. As for the later stages of the medium world, it transcends specific square kilometer standards. Adopting an alternative theoretical framework, it is akin to completing a university education and advancing to graduate studies, where the measure of success shifts from grades to tangible research outcomes. Unexpectedly swift, I had presumed that the Cthulhu domain would require a considerable amount of time to absorb. Fong Ying murmured to himself. Even though he had accelerated the flow of time, this brief interval amounted to merely 80 years. Ding! A disturbance has occurred within the gray mist of the Cthulhu domain's depths. Shall we investigate? Chapter 118, The Nameless Mist. The gray mist has undergone a transformation? Has life emerged from it? Following the information provided by the consciousness of the Cthulhu domain, Fong Ying proceeded to explore in that direction. Soon, his consciousness beheld a shroud of gray, and, whether it was an illusion or not, he seemed to perceive life, or rather, something that existed in the liminal space between life and non-life. Accompanying this was an inexplicable, nonsensical murmur echoing in his mind. Intriguing. Even the consciousness of the domain could not penetrate it. My mind, combined with the identity of the domain's sovereign, could only glimpse the surface, which was indeed rather embarrassing. It seems this entity is no ordinary being. Resting his chin on his hand, Fong Ying contemplated for a moment, ultimately deciding to employ his all-knowing, all-seeing eye. For this, he owed a debt of gratitude to Senior Xuemingjie for her remarkable contributions. He wondered what she was currently engaged in. In the next instant, Fong Ying appeared to be enveloped in a peculiar state, his gaze causing the Cthulhu domain to tremble. It was as if the entire world was on the brink of descending into an unspeakable condition. In that moment, all beings prostrated themselves, praying to the primordial deity, save for one entity that leapt joyfully within the starry sky, seemingly reveling in delight. The black star and the starry sky flickered back and forth, creating considerable discomfort for the beings obscured beneath. The summer insect race, Gohelomi, fared somewhat better, recognizing that Fong Ying had not succumbed to madness, but was instead wielding some form of power. Yet this realization made them all the more cautious, recalling an ancient adage, to seek the skin of a tiger. At one moment, they even contemplated rescuing their kin and then seizing an opportunity to escape Fong Ying's control. However, this thought was quickly quelled, and for the sake of precaution, they obliterated that memory altogether. Then, Gazing at the flickering stars in the dark night, they gritted their teeth, filled with dissatisfaction toward Nyarlathotep. Fong Ying, however, paid no mind to such trivialities. As he delved deeper with the all-knowing, all-seeing eye, his brow furrowed slightly. Name, pseudo-nameless mist. Alias, shadow creator. Status, unknown. Unstable. Abilities, 1. Fall of the gods. Any creature within the nameless mist will be affected, their minds gradually distorted, descending into madness and danger, their forms becoming aberrant. Ultimately transformed into shadows controlled by the nameless mist. 2. Collapse of order. No explanation available. Monsters rampage. Shadows, the only entities within the nameless mist, are born from creatures that venture into its depths. Lacking self-awareness, they are indestructible and ensnare any beings that enter their domain, transforming them into companions. Narrative. This phenomenon is an invitation from a legendary being, Cthulhu, imbued with the powers of mythic entities, sent to an unknown existence through a cunning ritual. However, the ambiguity of the invitation led to a misinterpretation by that existence, resulting in a fragment of its divinity descending into our realm. This fragment, under unknown circumstances, underwent an indescribable mutation, giving rise to a mysterious creation. Presently, its condition appears stable, seemingly intent on seeking something or undertaking a particular endeavor. The precise nature of this quest will, I believe, be revealed in a distant future, and we shall await that revelation with anticipation. Fong Ying furrowed his brow, contemplating the potential addition of a new member to his divine domain. To his surprise, it was Cthulhu's mishap that brought a genuine, unknown entity into his territory. This was not a product of his divine realm, one that he could control, but rather an entirely uncontrollable factor. Fortunately, it seemed that this being had no ambitions for further expansion, existing quietly in its place. It was best to avoid entering that space. The situation likely pertained to the entity known as the Nameless Mist, Nyarlathotep. However, Fong Ying possessed limited knowledge of this existence, as records regarding Cthulhu are shrouded in mystery, often referred to by a cryptic name that signifies the hidden name. Its manifestation resembles a vast, all-encompassing fog or a misty column filled with illusory eyes and gaping maws. There remains no explicit description of the internal nature of this existence. Another possibility is the progenitor of the Nameless Mist, Yog-Sothoth, known as the Silver Key, the unifier of all, the creator of everything, existing as a bubble. This entity manifests as a radiant sphere, wielding the might of time and space. If merely a fragment, it could be deemed understandable. Ultimately, it is a presence that Fong Ying cannot confront at this juncture, even if it is a mere mythic Cthulhu creature of insignificant stature. Did he not witness the arduous struggle of his entire divine realm against a Cthulhu mythos creature, the Shoggoth, which had lost a significant portion of its power? After some contemplation, Fong Ying issued a decree forbidding all beings from approaching within a 10-kilometer radius of the gray mist. Subsequently, he personally arranged the boundaries of this realm, constructing an unyielding wall of seawater through his divine authority, adding a striking element to the landscape of the Cthulhu domain. Thus, tranquil moments swiftly passed away. Fong Ying has bestowed upon all beings a century of joyous moments, which, although fleeting in the accelerated passage of time within the divine realm, still fills her heart with pride as she gazes upon the increasingly prosperous domain. It is now time to put an end to the troubles that lie before her. Fong Ying's gaze penetrates the depths of the void. My children, delightful moments are always ephemeral. Yet, a dark cloud lingers above us, which is unacceptable. We must disperse it and allow the radiant future to illuminate the land of the Cthulhu divine realm. Are you prepared for battle? Fong Ying's divine realm surged forth like a sharp arrow, piercing the hearts of all beings within the Cthulhu domain. Instantly, it ignited a fervent response from all her followers, who stood ever ready. Where you lead, I shall follow. The Cthulhu divine realm is eternal, and the primordial master is everlasting. Kill, toil, toil brings me joy. Fong Ying paid no heed to the cries of a certain individual on the verge of madness, continuing her address. Thus, the evolution of the divine realm officially commences. Let your enemies witness your growth. Upon finishing her words, she vanished, and the entire divine realm erupted into a celebration. Although the summer beetle tribe, Gihirami, joined in the revelry, recognizing that adapting to the whims of others is essential for survival, it found itself puzzled by the notion of evolution. Therefore, it nudged the nearby simple-minded, burrowing demon worm, and inquired, "Do you understand what our great master means by evolution?" "Ah, it means being able to easily eliminate you in reality," replied the burrowing demon worm with utmost seriousness. Chapter 119. Divergence of the simulation. Upon hearing this, the summer beetle tribe discreetly shifted away. Meanwhile, Fong Ying waved her hand toward her system. Simulation system. This is easy. Great master, I stand ready to heed your command. Such courtesy? By the way, how much simulation value do I currently possess? Fong Ying recalled her considerable investment during her time with the Plague Company. Your simulation value is 48,000 points. An increase rather than a decrease? This left Fong Ying momentarily stunned. as she believed she hadn't engaged in any particularly extravagant endeavors recently. Glancing at the dramatically transformed divine realm, she mused that perhaps she had indeed accomplished quite a bit. However, if this were to be simulated, it surely must come at a steep cost. System, how much simulation value is required for a single simulation under the current circumstances? Ziz is easy. In response to the Great Master, the cost for a single simulation currently stands at 4,853,602,000 points. Fang Ying nearly choked upon seeing this news. It felt like a fatal blow. This isn't even interstellar advancement. 8 billion. Ziz is easy. In light of your current condition, it is advised to conduct regional simulations. Before Fang Ying could inquire further, the system preemptively offered her a solution. Regional simulation? What does that entail? In simple terms, it refers to the regions devoid of the so-called nameless fog within the divine domain, allowing for normal projections. What if I wish to exclude it? How much projection value must I pay? The projection value is 2,000 points. Fang Ying was taken aback, realizing that the projection for that nameless fog amounted to an astonishing 4,8536 billion, while his own divine domain was merely a pittance. Initially, Fang Ying intended to inquire about the criteria for this specific figure, as it was initially stated in relation to the state and strength of the divine domain. However, he ultimately decided against it. Others might delve deeply into their divine domains as their masters, but Fang Ying felt that sometimes, knowing too much may not be advantageous. A more prudent approach would be wise. Enhancing his strength and awaiting a time when he could comprehend certain matters would be the correct course of action. So, let the projection commence. The system beeped, indicating that 2,000 projection points had been deducted, initiating a block simulation. You may select 3 skills from the following 10 options. Fang Ying glanced over, pleased to see an array of golden level skills. After careful consideration, he chose 3. Skill, Cautious Development, No Recklessness Level, Golden Effect, Stability 18, Patience 5. Appearance 10, Distortion 5, Peculiarity 5, Taunt 15, Nerve 5. All must remain steady. Be cautious, understand? Positioning is key. Anyone who acts recklessly shall be dealt with accordingly. Skill, Crunchy Delight Level, Golden Effect, Inspiration 15, Insight 5, Liveliness 5, Soul Pulse 5, Nerve Anomaly 10, Clumsiness 5. Mental Quality 10, Having a Crunchy Delight. Oh how delightful, truly indispensable, meow meow meow. Regarding these 2 skills, Fang Ying contemplated using them in combination. Having realized that while elevating his skill levels brought advantages, it also introduced several disadvantages. However, through judicious selection and pairing, these could be effectively balanced. Skill, Imaginary Form Level, Golden Effect, Imagination 10, Overall Body Quality 15, Mutation 10, Solidification 10. When you envision your strength, you can indeed become powerful. Yet, certain weaknesses may plague you. When these troubles materialize, they could transform into significant hindrances that are impossible to eradicate. It can only be said that this final skill is quite suitable for beings of the Cthulhu divine domain, possessing formidable mental strength and will not yield substantial surprises. The Cthulhu divine domain embarks on yet another journey of projection. In the first millennium, while the insectoid tribe of Shejai, Gihurami, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, Nyarlathotep had already embarked on a journey into the void, accompanied by his entire entourage, including ghouls and shadowy figures. Out of frustration, Gihurami could do nothing but follow closely behind. As they advanced, the Shejai tribe, remaining beside the shadowy figures, gleaned various experiences of the Cthulhu domain from the mouth of Abayaki. A sense of inexplicable anxiety regarding the unknown entities began to take root within him, while the formidable power of the domain's master, Fang Ying, left him in awe. In response, he voiced his concerns, asserting that one should not act impulsively. Even in a state of divination, caution was paramount. The Shejai tribe's sentiments quickly garnered support from the Eye of Evil and Ant-Man factions, whereas the God tribe, Deep Ones, and Giant Eaters advocated for swift and decisive action, recalling their previous triumphs achieved through such resolute measures. Although their ultimate demise was inevitable, it did not tarnish the glory of their deity. Cthulhu, inspired by a sudden stroke of genius, chose to abstain from the discussion. Nyarlathotep encouraged engagement, proclaiming that there was little risk involved, even expressing to the Shejai tribe that he would not support the God tribe. As the dominion over ghouls rightfully belonged to the Shejai, he had no interest in intervening. Nyarlathotep silently conveyed that his inaction was a means to better attune himself to his powers, as he felt an unusual joy at that moment. Faced with the current circumstances, you are presented with the following choices. The intersection of old and new powers, the clash of wisdom and strength, poses a dilemma. As the true master of the Cthulhu domain, which faction will you choose to support? The embodiment of strength, the burrowing demon worm faction advocates for straightforward action, expressing frustration at indecisiveness, urging a more vigorous approach, as only through perseverance can one achieve success. The manifestation of wisdom, the Shejai faction contends that failures serve as lessons for reflection, emphasizing that the true essence of success lies in thoughtful consideration. The brash are perpetually manipulated, while the wise occupy the advantageous position, much like their great deity, the primordial lord, who symbolizes wisdom and eternal myth, ensuring that the father god's reputation remains untarnished. Fang Ying pondered for less than 2 seconds. The Shaijai tribe was indeed correct. In today's world, reliance on brute strength over intellect often leads to misfortune. Moreover, he had not forgotten the setbacks he faced in the Plague Incorporated scenario, leading him to regard the Shaijai tribe favorably. I choose to have them form a think tank. Chapter 120. An engaging livestream with Fang Ying's decision made. The previously quarrelsome assembly of followers promptly knelt before him in reverence. Subsequently, amidst the discontented glances exchanged, Gihirami of the Shaijai tribe, the Void Touch, and the Chuchu beings convened in a triad meeting. Although they had extended invitations to the leaders of the other 3 races, unfortunately, these were declined. The sentiment was that only the weak required deliberation, while true warriors preferred direct confrontation. Alas, the beings within their divine realm were not mere puppets devoid of intellect. Despite their agreement with Fang Ying's decisive nature, they possessed their own tempers, a fact that even Fang Ying could not alter. Under your guidance, the experienced Garanimi of the Shague insect clan, equipped with sagacity, garnered the approval of the other 2 leaders, thereby securing the ultimate command of the entire battle. Garanimi, assessing the current circumstances, prudently refrained from recklessly deploying all forces. Instead, he adopted a strategy of streamlined efficiency, meticulously planning deployments. The Goliath clan dispatched 5,000 soldiers to serve as the vanguard, while the God clan sent forth 4,000 of various military types to flank on either side as support. Although the deep divers possessed the ability to traverse spatial voids, their speed was ultimately insufficient and came at a cost. Thus, they only contributed 1,000 elite troops stationed further back. Meanwhile, the Eye of Evil clan sent 3,000 to hold the center, while the Ant clan remained at the main base without sending reinforcements. Garanimi himself commanded 10,000 ghouls as expendable forces. Additionally, his mechanical squad deployed 500,000 mosquito-like reconnaissance drones, spreading them at the forefront. Wisely, Garanimi refrained from interfering with the command of each unit, allowing their respective leaders to direct the battle. Time swiftly advanced into the 2nd millennium. Thanks to the collaboration of the Eye of Evil clan and the coordination of the Ant clan leader alongside Garanimi's reconnaissance units, they soon discerned the precise location of the formidable race known as the Isons near the asteroid belt. Furthermore, they uncovered numerous early warning devices camouflaged as asteroids and dust. Garanimi, adept in the arts of disguise and detection, skillfully neutralized these threats without alerting the enemy, allowing the forces of the Cthulhu divine realm to infiltrate the asteroid field unhindered. Based on prior intelligence, Garanimi speculated that the detected Isons were merely a forward outpost, with a more formidable contingent likely positioned behind them. Thus, he advised against rash actions and recommended continued reconnaissance, particularly avoiding Asteroid 1, as he surmised that the Isons and the asteroid were not allied. Before long, Garanimi discovered deeper within a series of strongholds led by legendary figures of the Isons. However, due to the adversary's technology being on par with his own, and their weapon detection systems being more advanced, both sides became aware of each other simultaneously, igniting the flames of war. Fortunately, Garami had stationed a considerable number of soldiers at the first outpost, and with Cthulhu stationed there for contingencies, the situation was prepared for unforeseen events. Upon discovery, Garami promptly issued preparations for war through the Blood Network. The clash between both sides was imminent. Confronting the extraordinary race of the Is, known for their legendary prowess, Cthulhu refrained from direct engagement despite the ambush, merely amplifying the reach of his infection. The Is, overwhelmed, descended into madness, forgetting even the notion of self-destruction, and were swiftly disarmed and captured by the Deep Ones along with their weapons and equipment. On the other hand, the situation was less than favorable. Nyarlathotep and the Shadows, under Garami's command, launched an immediate assault on the stronghold of the Is. However, the adversary quickly activated their defensive systems, which not only shielded against energy and physical assaults, but also protected against psychic attacks. Consequently, Garami's genetic virus and Nyarlathotep's infection failed to penetrate their defenses. Yet, despite the formidable presence of the legendary Is, they could not withstand the prepared onslaught from 2 legendary beings, one of whom was at the pinnacle of legendary power, and within half an hour, the energy barrier was shattered. Subsequently, the Void's Touch and the elite of the Eye of Chaos unleashed a deadly beam, decimating most of the Is present at the stronghold, leaving only 3 extraordinary and 1 legendary Is, who were ultimately vanquished by the Shadows and Nyarlathotep. Among them, the legendary Is attempted to self-destruct, but the Shadows intercepted it, resulting in minor injuries to Nyarlathotep. They soon discovered that one of the extraordinary Is intended to seize the body of an Eye of Chaos, but tragically misidentified the target and was slain. Following this, Garami did not immediately consolidate his gains. Instead, he initiated a thorough search to ascertain whether any of his ranks had been infiltrated. After 3 hours of mental scanning, he uncovered 3 individuals possessed by the Is, 2 of whom hailed from the Phagocyte race, while 1 belonged to the Wind lineage of the God race. In the end, Garami managed to effectively dismantle the stronghold and outpost of the Is at a minimal cost. The entire asteroid belt ultimately came under your command. In the subsequent resources he confiscated, Garami discovered a wealth of materials. Although many precious weapons had been damaged, one complete ultimate weapon remained, the Sorrow of the Divine Realm. The Sorrow of the Divine Realm is a weapon specifically designed for those possessing the dominion of the Divine Realm, capable of harnessing energy from the void to amplify existing calamities and accurately target the coordinates for offensive maneuvers. To comprehend the vacuous realms, disasters such as void storms and void frost are commonplace. However, these calamities predominantly inflict injuries upon extraordinary beings. Yet, once enhanced by that divine realm's remnants, they could metamorphose into disasters capable of annihilating a celestial domain. Moreover, amidst the ruins, they unearthed the pinnacle of individual combat, the Nihility Cannon. A single shot capable of effortlessly obliterating legendary creatures. Even the shadowy beings were not exempt. Nonetheless, as this weapon necessitated prior accumulation of energy, the rapid assault of Fang Ying's kin rendered it unusable, instilling within them a lingering trepidation. Now, however, it had transformed into their spoils of victory. As Gu Hilomi catalogued the spoils, Cthulhu approached, bearing a substantial object, their captured spacecraft, and the deranged great race of the Ishi. This revelation nearly elicited a scream from Gu Hilomi, for he discerned that the enemy's vessel transmitted real-time information regarding the entire battle. This indicated that Cthulhu's combat was under the scrutiny of the superior great race of Ishi, thereby exposing Gu Hilomi and his compatriots. Consequently, he decisively commanded his nanomechanical insects to dismantle the entire spacecraft. Eventually, they discovered that the core of the apparatus originated from the legendary great race of Ishi themselves, the Heart of Time. Upon realizing this, Gu Hilomi promptly began to deconstruct his stronghold, uncovering a core deep within that belonged to an even higher echelon of the legendary great race of Ishi. Thus, disregarding any further attempts to consolidate their gains, he led his forces back with great haste. So, did this entire battle, which appeared to be a stealthy assault, transpire right under the opponent's nose? Fang Ying furrowed his brow. Initially, during the conflict, many circumstances arose after they had eradicated the sentinels of the great race of Ishi, only to be subsequently vanquished by the dream, which had Hyla within the first meteorite, or, after a hard-won victory, they would fall to the husband of the serpent father, Ig. Now, without alarming any sudden developments, he discovered he had been under constant observation by the adversary. However, if he had been detected upon eliminating the great race of Ishi's vanguard during his initial calculations, why had they not endured a counterattack from the main force? Suddenly, Fang Ying sensed a whiff of conspiracy, reminiscent yet distinct from his previous encounters with the Zagger insect race. It could only be said that battling against astute adversaries was indeed exhausting. In the third millennium, while Jehelami left a portion of ghouls to continue gathering resources and to attract the tails of the great race of Is, he deliberately dispersed most of his troops, allowing them to flee in various directions, which included nearly half of the elite from different races. Jehelami intended to sever the tail in a bid for survival. Curious about the stance of the great race of Is. Regrettably, with Jehelami's strategy, all the tails he dispatched vanished into the void, and even through the blood net, no valuable information could be retrieved. In the fourth millennium, Jehelami and his companions encountered no threats. It all seemed like a mere figment of their imagination. Eventually, Jehelami returned to the Cthulhu domain with a heart full of trepidation, only to behold a glimmer of light. He recognized it as the weapon of the great race of Is, the Null Cannon. Upon their return, Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep immediately attempted to resist, but they discovered that their powers were inexplicably restrained, unable to manifest. They realized the entire Cthulhu domain was ensnared by a peculiar force field set by their adversaries. The great race of Is did not unleash direct slaughter upon the Cthulhu domain. Instead, after executing the Shagai and the Void Touch and the Chuchu people, they embarked on a colonial journey through the Cthulhu domain. Upon realizing this, Cthulhu, Nyarlathotep, and their ilk revolted. Ultimately, due to the presence of the mythic great race of Is, they chose self-destruction in despair, and the Cthulhu domain fell into the hands of their foes. Following the demise of Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, the Earthworm and Bayaki, after slaying several ordinary members of the great race of Is, met their own end. Just after the last extraordinary being in the Cthulhu domain perished, the pseudo-unknown mist controlled by Fang Ying suddenly erupted. In an instant, the Cthulhu domain, along with the mythic forces of the great race of Is, was enveloped by the erupting gray mist, obliterating all. This simulation has concluded. Thus, is the ultimate victor the great gray mist? Fang Ying anticipated the retaliation of the great race of Is, but did not foresee the gray mist. System, did you not state that the pseudo-unknown mist would not be involved in your simulation? Fang Ying's inquiries went unanswered, as he continued to send messages. Your simulation result is assessed as follows. Summary. Your followers are powerful and cautious, yet this was a failure foretold. No matter the alterations made, defeat is ultimately unavoidable. Thus accepted. This is reality. Very well. Even if you say so, I still wish to inquire about the nature of that gray mist, especially since you claimed it would not pertain to the simulation. Fang Ying persisted in his questioning. Static, no comment. Ah, very well. A subtle curve graced Fang Ying's lips as he came to a realization. It appeared that this system, too, possessed its own limitations. The system is a standard feature for those who traverse realms, a definition prevalent in numerous novels. Yet, how many are truly cognizant of the purpose behind its existence? Perhaps it is designed for the elevation of its own essence, or perhaps it seeks to acquire everything belonging to its host. It might even be driven by a quest for something specific within this world. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this universe. And that much is certain. Fang Ying did not consider himself a prodigy, despite harboring memories related to Cthulhu. However, without something to complement these memories, they remain null, forever incapable of transforming from 0 to 1. Originally, he had envisioned creating a primordial world through his own abilities, but alas, that ambition crumbled. Regardless of the circumstances or reasons surrounding this failure, a failure is simply a failure, devoid of justification. After all, the feeble have no room for choice. Yet this does not imply a lack of heart. While utilizing the system, he simultaneously harbored concerns regarding its true nature. Now, he comprehended that the system was not omnipotent. The power of Cthulhu was sufficient to restrain it. Although acquiring Cthulhu's power carried the connotation of courting danger, what did it matter? Those unshod fear not the shod. Bearing this in mind, Fang Ying still had to confront the ensuing situation. Whatever actions he undertook, as long as they involved contact with others, he would undoubtedly be detected. Even with utmost caution, he could not control the fortress imbued with the Heart of Time. It is essential to recognize that the Heart of Time can reverse time and access past information. Thus, any movement on Fang Ying's part would inevitably lead to exposure. ZZZZ. You may choose one skill to solidify as a declaration for the next temporary simulation. After contemplation, Fang Ying selected Body of Fantasy, as it generally bore fewer side effects. ZZZZ. You may select from the following products for materialization. Legendary Heart of Time, Extraordinary Heart of Time. Outpost of the Great Race is, Base of the Great Race is, Extraordinary Great Race is, Note. No two leaves are alike in a world. Just as no two great races can coexist within the same realm. Thus, upon extraction, certain elements will inevitably be absent from reality. No assistance in cleanup. Fang Ying's lips twitched slightly. However, a sudden spark of inspiration led him to ponder a crucial question. The issues he currently faced stemmed from the great races, and the products he could materialize were entirely comprised of them. Moreover, he could exchange them all at once. If he were to disregard the drawbacks and manifest all that belonged to the great races, would that not eliminate the threat they posed in reality? Chapter 122. The Song of Hastur. However, when Fang Ying contemplated the fact that he was not facing an individual, but rather an entire race, his spirits began to wane. It is one thing to encounter a formidable creature, but when that creature represents a species, it becomes quite daunting. The illustrious race of the Is, much like humanity, poses a significant threat. The demise of even the most minor deity among the human pantheon, while seemingly inconsequential, would undoubtedly provoke retribution from other divine beings. This is only mitigated if the entity in question is either temporarily indestructible or embodies an overwhelming sense of despair. If I were to proceed with such an act, while it might eradicate the nearby illustrious race of the Is, it could very well summon legendary, mythic, or even grand sovereign-level beings from that race to descend upon Fang Ying's vicinity. Considering this, even if Fang Ying were to conceal himself adeptly, he would be unable to evade the probing of their soul and mental energies. Alas, while the manifestation of deductions may be regarded as a commendable strategy, even a divine technique, its efficacy is contingent upon the circumstances of its application. At present, my Heart of Time is perpetually activated, relaying information to headquarters every moment. This is a detail I cannot afford to overlook. Fang Ying subsequently deactivated the deduction system, bidding farewell to the tantalizing artifacts that had captured his attention. Yet, he remained optimistic, believing that this temporary relinquishment was merely a prelude to greater gains in the future. Gararimi, what is your perspective on this battle? Fang Ying's voice resonated in the ears of the somewhat bewildered insectoid Gararimi. Indeed, Gararimi was still in a state of shock, vividly recalling the moments leading up to his demise. It felt all too real. Now, he found himself firmly ensconced within the Cthulhu domain. Was it all a dream? A simulation? A temporal reversal? Or something entirely different? Gararimi dared not contemplate further, as his admiration for Fang Ying overflowed. Upon receiving Fang Ying's divine command, he immediately prostrated himself upon the ground. Oh, my magnificent master. Well, share your thoughts. The voice in his mind was warm and inviting, even lifting Gararimi's form from the earth. Master, your greatness is simply unparalleled, beyond description, ineffable. Enough of that. What are your insights regarding this battle? Fang Ying interrupted the flattery directly. Very well, esteemed master. Regarding the illustrious race of the Is, I present the following analysis. Their prowess is predominantly centered on weaponry and soul manipulation. They resemble a band of unrefined brigands, seizing others' bodies, usurping their souls, and plundering civilizations, past and even future. It is utterly disgraceful. However, when confronted with science and technology, our Xiaogai insect race has never felt fear. From our initial interactions, it is evident that the opposing base and Sentinel's technology cannot detect my nanogenetic advancements. Furthermore, the adversary's mental and spiritual assaults are effective only against our subservient beings below the extraordinary tier. They hold no efficacy against those above, especially myself, Cthulhu, and Nyarlathotep, who are instead influenced by such attempts. Currently, our sole concern lies with the heart of time embedded within their technological apparatus. This enigmatic entity stems from the inherent abilities of the great race of the Is, and even my advanced technologies cannot stifle its operations. The opposing forces have integrated the heart of time into their overall network architecture, utilizing it solely for information transmission rather than offensive or strategic purposes. This singular functionality complicates our efforts to infiltrate. Even if we could annihilate it in an instant, their comprehensive network would inevitably detect the act and dispatch personnel for investigation. Thus, this presents a significant dilemma. Fang Ying listened intently to Gu Huami's meticulous analysis. It was undeniable that he had stumbled upon a treasure, as this individual was not a native of the Cthulhu domain, but had existed through several epochs. His rich experiences and combat acumen enabled him to identify the crux of the issue effectively. This is not indicative of the low intelligence of the Eye of Evil race or the Hill people, but rather a reflection of their youth and lack of experience. Indeed, I have observed that the situation on their side resembles the blood web you devised. Any issues that arise are immediately known to others. Therefore, do you have any insightful ideas? Great Master, may I pose a question? I am curious about how many times you can engage in such simulated states. Gu Huami inquired suddenly. You need not concern yourself with that, Fang Ying replied, not directly answering. For there are certain cards that deities must keep close to their chest. Yes, Great Master, I am most rude. Gu Huami immediately knelt and continued. I have found hope within the magnificent 1,000 divine skills that you bestowed upon me. With proper coordination, it may yield remarkable results. My consideration is this. We have thoroughly discerned the positions and deployments of the great race of the Is surrounding the Cthulhu domain, and thus, should we act, we can surely ensnare them all at once. The role of divine arts would be to temporarily disrupt the information transmission of the heart of Timer to obscure and simulate information. However, I remain uncertain about the effectiveness and require simulation and testing to ascertain it. Indeed, that is acceptable. Fang Ying mused, indicating his approval. I shall utilize my abilities to manifest your thoughts into reality. However, it is imperative to recognize that predictions pertain solely to the future, and even the slightest alterations therein may yield unforeseen outcomes. Therefore, meticulous documentation is essential to avert any complications. Indeed, esteemed master, Gararomi humbly replied. Without wasting any time, Fang Ying conveyed their dialogue to all the loyal beings through divine oracles, ensuring they comprehended their roles in swiftly resolving this pressing concern. Initiate the simulation system. ZZZZ. As you wish, commencing the simulation. Please select 3 out of the following 10 skills, noting that you have already solidified 1 skill. Thus you may choose 2 more. Skill: Voice of the Royal Court. Level: Gold. Effect: Soul Strength 10, Mental Will 8, Negative Resistance 5, Rationality 5. Unknown Whispers Listening 8, Distortion Interference 5. This gift from a singer evokes immense suffering and torment, heralding the tumultuous cries of the king. The Pied Piper of Hamelin. Skill: Sphere of Negation. Level: Gold. Effect: Solid Soul 8, Soul Resilience 5, Will 5, Rationality 10, Depression 10, Pessimism 5. Derived from the annotations of an enigmatic entity within the dreamscape, it shifts colors in the phantasm, leading to the disintegration of the soul, existing beyond the bounds of rules. Determining the dichotomy of existence. Chapter 123. Schemes and being schemed against. Fang Ying discerned that the skills chosen this time were considerably refined, with descriptions that hinted at profound significance. This inevitably led to contemplations regarding the previous simulation's encounter with the pseudo-nameless fog. Yet, it must be acknowledged that indulging in excessive speculation before any potential transformation into power is somewhat premature. Let us commence. ZZZZ. The second round of simulation begins. The first millennium unfolds amidst a concerted mobilization, thanks to prior acclimatization and the formidable presence of external foes. The loyal denizens of the Cthulhu domain encountered no discord, exhibiting remarkable cooperation with the trio's advisory council. The insectoid race, Gararomi, once more adjusted the overall strategy, prudently leading the main forces onward. Soon, they arrived at the forward base of the illustrious race of the Ishi. As Cthulhu, Nyarlathotep, and the light and shadow beings remained united in their formidable might, the assault on the outpost transpired with remarkable ease. Under the synergistic effects of the Ant-Man, the Eye of Evil, and the insectoid race's combined prowess, the base of the great Ishi was obliterated, reduced to dust alongside the heart of time. After a brief period of waiting, and upon realizing they had not been discovered, they initiated their collective plan to advance toward the central base of the great Ishi. Due to the absence of the need for reconnaissance, they swiftly breached the defenses of their adversaries' headquarters. The minions of Cthulhu exhibited a clear division of labor. The Ai clan initiated a barrage of firepower, while the Megalith clan, hindered by mental constraints, refrained from direct engagement alongside the God clan, opting instead to manage affairs outside. Meanwhile, the remaining forces, including the Byakhee, Burrow Worms, Void Touched, and the King in Yellow, Hastur, systematically exterminated the surviving extraordinary and formidable race of the Ishians within the base. The legendary beings of Cthulhu launched a coordinated assault on the bewildered Ishians, who belonged to the illustrious ranks of great races. Realizing their inability to resist, the legendary Ishians promptly chose self-destruction, intending to parasitize the bodies of Cthulhu's minions. However, the already prepared Shigai insectoid race, in collaboration with the Ai clan, swiftly established a domain to control their spirits and completely sealed them away. The Heart of Time, which had been transmitting information outward, was rendered incapable of communication due to prior divine guidance, effectively obscuring its signal. Having made all necessary arrangements, the Shigai insectoids did not linger, but hastily organized their spoils and returned in haste to the realm of Cthulhu. The second millennium had arrived. In preparation for a potential uprising from the great race of Ishians, 500 years passed without any incidents, prompting the minions of Cthulhu to once again embark on their development. The land area of the Cthulhu domain expanded further to 140 square kilometers. In the realm of technological advancement, particularly in weaponry, significant progress was achieved through the collaboration of the Ai clan and the Ant-Man race. Under the leadership of the Shigai insectoids, they integrated Cthulhu's unique infection capabilities with weaponry, allowing even ordinary Cthulhu creatures to wield arms that could infect surrounding beings with a range of negative emotions, potentially leading to despair and self-destruction. There was a certain probability that this would result in unusual physical transformations and a compulsion to obey. Simultaneously, the Shigai insectoids and the Ai clan, through a specially controlled force field, analyzed and dissected the ethereal forms of the legendary Ishians, gleaning fragments of information primarily concerning their schemes. They discovered that the Ishians' sudden arrival was connected to the first meteorite, or rather, to the life forms within it. The Ishians stationed at the meteorite belt had come for the internal life forms, which were said to harbor powerful secrets. In pursuit of this knowledge, they had made considerable efforts, which resulted in some casualties, including the legendary Ishian's corpse previously discovered by Fong Ying. Certainly, aside from this, there were also some conspiracies. Before the Zagai insect race could delve deeply into exploration, a detonation device buried within the essence of their adversary was activated. Fortunately, the Zagai insect race had timely countermeasures in place, preventing harm to the surrounding kin, and employing divine techniques to neutralize the residual signals of the explosion. In light of this, the Zagai insect race conferred with their other kin. During the initial exploration, there had been investigations concerning the first meteorite, which housed the being known as the Dream, which had Hyla. Nothing else existed within. Given the circumstances, the Zagai insect race ultimately delegated the decision to the Assembly to ascertain whether personnel should be dispatched to that location for further inquiry. During the voting, the burrowing demon worm raised its hands in favor, as it was the one who had discovered and named that place, dreaming of incorporating it into the domain of Cthulhu. Ultimately, with the votes evenly split, Nyarlathotep cast the decisive vote in support of the exploration. This time, the Zagai insect race did not intercede, for they too held a keen interest in the secret mentioned by the others. However, exercising caution based on prior experiences, they resolved not to mobilize an excessive number of personnel. Instead, the nano-legion of the Zagai insect race would lead the way, with the burrowing demon worm guiding its kin into the fray, maintaining communication through the blood network should any issues arise. As the third millennium approached, everything was prepared. According to the overall strategy of the Zagai insect race, the burrowing demon worm led the Grand Assembly forth, boldly embarking on the protracted journey across the void. 3 centuries into the third millennium, the burrowing demon worm finally reached the meteorite it had named. The burrowing demon worm successfully set foot upon the first meteorite, and then it vanished. The last message received by the kin of the Cthulhu domain was one of shock from the burrowing demon worm. In the fourth millennium, while the kin of the Cthulhu domain were engaged in doubt and discussions about potential issues, they observed a meteorite similar to the first one hurtling towards them. 3 centuries into the fourth millennium, the entire Cthulhu domain was struck by this meteorite, causing the ground to fracture and the void to tremble. The interventions of Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep were utterly futile in averting the impending catastrophe. At the moment when the entire world succumbed to disaster, the false nameless fog erupted suddenly, enveloping the first meteorite and the entirety of the Cthulhu domain. The Cthulhu domain descended into an eternal tranquility. In the 8th century of the 4th millennium, from a distant void, a flicker occurred, launching a shot of the null cannon towards the Cthulhu domain, now shrouded in the false nameless fog, and then returning to silence. This simulation has concluded. Chapter 124, Unraveling the Seal. Simulation Evaluation, Level. Summary. You deceive me, I deceive you. So who is truly the victor? Only he knows. Thus, was everything meticulously orchestrated? Fong Ying furrowed his brow. In accordance with the methods of the Zaga insect clan, one could employ divine techniques to shield the Heart of Time, swiftly annihilating the outpost and the illustrious race of the ES. This would effectively eliminate one of the greatest adversaries near the Cthulhu domain. Initially, circumstances appeared to align in this direction until the enigmatic soul information of the legendary ES was deciphered, unveiling the secrets surrounding the first meteorite. Subsequently, the minions of the Cthulhu domain logically ventured forth to investigate, only to inadvertently awaken the subterranean demon worm. The first meteorite then directly descended upon the realm of Cthulhu. Crucially, after the Cthulhu domain was enveloped by the so-called false nameless fog, a sudden manifestation of the void canon appeared. It was unmistakably the work of the esteemed ES. Thus, at this juncture, Fong Ying formulated two hypotheses. The first possibility suggests that while the Zaga insect clan successfully led the minions of the Cthulhu domain to ambush the illustrious ES, they were simultaneously detected by their foes. However, due to the capture of a legendary ES, the adversaries refrained from immediate action, instead concocting some ulterior motive. This could involve using Fong Ying's Cthulhu domain minions for experimentation by having them encounter the first meteorite. Consequently, Fong Ying and his companions gleaned partial information regarding the illustrious ES and the first meteorite. Such a mixture of truth and falsehood serves as an enticing bait. If one were to entertain this notion, it is likely that even if the beings of the Cthulhu domain remain vigilant, the first meteorite would still be guided toward their realm. At this moment, Fong Ying recalled that the initial arrival of the meteorite, once referred to as the Crimson Giant Star, occurred in a similar manner within the Cthulhu domain, potentially linked to the illustrious ES. As for the second possibility, it implies that the overall offensive of the Zaga insect clan was unimpeded, and the illustrious ES were oblivious to the destruction of their outpost and base. The sudden change concerning the first meteorite could merely be a fortuitous accident. The final cannon fire encountered by the Cthulhu domain could simply be attributed to the ES discovering the meteorite's abrupt shift in position, leading them to inadvertently uncover the Cthulhu domain. Contemplating this, Fong Ying found himself beset by a throbbing headache. All he desired was a simple environment for development. Yet, despite the remoteness of the divine realm, he was confronted with an overwhelming array of challenges. The pressing nature of these issues demanded resolution without delay. It must be noted that in reality, he was merely a minor Karami. However, Fong Ying contemplated taking a risk, for his divine essence was formidable. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain if he would remain himself in the process. Father God, please release my seal. Just as Fong Ying was immersed in thought, the voice of Cthulhu abruptly captured the attention of his divine consciousness. Fong Ying was taken aback. How did this fellow suddenly recall this matter? Father God, at the very moment the first meteor descended, my seal was shattered in an instant, and I sensed something extraordinary. Yet I am at a loss for words to articulate it. The mention of Cthulhu plunged Fong Ying into silence. How could Cthulhu possibly be associated with the first meteor? What a perplexing connection. Nevertheless, it seems that one can only grasp at straws in desperation. Perhaps it is worth a try. With a wave of his hand, Fong Ying saw the seal on his reality distortion ability lifted. He had anticipated that this process would be uneventful, for at the end of the day, it was merely an ability. Yet, this seemingly trivial action ignited a tempest within the once placid, pseudo-nameless fog. It is crucial to note that this transpired in reality, not within a simulation. This realization made Fong Ying tense, as he prepared to reinstate the seal. However, at that moment, Cthulhu's voice emerged. Great Father, wait. I sense a call and a gift of wisdom from that direction. It is harmless. Cthulhu exclaimed loudly, causing Fong Ying to lower his previously raised hand. In that instant, Fong Ying witnessed a portion of the pseudo-nameless fog, which he had sealed with seawater, suddenly split off, hurtling toward Cthulhu in the ocean. As the gray mist enveloped Cthulhu, a roar erupted from within. Subsequently, nearby beings underwent grotesque transformations, each bearing some semblance of Cthulhu's visage. They writhed and twisted, kneeling in fervent admiration before Cthulhu. What? In the blink of an eye, Cthulhu's power surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of legend. Moreover, the true essence of Cthulhu from the mythos appeared to have ascended as well. Fong Ying gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. One could only remark that the biological entities of Cthulhu's domain advanced with remarkable speed, or, should they lag, remained stagnant in their realms. Goodness, what sort of ability is this? The other denizens of Cthulhu's realm regarded his sudden elevation as quite ordinary, showing little concern. In contrast, the Zaga insectoid tribe promptly dispatched their light shadow beings to Cthulhu's side, their faces wrought with shock as they inquired. All of this stems from our Lord's grace. Cthulhu's voice took on a profound timbre, resonating through the mist. What? Our Lord is capable of forcibly seizing that being's essence to bestow upon you? How can this be? The Zaga insectoid tribe expressed disbelief. What? You dare to question our Lord? As a portion of the mist surrounding Cthulhu dissipated, it unveiled part of Cthulhu's true head. The Zaga insectoid tribe felt a sudden rigidity wash over them, their entire beings, including the obelisk, nearly toppling from the light shadow beings. He beheld a vision. And in that fleeting moment of encountering merely a fragment of Cthulhu's form, he witnessed the catastrophic moments of his own demise, a staggering 100,000 instances of untimely death. Of course, this was not true death, nor was it a revelation imposed upon him by Cthulhu as a grim reminder of his fate. Rather, it was a tapestry of dreams woven with the dread that accompanied the sight of the entity's true essence, a phenomenon commonly referred to as sanity loss. Yet I, the illustrious Zadgai insectoid race, am a genuine being of the Cthulhu mythos. Moreover, my inherent strength is legendary, fundamentally transcending even that. How could this counterfeit possess the power to affect me? The Zadgai were baffled, compelled to mask their inner turmoil. With a hurried acknowledgement of their unwavering faith in the great primordial lord, they fled in haste. There was no other choice. He, a member of the Zadgai, was engulfed in sorrow and needed solitude. Chapter 125, the eerie embrace. As for the dialogue between the two, Fong Ying had been closely monitoring Cthulhu and was thus acutely aware of the nuances at play. Ah, it seems this little one has suffered a setback. Fong Ying chuckled, transmitting his thoughts directly. Garomi. Great master? The previously mumbling Zadgai, Garomi, nearly faltered again upon hearing Fong Ying's call, but quickly recovered, transitioning from a seated to a kneeling position with remarkable fluidity. Observing this display, Fong Ying could not suppress a smirk. Indeed, social insects were a different breed. Garomi. Fong Ying's voice resonated once more. Your commands shall forever be my guiding principle. Garomi bowed his head, pondering if his murmured grievances about his master had been overheard. After all, the master could draw from the unspeakable origins, so it would be trivial for him to perceive unvoiced thoughts. No, I don't believe I spoke ill of the master, merely lamented my desire for greater strength. Could it be that my encounter with Cthulhu has rendered me a disappointment in the master's eyes? Just as Garomi was lost in a whirlwind of contemplation, Fong Ying's voice broke through again. There is no need for alarm. I regard you as I do them. I have seen your capabilities, and I shall grant you the wisdom you rightfully deserve. Until the day of victory arrives, all that you desire shall be yours. With that, Fong Ying's voice faded, seemingly uninterested in awaiting a response from the Zadgai. Meanwhile, Garomi's form trembled slightly, not from fear, but from an overwhelming surge of excitement, a reflection of Fong Ying's unwavering confidence. Children, I have witnessed your efforts, yet they are insufficient. Strive onward. Do not let me down. With those words, Fong Ying once again initiated the simulation system. Third round of simulation, initiate. In this iteration, Fong Ying earnestly engaged in prayer, even directing his supplications towards an ineffable presence. Desperation led him to beseech assistance. Suddenly, a secret incantation resurfaced in his mind, prompting him to step into the void. May the celestial sovereign of the profound yellow grant me fortune. May the divine monarch of the profound yellow bless me. May the supreme deity of the profound yellow bestow favor upon me. May the celestial lord of the profound yellow safeguard me. He fervently hoped for divine protection. It remains uncertain whether fate itself intervened. But amidst a plethora of skills that were supposed to be uniformly golden in caliber, an extraordinary platinum-level skill unexpectedly emerged. Effective? Yet the name. The patronage of the arcane sovereign intrigued him. Skill. The patronage of the arcane sovereign. Level. Platinum. Effects. Luck 20, Mystification 15, Dream Speech 10, Life-Death Transmutation 10, Opportunity 5. Mutation 8, Unknown 6, Fortune 3. You have attracted the attention of a certain entity. Your circumstances remind them of their own past, and they are willing to offer you assistance. However, remember, nothing is granted unilaterally. All is a matter of exchange. What you receive and possess, in the act of bestowing, will be repaid in the future. An enigmatic smile. This skill was remarkably unique, and its explanation was thoroughly elucidated. Fong Ying felt compelled to accept it. As for the future, if he could not endure the present, there would be no future to contemplate. He chose not to overthink it. The initial solidified skill remained unchanged, and he randomly selected another skill related to the realm of soul and spirit, proceeding to initiate the simulation. As you bask in the pride of your sagacious decision, the third simulation unfolds. The first millennium arrives, and the Zaga insect clan's Gurlami once again recalibrates its battle preparations. Not only have the combatants been reduced, but the process of battle has also been simplified and made more efficient, with the Ascendant Cthulhu regarded as the ultimate trump card. Soon, according to Gurlami's stratagem, they once more descended upon the location of the initial great race, these people, just as they were about to launch their assault. Cthulhu experienced a peculiar sensation and conceived the notion of utilizing his reality-warping abilities to confront the great race's outpost. Zing! Divergence arose within the ranks. Which side does your judgment endorse? Gurlami, as one of the triad leaders, cannot easily alter or usurp authority. Would that not be tantamount to slapping my own face? Cthulhu has never disappointed me. Since he has a new idea, why not lend an ear? Perhaps there will be a different kind of spectacle. Regardless, the situation had reached this juncture, and with divine craft at hand, the potential for significant issues seemed minimal. Fong Ying's divine domain was dispatched forth. Due to your choice, Cthulhu commenced his grand display of prowess. Cthulhu did not directly employ his formidable powers to forcibly alter reality. Rather, he resorted to a more insidious method. employing infection and seduction. Subsequently, amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, the extraordinary race of the Great Ones, the Ishi, emerged unexpectedly and presented an eye of energy. Upon swallowing this eye and sealing it within his being, Cthulhu issued a command, instructing all to take action, leading to the immediate obliteration of the Ishi's outpost. Oh, the Eye of Energy? Fong Ying immediately became vigilant, recalling that this entity could transform into blood algae, ultimately evolving into the serpent god, IgG. Thus, the prior destruction of this stronghold had not uncovered this resource. As for the whereabouts of the Eye of Energy, no one knew. While you ponder this, from a distant realm, a multitude of cubic vessels suddenly soared through the air, unmistakably belonging to the forces of the Great Ones, the Ishi. The acolytes of Cthulhu's domain promptly readied themselves for battle. Alert! A perilous situation has arisen. The skill, blessing of the arcane master has been activated. Suddenly, a meteorite materialized from an unknown location, fortuitously colliding with the cubic vessels. Instantly, nearly half of the ships erupted in explosions, inflicting substantial casualties upon the Ishi. Thus, a bizarre three-way standoff was established between the acolytes of Cthulhu, the Great Ones, and the meteorite. As time slipped by, the Ishi began to waver, contemplating retreat, and the acolytes of Cthulhu likewise prepared to withdraw. Just as it seemed this clash would reach its conclusion, Cthulhu's position abruptly collapsed into void. Ensnared by the Ishi's capture devices, intent on seizing Cthulhu. As Cthulhu contemplated utilizing his powers to escape, he found himself unexpectedly embraced by a female entity, the Dream Witch. Idhyla. Chapter 126. A passionate 500 years Cthulhu found himself in a state of bewilderment and noted that her display of strength was not as formidable as anticipated, merely reaching the pinnacle of legend. Yet, for reasons unknown, Cthulhu refrained from breaking free, sensing that such restraint was the appropriate course of action. The other beings of Cthulhu remained indifferent. Upon ascertaining that Cthulhu was unharmed, they began to investigate the whereabouts of the Ishi. Only the insectoid race, the Garomi, cast glances toward Cthulhu thrice, with two of those gazes directed at the Dream Witch, Idhyla. Fong Ying, observing this, experienced an ineffable sentiment, questioning the clarity of the introduction and suspecting potential misdirection from the deduction system. Moreover, the Garomi did not strike him as a creature easily beguiled by beauty, especially given its insectoid nature. Could it be that they intended to invade the mind of the Dream Witch and seize control of her body? Upon reflection, Fong Ying considered this possibility to be highly plausible. In your journey, the Dream Witch Idhyla stirred, her hair dancing in the void as if guided by an ethereal melody. Even the creatures of the Cthulhu mythos experienced a fleeting moment of distraction, though they swiftly regained their composure, growing increasingly cautious. Meanwhile, in a flash, the remnants of the great race of Yith, having previously escaped, suddenly materialized before the Dream Witch Idhyla. Their cubic spacecraft momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback by the unfolding events. Consequently, the weapon systems of the cubic spacecraft activated with haste, leading to a fierce exchange of attacks. 10 minutes later, the spacecraft lay in ruins. From the debris, a crystalline energy eye emerged, which the Dream Witch Idhyla promptly grasped in her hand. Two eyes. Fong Ying paused in bewilderment. Could it be that the serpent god Yig was not singular? No. Could unforeseen circumstances have arisen? Fong Ying's thoughts drifted to the experiences of the Shoggoths in the Cthulhu mythos, a possibility not entirely implausible. Moreover, it seemed that every entity from the Cthulhu mythos arriving in this realm faced dire predicaments. Was there a conspiracy at play? And what of my situation, the Cthulhu domain? The implications were chilling upon further reflection. As you pondered these thoughts, the Dream Witch Idhyla crushed the energy eye, causing a spectral serpent to manifest, which she subsequently consumed. The Dream Witch's body began to tremble, her abdomen swelling gradually, the movement intensifying. With a benevolent gaze, the Dream Witch looked upon Cthulhu, who felt a tremor course through his being. To his astonishment, he found himself immobilized, helplessly watching as she reached toward her own belly, stirring within before extracting a sealed energy eye. The actions of the Dream Witch Idhyla provoked the ire of the other entities within the Cthulhu domain. The Shoggoths were the first to unleash their powers, attempting to dominate this being of equal legendary status. Simultaneously, the Burrower Worms, the Void Touch, and the race of the gods joined the fray, while Nyarlathotep observed them with an unusual demeanor. Half a year later, the denizens of the Cthulhu domain perished in mutual slaughter, a moment witnessed by Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep. Ultimately, after casting a glance at Cthulhu, Nyarlathotep fled, while Cthulhu was taken by the Dream Witch Idhyla to the core of Meteor 1. Cthulhu soon realized that the Dream Witch Idhyla harbored no intentions of ending his life. Instead, she descended with him into the very depths of the core of Meteor 1. Cthulhu discovered that the first meteorite was no ordinary rock, but rather a planet controlled by the Dream Witch Idhyla, and even the Crimson Giant Star was alive, able to effortlessly transition between solid, liquid, and gaseous states. The arrival of the second millennium marked a significant turning point. Cthulhu found himself at the core of the meteorite, unbound, yet endowed with ample space for movement. He initially intended to escape, but was taken aback when the dream witch Idhalara, with her pronounced belly, approached him for an embrace, causing Cthulhu to realize that he had once again lost control over his own body. Subsequently, she exerted her will over him, initiating a forceful mating. This coupling persisted for an entire 300 years. During this time, Cthulhu experienced an astonishing surge in his power, although his realm remained unchanged. His physical strength approached the threshold of myth. However, he also underwent a peculiar transformation, adopting a serpentine form. Simultaneously, Cthulhu's inherent essence, drawn from the Cthulhu mythos, began to manifest, resulting in a struggle between the two forces. Even with only a sliver of resistance, Cthulhu managed to endure, indefinitely prolonging this mating period. 500 years into the second millennium, the dream witch Idhalara, having engaged in relentless mating with Cthulhu, grew increasingly impatient. Her demeanor shifted to a more ferocious aspect. Yet an unexpected turn of events occurred. Nyarlathotep, accompanied by his pantheon, launched a fierce assault on the first meteorite. Although Nyarlathotep, possessing legendary power, could not directly vanquish the dream witch Idhalara, he inflicted significant damage upon the meteorite. In a fit of rage, the dream witch Idhalara's form began to dissolve, merging with the meteorite, while her powers surged to unfathomable heights. In that instant, Nyarlathotep and his kin perished. Yet Nyarlathotep himself ascended to the pinnacle of legendary might at the moment of his demise. In the next moment, dozens of void storms, empty voids, and ephemeral lights surged toward the meteorite. The great mythic race of the Isaians descended, engaging in conflict with the dream witch Idhalara. During this tumultuous encounter, Cthulhu witnessed the dream witch, embodied as the meteorite, split in two, revealing a colossal serpent's head before vanishing. Congratulations, the third simulation has concluded. Due to the brevity of this simulation, no evaluation is provided. Note, you might want to check on Cthulhu. He currently appears disinterested and lacks motivation. Chapter 127, The Distressed Cthulhu. Cthulhu is the precious entity of his own domain and must not encounter any mishaps. Feng, after careful investigation, discerned the current state of Cthulhu. How should one describe it? Although enveloped in a shroud of mist, the manner in which he lay in the sea was undeniably, well, peculiar. Cthulhu. Feng Ying's voice resonated. Instantly, Cthulhu snapped to attention, rising promptly. For he held deep respect for Feng Ying and had never shown him any disrespect, despite a few past mishaps that were never intended by Cthulhu. Great Father, I heed your teachings. There is no need for such formality. You are my beloved son, and I take great joy in you. Your existence is entwined with this world. A blessing bestowed upon you. What confounds you? I shall provide answers. Feng Ying's voice flowed like a warm current, even altering Cthulhu's ethereal tone. Great Father, it is my fault that you must concern yourself with my matters amidst your busy schedule. Yet, incessant disturbances plague my ears, hindering my patience to fulfill the monumental task entrusted to me by our Lord. Please, elaborate. To report to you, O great primordial Lord, I have been engaged in battle with that entity, the dream witch Idhalara, for 5 centuries. Throughout this ordeal, I discovered her intention to resurrect her husband, IG, using my corporeal form. However, having acquired the essence of that being within the Cthulhu mythos, I ultimately thwarted her plans. Yet, upon my return from the extrapolations, I found an incessant voice and visage residing deep within my mind. She is known as the Leviathan Plague, Kasagthas. Feng Ying was momentarily taken aback by the mention of her name. The Leviathan Plague, he knew, was both Cthulhu's sibling and consort, a being of terrifying renown among the ancient ones. Her visage, quite frankly, was rather grotesque, a mass of writhing tentacles capable of extending to astonishing lengths. She spiraled languidly amidst clouds of yellow-brown veined miasma, akin to a malformed fetus floating in a chaotic womb. While Feng Ying did not particularly mind her presence within Cthulhu's domain, it was said that her dwelling was often barren, exuding various plagues. Furthermore, she was notoriously violent, frequently engaging in conflicts with Cthulhu to assert dominance in their reproductive endeavors. With this thought, Feng Ying cast a peculiar glance at the gray mist. It was known that in the extrapolations, she had been the one forced into such situations. Now, the image of this violent Kasagthas incessantly surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Cthulhu was the submissive one? Hiss. No more of this line of thought. Feng Ying sensed a disturbance in his reasoning. What was he even considering? Do not fret, my child. You need only remember that every event has already been predetermined in the future. Should you wish to amend all of this, your only path is to grow stronger. Regarding the matter you mentioned, I shall assist you in seeking out the answers yourself. As Feng Ying spoke, he concentrated his amassed faith and infused it into Cthulhu. In the midst of the gray fog, Cthulhu fell silent, while Feng Ying sensed that the other was ensnared in a state that was neither fully asleep nor awake. Thus, Feng Ying chose to refrain from further disturbance, redirecting their gaze towards the summer insect tribe, Gihirami. At that moment, Gihirami found itself within the domain of Nyarlathotep, listening intently as Nyarlathotep recounted the fates awaiting them after death. To be candid, during this iteration, apart from Cthulhu and Nyarlathotep, the demise of the others seemed rather unjust. as they all perished beneath the formidable powers of the dream, witch, Idhila. Much like the great race of the Is, they met their end through self-inflicted annihilation. Even though Nyarlathotep discerned this truth, he also recognized the formidable prowess of the dream witch, Idhila, thereby rendering him powerless to intervene. Nonetheless, this iteration was not devoid of merit, as it sparked the conception of a potential solution, sowing discord. Firstly, the great race of the Is had, through unknown means, acquired 2 energy eyes. However, it was evident that their research on these artifacts was still in its infancy. They likely surmised a connection between the energy eyes and the first meteorite. Whether their intention was to control the meteorite or for some other purpose remained uncertain. Secondly, it appeared that the dream witch, Idhila, within the first meteorite, was injured and in a state of recuperation, yet she too sought the energy eyes to expedite her recovery. The first meteorite, this crimson giant, seemed to be the corporeal manifestation of both the dream witch, Idhila, and the serpent god, Yig. Whether this was a conscious action or an involuntary occurrence remained ambiguous. However, such details were of little consequence, as they did not impede the unfolding of the plan. Following a tranquil exchange of thoughts between Fong Ying and the acolytes of Cthulhu, the 4th iteration commenced. The 4th iteration begins. In the first millennium, Gihirami, accompanied by numerous acolytes of Cthulhu, arrived at the outpost, where Cthulhu proactively employed his abilities and activated the energy eyes. With no concealment whatsoever, the first meteorite swiftly descended. Soon after, the legendary headquarters of the great race of the Is revved into action, for the energy eyes were of utmost importance, leading to a fierce clash between the 2 factions. The dream witch, Idhila, did not make an appearance. Instead, the first meteorite, in its crimson star form, launched an assault on the stronghold of the great race of the Is. The ensuing battle unleashed a violent explosion, causing damage to both the meteorite and the base of the great race of the Is. Just as the acolytes of Cthulhu perceived an equilibrium in the conflict and contemplated intervention, the first meteorite suddenly emanated an unparalleled crimson light. The great race of the Is annihilated. The acolytes of Cthulhu are obliterated. This iteration concludes. Evaluation: none. Indeed, any unforeseen twist can instigate significant changes. Hence, adjustments are imperative. The 5th iteration begins. As the dawn of the millennium commenced, under the machinations of the insectoid race known as Zagath, Cthulhu refrained from seizing the Eye of Energy directly. Instead, he opted to control the outpost of the great race of Yith and advanced toward their central base. During his journey, Cthulhu subtly evolved a fragment of the Eye's energy, and upon receiving reports from the guardians of the first meteorite, it became apparent that the enemy was exhibiting signs of movement. Soon after, the outpost, upon recognizing the control exerted over the Yith base, launched an assault against Cthulhu's minions, while the first meteorite hastened to join the fray. Without hesitation, Cthulhu activated the Eye of Energy within the outpost, returning it to the Yith's stronghold. Unbeknownst to them, the Yith intended to recall their outpost team and retreat, but were swiftly met with an attack from the first meteorite and Cthulhu's followers. They soon found themselves embroiled in a harrowing battle, which persisted until reinforcements from another faction of the Yith arrived, including beings of mythic stature. The first meteorite, now transformed into the dream, witch Idhila, engaged in a fierce confrontation with Cthulhu, the aftermath of which claimed the lives of all beings beneath the extraordinary threshold. Ultimately, the mythic Yith sustained grievous injuries and fled, while the dream witch Idhila, having acquired 2 eyes of energy, once again captured Cthulhu in the presence of Nyarlathotep, hastily departing the scene. Thus concluded this simulation. In a moment of introspection, Cthulhu perceived the voice within his mind growing increasingly lucid, filling him with a sense of distress. Chapter 128. An unexpected conclusion overall. This simulation had drawn nearer to its objective. Fong Ying stroked his chin, contemplating the sole disadvantage. Cthulhu had been targeted multiple times, evidently catching the attention of the dream, witch Idhila, who herself had not emerged unscathed. Nonetheless, her obsession with capturing Cthulhu was evident. Should Nyarlathotep be arranged for the next endeavor? Yet, Cthulhu's abilities remained indispensable. Fong Ying found himself in a quandary. After deliberation, it seemed feasible to proceed as suggested by the Zagath insectoid, Garomi, who communicated his insights through the world consciousness. Fong Ying considered this a potential course of action. Given the brevity of the prior simulation, preparation time was limited. Thus, the 6th round of simulation commenced. In terms of skills, Fong Ying had early on established the blessing of the mysterious lord as a fixed element within the simulation, alongside selecting 2 comparable golden tier skills to initiate the simulation. As the first millennium arrived, the insectoid race, the Gelromi, did not dispatch mere minions of lesser prowess, but instead advanced with extraordinary and legendary entities toward the outpost of the esteemed race of the Isians. They effortlessly acquired an Eye of Energy and promptly proceeded to the main stronghold of the Isians, situated nearby. Thanks to the Cthulhu's followers, this time they were elite warriors devoid of any ulterior motives, enabling them to move with remarkable swiftness. The headquarters of the great race of Isians was caught entirely off guard and fell victim to the assault. The sudden and fierce nature of the battle, combined with the Cthulhu followers' fearlessness in the face of death, resulted in the annihilation of all the Ijans at the base. With the Cthulhu domain suffering only minor injuries among its drilling worms and Bayaki, and severe wounds among the Chichas. Following the conflict, Cthulhu quickly located a second eye of energy, and under the guidance of Gelromi, he activated both eyes. Soon, a meteorite, accompanied by a tempest, descended from a distant realm. The great race of Ijans, aboard 2 colossal cubic ships, surged toward the position of Cthulhu's followers. Upon their collision, a fierce battle ensued. This time, the meteorite faced not 1, but 2 mythic-level Ijans. Consequently, from the onset, the meteorite found itself at a disadvantage, ultimately transforming into the embodiment of the dream, which, Idhyla. Even so, the battle reached a precarious equilibrium. However, the mythic-level Ijans proved to be formidable adversaries. Shortly after establishing a balance, the 2 Ijans employed some unknown method to wield a powerful weapon that severely injured the dream witch, Idhyla. In a critical moment, Cthulhu promptly delivered the 2 eyes of energy into Idhyla's hands. Upon merging with the eyes, her strength surged, enabling her to grievously wound one of the mythic-level Ijans. The injured Ijan then abandoned the other mythic Ijan and vanished without a trace. What? They fled? Fong Ying was taken aback at this turn of events. Such cowardice was entirely uncharacteristic compared to the typical combat style of other Ijans. Was this one unique? Amidst this unexpected occurrence, the newly empowered dream witch, Idhyla, launched an offensive against the remaining mythic-level Ijan. Subsequently, that mythic-level Ijan met its demise, having been replaced unbeknownst to all by a legendary-level Ijan through a cunning ruse. The dream witch Idhyla, realizing she had been deceived, suddenly erupted in fury, wreaking havoc around her. The cubic spacecraft, comparable in size to the first meteorite, was reduced to mere dust in the void of space by her frenzied assault. Subsequently, Idhyla fell into an eerie silence. In the next moment, she began to tremble violently, her mouth widening grotesquely, distorting her former beauty. Countless serpents poured forth from her gaping maw, resembling a fountain of snakes. These tiny serpents quickly converged, akin to raindrops merging into the sea, forming a colossal serpent that gazed coldly upon Idhyla before opening its jaws to swallow her whole. After consuming the dream witch, the gigantic serpent turned its gaze towards the followers of Cthulhu, lingering upon the entity for a brief moment. Cthulhu's followers met their demise. The great serpent vanished without a trace. In the second millennium, the beings of the Cthulhu domain found themselves devoid of leadership, engulfed in an eerie tranquility. By the third millennium, the stillness persisted among the creatures of the Cthulhu domain. In the fourth millennium, the absence of guidance and the loss of a leader plunged the Cthulhu domain into chaos. The fifth millennium continued in turmoil. The sixth millennium remained tumultuous. By the seventh millennium, the ant people and the Eye of Evil clan merged, aiming to leverage the pseudo-unknown fog that you had encircled to thwart their adversaries. But to no avail. The pseudo-unknown fog revolted, leading to the annihilation of the Cthulhu domain. This simulation has concluded. Evaluation. Level summary. You cleverly harnessed power, yet were ultimately consumed by it. What is destined to occur will invariably come to pass. There is no love without reason, nor hatred without cause. Reflect on your own motives. Fong Ying pondered over the final statement. So, the great race of these people was frightened away? Thus, the threat of the first meteorite has also dissipated? Could it be that this counts as a success amidst failure? While Fong Ying felt a flicker of joy, the internal affairs of the Cthulhu domain were far from tranquil. They had not anticipated that in the absence of their leader, these beings would harbor treasonous thoughts, even instigating rebellion. How dare they? Did they wish for their own destruction? Were they unaware of the great simulation conducted by their master? The Choo-Choo people exclaimed, "You fools have brought me shame by provoking the pseudo-unknown fog. Where has your common sense vanished to? That is not something you can confront." The Void Touch added, "You imbeciles have embarrassed me further by allying with the ant people and allowing them to lead you by the nose. Where is your intellect? Has it been devoured by the great devourers? The burrowing demon worm, Achoo, who is speaking ill of me? You fools are bringing me great shame. While others are vying for territory and engaging in warfare, have you forgotten your primary duties? Brick moving, do you understand? What is our motto? Repeat it loudly. Brick moving, brick moving, brings me joy." Chapter 129. Rating. Level. Fong Ying gazed at this motley crew with a frown. Was this truly the time for reprimanding subordinates? They were currently strategizing to confront the threats surrounding them, yet they seemed to have lost sight of their priorities. Fong Ying promptly issued an ultimatum to them. You have 3 more opportunities for simulation. Should you fail again, you will face the consequences in reality. When problems arise, you shall regret your negligence. Clearly, Fong Ying's warning proved effective, as the minions of the Cthulhu domain immediately commenced their diligent research. The 7th round of simulation commenced. In the first millennium, under the guidance of the Summer Beetle tribes Garomi, Cthulhu successfully acquired the Eye of Energy and swiftly advanced to the base of the great race, the Ease. After a fierce struggle, they emerged victorious, suffering only the grievous injuries of the Cho-Cho people, and secured the second Eye of Energy. Cthulhu activated the Eye of Energy once more. The first meteorite encountered two mythic-level E's who had come to assist. In a similar predicament, Cthulhu cast an eye of energy towards the dream Witched Hela. Due to insufficient power within the eye, the dream Witched Hela could not defeat the two mythic-level E's and, grievously wounded, chose to flee. The remaining two mythic-level E's discovered the lurking minions of the Cthulhu domain and attempted to enslave them. After failing, the Cthulhu domain was annihilated. The simulation concluded. No evaluation. Fong Ying observed and summarized the results. It appeared that the optimal outcome would be to attract a mythic-level E's to maximize benefits. Once more, the 8th round of simulation commenced. In the first millennium, having analyzed the issues from the previous 7 attempts, the Summer Beetle tribe conferred with Cthulhu and decided to reduce their numbers further, sending only Cthulhu, Light Shadow, Nyarlathotep, and the Summer Beetle tribes for minions. Through their collaboration, during the first round, Cthulhu intentionally revealed a flaw to allow the E's base to comprehend their predicament and the strength of their opponents. Subsequently, while midway through their journey, Cthulhu deliberately released information regarding the Eye of Energy. Upon reaching the E stronghold, a mythic-level E's had already arrived in advance. Coinciding with the timely arrival of the first meteorite, Cthulhu hurled the Eye of Energy towards the first meteorite and swiftly departed, acquiring the Eye of Energy, which transformed the meteorite into the dream Witched Hela, who then turned her gaze towards the E's headquarters, sensing the presence of another eye there. The dream Witched Hela, attempting to infiltrate the base, was perceived by the mighty race of the Is as either an accomplice or part of the opposing faction, thus reigniting the conflict between the two. This time, however, the Is were well prepared, and Hela had also gained strength from the Eye of Energy. The balance of power was relatively equal. After a fierce battle, the lightly wounded Is chose to retreat, and similarly, the injured Hela opted not to pursue, instead making her own exit. During this encounter, Hela cast a glance at Cthulhu, weighing her options, and ultimately refrained from engaging. Successfully, both parties departed, averting the immediate crisis in my Cthulhu domain, though the situation remained contingent on further developments. In the second millennium, the creatures of Cthulhu's domain thrived steadily within the Cthulhu world. In the third millennium, they continued to flourish. In the fourth millennium, their advancement persisted. By the fifth millennium, they were still evolving. In the sixth millennium, the increasingly restless burrowing demon worms led their kin into the void space, only to find that no living beings remained in their vicinity. Only a belt of meteors beckoned to them. In the seventh millennium, they toiled quietly. Tranquility reigned. The same was true in the eighth millennium, as they continued their labor in peace. By the ninth millennium, the burrowing demon worms found joy in the stillness. In the 10th millennium, longing for their first meteor, one worm stealthily made its way back, only to discover that the original location had long been abandoned. Just as despair began to set in, it stumbled upon a green meteor 3 times the size of the original at the coordinates 3152, 4612, 665, 213. In a fit of excitement, the burrowing demon worm named this colossal find wise and brave, a tribute to its own lineage, and the second meteor discovered, surpassing the first in size. Feeling quite the little genius after bestowing the name, the burrowing demon worm resolved to gather some resources to take back. Alas, the burrowing demon worm met its demise. This simulation has concluded with a rating of level. Summary: failure is the mother of success. You have finally found your rhythm on the path of perpetual self-destruction and have magnified it. You cleverly manipulated the evident clues to ensnare both powerful parties, profiting from their folly. Your intellect shines brightly, rendering you particularly endearing to those entities who even harbor desires to draw near and unite with you. Fong Ying's eyes widened in disbelief at the words spoken, yet soon the rewards offered made her forget her earlier discontent. In this simulation, you have earned 16,666 simulation points and received a skill enhancement token, applicable for platinum skills. This seems to herald a prosperous turn of events. Moreover, this token appears rather ingenious. It seems to suggest that I am to make another attempt. Fong Ying pondered, stroking his chin. Initially, he granted the Cthulhu cultists 3 opportunities simply because he could only deduce 3 times. Now that his deduction value has increased, it is only natural to make an additional attempt, as a safeguard. After all, this is not a mere competition, but a matter of life and death in the real world. Meanwhile, the followers of the Cthulhu domain were equally delighted, for their deductions had proven successful, not disappointing the great primordial deity. Children, I have witnessed all your endeavors. Once this concludes, I shall bestow upon you grand rewards. He continued, I shall initiate the deduction once more. You must identify and rectify any shortcomings, for reality affords no second chances for mistakes. Fong Ying's voice, though filled with affection, bore a tone of sternness. Your commands shall be followed. Your teachings, I shall execute, exclaimed one follower. Master, I desire nothing. After our success, I wish to behold the second meteorite discovered by the illustrious and valiant leader of the devouring clan, which is thrice the size of the first. Please grant me this, for I could not rest in peace last time. Fong Ying glanced at the despondent drilling insect. Such dedicated followers were indeed rare. Granted. Chapter 130. The Reality of War. Initiate the final deduction. Fong Ying declared, fully concentrating as he issued the command. ZZZZ. Deductions commencing. You may choose to utilize your available resources. With a wave of his hand, Fong Ying unhesitatingly employed the recently acquired skill enhancement token. Observing the unreserved annotations, he immediately applied it to the platinum level ability of the Patronage of the Mysterious Lord. Soon, the fixed skill in the deduction flickered momentarily, the original text beginning to vanish. Replaced by another. The Aura of the Mysterious Lord. Skill. The Aura of the Mysterious Lord. Level. Diamond. Effects. 1. Luck 50. Misfortune 50. You may trigger only one of these. 2. Surviving great calamities brings blessings. When misfortune befalls you, escape will yield unforeseen rewards. 3. Life and death are uncertain. A friend sacrifices themselves. When you encounter uncontrollable events, a special state will manifest, resulting in the death of a teammate. Note: if a teammate survives, you will perish. 4. Anomalies abound. Unfathomable occurrences will persist around you. Should these not overwhelm you, your strength will grow. 5. Fortuitous events from above. Even if you do nothing, events will unfold in your favor, but be prepared. Note: if a golden pie falls, it may crush you. As Fong Ying regarded the altered skill effects, it seemed less a mere ability and more a state of existence. It appears to resemble a diminished version of the protagonist's halo. Albeit this protagonist exudes a slightly unsettling aura. Nevertheless, for my current conjecture, it actually complements the situation. With Fong Ying's enhancement in my simulation, I randomly selected 2 ordinary golden level skills. As long as I can swiftly resolve the crises posed by the great race of Yith and Meteor 1, the development of my Cthulhu domain will encounter no further hindrances. At that time, whether I partake in the divine war or engage in other endeavors, I shall possess greater operational latitude. I sincerely hope no complications arise. The first millennium, in the collaboration between Cthulhu and the Shigai Swarm. The mythic great race of Yith and the Dream, which Adhira meet once more. Due to the control exerted by the denizens of the Cthulhu domain, both parties immediately engaged in combat upon their encounter, with no idle chatter. Skill. The halo of the Master of Secrets is activated. The mythic great race of Yith was struck by the true flames of the Dream, which Adhira, and rather than fleeing, they were met with devastation. Many of the weaker Yith fell victim to the onslaught. Their remains scattered throughout the void, with no inquiries made regarding their fate. The Dream, which Adhira, also sustained injuries, losing an arm amidst a shower of blood. The denizens of the Cthulhu domain remained at a safe distance, narrowly avoiding the aftermath of the battle on several occasions. Ultimately, the conflict concluded with the retreat of the mythic great race of Yith, while the Dream, which Adhira, paid no heed to the beings of the Cthulhu domain, instead retrieving her severed arm and departing swiftly. The Shigai Swarm, led by Jelromi, dispatched its Nanite forces to scout the area, confirming that the adversary had departed and would not return, before commencing a vigorous search for spoils alongside the inhabitants of the Cthulhu domain. Although the enemy had destroyed a significant portion of resources, some remained untouched, including the highly valuable platinum-level resource, Cloud of Light, and the platinum-level resource, Rich Earth. The Cthulhu domain entered a period of growth. In the second millennium, with the absence of threats, the denizens of the Cthulhu domain began to explore the various directions of the void, both to gather information about regional coordinates and to construct their own domains, rather than remaining confined within the divine realm. This proactive approach would allow for timely communication through the bloodnet in the event of any external changes, thus preventing passive occurrences from arising again. The burrowing demon worm also eagerly participated in the exploration of the second meteorite, which is 3 times larger than the first, discovered by the valiant and wise leader of the devouring clan, the burrowing demon worm. Note: the valiant and wise leader of the devouring clan, the burrowing demon worm, with both courage and beauty, explores the second meteorite, simplified as Meteor 2. Due to concerns regarding the reckless behavior of the burrowing demon worm, the insectoid clan of Garomi did not acquiesce to the worm's solitary expedition. Instead, they proposed that their Nanite forces take the lead to investigate the situation before proceeding further. The burrowing demon worm consented to this suggestion after assurances were made that the benefits would not be monopolized. Subsequently, the Nanite forces set forth, yet they did not return. In response, Garomi dispatched the shadow beings, but they too failed to come back. However, the shadow beings managed to relay a vital piece of information: there is something amiss. Thus, the current simulation was abruptly halted. Your evaluation for this session is as follows. Summary. Are there numerous question marks swirling in your mind? Excellent. Maintain that curiosity and do not overthink. Congratulations on overcoming the initial minor issues, thus securing a trivial amount of time for your development. Nevertheless, do not fret. The path ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Continue your efforts. This was the first time I realized that simulations could indeed be interrupted. Fong Ying felt a sense of discomfort as he perceived the increasing limitations of the simulation system. Yet, despite his awareness, he found himself powerless to effect change. It is said that an individual or a deity, lacking the power to alter their environment, must reluctantly submit to it and gather strength, at least to overcome the immediate obstacles. With the simulation underway, preparations for the real-world conflict must commence, leaving no room for carelessness. Fang Ying summoned all his focus. Wielding the staff of the divine. My children, the moment for your testimony has arrived. Go forth. The prepared Goromi and his kin immediately responded, we shall obey your command. Your directives shall be executed with our very lives. To annihilate all obstacles. This time, Fang Ying showed no hesitation, unleashing his divine power to its utmost. Showering the Cthulhu followers with the essence of faith, he bestowed upon them a 50 blessing of divine consciousness, ensuring that all preparations were complete, save for the favorable winds. Naturally, Fang Ying did not venture forth himself, but remained in the Cthulhu domain to oversee the overarching strategy. However, he instructed Goromi to carry 2 formidable weapons, the Token of Despair's Breath, which he had originally acquired, and a supercharged bomb obtained from the Plague Corporation. With these 2 implements, even beings of mythic caliber would sustain considerable damage. Chapter 131, Annihilation of the Outpost. Prelude to war, this upcoming conflict would once again see Goromi leading the charge. Certainly, the advancing forces remain Cthulhu, Nyarlathotep, the Crawling Chaos, and the King in Yellow, Hastur, alongside the Shadow People. Meanwhile, the Bayaki and Chulu people have been designated to the 2nd tier, leading the elite of the Cthulhu pantheon. Each race contributes 1,000 members, their primary objective being the meticulous collection of spoils. To ensure the safety of these relatively weaker beings, the insectoid race of Shagai, led by Goromi, is the first to guide the Cthulhu followers into the fray. The apex warriors of Cthulhu traverse the void space, their mindset markedly different from previous simulations, tinged with a sense of unease. The void appears utterly dark and devoid of light, yet it is not entirely without glimmers. Distant lights flicker, emanating from the primal microcosm or the burgeoning divine realms far away. Additionally, projections from higher dimensional worlds manifest, enigmatic and elusive in nature. Fang Ying has gleaned this information from his studies, interpreting the intricate explanations as akin to the mythological tales of ancient China, where figures such as the Buddha, Jade Emperor, Enwa, and the human emperor exist in some form across various worlds. Similarly, celestial bodies such as the moon, sun, and stars are constants in all realms. However, the specifics of the higher dimensional projections and their operational benefits remain elusive. Only those who reach such realms can comprehend their nature. Go forth and eliminate the disturbances ahead. Goromi expertly commands the Nanite Legion, effortlessly dismantling the forward reconnaissance system stationed in the asteroid belt. It's up to you. Soon, they approach the forward outpost, and Goromi naturally addresses Cthulhu. Without a hint of surprise, Cthulhu proceeds, and within less than a day, holds an eye of energy in hand. The outpost of the great race of the Is people has now fallen under Cthulhu's dominion. Excellent. This is the moment to proceed to the next phase. The Patriarch of the Eye of Chaos, the Crawling Chaos, calculates the optimal timing through arcane means, promptly declaring. Cthulhu immediately transmits the information to the great race of the Is people without delay. It can be destroyed. Goromi expresses a twinge of regret. The heart of time has shattered. Following the designated speed, we are neither rushed nor sluggish. Barring unforeseen events, all will transpire as anticipated. A creature shrouded in gray mist? Our sensors indicate it resembles an octopus-like organism. Octopus? Is there such a colossal creature? Could it be a being from the void? Are you suggesting it is an extraterrestrial entity? Your reasoning appears to have diverged. Our outpost has been obliterated. Our bait has been seized by the adversary. Damn that Karl Straw. His team is utterly incompetent. Not only has he gone missing, but his troops have failed at the most fundamental bait mission. However, this is not the time for such discussions. Our bait is precious. Losing it compromises our mission significantly. Who among you can retrieve it? Silence enveloped the base of the illustrious Asian race. Well, that individual does seem formidable. From the reports we have received, the opponent may possess legendary or even mythic qualities. I believe our primary objective should be to safeguard the last piece of bait we possess. What do you think? Agreed. Absolutely. Your wisdom is unmatched. The legendary figure of the Asian race observed his subordinates' compliance and turned to the foot soldiers. You are to report to Lord Ralta that Karlstraw's outpost has been destroyed. He is missing, and his bait has been taken by a possibly legendary creature shrouded in gray mist. My lord, the enemy appears to be stronger than the average legendary being. Should we not mention this? Should we request resources from them? So, you are questioning my orders? Young man, refrain from unnecessary chatter. It makes you seem foolish. However, the enemy is advancing towards us, and there are several other peculiar creatures in sight. We may have been compromised. What? Let me see. The legendary figure of the Asian race hurried to the monitoring station, and through the device, he beheld a mass of gray mist. A shadowy figure, a humanoid, a figure in a yellow robe, along with a jellyfish and a flea. A bizarre assembly was approaching their base without any signs of deviation. It seemed that their demise was imminent. Damn it. Hurry. Send an urgent message to headquarters. No, I will handle it. The legendary figure of the Asian race held an object resembling a colorful void disk, and after a dazzling series of strikes, a phantom emerged, depicting a high-ranking Asian adorned with colorful silver markings. Respected and sagacious Lord Ralta, Mokar extends his greetings to you. Please forgive my rudeness. My base is facing a tremendous calamity, as a mythic-level creature accompanied by a legion of legendary beings is assaulting my base. Karlstra's outpost has been destroyed, and now disaster has befallen me. I fear I may not accomplish my mission. I humbly request your assistance. The legendary figure of the Asian race spoke with great sorrow. What? Stay put. You must focus on your own defense. Do you understand? The opposing army was evidently unprepared for such a turn of events, exclaiming loudly. Indeed, we had not anticipated it either. Before the legendary great race, the Is, could continue speaking, the adversaries had already deactivated the projection and appeared to be hastily advancing towards us. Have the weapons been activated? The legendary great race is regained a semblance of calm. Turning to the ordinary great race Is, and inquired leisurely. Not yet. The latter began to respond, only to be met with a sharp slap. With the enemy at our doorstep, do you expect to wait for them to breach our defenses? The legendary is rebuked. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. The ordinary is replied obediently, showing no signs of resistance. Very well. Calculate how long it will take for the enemy to arrive. Upon being informed, it will take 34 years. There was another slap. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The legendary is scolded again. Now, fetch me some joy of life. Certainly, but my lord, our weapons. Another slap interrupted him. Must I instruct you on such trivial matters? Bring it to me first, and then activate it. Even our ultimate weapons require a 30-year preparation period. 10 years in a defensive stance should suffice. How timid can you be? Understood. The ordinary great race is, having endured multiple slaps, exited with his head bowed, devoid of any resentment. After all, within their kin, the disparity was even more pronounced than among humans. The ordinary would forever remain ordinary, while the extraordinary and legendary belonged to a different echelon altogether. Above them lay the realm of the mythical, and beyond that, the divine. Soon, this ordinary great race is presented the joy of life to the legendary great race is, who, holding it, began to engage in jovial conversation with the surrounding extraordinary great race is. Which group do you think will arrive first, the enemy or our army? I believe rather than speculate on the army's speed, we should envision the enemy's bewilderment before our defensive measures. Indeed, I can already picture that scene, one replied. The command room buzzed with merriment, yet this had no bearing on the ordinary great race is at the lower tier. He entered the control room and, alongside several other ordinary great race is, operated the defensive and weaponry systems. Beep, beep, beep. What is happening? I don't know. The alarm just went off unexpectedly. But no anomalies have been detected. Perhaps the equipment has aged. Our superiors consistently skimp on maintenance funding. During their casual exchange, each ordinary great race is noticed billions of tiny silver-white dots infiltrating their armory. What is going on? As the Cthulhu followers journeyed with steady progress, the Void's touch suddenly inquired. Everything proceeds smoothly, just as we have previously experienced, sighed the Shigai insectoid Garomi. Chapter 132. Tier 3 weapon in a certain region of the asteroid belt. A crimson giant star trembled momentarily, resembling a slumbering beast awakening. However, the tremors quickly ceased, and this crimson giant star began to move spontaneously, soaring towards a location within the void, accelerating with each passing moment, flourishing at both ends, each displaying its own splendor. In the winter domain, light years away, a luminous small world stood out, appearing like a bubble radiating a gentle glow from an external perspective. Yet, upon delving deeper, layers of the formidable race of Is, ever vigilant and prepared for battle, could be discerned. This state of relaxed exterior, yet tense interior resembled an anglerfish in the ocean, luring unsuspecting little creatures into its net. At the very center stood the diamond-tier powerhouse, Rielta, who had previously conversed with the legendary race of Is. At that moment, he exhibited none of the initial frenzy. Instead, he calmly savored the liquid within his cup. My lord, according to our records, the outpost of Kars has been destroyed, and the culprit appears to be a creature resembling a mutated octopus from reality. Its strength is currently assessed to be between mid-legendary to peak legendary. Although due to insufficient combat data, it cannot be ruled out that it may have already stepped into the early mythic realm. The data analyst reported. Can we ascertain whether this creature is connected to the Crimson Meteor 1? Rielta inquired leisurely. At present, it cannot be determined. However, the entity consciously took away the eye of energy that we had disguised, and based on its trajectory, it is highly likely that it seeks another eye of energy. Oh, how intriguing. Rielta tapped the surface of the table and continued. The eye of energy is a hard-won acquisition from Crimson, costing us numerous losses. If it were to be lost without justification, it would be difficult to account for. Assemble 10 legendary is to accompany me and ensure we bring our 2-star weapons. Yes, but my lord, that is the territory of the blue star humans. Carrying 2-star weapons may lead to adverse repercussions. Based on this calculation, the opponent's strength is below yours. There is no need for concern, the data analyst cautiously remarked. Do you realize what you are saying? Rielta narrowed his eyes. Everything is for your safety, my lord. The blue star humans are formidable. We should carry tier 3 weapons and dispatch an additional 10 legendary is. Understood. Do you sense the tide of war approaching? As the leader of the Eye clan, Void's Touch ambled alongside the commanding Garomi of the Summer Insect clan, assuring him, "Fear not, as long as nothing goes awry. We are merely spectators." However, Lord Cthulhu must exercise utmost caution. Enveloped in the swirling mists, Cthulhu remained silent, lost in thought. Do not fret. The game has only just commenced. Let the spectacle unfold. Nyarlathotep, in contrast, maintained a state of unbridled excitement throughout. The differing dispositions of merely a few acolytes in the face of war revealed that Cthulhu's domain, the shadow of the void, was indeed a world rich in contemplation. Yet, this characteristic served as both an advantage and a disadvantage. Children, the true test is upon us. Go forth and conquer all with your wisdom and strength. I shall watch over your victorious return, bestowing blessings from afar. The voice of the shadow resonated within their minds, instantly igniting their enthusiasm, even prompting Nyarlathotep to adopt a more serious demeanor. It resembled a leader inspecting their team, no matter how proficient one might be. The presence of scrutiny compels a display of earnestness. Unperturbed by this, the shadow discerned discrepancies in the anticipated course of events. The mythic race of the Is, renowned for their greatness, had arrived prematurely. I anticipated this outcome. As a direct participant in the unfolding battle, the tension heightened, for something felt amiss. The arrival of the Is race ahead of schedule posed a dilemma. Prepare for combat, prioritize defense, and amplify Cthulhu's energy output. Expedite the arrival of Meteor 1. Do not be overly anxious. We have our great master watching over us. Maintain your composure. With the staff of the divine in hand, the shadow waved at Cthulhu's acolytes, a fleeting light shimmering across them. This activated the power of faith, and in an instant, Cthulhu's followers were transported to their initial location, their surroundings undergoing chaotic transformations. While I cannot dictate the ultimate outcome of this situation, as a deity, my influence over the tangible realm is significantly greater. At least, my control over my acolytes can reach a perfect score of 100. Since I cannot act directly upon you, let me conduct some experiments on my acolytes instead. Suddenly, the nearby meteors began to move in an uncanny manner, as though a formation was being established in the fabric of space. Meanwhile, the advancing cubic vessels of the Great Is race found themselves ensnared in a viscous state, their operations no longer smooth. What is happening? Came the report. My lord, our ship is currently affected by a gravitational field. Break through it. However, in doing so, we expose ourselves. Fool, we are already exposed. You think you have concealed yourself well, but in truth, you have long been discovered by the adversary. These beings are not mere wanderers of the void. They are deities of the Blue Star people. Damn it, I never expected to encounter them here. Damn it. Shatter them. Accompanied by the furious roar of the sovereign, the cubic spacecraft suddenly unleashed a cascade of white light rings resembling waves of illumination. As those meteors came into contact with the light rings, they instantly vanished, transforming into the fundamental particles of the void, until, before them, a colossal crimson star emerged. Indeed, this entity is undeniably linked to the divine beings of humanity. What in the world are those useless Kars and Mokar doing? They have failed to transmit any information, leaving us in such a passive position. So, should we retreat, my lord? Retreat? You fool, do not utter such nonsense. Attack. Do you truly believe I am afraid of that mere crimson? Soon, multiple deep blue beams shot forth from the spacecraft, targeting the first meteor. The first meteor, however, did not back down, emitting a crimson halo that enveloped the cubic spacecraft. In an instant, ordinary members of the Great Race, the Is, collapsed lifelessly, their ship's defensive measures proving utterly ineffective. Damn it, activate the level 3 weaponry. Yes, as the command resonated, the cubic spacecraft erupted with a sound reminiscent of an aircraft taking off. Following that was a silent explosion. Indeed, there was no scene of detonation. It was akin to witnessing a silent film. From the spacecraft's entirety, above, below, around, and in every direction, a terrifying calamity radiated, regardless of what surrounded it. Even in the absence of anything, all was rendered to nothingness in the face of this disaster. It was a force akin to a razor, leaning towards a weapon of rules. Even the void itself fell into a momentary stasis. As for the first meteor, it emanated a crimson hue, illuminating a section of the void, with red liquid seeping from its surface. Thus, the two spatial stances engaged in a confrontation. Yet, it was evident that the great race of the Is, under the control of their mythic-level beings, was gradually erasing the crimson territory. Those foolish enough to be blind to the situation shall be rendered to nothingness alongside that deity of the Blue Star people. Damn it, intercept it. The mythic-level Rielta has yet to finish proclaiming her malevolent declaration. Suddenly, a shadowy figure, holding an eye of energy, swiftly darted towards the crimson region. Though he did not comprehend the adversary's intentions, even a fool would recognize that no changes should be permitted to arise in this situation. Regrettably, while ideals may be abundant, reality is often stark. The mythic Rytar dispatched several legendary interceptors, composed of the esteemed race of Is, which were effortlessly countered by the minions of the Cthulhu domain. In an astonishing turn of events, two of these vessels even turned upon one another. What a predicament! Rytar found himself seething with indignation. He was certain that his crew had not succumbed to folly. After all, the prowess of the illustrious race lies in their intellect, soul, and spirit, especially the latter, which they hold in high esteem, as it grants them fundamental immunity against magical and control-based assaults. Yet, what transpired upon encountering a figure reminiscent of a pharaoh was perplexing. Within moments, they had turned traitor. Were these beings truly so inept? The Cthulhu minions, however, appeared unfazed by the spectacle before them. The only notable aspect of the situation was that the great race of his had arrived a tad too early. Even the legendary is sent forth by the adversary had not altered the outcome. Nyarlathotep regarded the two, now driven to madness by his influence, with disinterest. This was a full half-minute faster than the last encounter. Subsequently, the Cthulhu minions, having accomplished their objective, retreated with remarkable swiftness. Here is the place. With the words of the summer insect race Garomi, the Cthulhu minions paused, transforming into mere spectators. Should Rydar have perceived their demeanor, he would have been driven to madness. However, he was bereft of time for such distractions. He soon discerned that the first meteorite, having absorbed the eye of energy, began its transformation. It morphed into a colossal figure resembling a woman, akin to a planet in size. That was the dream which had Halara. The true battle commenced. Even Rydar could not afford to underestimate this development, though he remained perplexed as to why the absorption of the eye of energy had elicited such a form, and why his own extraction of the eye from the Crimson Giant Star had gone unopposed. Yet, all inquiries were overshadowed by the overwhelming strength of the adversary. The myriad weapons of the great race of Is were unleashed upon this formidable woman. The ferocious aftershocks of battle rent the very fabric of space, creating fissures that, although quickly mended, harbored calamities rivaling those brought forth by the token of despair carried by Fang Ying. In the wake of a light reminiscent of divine retribution, one of Idhalara's arms was severed, while a cubic vessel of the great race of Is was obliterated, resulting in the demise of several legendary Is warriors. Others among them sustained varying degrees of injury, with the mythic Is, Rytar, suffering the gravest wounds in this conflict. Curse it, I shall return. With a decisive and harsh remark, Rielta swiftly departed without a backward glance. The other legendary beings of the great race, the Is, were momentarily taken aback for 3 or 4 seconds before they too retreated hastily. Unfortunately, the dream witch, Idhyla, was not so easily encountered. She always sought to reclaim some interest. With a mere wave of her hand, dozens of the great race, the Is, met their demise. Following this, as if sensing something, she summoned back her arm and departed rapidly. The battle concluded. We emerged victorious. Oh, how exhilarating. Although aware of the eventual outcome, Cthulhu and his companions promptly relayed the news of their triumph back to the Cthulhu domain. The entire realm was instantly enveloped in jubilation. Cthulhu Domain Chronicle. By your exceptional wisdom and the prowess of your subordinates, you have annihilated the outpost of the great race, the Is, and amassed a wealth of spoils, an intact cubic outpost, 3 corpses of the extraordinary great race, an eye of energy, and various weapons and devices. Cthulhu Domain Chronicle. Under the meticulous control of your subordinates, a confrontation between 2 formidable entities was instigated. You adeptly employed the eye of energy to steer the course of the battle. Ultimately, the faction of the great race, the Is, retreated in discontent, while the other formidable entity, the dream witch Hyla, vanished without a trace, leaving you as the ultimate victor. Cthulhu Domain Chronicle. Under your command, the denizens of the Cthulhu domain began swiftly collecting the spoils of this battle, particularly the blood of the dream witch Hyla, which was deemed highly alluring by both Cthulhu and the shaggy insectoid, Garomi. Immediately thereafter, the scene depicted Cthulhu and Garomi sharing the blood. Cthulhu opted for direct consumption. However, shrouded in mist, Fang Ying observed no apparent changes. In contrast, Garomi, having summoned an array of seemingly inexplicable items from the Eye tribe, concocted a bizarre mixture resembling dark culinary art, and then turned its gaze toward Fang Ying. Seeking a drop of my blood? How intriguing. Fang Ying, naturally generous, provided 3 drops. Following a flurry of gratitude from Garomi, the drops were added to a concoction that bubbled with black froth, presenting a deep purple hue. What unfolded next was nothing short of miraculous. The liquid transformed into vapor, within which a fruit tree began to sprout. As the tree grew larger, it blossomed with crimson flowers. Subsequently, the flowers withered, forming an eye, or rather, an eye fruit. This fruit possessed black sclera and a red pupil, appearing rather ominous, especially since the eye seemed to blink. Inevitably, it was consumed by Garomi. As for its effects, Fang Ying noted that Garomi had succumbed to slumber, leaving the matter to be addressed upon awakening. Nonetheless, he found himself intrigued by the blood's extraordinary manifestation. Indeed, it is truly an eye-opening experience. Fang Ying had not anticipated that the blood of the dream, witch Hila, could have such remarkable effects when combined with her own. It appears that she must pay closer attention to the special bloodlines produced within the Divine Alliance. While pondering this, Fang Ying sensed that some information from the external world was coming through. Chapter 134, a bit weak. With nothing pressing at hand, Fang Ying adjusted the flow of time within the Cthulhu divine realm and stepped out. After several strenuous sessions, her entities were undoubtedly fatigued. Thus, she decided to grant them a well-deserved respite during this final stretch. Upon returning to the real world, Fang Ying discovered that the message she received was from her deskmate, Su Xiuxiu. As she perused the information shared, she learned that Su Xiuxiu's ghostly realm had cultivated tens of thousands of spectral beings, including several exceptional entities that had seemingly reached a transcendent level. It is crucial to remember that one should not trivialize the arduous journey of other divine realm lords simply because Fang Ying's domain harbored legendary creatures. At the very least, 80 of divine realm lords would consider it a significant achievement to have even a single ordinary intelligent being within their realms. The ability to cultivate beings of considerable strength is a rarity among that 80. As for developing pseudo-transcendent or even truly transcendent life forms, such accomplishments are reserved for those with exceptional innate talent and relatively affluent backgrounds. After all, the time from the opening of the divine realm to the assessment is merely a month. No matter how extraordinary one's potential, lacking resources renders rapid development futile. Not everyone possesses the fortune of a protagonist. Reviewing Su Xiuxiu's messages, it became clear that since her last opportunity, she had encountered several additional fortunate events, discovering numerous meteorites, fallen iron, and fragments of ice, among other treasures. With the backing of her family, her divine realm now boasts a total area of 3,000 square kilometers. A considerable achievement indeed. Furthermore, her realm contains unique resources such as ghostly crystals and hell coins. These items, albeit somewhat niche, undoubtedly hold significant market value. One can only say that having a strong support system provides a comforting shelter. Fang Ying did not withhold her own gains, briefly sharing her harvest, though omitting the systematic aspects. Regarding the strength of the beings within her divine realm, she candidly discussed the situation with Su Xiuxiu, excluding only the abilities not available for external disclosure. After all, these matters would inevitably be revealed during their competitions. Concealment was futile. Holy heavens, is this for real? Fang Ying, you're not joking, are you? Of course not. Yet, I must admit, there are certainly elements of luck involved. Perhaps the heavens have favored this orphan. Alas, the day after tomorrow is the exam. Do you have time tomorrow to come to my home? Let your divine realm beings visit mine and offer some guidance to my creatures. Tomorrow? Indeed. Do you have any plans for tomorrow? Not really. But maybe I should go to your house, or perhaps to school instead. I feel. Oh, I truly don't mind. What reservations do you have? After all, we have been desk mates for 3 years now. Just lend me a hand. I can barely touch the edge of the extraordinary, while you have already achieved legendary status. Please. Well, alright then, let me think about it. Alright, it's settled then. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, let us not miss each other. I've already sent you my address. Goodbye. Fang Ying glanced at the phone as the other party swiftly ended the call, leaving no room for further conversation. She glanced at the clock, 9:15 at night. Very well. It won't hurt to take a look, though those fellows from my realm. Fang Ying pondered for a moment, feeling a bit of a headache. Setting aside appearances, in terms of ability, they all possess infectious capabilities. If things go awry, turning Su Xiuxiu's world into a realm of madness, wouldn't I become a sinner? After a brief contemplation, Nyarlathotep was immediately ruled out. The burly earth-digging monsters were discarded as well. The Hilichurls lacked sufficient strength, and to be honest, they were not only unimposing but also rather lewd, making them unsuitable companions. Though their intelligence was certainly not in question. What about the Void Touch? No, that won't do. One by one, Fang Ying eliminated options until finally settling on a specific candidate. Cthulhu shall lead the team. His power is undoubtedly sufficient, shrouded in mysterious and formidable mists. 100 elite deep ones should suffice. Perhaps due to their long habitation in the ocean, these beings donning armor look rather impressive. Plus, there are no creatures in their aquatic realm. If assistance is to be brought along, these are the only viable options. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Ying lay down, finding herself unable to sleep. She flipped through the recent discussions in the Divine Beings chat group. After all, an evaluation was imminent. It would be a lie to say that no one felt anxious. However, some individuals couldn't resist showcasing their prowess. For instance, a few deities directly revealed contracts signed with a major financial consortium, detailing monetary rewards, material benefits, and treatment that would leave any deity astonished, truly bountiful. Others displayed tokens, such as a platinum-grade dark law, that grants their followers mastery over dark powers, capable of birthing an extraordinary dark mage. Undeniably formidable. This time, I aim to soar to great heights, to outshine all. Come on, brother, let us not even mention the 2 goddesses from Yizhong. Can you truly measure up against the victor of the Yizhong divine battle? You've seen their confrontations. Think carefully before speaking. A lucky fool. Much like a rabbit's tail, one tea lasts long. As for the other, it's better left unsaid. Watching as these individuals engaged in conversation, the topic eventually turned to Zheng Yong, and he could no longer contain himself. He can acknowledge his failures, yet he cannot accept the notion of being a worthless being. Firstly, the disparity between his world and mine is evident. I have been significantly weakened. Had I been afforded similar opportunities, the outcome could have been quite different. Secondly, The opponent's creature is evidently a robust melee attacker, while my dragonkin is susceptible to its advantages, which undoubtedly contributed to my defeat. Nonetheless, through my research, it appears that the adversary lacks ranged capabilities, and their creature exhibits a notably low intelligence and mental fortitude. Thus, when confronted with a countered opponent, it would undoubtedly find itself at a disadvantage. However, do not underestimate him. The specific advantages he has gained from that realm remain a mystery. It is possible that new species have emerged in the span of a month, neither overly long nor particularly short. Zheng Yong articulated each word with unwavering resolve, allowing one to grasp the profound impact Fang Ying had on him. Haha, I was already aware. I possess a bird of prey, which, while not yet extraordinary, is on the verge of attaining such status and can unleash lightning. If it were to encounter one like me, I assure you, it would not return. Wow, you're amazing. Please elaborate. I currently only have a few martial warriors, lacking any substantial enhancements. Indeed, my colossal beast is rather mediocre. I merely hope to achieve a passing grade. Fang Ying observed the dialogue unfolding within, remaining silent. Perhaps it was mere perception, but this cohort of students appeared somewhat lacking in strength. Chapter 135. Divine Domain Link. The following day, Fang Ying arrived at an apartment named Spring River, Flower Morning, Autumn Moon Night, based on the address provided by Su Xiuxiu. It was evident that this locale was remarkably close to the urban center, a veritable treasure in terms of real estate. Surrounding the area were not only an array of exotic flora, but also a dense, almost palpable aura of spiritual energy. However, this energy was not akin to the spiritual essence found in cultivation. Rather, it was a vibrant, ethereal gas. It had the capacity to slow aging, nourish both yin and yang, and exhibited remarkable effects on ordinary individuals, as well as providing some enhancement to lower-tier deities. In a sense, it resembled the educational districts of ancient Huaxia, where residing in such areas could elevate a student's academic performance. Living in this place would presumably foster the emergence of deities with commendable potential. Alas, one can only lament that exploitation exists everywhere. While examinations are ostensibly the fairest of assessments, they are merely relatively equitable. After all, one cannot restrict another's lineage. Fang Ying sighed, holding a tea valued at tens of thousands in his hands. Regardless of the circumstances, the importance of etiquette must never be overlooked. As he approached the entrance, Fang Ying intended to call Su Xiuxiu, as he truly dared not intrude without prior acknowledgement, given the deity-level security. However, to his surprise, Su Xiuxiu was the first to spot him from within, waving and calling out, "Over here, Fang Ying. How did you come out so quickly? Have you been waiting long?" The doorman opened the door, and Fang Ying quickened his pace. "What is wrong with you?" Su Xiuxiu gazed at Fang Ying, suddenly lost in thought, as if experiencing a sensation that was both unfamiliar and familiar, dreamlike in quality. What is the matter with me?" Fang Ying, taken aback by her reaction, soon pondered a potential reason. Could it be his divine appearance was causing this? He certainly remembered the initial circumstances surrounding Xuemingjie. Instinctively, he maintained a certain distance from Su Xiuxiu, wary of influencing her, especially since he was visiting her home. If her father were to see him, it would be impossible to extricate himself from the predicament. Su Xiuxiu quickly shook her head, suppressing the peculiar emotions that arose upon Fang Ying's arrival. Strange, affectionate, yet tinged with a hint of terror. "No, it's nothing." "Oh, right, you can just come in. Did you bring anything?" Su Xiuxiu promptly shifted the topic. This isn't my first visit. I'm unsure of what your parents like. Tea is something everyone generally enjoys. What is your uncle doing?" Fang Ying inquired as he walked inside. "My dad isn't home." "Oh, and your mother?" "My mom isn't home either." Fang Ying was left speechless. "Isn't this a bit odd? First time visiting your house, and both your parents are absent. Just the two of us. If your parents return, Oh, don't worry. I can cook. You won't go hungry at noon." Su Xiuxiu suddenly declared. "No, is that what I was thinking? Come on." Fang Ying looked incredulous. "Then shall we go to school?" he suggested unexpectedly. "Why go to school? It's far more comfortable here at home, just the two of us. We can do whatever we want." Whether Su Xiuxiu was genuinely innocent and adorable, or if Fang Ying's thoughts were impure remained unclear. "Do whatever we want." Fang Ying echoed. "Yes." Su Xiuxiu nodded eagerly. "Does your family know?" Fang Ying, still concerned, asked once more, aware that her parents were divine beings. "They know. They trust you completely." "Thank you." Fang Ying wished to steer the conversation away from this topic. "Though it sounds a bit strange, perhaps they acknowledge my character." He reassured himself as they arrived at Su Xiuxiu's doorstep. It was not merely an apartment, but rather a domain, as her home was enveloped in intricate formations. The moment Fang Ying stepped inside, he immediately sensed the effects of at least 30 different arrays. Firstly, those concerning safety, detection, surveillance, and mental scrutiny. Secondly, those pertaining to oneself, clarity of mind, moderation, alertness, and rejuvenation. In addition, there were numerous other formations whose functions he could not comprehend, which he assumed were defensive and offensive in nature. At last, he understood what she meant by feeling at ease. He resides within these walls, likely feeling quite at ease. Even a biting ant would undoubtedly be reduced to mere fragments by the protective array. "This way, follow me," Su Xiuxiu declared as she opened the door to her home. ushering Fang Ying into her room. To be frank, this was Fang Ying's first occasion in 2 lifetimes to enter a woman's private space. Before his eyes lay a pristine and orderly environment. The white curtains adorned with delicate pink patterns, the light green bed, and a few charming trinkets all contributed to an atmosphere of refreshing simplicity. Moreover, the room was imbued with a faint yet distinctive fragrance, one that was distinctly feminine. Fang Ying discerned that it was not merely the scent of laundry detergent or perfume, but rather the essence of a maiden, akin to a blooming flower awaiting bees to gather its nectar, exuding pheromones. In contrast to the untainted state he acquired after becoming a deity, this fragrance was subtly more pronounced, yet not overpowering. It had an allure that could ensnare one's senses. Fortunately, Fang Ying, embodying both humanity and divinity, remained unaffected and soon noticed 2 objects resembling glass coffins not far away. These were the Divine Realm Link Chambers, devices that facilitated deity battles, collaborative tasks, or friendly exchanges within each other's divine realms. Fang Ying mused that such treasures could not be acquired with mere currency. Even divine coins required a reservation for purchase. Thus, he gleaned a deeper understanding of Su Xiuxiu's familial background. I had no idea your home possessed such an artifact. Of course, how else could I invite you, Fang Ying, to my divine realm for some guidance? Su Xiuxiu replied. Oh, don't flatter me too much. Shall we begin? Certainly, but you may also admire my bedroom. After all, you are the first male to enter here. Ah, I feel truly honored. I can hardly wait to lie down. Feel free to proceed. With that, Fang Ying reclined into one of the glass chambers. All right, the Divine Realm Link is initiated, Su Xiuxiu said as she settled into her own chamber, manipulating the controls. Chapter 136. The black and white impermanence. As Su Xiuxiu's voice faded, the apparatus sprang to life. Fang Ying soon sensed the presence of a small world in the ether, faint, yet discernibly not far from his reach. While not overly distant, it was also not too close. Both realms lay within the frigid expanse of winter. Consequently, the overall linking time was brief. Fang Ying felt a spectral passageway gradually taking shape. I shall await you in my divine realm, Su Xiuxiu proclaimed before she vanished. Enveloped in a shroud of eerie energy, Fang Ying recognized this as a manifestation of her status as the master of the divine realm, a domain steeped in shadow. Naturally, the master of such a realm would possess that capability as well. With a swift motion, Fang Ying transitioned into his own Cthulhu divine realm. Following a period of accelerated temporal development, the area of his divine realm had further expanded, now encompassing 201 square kilometers. Aside from the slumbering Garomi of the Shaggy Insect clan, the most significant transformation within the Cthulhu domain belongs to the Ant People and the Eye of Evil clan. Having absorbed the technology of the illustrious race of the Is, this world has effectively leaped over the first, second, and eighth technological revolutions, stepping directly into the age of exploration. Combined with the advancements brought forth by Garomi of the Shaggy Insect clan, the Eye of Evil clan has constructed what resembles a wizard's tower, allowing for meticulous research into their secret potions, subtly infused with the essence of divine magic. Meanwhile, the Ant People have embarked on a path of aggressive development, erecting dense cubic fortresses that effectively incorporate the technology of the Great Is race. Although their level of understanding remains rudimentary, this marks a promising progression. The arrival of Fang Ying has further intensified the already vibrant atmosphere of the divine realm. Is the Great Master preparing to embark on another campaign? To vanquish all obstacles in his path? Oh, my esteemed father, the illustrious primordial crown. Who shall be our next adversary? Observing the fervent enthusiasm of the children, Fang Ying endeavored to calm them. Children, when facing foes, we must brandish our spears. Yet towards friends, we must also display our kindness. This time, I shall open a passage and dispatch some of our kin to engage in mutual exploration and learning with our allies. This will be your opportunity to experience the world anew. Thus, you must thoroughly explain the situation to your kin. However, this incited a lack of interest in some, particularly Nyarlathotep, who promptly retreated to his starry realm. Conversely, Dagon was the first to inquire. Great Master, what manner of place is this? Fang Ying was somewhat surprised by Dagon's curiosity. Allowing him to lead the expedition would likely simplify matters, so he responded, a world of immense potential, steeped in ghostly energies. A world of ghostly energies? Pondered the assembled kin. The rules of this other realm would provide certain enhancements one would understand upon arrival. Dagon, seek out 1,000 deep divers. Cthulhu shall lead this mission, and you will serve as his deputy. Yes, Great Master. Dagon immediately knelt in acquiescence. Upon hearing this, Cthulhu emerged from the depths, concealed within a shroud of mist, exuding an aura of mystery and power, stirring colossal waves that set the entire sea roiling. Great Father God, permit me to accompany Dagon. A Chula man suddenly interjected with a plea. You wish to join? Fang Ying regarded him thoughtfully for a moment. Very well. Select 1,000 elite warriors to accompany the deep divers. Yes, Great Master. How shall we prepare? On the other end, Su Xiuxiu suddenly sent a message. No problem. Just as Fang Ying finished replying, a vortex resembling a black hole abruptly appeared on the surface of his domain. Simultaneously, the distinct laws of another divine realm, starkly contrasting with the Cthulhu domain, emanated from this black hole. Alongside this, a faint, ethereal ghostly energy began to flow back into the Cthulhu domain, subtly augmenting the foundational possibilities of this world. This is the advantage of linking divine realms. Even when both sides are evenly matched, they can still reap mutual benefits. ZZ. Invasion of foreign energy detected. Would you like to disable divine realm protection and activate the divine realm passage? Yes, with Fang Ying's nod. The massive black hole stabilized completely, and an unending stream of ghostly energy began to pour into Fang Ying's domain from the realm beyond. Simultaneously, the essence of the Cthulhu domain also flowed back towards Su Xiuxiu. Fang Ying was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. After all, he had never engaged in such an endeavor before, but he hoped, perhaps, that nothing untoward would occur. Prepare yourself. After all, this was his first venture into another divine realm, and he naturally wished to make a good impression. However, before Fang Ying could take any action, it was Su Xiuxiu who first approached with her divine realm creatures. The first to emerge was a ghost, or perhaps a specter would be more fitting, as its lower half had vanished, leaving it suspended in an ethereal state. And where there is one, there are many. An increasing number of specters clamored to enter the Cthulhu domain, appearing to number at least 100. Eventually, two figures emerged, one adorned with a white top hat inscribed with the phrase wealth at first sight, tall and slender with a pale complexion, and another, stout and menacing with a dark visage, also wearing a high hat that bore the words peace under heaven. In that moment, the phrase this, the black and white impermanence, sprang to Fang Ying's mind and lips. Before he could fully comprehend the significance of these two figures, another silhouette stepped forth. She bore patterns of black and white clouds upon her form, surrounded by an aura of death energy. Clearly a manifestation of the powers of the black and white impermanence before him. So how do you feel? Surprised? Unexpected? Thrilling? Su Xiuxiu peeked out, smiling at Fang Ying. Thrilling, indeed. Fang Ying promptly conveyed a mental command to all beings within the Cthulhu domain, instructing them to maintain control and avoid any inadvertent contamination. Additionally, he reminded himself to keep Su Xiuxiu's team at a distance from the gene virus brought by the Chaga insect race, Garomi. It is essential to remember that despite the gene virus being labeled with the term gene, implying a corporeal nature, the existence of light and shadow beings demonstrates that even in a spiritual state, one can still be susceptible to infection. However, despite meticulous planning, there are always unforeseen circumstances that arise. Thus, it is the breath of the abyss, a peculiar substance that transforms the Cthulhu realm. Whether it is due to a chemical reaction or the inherent compatibility of the breath of the abyss remains uncertain. Strangely, over 100 phantoms are passively eroded by this essence, eagerly burrowing into it. Aside from the resistance exhibited by the pair of Yin and Yang, who seem to withstand the breath of the abyss, akin to the very air of the Cthulhu domain, the remaining souls are undergoing an indescribable transformation. Su Xiuxiu, the sovereign of the realm, immediately discerned the gravity of the situation. Oh no, a da, a air, a san, and even 100. What has happened to you? She exclaimed, turning to Fang Ying. Do you know what is going on with them? Her anxious demeanor betrayed her helplessness, as the crucial assessment was about to commence. And any misstep at this pivotal moment could prove disastrous. Fang Ying appeared equally flustered. Perhaps it's just a case of acclimatization? Chapter 137. The Red Robe Calamity. What shall we do then? We must return them at once. Fang Ying commanded the loyal entities who were already en route to Su Xiuxiu's ghostly realm, instructing each to carry a spirit and hasten back. Su Xiuxiu intended to protest. My spirits are not in a tangible state. You cannot touch them. However, before she could voice her concern, she witnessed a creature resembling a fishman swiftly grasping a soul and darting away. In mere moments, it had entered Su Xiuxiu's ethereal domain. Su Xiuxiu stood frozen in place, momentarily aghast. Fortunately, Fang Ying's voice broke the silence. I believe it would be prudent for your two Yin and Yang to return as well. They seem rather unwell. Fang Ying earnestly advised while signaling to the constellation above, urging Nyarlathotep to remain composed. Just moments ago, Nyarlathotep had directed a fragment of the stars to illuminate the two, nearly causing them to mutate under the intense glow. Thankfully, Fang Ying had intervened just in time. Shall we visit your realm? Fang Ying suggested, shattering the stillness, to which Su Xiuxiu could only nod in agreement. Upon arriving through the portal, they found themselves in a rather expansive divine realm, adorned with mountains, rivers, and streams. Initially, Fang Ying had envisioned a ghostly world rich in horror elements, decrepit ancient trees, rivers of blood, wailing crows, and shattered stone monuments. Yet, upon entering, they were greeted by fragrant blossoms and crystal-clear waters. Were it not for the several mounds dotting the pristine green landscape and the thick aura of Yin energy permeating the air, Fang Ying would have found it challenging to equate this realm with the ghostly world. Your realm is quite remarkable, Fang Ying remarked in admiration. In what manner is it remarkable? Su Xiuxiu discovered that upon her subordinates returning to this realm, no adverse situations had arisen. Rather, there was a subtle indication of impending evolution. She felt a sense of relief and her mood lightened, allowing for playful banter. For instance, she pointed to the grand willow tree beside her, marveling at its splendid upkeep, indicative of its divine owner's exceptional prowess. As she spoke, she affectionately caressed the tree, only to realize that a fraction of energy had dissipated from her body, and the core of the willow, which she had touched, underwent a transformation. By the heavens! What is happening? Fang Ying exclaimed, taken aback. He had no intention of leaving any residual effects or wreaking havoc within Su Xiuxiu's divine realm. Yet, the creatures of her domain had begun to exhibit anomalies in his presence, and now, merely by touching a tree, its core had mutated. He certainly had no desire to engage in combat with Su Xiuxiu's parents. Hey, what's wrong? Su Xiuxiu inquired, noticing Fang Ying's sudden stupor and his distracted thoughts. Oh, it's nothing. I haven't had the chance to explore your world yet. Would you be so kind as to show me around? Of course. Su Xiuxiu clapped her hands, and a woman of graceful stature, adorned with flowing red hair and dressed in classical attire, approached with an elegant gait. Red Garb, please introduce yourself, Su Xiuxiu instructed. Yes, my lady. Red Garb replied melodiously, bowing to Su Xiuxiu before leading the way. Following them were the followers of the Cthulhu divine realm, including Cthulhu and Dagon. Is that your legendary subordinate? Su Xiuxiu pointed towards the Cthulhu veiled in gray mist. Indeed. That is Cthulhu. My divine realm is also named Cthulhu's domain. What do you think? I've brought my domain's sovereign with me. That's quite generous, I assent it. Fang Ying conversed with Su Xiuxiu as they walked. Cthulhu? The moment I heard that name, it struck me as peculiar. How did you come up with it? Su Xiuxiu finally voiced her curiosity. Well, Fang Ying pondered, thinking he couldn't simply say it was an English translation. You may interpret it as terms like supreme, primordial, or original. Cthulhu, to me, symbolizes a new structural system, a synthesis of reason and wisdom. A synthesis of reason and wisdom? Su Xiuxiu clearly did not grasp the meaning behind his words, instead fixating on the appearance of the beings before her. Are you suggesting that the more extravagant their appearance, the stronger your subordinates are? She suddenly queried. Notably, Su Xiuxiu had previously witnessed a divine battle within the Cthulhu realm and was quite impressed by the drillworm's striking appearance. Now, she had entered the inner sanctum of the Cthulhu domain and encountered its inhabitants. One can only say that it is fortunate she has the essence of the ghostly realm as a foundation. Otherwise, even a feeble deity entering would likely be reduced to tears. Here, it is indifferent to gender. Anyone would weep if the situation called for it. Upon hearing Su Xiuxiu's interpretation, Fang Ying found herself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, it was evident that Su Xiuxiu did not expect a definitive response from her. By the way, what kind of energy resides within your divine realm? Why does it feel more terrifying than the ghostly essence of my world? No, perhaps I should not describe it as fear. It is rather a peculiar sensation. I can sense that even if I were to remain in your divine realm for an extended period, issues might arise, though I cannot elucidate what those issues might entail. Are you referring to the Breath of Malice? Breath of Malice? Is that the name of the energy within your divine realm, one you coined yourself? Indeed. You may perceive it this way. Rather than energy, it is more akin to a fragment of universal enlightenment. It aids in self-discovery and the exploration of all surrounding wisdom, thereby bestowing power, which is why my Cthulhu domain accommodates so many capable individuals. However, everything is relative. To gain something, one must sacrifice something else. Consequently, the external mutations of the creatures within the Cthulhu domain are manifestations of this principle. Furthermore, their souls and minds will also be affected. One moment they may dwell in paradise, and the next, they could plunge into hell, Fang Ying remarked with a hint of melancholy. Su Xiuxiu was about to express her astonishment when she suddenly sensed that something was amiss with the red robe. This is not good. Chapter 138, The Mutated Moth God Domain. Su Xiuxiu's expression shifted to one of tension. It is crucial to note that while the visitors were the black and white Wuchang, the true strength lay with Su Xiuxiu's red robe. After all, the key condition for the assessment within the divine realm hinges on the strongest attendant of that realm. Fang Ying had not anticipated that a simple exchange of divine realms would lead to such a scenario, making her worry. However, she soon received a message conveyed from the divine realm. Cthulhu Domain Chronicle. Your divine realm and the ghostly realm have engaged in their first exchange. The legendary being Cthulhu has gained an additional layer of understanding of ghostly essence, acquiring a peculiar form of resistance and an indirect ability for ghostification. Based on the red robe's stance on the ghostly essence, it has initiated research into its own Cthulhu stance. The patriarch of the deep divers, Dagon, has also reaped significant rewards and has begun further in-depth communication with the beings of the ghostly realm. The two worlds are gradually advancing. Aside from these snippets of information, what Fang Ying beheld was the scene of Cthulhu and the red robe communicating amidst the gray mist. A truly exquisite sight. Regarding the Dagon and the deep divers, it has scarcely been a while since they were last encountered, and this peculiar group has somehow managed to summon humans, specters, and various other marine creatures to engage in the act of disseminating their own seeds. In light of this situation, Fang Ying expressed his sincerest apologies. However, Su Xiuxiu's focus was evidently not on this matter. Her gaze was instead drawn to the shadowy figure of Cthulhu enveloped in mist. Indeed, at the moment Fong Ying received the news, Su Xiuxiu, the sovereign of the Divine Realm, had also been apprised, albeit with information pertinent to her own world. Divine Realm Chronicle. Your Divine Realm is commencing preliminary communication with the Cthulhu Divine Realm. A subtle alteration has occurred in the essence of your world, enhancing its foundational depth. Your entity clad in crimson is engaging in amicable discourse with the Cthulhu, a being of legendary prowess. A transformation in the strength of your crimson entity has been detected. Please refrain from interruption. It has been noted that alterations in the biological regulations of your Divine Realm are underway, leading to the emergence of a unique species, a hybrid of specters and living shadows, currently in its nascent stage. It is advised to amplify the infusion of Cthulhu's malevolent essence. Naturally, Fong Ying was unaware of Su Xiuxiu's circumstances, yet the behavior of the deep divers left him at a loss for words. He contemplated offering an explanation, but was unexpectedly interrupted by the exuberant Su Xiuxiu. Fong Ying, could you possibly provide me with more of the malevolent essence? What? Fong Ying was taken aback. This is a realm of specters. What do you need that for? Are you not concerned about inadvertently giving rise to something undesirable? Oh, I am not asking for it for free. I will reciprocate with something in return. Su Xiuxiu promptly replied. That is not the point. My malevolent essence is not akin to spiritual energy, Buddhist power, or magic. As I have explained, its quality is distinctly variable. If mishandled, I understand, but I wish to experiment. It can aid my world in ascending to a higher echelon. Su Xiuxiu asserted earnestly. Well, in that case, it's certainly no issue. With a flourish of his hand, Fong Ying, currently residing in the void, was in a position to extract resources from his divine realm at will. A sphere, resembling a basketball, materialized in his palm, revealing a viscous, almost solidified form of malevolent essence. This is 50,000 units of malevolent essence. It should suffice for your needs. Fong Ying presented it to her. This time, Su Xiuxiu did not exhibit any hesitation. Upon receiving the essence, she scattered a portion within her spectral realm. After all, she was no fool and was well aware of the advantages and disadvantages of such a substance. She would not recklessly disperse it all at once. Detection confirms that your divine realm possesses sufficient malevolent essence. The new species is evolving. Wonderful, Su Xiuxiu exclaimed, clenching her fist in excitement. She then attempted to embrace Fong Ying, but he deftly evaded her advance with an elegant flourish. Enough of the antics. He is genuinely concerned that Su Xiuxiu may exhibit other behaviors. Fong Ying has always been vigilant about this. Should any disturbance occur to his mental state, his father might mistakenly believe he has brainwashed her, leading to dire consequences. However, Fong Ying quickly interjected. What is the matter? From your expression, it seems this exchange has brought you some benefits. His words adeptly diverted Su Xiuxiu from harboring thoughts of gaining Fong Ying's favor, prompting her to nod and smile. I must thank you once again. My Mianling divine domain is finally on the cusp of evolving its first batch of life forms. Although I am uncertain of their nature, under the accelerated timeline, we shall witness them within 2 days at the latest. Oh? Then I must extend my heartfelt congratulations. Fong Ying remarked sincerely. This was no mere pretense. He was speaking truthfully. Despite the myriad beings within Fong Ying's Cthulhu divine domain, aside from the Garomi from the summer insect tribe and its forces, all others were products of his own domain's evolution. Yet, it is essential to recognize that the evolution of life is no simple endeavor. One need only consider the countless times Fong Ying has attempted it to grasp the arduous nature of the task. Even for a prodigy like Su Xiuxiu, her divine domain's creatures were predominantly acquisitions. For instance, these sentient spirits, animals, and other intelligent beings, such as humans, were not akin to those from Blue Star, but rather a derivative of her divine realm, incapable of becoming deities themselves. The reasons for opting to purchase life forms are twofold. Firstly, the lengthy cultivation period, and secondly, the substantial uncertainties during this nurturing phase, with no guarantees on the outcome. Should it fail, all efforts would be rendered futile. Even Su Xiuxiu lacks sufficient time for such endeavors, hence the decision to procure beings that complement her divine domain. The advantages and disadvantages of this approach are quite apparent. On one hand, the purchased beings can be immediately operational, often possessing substantial power. Conversely, the drawback lies in their limited potential. Essentially, what can be acquired is typically mass-produced, akin to factory outputs, regardless of the divine ruler's dedication to their cultivation. The compatibility of these acquired beings with the essence of one's divine domain is inherently variable. To illustrate, it is reminiscent of the relationship between a biological father and a stepfather. A biological father invariably cherishes his child, entrusting them with all that is good, while a stepfather, despite efforts to please, remains a figure with an insurmountable barrier, a divine retribution that separates them. Now, as Su Xiuxiu's divine domain approaches the emergence of locally nurtured life forms, her excitement is palpable. Fong Ying, Su Xiuxiu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling brighter. Fong Ying inquired, puzzled by her sudden enthusiasm. Could you grant me a favor? Chapter 139, The Awakening of Garomi. Please, go ahead. Fong Ying did not readily acquiesce. He maintained a composed mindset at all times. I desire for your divine domain's attendant to engage in amicable exchanges with me periodically, ideally once a week. Fong Ying, listening to the other party's apparent gasping, was taken aback. Ah, I thought something significant had occurred. No worries, he chuckled, but before he could finish his sentence, a sound emanated from the Cthulhu and the scarlet figure they were both observing. Immediately, a dark column of smoke ascended, reaching the heavens. The ghostly energy of the entire divine domain was swept away, rushing towards that smoke pillar. Has it been elevated? Is it on the verge of ascending to legend? Su Xiuxiu exclaimed incredulously. It is worth noting that the scarlet figure was her trump card for the assessment, having been cultivated to the mid-superior level. Yet that was merely the mid-tier. Su Xiuxiu understood that it was beyond her capability to elevate it further in the short term. It was akin to a diligent student taking an exam. Scoring 3,555 points is easily achievable, while 5,585 points requires effort and attentive study. Scoring 85-99 points necessitates both talent and hard work combined. However, to break through to a perfect score of 100, one must possess an extraordinary level of genius. As a great person once said, achieving a score of 99 implies that is your limit, while those who attain full marks do so because the exam's maximum score allows it. The scarlet figure was similarly a product of Su Xiuxiu's considerable efforts to acquire a talent of ordinary caliber. Although it could effortlessly reach the extraordinary level and even the pinnacle of the extraordinary, that was about the extent of it. Breaking through to legend was no laughing matter. If there were indeed numerous attendants available for purchase that could attain legendary status, people would not bother cultivating native beings of the divine domain. They would have simply bought them outright. Of course, this does not imply that there are no attendants for sale capable of breaking through to legend. Rather, that echelon belongs to a select circle, one that Su Xiuxiu's family has yet to gain access to. However, considering those aspirations felt far too distant, Su Xiuxiu discovered that her scarlet figure had not only surpassed 3 tiers, but had also attained the level of half-step legend. This meant that shortly after communicating with Cthulhu, the scarlet figure had directly transitioned through the mid, late, and peak stages, now just a step away from legend. Furthermore, it had received the favor of the world's original consciousness, a boon only accessible to beings of the divine domain. With this favor, the path to legend for the scarlet figure would face little hindrance, requiring only continuous accumulation. Master, the scarlet figure approached gracefully, and unbeknownst to her, a red oiled paper umbrella had materialized in her hand. Fong Ying recognized it as a type of spiritual artifact, specifically, a Yin spiritual artifact. Regarding the level, Fong Ying discerned through the all-seeing eye that it was a weapon of golden caliber. What a remarkable item. Fong Ying mused silently. All right, you may descend and rest for now, solidifying your realm, Su Xiuxiu instructed, nodding at the figure cloaked in red. Understood. The figure did not contest, yet cast lingering glances towards the Cthulhu shrouded in mist, revealing a hint of reluctance. This left Fong Ying somewhat speechless. How to describe this Cthulhu? Despite its unremarkable appearance, it undeniably possessed a certain charm among female entities and spirits. First, there was the dream witch, Idhila, followed by Leviathan, Yakasagsa, and now, the figure in red. Upon reflection, one might wonder if the tendencies of these deep-sea dwellers were learned behaviors. Fong Ying abruptly halted this train of thought. Such chaotic musings were to be avoided. Despite being the sovereign of this divine realm, his companion seemed incapable of learning even the slightest lesson. Fong Ying, it appears this exchange of divine realms may reach its conclusion, Su Xiuxiu remarked. There was little choice. Their elite spirits lay incapacitated upon the ground, though not gravely harmed. They were evidently unable to traverse back and forth. The emissaries of Yin and Yang were also engaged in bodily recuperation, while the figure in red had just recently ascended. Her foundation still unstable. As for the other entities, their power levels were far too low to derive any substantial benefit. Continuing further would render the exchange somewhat superficial. Very well. Fong Ying acquiesced, indifferent, for he had already reaped certain rewards. He promptly instructed Cthulhu and the others to return. Though a few scattered members of the deep-sea dwellers lingered, their brief time spent here leaving an indelible mark. One could only wonder if their seeds would one day blossom into splendid flowers. As Fong Ying managed the kin of Cthulhu, he planned to withdraw alongside Su Xiuxiu. Fong Ying, take this. Su Xiuxiu seized the opportunity before the dimensional rift closed, tossing a token toward him, her expression betraying concern that he might refuse. The moment the token soared through the air, it was activated, compelling Fong Ying to direct it towards a specific location. Name, Forest of Ghostly Shadows. Level, Silver. Attributes, Dark. Wood, Earth. Effects. 1. Ghostly Forest Evolution, capable of evolving into a forest measuring 500 meters in length, width, and height. 2. Cultivation of Spectral Oddities, can evolve 10 minor ghostly entities, with a chance of producing a transcendent-level ghostly being. Note, this is a chance, and the likelihood cannot be specified. 3. Regeneration, a ghostly forest that has been felled or damaged can continually regenerate as long as its roots remain intact. 4. Evolving Ghostly Energy, can perpetually absorb surrounding energy and evolve ghostly aura. Overall, It must be said that this card is undoubtedly a precious item bestowed by Su Xiuxiu. Fang Ying could not feign indifference. After expressing her gratitude, she accepted the offer. The two entered quickly and exited just as swiftly. Upon rising, Su Xiuxiu smiled brightly and said, Fang Ying, allow me to prepare a meal for you. Surely, you have yet to taste my cooking. Well, does the dessert from last time count? I initially thought you were merely a connoisseur of pastries. Could it be that you are also a culinary master? Fang Ying replied with a hint of jest. I've already procured the ingredients, so just wait and see. With that, a projection suddenly materialized before her, triggered by the flickering of the necklace adorning Su Xiuxiu's neck. Father? Su Xiuxiu was taken aback. She recalled telling her father that she would have a guest today. Could there be an urgent matter at hand? Hello, Xiuxiu, come here quickly. I have something urgent to discuss. Her father sent a location pin before abruptly ending the call, not even taking a moment to greet Fang Ying. Fang Ying bore no resentment, for he had turned the screen, revealing that Su Xiuxiu's father appeared to be at a gathering of deities, where a multitude of divine beings were crammed together, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Xiuxiu remarked, this is rather awkward since it was I who invited him. Not to worry. I shall treat you to a meal next time. I have some matters to attend to now, so we shall part ways here. I will see you at the school assessment. Fang Ying promptly reassured her with a wave of his hand. All right. Su Xiuxiu could only nod in agreement. Soon, the two took their separate paths at the Chunjiang Yuei community. Indeed, Fang Ying was not lying. He truly had business to attend to. Not long after the return of Cthulhu, the slumbering Zaga insect race, Jehelami, had awakened. Chapter 140. The domain of dark eyes. Fang Ying immediately turned his attention to the matter. It was unclear whether it was merely an illusion, but he sensed that Jehelami appeared unchanged, at least in terms of appearance and power. Conversely, the Zaga insect Jehelami, after awakening, eagerly made its way to the Eye of Chaos clan, seemingly intent on flaunting its newfound vigor. Cthulhu Divine Domain Chronicle. Your dependent, the Zaga insect Jehelami, has evolved a special constitution, the Dark Eye body. What is that? Fang Ying activated his all-seeing eye. Soon, the information regarding the Zaga insect appeared before him. Dependent, Zaga insect Jehelami. Race, Zaga insect, Cthulhu Mythos creature. Status, decaying. Origin is affected, gradually recovering. Personality, cunning, adept in specialization, bullies the weak while fearing the strong, and reveres the powerful. Level, legendary pinnacle. Abilities, 1. Void transformation, enables the user to transform their body into a state of nothingness, transcending their current plane and entering another dimension. 2. Mind control, allows the user to penetrate the minds of living beings, exerting control over the host consciousness. 3. Infernal gaze, basic, activates the ability, opening countless blood-red eyes all over the body. Combined with void transformation, it can manifest the realm of infernal gaze. Within this realm, the domain lord's power intensifies by 300, augmenting confinement and disorientation effects. Items, genetic virus, capable of correcting the world, reverse engineering technology, fostering intelligence, and assimilating life forms. Subordinates, 1. Shadow Wraith, legendary pinnacle. 2. Nano Brigade, extraordinary legend, unstable state. 3. Ghoul race. Fang Ying paid no heed to the other data, instead scrutinizing the information regarding the infernal gaze. After a moment, he closed his eyes, and with a shift in thought, he seemed to enter a peculiar state. Instantly, the air around him appeared to stagnate, or rather, the void surrounding Fang Ying seemed to freeze in time. A bubbling sound reminiscent of swallowing echoed around him. A soft tearing noise followed, akin to paper being punctured by a sharp object. Upon closer inspection, a blood-red eye emerged in the center of Fang Ying's forehead, differing from a normal eye in that its pupil was vertical. This vertical pupil spun rapidly like a newborn's joyful gaze. Then, the sound of tearing intensified. Fang Ying's hands, feet, and even the crown of his head sprouted numerous red eyeballs. The cacophony of their movement, even without sight, could induce a sensation known as trypophobia. Yet, Fang Ying exhibited no fear. Instead, a smile curved upon his lips. How fascinating, so utterly delightful. As he opened his mouth, it became evident that these eyes were not merely superficial. They extended into his tongue and throat as well. However, Fang Ying felt no discomfort. Rather, he experienced a unique exhilaration that belonged solely to him. Indeed, that was the sensation. At that moment, Fang Ying could not articulate the phenomenon. Yet he was enveloped in a profound sense of relaxation and comfort. The multitude of eyeballs provided him with an unparalleled visual experience, igniting an impulsive desire to cover the entire divine realm, the whole world, in eyes. He was acutely aware that such thoughts were inappropriate. Yet he could not help but indulge them. It was akin to how a girl might watch romantic dramas out of boredom at home, while a boy might find himself drawn to adult films in solitude. In the realm of the nether eye, unfold, Fang Ying commanded as he found himself in the void space. Immediately, every eye around him emitted a vivid crimson glow, and a soft rosy halo began to radiate from his being. The speed of this phenomenon was astonishing. Within the blink of an eye, it had expanded to a distance of 10 kilometers. Fong Ying appeared to be the very nucleus of this crimson realm, and every movement he made was imbued with immense power. He extended his hand, and a house materialized within the nether eye, fully furnished and remarkably identical to Fong Ying's own home. A moment later, a humanoid figure emerged within the house, a figure that was none other than Fong Ying himself. However, this doppelganger moved with a slight sluggishness, reminiscent of a computer experiencing lag. With another wave of his hand, everything vanished into the void, leaving behind only the softly glowing nether eye. The ability to conjure from nothing, to accelerate and decelerate time, and even to create beings. Within this domain, I am virtually omnipotent. However, such feats demand a substantial expenditure of my mental energy. It felt reminiscent of a novel I had previously encountered, Ghost I Yang Jian, where their spectral abilities seemed to possess similar powers. I shall test this further, particularly the effect of the 300-point enhancement of the innate ability mentioned in the nether eye. Fong Ying pondered to himself. In the next moment, the all-knowing and all-seeing eye activated. His intention was to discern the essence of this ability. Yet, he soon regretted this decision. As he unleashed the all-knowing and all-seeing eye, he stumbled upon a secret, not one pertaining to the nether eye, but rather a revelation from the void space. In an instant, he recalled the brain in a vat experiment in a film he had once seen, The Truman Show. Suddenly, Fong Ying felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, particularly in his arm where a blood-red eye throbbed painfully. He witnessed the crimson eyeball dimming at a visibly rapid pace, transforming into a hue of ashen gray. Upon closer inspection, a faint gray mist lingered within the pupil. This eye seemed to serve as an ominous omen. Fong Ying felt a piercing pain enveloping his entire being, as if he were being pricked by countless needles. His eyes were turning gray, each one succumbing to the encroaching infection. The once soft red hue of the nether eye was now visibly shifting to gray. This was not the outcome Fong Ying desired, for he realized that as the eyeball transformed, the truth he had just glimpsed was becoming increasingly obscured. He resisted with all his might, his mental energy battling against the gray mist in tandem with the blood eye. Yet, the strength of one individual is ultimately limited. Every eye on his body succumbed to a gray pallor, save for the vertical pupil at his brow, which uniquely manifested a shade of gray laced with a hint of crimson. It is precisely due to this crimson hue that within the gray domain of the nether gaze, the position he occupies is tinged with a faint red, continuously obstructing the encroachment of gray. A soft sound echoed as Fong Ying retracted the nether gaze entity, causing all anomalies to vanish. There was a subtle dimness in his eyes as he murmured, "It seems I have glimpsed something, yet it has slipped my mind." In the next moment, Fong Ying activated a long-buried memory in his mind. The 7 chapters of the Xianjun secret scripture. Indeed, this was a gift bestowed upon him by the system, an artifact he had cherished for some time. It appears he is now poised to undertake the first step, namely Volume 1, the soul-returning Sand Talisman, which is also known as the Laojuan's 6 Decades and 6 Generals Talisman. Some may be unfamiliar with the 7 chapters of the Xianjun secret scripture, yet Fong Ying comprehended its significance on the very day it was bestowed upon him. It is a dark tome unique to the ancient myths of the Great Xia, akin to the Cthulhu mythos, unlike the Necronomicon and the Book of the Dead, which serve to grant power but ultimately consume their wielders, leading them to madness and bodily distortion. The 7 chapters of the Xianjun secret scripture offers a different facet. While it too possesses the capacity to infect, it imbues a semblance of control, reminiscent of the contrast between Eastern Taoism and Western magic. The Eastern approach. As in Taishang Laojun, urgent as the law commands, winds arise, rains fall, I decree, embodies a human demand, an essence of command and control. In contrast, Western magic invokes, "O spirit of the wind, you are tempestuous, you are gentle, your greatness cherishes the mortal realm, your devotee, Mokas, beseeches your listening ear and teachings. Hoping to harness your power, grant me the spirit of the wind." This represents a supplication. Thus, it is evident that the former is decidedly more domineering. The 7 chapters of the Xianjun secret scripture embodies this essence, where the acquisition of wisdom resembles a predatory theft. Initially, Fong Ying recognized his limited capacity for resistance, thus enduring silently, even hesitating to employ the Xianjun secret scripture. However, after acquiring the nether gaze entity from the Garomi of the Xiagai insect tribe, he has finally discovered a glimmer of hope. Ghosts or phantoms. Initially, his strategy was to wait until he gained strength before retaliating, believing he would then possess the means to do so. Yet he has now realized the folly of this approach. As he grows stronger, so too does the encroachment upon him. By the time he reaches his zenith, he may find himself entirely consumed. It is estimated that by that time, not only will there be no resistance, but everything shall become mere illusions. As Fong Ying opened the first volume, a stream of words began to circulate within his heart. Mount Tai may crumble before one's eyes without causing disorder. Tea can intoxicate without the need for wine, and the fragrance of books does not require flowers. Thus, those who seek the path should maintain a clear mind and tranquil heart, with serenity as their foundation. A prose reminiscent of classical Chinese literature incessantly lingered in his mind, though the passage of time was uncertain. Upon opening his eyes, Fong Ying found himself within the Cthulhu domain. He ventured forth in his true form, yet concealed his presence, ensuring that none of his followers detected him. As he stepped into the forest of ghostly deception, Fang Ying surveyed his surroundings. With a wave of his hand, tendrils of dark energy began to coalesce. Perhaps it would be more accurate to refrain from calling it dark energy. After all, what was being transformed was the breath of malevolence that existed within the Cthulhu domain. One must understand that the essence of any transformation must adhere to proportionality. Just as 100 units of currency can only procure items valued at 100, it is inconceivable that they could only purchase items worth 1. In a similar vein, the breath of malevolence, in the forest of ghostly deception, transformed into a peculiar substance known as eerie chi. It is noteworthy that the breath of malevolence is a product evolved from the wasteland world under certain extraordinary circumstances. Yet, the fundamental principles remain unchanged, supported by fragments of the world's rules. Following its transformation, eerie chi similarly bore the backing of these unique rule fragments, albeit in contrast to the breath of malevolence, which embodied the rules as governed by Cthulhu. Eerie chi, under special circumstances, could manifest as eerie entities due to their inherent non-living nature. The concept of death does not apply to them. Hence, the eerie cannot be killed. However, it is important to note that even with Fang Ying's calculations, the emergence of Cthulhu from the breath of malevolence was an arduous endeavor. Thus, it is evident that the birth of the eerie from eerie chi is an exceptionally challenging feat. Fang Ying's approach was to meticulously disperse the transformed eerie chi into finer particles, forming individual eerie crystals to facilitate the emergence of the eerie. After a brief moment, observing the countless eerie crystals scattered upon the ground, a peculiar smile crept across Fang Ying's face. He pondered what transformations might occur within my Cthulhu domain at the moment of the eerie's birth. Perhaps, at that time, I might truly escape the fate of being a mere pawn. With great anticipation, Fang Ying completed this task and allowed his mind to relax slightly as he returned to his grand apartment. One cannot deny that over the past month, since ascending to divinity, he had been immersed in relentless toil. Compared to others' rigorous schedules, his life resembled that of a secret agent. If one were to compare the greatest advantage of becoming a deity to living as an ordinary individual, it would undoubtedly be that sleepless nights no longer posed a threat to life. In moments of leisure, he opened his phone and casually scrolled through various messages. Soon, news regarding the divine examination soared to its pinnacle. It has been announced that this year's entrance examination will be the most challenging in 50 years. The fifth realm of the divine domain war is rumored to be utterly chaotic. Is there anyone who can provide insight into the conditions of this assessment? I am willing to offer 1,000,000 divine coins for a brief overview. Are you out of your mind? Who would dare divulge the details of the examination world? However, logically speaking, it should be the turn of the psychic realm this time. Who can say for certain? That depends on the state of the void battlefield. Our deities are currently facing difficult times. By the way, aren't you all interested in the prizes this time? Resources of the kingly level, mythical companions, and the legendary tree of creation. Goodness, if one were to acquire that, they would soar to unimaginable heights. To those above, don't get carried away. Those second-generation deities, who have been honing their divine thoughts since birth, possess strengths beyond your imagination. It's best to prepare for the bottom ranks. Indeed, they are not just that. Upon birth, they are guided by professional teams with ample resources. I have heard that some reach the level of great deities by the age of 12. Compared to ordinary humans, let alone great deities, even true deities are merely a distant dream from many gods throughout their lifetimes. Alright, enough of the downer remarks. I am more interested in placing bets. This year, the Divine Alliance has already opened betting. Anyone willing to take a gamble? I have the latest information. Fang Ying observed various forums, programs, and outdoor discussions buzzing with topics about the entrance examination. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems even ordinary people relish in the gossip. Just as he was about to take a stroll in the inner world, an unexpected phone call came through. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, Fang Ying hesitated momentarily before choosing to answer. Hello, who is this? Greetings, may I ask if this is Mr. Fang Ying? Yes, it is. We have a matter we wish to discuss with you in detail. It pertains to a task involving the Plague Company. Chapter 142. Conspiracies unveiled a task from the Plague Company? Fang Ying was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that they would bring this up. And judging by their assured tone, it seemed they had already conducted an investigation into him. Mr. Fang, are you listening? What do you mean? Please speak plainly. Fang Ying replied. As expected, Mr. Fang is straightforward, a true genius who expanded a 1 square kilometer divine domain to 100 square kilometers. In that case, I will be direct. I am from the Aochuan Company, and I wish to purchase all items related to the internal world of the Plague Company that you possess. Oh, is that so? I would be delighted. I remember someone previously offered a bounty for the source virus of the Plague Company, which I had intentionally preserved. Do you need that? After pondering for a moment, Fang Ying inquired. Of course. In addition to that, we hope you can acquire other items, such as the creatures from that world and the corpse of the mastermind behind it, if possible, and regarding the items in the hands of the shadowy puppeteer. Upon hearing the other party's unwavering words, Fang Ying furrowed his brows. Although he was already aware of the complexities surrounding the plague company, he did not anticipate that the other party would also be fixated on it, willing to expend considerable resources to procure information about this task-bearer. It is worth noting that Fong Ying had utilized Room 69 to accept the mission, which was inherently an act of concealing one's personal information as a deity. Typically, the Divine Alliance would not easily divulge information about the gods, especially considering Fong Ying's status as a government reserve member. Therefore, it was evident that the other party must have incurred significant costs to investigate. However, it seemed implausible that they were interested in the resources of the plague company, as those were rather unremarkable. Thus, it pointed towards the Shigai insect clan, Guhilomi. To be honest, while Guhilomi is indeed a creature of the Cthulhu mythos and possesses commendable abilities, Fong Ying was the only one privy to this knowledge. He did not believe that the other party intended to transform Guhilomi into a subordinate entity. After all, no one comprehended better than Fong Ying the calamities that Cthulhu mythos beings could bring to the divine realm. Such entities are undeniably catastrophic. Even a deep one could spawn a world-ending cult. The madness associated with the Cthulhu mythos is notoriously infamous. Thus, eliminating all impossibilities leaves only one potentiality. He recalled that Guhilomi had mentioned something. Its kin were not dead, but rather existing in a certain location. Moreover, the Shigai insect clan had provided him with a spatial teleportation token. As this thought crossed his mind, he extended his hand, revealing the gray, nebulous token. The shadowy puppeteer? Are you referring to the giant ape and the mutated Kuan in that task world? Unfortunately, I have already assimilated them. They are no longer available to you. He asserted with a blend of truth and deception. Mr. Fong, we are all adults here. Some matters do not require excessive elaboration. That item is beyond your reach. And sometimes, being an enlightened individual is a stroke of fortune. How about this? 10 billion divine coins. This is our sincerity. 10 billion? Is that genuine? What do you desire? If I possess it, I shall certainly provide it to you. Fong Ying feigned shock. Yet, it was evident that the voice on the other end chuckled lightly. Mr. Fong, you may not be aware that the powers of the divine are formidable. We happen to possess an ability to discern lies through sound. Do you believe your acting skills are sufficient? Upon hearing this, Fong Ying's brow furrowed slightly. The abilities of the divine are indeed varied. And what the other party claimed was not entirely implausible. But what difference did it make? He was currently a student, under government protection. Furthermore, he was also a trainee member of the government reserves, providing him with a second layer of protection. With the looming pressure of the college entrance examination, the entire Blue Planet was fixated on this matter. He was skeptical that the other party would dare to act against him directly. As for indirect actions, those would merely involve underhanded tactics within his daily life or, more likely, during the examination itself. In this regard, Fong Ying maintained a modicum of confidence. Therefore, if you do not believe my words, is there any merit in continuing this conversation? Farewell. With that, Fong Ying abruptly terminated the call. The other party was left in stunned silence, the phone beeping for 3 or 4 seconds before he could comprehend the situation. He had been dismissed by a mere minor deity of the divine realm. Did he not understand the formidable background of the Aochuan company? How did you assess his words? The manager who had just spoken inquired of a middle-aged man nearby. Manager's son, after evaluation, it appears that the other party was not lying. The middle-aged man hesitated momentarily. Are you suggesting that I was mistaken? Manager's son, already irate, felt that as a celestial being, it was a tremendous privilege to contact that insignificant deity. And being cut off prematurely was utterly intolerable. Ah, no. It must be that Fong Ying anticipated our intentions and set up a preemptive strategy. His words were surely deceitful. The middle-aged man immediately asserted. Very well, proceed to report your findings, including the refusal to cooperate, and let us see how the higher-ups respond. Manager's son nodded, satisfied. Understood. The middle-aged man quickly departed. Shortly thereafter, Manager's son's phone rang. President Xiang. Manager's son immediately adopted a sycophantic tone. Since that individual is so ungrateful, there is no need for further engagement. I have heard that he is currently occupied with the college entrance examination. Arrange for something discreet, as those old-timers will not dare to act openly. Yes, I will ensure your satisfaction. Manager's son promptly understood the implications of the conversation and hung up. He turned to a nearby secretary. Retrieve the examination candidate's information from Qin City. Soon, a luminous screen appeared, displaying various student profiles. Among them was, of course, Fong Ying. Additionally, there was another individual, Zheng Yong. According to the information, his world was the giant realm, and he had previous conflicts with Fong Ying. Realizing this, he immediately sought to make contact with him. You're looking for me? To offer me assistance? Zheng Yong was utterly bewildered, after all. He was aware of the Aochuan company, which ranked among the top 10 in the global consortium. Given the company's substantial stature, even a single employee possessed at least the power of a true deity. Thus, upon receiving the unexpected news of their offer for assistance, Zheng Yong's first thought was not one of joy, but rather, am I being deceived? However, it was not long before 1 million divine coins arrived, accompanied by a blood-red token that was delivered to his hands, leading him to believe in this unexpected windfall. Name, Abyss of the Return. Level, Platinum Diamond. Attributes, none. Dark Attribute. Effects. 1. Breath of the Abyss. The essence from the abyss allows creatures within the divine realm to ascend one minor tier, albeit at the cost of permanently sealing their potential. 2. Abyssal Annihilation. This can elevate a divine creature by one minor tier, but requires the creature to sacrifice a portion of its lifespan, plunging it into madness as it fights until death. 3. Abyss of the Return. It creates a chasm of the abyss. Any creature that enters will undergo a process of alienation and transformation, influenced by a unique abyssal aura, resulting in physical distortions. The details remain unknown, yet their strength will increase by one major tier, though the creature will ultimately perish within 24 hours, returning to the abyss. Confronted with this token, it must be said that, despite the inherent drawbacks, it is undoubtedly a treasure capable of turning the tide. After all, for the master of the divine realm, aside from oneself and the core beings of the realm, the rest are merely expendable pawns. How could this be? As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Though Zheng Yong may be somewhat impulsive, he is certainly not a fool. There is a young man who has taken something that does not belong to him. We are quite displeased and hope you can help us take revenge. Oh, by the way, his name is Fong Ying. Manager Sun's voice reached Zheng Yong's ears. Who? Fong Ying. Yes, indeed. So what do you think? We can assist you, and you can assist us in return, a mutually beneficial arrangement. How can this be? Do you not understand that he is my dear friend? A kind and amiable companion from the same school? What do you wish then? Are you refusing? Manager Sun's expression shifted several times, revealing a fluctuating demeanor, and he began to lose favor with the elite of Qinshi High School. No, you must increase the payment. Chapter 143. The First World Manager Sun never anticipated that the other party would take such a deep breath and respond in such a manner. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, rest assured, even if it is for you to triumph over your opponent and obtain what we require, we will invest significant resources in nurturing you, even granting you the capability to seize the esteemed throne of Qinshi. All right, it's a deal. Xing Yong's eyes sparkled. If they truly invested considerable effort into supporting him, he would undoubtedly rise. While he may not rival the offspring of the divine, in the ordinary realm of Qinshi, he could still attain a respectable standing. With this thought, Xing Yong's eyes narrowed slightly. Fong Ying, when the time comes, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine. I hope you won't be taken aback when you see me. Unbeknownst to Fong Ying, all of this was unfolding. After hanging up the phone, Fong Ying had already prepared herself for retaliation from the other party. Although this situation seemed unfair to her, a mere victim of circumstance, those who had long occupied positions of power did not share her view. Having attained what others desired, if one did not humbly contribute in return, one was deemed irredeemably guilty. Nonetheless, it was futile to dwell on it. What was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. With that thought, Fong Ying began to gather the necessary supplies for the impending college entrance examination. Soon, on the morning of the third day, the air was cool as Fong Ying gazed at the overcast sky and rose from her slumber. It was merely 5:30 in the morning. Having completed her morning routines, she stepped outside. The streets were already bustling with people, elderly men and women, young students, and a host of parents escorting their children. Observing the mix of anxiety and smiles, or perhaps melancholy and relief on their faces, she recognized that today marked a pivotal moment for each individual, or rather, each family. Suddenly struck by an impulse, Fong Ying dashed forward. With 3 incense sticks in hand, she bowed deeply to her parents, murmuring fervently, Mom and Dad, please bless me to secure the top score this time. In return, I shall offer you 2 fine horses and a villa, and perhaps even a few divine realms. She implored the spirits above to lend her strength. After uttering these words, a wave of tranquility washed over her. She felt reassured, having remembered what she initially thought she had forgotten. Due to the heavy traffic, Fong Ying opted to walk. As she traversed the main road, she noticed that overnight, the entire city had transformed into a veritable sea of college entrance examination fervor. Outstanding students, create brilliance anew, achieve success in the gold list. May the wedding candles burn long. To become wealthy, choose the divine path. To gain fortune, select the divine mother. As she absorbed the various slogans, posters, and electronic displays concerning the examination candidates, Fong Ying advanced steadily. Though she was not driving, her enhanced divine physique allowed her to match the speed of a vehicle. Before long, she arrived at the school gate, where the crowd was particularly dense. It is worth mentioning that, despite the limited number of students awakened to the divine realm, those who had failed their awakening also needed to sit for the examination. Simply put, it involved a series of knowledge regarding the creation, deduction, development, and expansion of divine realms. They were trained through simulated divine realms provided by the school to operate within this otherworldly domain. Although it resembled a simulation game, it was undeniably an essential option for those seeking to transcend humble beginnings and become stewards of the divine. Suddenly, a beep interrupted her thoughts. Hello? Fong Ying answered as Su Xiuxiu's voice came through the line. Fong Ying, have you arrived? It's time to head to the examination venue. I'm here. Don't worry. As Fong Ying hung up the phone, her own device began to emit a persistent series of beeps. Upon checking her messages, she discovered that, unbeknownst to her, She had been added to a group chat by her homeroom teacher. The chat was whimsically titled Divine Battle Royale. I am the mightiest of no. One high school, and Fong Ying couldn't help but twitch her lips at the audaciously creative name. The messages within were equally amusing. Upon joining, please remember to update your personal notes. I am fully prepared. I have infused my divine domain with a special aphrodisiac effect and accelerated its temporal flow. This time, I intend to adopt a strategy focused on overwhelming force. It has been said that the first world we will encounter is infested with mutated zombies. And with the potential for overwhelming numbers, it seems I may inadvertently turn my divine domain into a realm of death. My world is of the fire attribute, featuring 5 fire element spirits capable of effortlessly vanquishing all foes. Can it be true that there are zombies? Are the viruses potent? I suppose I should prepare some antidotes. Contemplating the veracity of this information, Fong Ying felt no cause for alarm. Zombies? Viral infections? She wondered if they could withstand the might of her Cthulhu domain's followers. After several days of cultivation, Fong Ying's divine domain had expanded to an impressive 500 square kilometers, which amounts to a total area of 116,667 square kilometers. Regarding her followers, her divine edict was clear. Development is paramount, and one must act from the heart. As Fong Ying had planned, the Eye of Evil tribe was engaged in alchemical research, while the Ant-Man tribe delved into the advanced technology of the esteemed Is race. The Zaga insect tribe, Garomi, was studying genetic viruses, and the God tribe focused on their innate racial talents. Nyarlathotep remained ensconced in his constellation, seemingly preoccupied with unknown pursuits. The Deep Ones, though somewhat aimless, began honing their physical prowess and combat skills as a team. Oh, and aside from Cthulhu, this entity was also investigating enigmatic formations. It is worth noting that, to this day, Cthulhu's domain boasts a unique attraction, the pseudo-unknown mist wall constructed from seawater. Rising to her feet, Fong Ying began to weave through the crowd, attempting to make her way past. However, she had underestimated the fervent enthusiasm of the masses. She was astonished to discover vendors scattered throughout the campus. What a surprise! Were they relatives of the principal? Such commerce had made its way into the school grounds. Despite her thoughts, Fong Ying expressed no dissatisfaction. As previously mentioned, the unawakened students were quaking in fear, while she, as one who had already awoken, possessed a markedly different mindset. This was akin to an army traversing a narrow bridge. It was undoubtedly more formidable than the previous college entrance examinations on Earth. Beep beep. Over here. As a car horn sounded, a portion of the crowd turned their attention towards her. Wow, isn't that Fong Ying, the senior who triumphed in the last divine battle? There is no need for elaboration. The striking demeanor of Senior Fong deeply engraved itself in my mind at first glance. I wonder how much his realm has expanded and intensified over these days, and whether he could possibly envelop me within it. Fong, in a brisk jog, paid no heed to the gazes of those around him, but was surprised to see not only Su Xiuxiu and a few others, but also the principal, who had appeared beside a car. You have arrived, let us proceed, the principal remarked with a smile. Chapter 144, Pre-examination preparations. Insights from the abyss. Fong surveyed his surroundings, noting the sparse company. Apart from himself, there were 4 others, 3 young women and 1 young man. He recognized the 3 young women, Li Na, Zhou Yimin, and Wang Ningning. They were well-known figures at the school, each possessing unique attributes and starting territories exceeding 10 square kilometers. As for the young man, Fong had little recollection of him. Notably absent were Su Xiuxiu and another girl, as those present did not quite measure up to the pinnacle of talent. Sensing Fong's confusion, the principal chuckled lightly. The previous group has already been taken away by their homeroom teacher, while this batch of exceptional students will be under my guidance. Oh, Fong nodded, and the group boarded the vehicle. Once the car was in motion, the principal spoke earnestly. Our school's prospects are increasingly dire. You are considered a talented cohort, yet you must not become complacent. This year, both 3rd High, 8th High, and 10th High boast numerous talents, often surpassing our own in sheer numbers. As the principal spoke, the others remained silent, lost in their thoughts. Remember, this assessment will take place in the dimensional area leading to the inner world, divided into 5-dimensional realms with an overall increasing difficulty. These realms offer several modes for your selection: easy, difficult, nightmare, and catastrophe. At this point, the principal's gaze lingered momentarily on Fong. Wait, there's another one. ISNT there? Principal, don't leave us in suspense. The young man interjected. I have heard that the final level is referred to as the Abyss, specifically designed for the top 1,000 ranked deities. I suggest we refrain from overthinking it. Li Na suddenly chimed in. However, her tone bore no hint of derision, so the young man refrained from retorting. Indeed, the final level is the Abyss. But it is exceedingly perilous. The number of adversaries, their strength, and even the mutations in their wisdom and special attributes will vary significantly. Nevertheless, during the assessment, higher-ranked deities will ensure your safety. However, it is essential to understand that in the dimensional realm of the Abyss, even with divine guardians by one's side, numerous students are injured or even lose their lives every year. Thus, I implore you to act within your capabilities and choose the option that suits you best. The principal remarked, casting yet another glance at Fong Ying. The intention behind this look seemed to urge him to recognize his own strength, though whether there lay a deeper meaning remained uncertain. In any case, Fang Ying perceived it as a silent encouragement. Go forth, child, do not let me down. Indeed, that must be the essence of it, Fang Ying surmised, as others began to voice their thoughts once more. Principal, I have heard that even in the most ordinary dimensional worlds, nearly 95% of students are eliminated. To attain a place among the top 5 in the city, one must at least conquer the nightmare level nationally. As for the top 3 at the provincial level, without opting for disaster, it seems nearly impossible. Is this true? Wang Mingming inquired. Indeed, that has been the case in previous years, the principal affirmed with a nod. Then, to secure a spot in the national top 10 rankings, one must choose the abyss. A male student gasped in astonishment. The choice of abyss difficulty is not something just anyone can undertake. One must successfully navigate through the calamities of 5-dimensional worlds to unlock this level of challenge, the principal stated solemnly. You are all now akin to deities and belong to a commendable cohort of our institution, so there are certain truths I believe you ought to comprehend. The void space is vast and boundless. Countless divine realms have been born and perished within it, with countless races experiencing life and death struggles. Although humanity currently appears tranquil and even occupies a modest position within this void space, it is crucial to understand that what you perceive is merely a facade. All civilizations and races confront a singular challenge, the abyss. The beings and civilizations within the abyss are chaotic and disorderly. Their terror stems from 2 primary aspects. Chaos and disorder? Fang Ying murmured, digesting the principal's words. Precisely. Firstly, their power is universally acknowledged as the strongest within the entire void space. To put it plainly, they exist in the highest dimensional realm of the void space, from which the abyss emanates. In that realm, any being or civilization among them can effortlessly obliterate the divine realms and races of subordinate dimensional levels. However, due to their inherently chaotic nature, which renders them a contradiction, they do not unite, thereby maintaining a semblance of stability in the peace of the entire void space. As for the second aspect, disorder, simply stated, it embodies the absence of any order. This may be complex to elucidate, but you may interpret it as their capriciousness and neuroticism, behaving like deranged individuals unconstrained by any laws or regulations. The principal contemplated a phrase he deemed relatively comprehensible to elucidate. Isn't that akin to being a great villain? A notorious evildoer? Suddenly, Zhou Yimin, who had been silent, spoke up. No, the kind of evil you speak of is merely a fragment of human rules. It is not comprehensive. It is akin to our perception of consuming pork as normal, while in the realm of pigs, it is the utmost malevolence. With a creak, the vehicle came to a halt, and the principal appropriately ceased the conversation. Well, let us conclude this topic. What I wish to convey to you pertains to the abyss and its denizens. In the future, should you encounter or hear any information regarding the abyss, remember to act within your means, and you shall not go astray. The principal's words may have startled these students, who had yet to weather many storms. Thus, he added, of course, what I have mentioned may not necessarily come to pass for you. On the contrary, concerning this dimensional world assessment, it will yield more benefits than detriments for you. Here, you will not only be able to absorb the powers of your adversaries, but also seize the resources of this dimensional realm, minerals, water sources, land, and even rarer treasures such as magic crystals, spiritual ores, and primal stones. Exotic beasts are not out of the question either, so do strive to perform well. With that, the principal led the way out of the car, followed by the others. Fang Ying had anticipated that they would head to the city center, but to her surprise, the vehicle halted before a golden spire. Although this tower was not particularly tall, approximately 100 meters, the entrance was exaggeratedly large, wide enough for 4 cars to enter side by side. Numerous students, guided by their teachers, entered one by one, and through the entrance, it did not appear crowded. Fang Ying realized that this was inscribed with a spatial type formation or artifact. Wasn't this the inner world? Could this place also lead to the inner world? Bewildered, Fang Ying followed the principal inside. Soon, a voice behind them halted their group. Chapter 145, Provocation? Return of courtesy, isn't this the esteemed principal of my old high school? With this slightly mocking remark, the principal furrowed his brow and turned around. Before him stood a group, led by none other than Wang Guosheng, the principal of the 3rd high school. The principal of the 1st high school glanced at the boy who had spoken but chose not to respond, attempting to turn away. However, it was evident that the boy had no intention of letting the matter rest. What's wrong, old principal? Not even a word in response to a greeting from one of your former students? I recall you personally instructing me on the importance of etiquette and virtue. Now that you are here, can we simply omit that? The boy wore a mocking smile. Chudge, I acknowledge that my previous punishment was perhaps overly severe. But you must understand that your past actions have already brushed against the limits of the law. Before the principal of the 1st high school could finish his sentence, the boy waved his arm dismissively, as if swatting a fly. Ah, what is that foul odor permeating the examination hall? You, humph, a child unteachable. The principal of the 1st high school was quite incensed. Yet, this only elicited laughter from Chu Gu. Ha ha ha, your educational prowess is commendable. I wonder how many geniuses your esteemed institution will produce this time. The title of Qinshe #1 High School has lingered for so long. Yet it is the other campuses that truly contribute to the city. The talents you nurture are truly remarkable. One wonders if you can still retain the title of the first high school. Principal Wang Wuxing, is this how you educate your students at the third high school? Principal Li Yunjie of the first high school remarked as he gazed at him. Oldly, why do you bother with a mere student? He is but a child. Thousands of years your junior. Wang Wuxiang, the principal of the third high school, remained unfazed, even appearing somewhat pleased. Moreover, I must thank you, Oldly, for recognizing Chu Ji's potential and placing him in our school. You may not be aware, but Chu Gu has awakened to the elemental world, and the expanse of his starting realm is an impressive 40 square kilometers. I have heard that your first high school boasts 3 prodigies, Zhang Yao, Su Xiuxiu, and Fang Ying, correct? Coincidentally, our third high school also has 2 exceptional talents, with Chu Gu being one of them. We shall see how a competition unfolds. Principal Wang, as you know, we are the primary stewards of our schools. Our responsibilities extend beyond the confines of our institutions to society and humanity as a whole, particularly in upholding moral education. Before Principal Li Yunjie could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Principal Wang. Enough, Li. After all these years, why are you so obstinate? You have turned the once illustrious first high school into this state. It should have been entrusted to me from the start. Chu Gu, such a fine young man, was expelled by you and nearly sent to a government rehabilitation facility. Understand that he committed no murder, nor did he break the law. He simply urged an ordinary woman to engage in acts she willingly desired. Ultimately, it was discovered that he did not succeed. For a spirited young man who acknowledges his mistakes, we must extend ample tolerance and understanding. Surely you recognize that in today's world, the significance of deities far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Yet, for the sake of a hopeless commoner, you would jeopardize the future of a potential divine genius. This is not moral, it is merely folly. Principal Wang's words clearly struck a nerve with the students of the first high school, leaving them astounded. Conversely, the students of the third high school nodded in agreement, evidently endorsing his sentiments. Humph, Wang Guosheng, have you forgotten our purpose? Although we are deities, we must not forsake the essence of our humanity. Moreover, which deity is born as such? Did we not all emerge from the ranks of ordinary people? Does becoming a deity grant you the right to disregard the humanity of ordinary individuals? And without the existence of common people, from where would new deities arise and endure? Surely, you comprehend this fundamental truth. Principal Li Yunjie immediately interjected. Principal Li, your statement compels me to interject, he said. I have never harbored thoughts of harming ordinary individuals. Rather, my intentions align closely with your philosophy of perpetuating the next generation, passing down one's commendable genes to ensure the birth of even more exceptional progeny, thereby benefiting humanity. This surely presents a greater probability than those commonplace individuals uniting to produce anomalies, does it not? Chu Gu interjected suddenly from the side. Silence, he retorted, his expression darkening. What troubles you? Is Principal Li perturbed by my remarks? Ah, I almost forgot. One of the esteemed trio from your institution is indeed a young man named Fang Ying, is he not? A being initially destined for a wasteland, and a mere 1 square kilometer of divine domain. Moreover, it seems this individual has triumphed in battle against another seed candidate from your school. TSK indeed. Under your leadership, your school brims with talent. Chu Gu extended his voice dramatically. Meanwhile, Fang Ying, who had initially been an onlooker, realized the flames of contention had ignited upon himself. What the hell? Who have I offended? So I see. You prefer to pick on the weak. He exclaimed. Very well. Let me gauge your mettle. Fang Ying stepped out from behind Principal Li Yunjie. Ahem, you are Chu Gu, I presume? Fang Ying's words bewildered Principal Li, who wished for Fang Ying to refrain from speaking to avoid unnecessary complications. However, Fang Ying moved forward, positioning himself between the two principals. I am the Fang Ying mentioned by Chu Gu, the one associated with the wasteland divine domain of 1 square kilometer. I wonder, what is the status of your awakening? Chu Gu? Fang Ying remained composed, extending his hand. The implication was clear, a handshake to make an acquaintance. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Even if Chu Gu was aloof, he had to step forward to shake hands with Fang Ying in the presence of both principals, lest he appear intimidated and diminish his own stature. Ha, Chu Gu, from the elemental realm, my awakened divine domain spans 48 square kilometers, Chu Gu replied, briefly shaking Fang Ying's hand before promptly withdrawing it. In a rather demeaning manner, he retrieved a wet wipe from somewhere, wiped the spot where he had just shaken hands, and discarded the wipe on the ground. To this, Fang Ying remained unfazed, calmly returning to his previous position. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a faint smile graced his lips. Just moments ago, he had utilized his divine visage and the omniscient gaze to inscribe a mark, subtly binding himself to the other. In due time, whenever the other returned to their divine domain or engaged in combat elsewhere, Fang Ying would be able to exert influence over them with merely a glance. Regarding the specific effects of influence, madness, folly, chaos, anguish, terror, and bewilderment, the plethora of negative emotions is overwhelming. And Fang Ying remains uncertain as to which one may be triggered, relying solely on the luck of the other party. Ah, you have praised me. I cannot refrain from reciprocating, Fang Ying mused. Meanwhile, back in the ranks, Chu Gu inexplicably felt a chilling sensation deep within his soul, as if a clear sky had been shrouded by a veil of shadow, creating an uncomfortable unease with no discernible source, ultimately attributing it to his own illusion. Chapter 146. The rules of the competition. As for this minor friction, it swiftly concluded under the indifference of the principal of the first high school. Upon entering the vast edifice, Fang Ying found that his suspicions were confirmed. The internal space was astonishingly expansive, capable of accommodating thousands. This also highlighted that even in the relatively small city of Qin, there exists a substantial presence of divine students. On the other hand, it attests to the enduring strength of humanity's foundation. Within the assembly hall, despite the large number of attendees, it was evident that everyone exercised remarkable restraint. There were no loud outbursts or disturbances. The principal of the first high soon guided Fang Ying and the others to their designated positions, where they stood in silence. Fang Ying naturally noticed Su Xiuxiu, who had arrived early. After exchanging nods, they chose not to speak further. Nearby, a voice softly remarked, "Look, that individual is the head of Qin City and the governor of Beihai Province, Kong Yuri. Wasn't Governor Kong recently involved in a star domain conflict? Why has he suddenly returned to attend the assessment? Could it be that matter has been resolved? Who can say? But it seems the situation is no longer tense. Have you not noticed that several other dignitaries, from the realms of business, politics, and various associations, have also returned?" Their conversation was hushed, and Fang Ying, having enhanced his abilities and out of boredom, eavesdropped on this exchange. Although he was puzzled as to why the principal had designated this location for the underworld assessment, he could discern that the structure was anything but simple. Surrounding them were divine beings at the pinnacle of true godhood, tasked with security, alongside concealed officials stationed throughout, prepared to prevent any unforeseen incidents. As for the other equipment, Fang Ying could only surmise the complexity of this place, having already sensed the aura of formations. Additionally, he observed a high-tech virtual recording device being sold by the Divine Alliance, a three-dimensional imaging apparatus, which he recalled had a base price of no less than 100 million divine coins. Its sole purpose was to capture video, ultimately allowing for the editing of three-dimensional imagery. One can even replicate film characters in a one-to-one print based on the viewer's preferences. It is said that advanced models possess a degree of intelligence, allowing the printed characters to embody the personalities depicted in the films. However, this information was merely presented in the introduction, and Fang Ying chose not to make a purchase but only observed the overview. Nevertheless, he encountered 10 of these devices, which was quite astonishing. As he delved deeper into the various examination requirements, Fang Ying realized that the assessments were far from straightforward. They were not a mere hodgepodge of collective evaluations. Instead, they resembled a competitive format. Initially, the candidates from Qin City would enter the projection realm for the first round of screening. Here, after undergoing evaluations in various projection worlds, the top 10 performers would be selected and led by the principals of their respective schools to participate in provincial assessments. This process aims to identify a distinguished group that would advance to the final stage in the capital, Xinjiang, where they would compete against the nation's elite. Should one reach that pinnacle, it could be said that honor, wealth, and glory would come rushing forth. As for the three-dimensional imaging equipment Fang Ying had just observed, it was not a mere coincidence. Each assessment location was equipped with such devices. Their purpose was to document the entire examination process, thereby eliminating any possibility of cheating. Additionally, they provided a form of entertainment for the populace, allowing them to witness who was safeguarding them in the shadows, thus enhancing the deity's recognition and preventing an excessive gap between mortals and the divine. Although many viewed this practice as somewhat transparent, excessive discourse on the matter inevitably led some to believe it. Based on the examination structure, Fang Ying estimated that a single assessment would require at least a month to determine the ultimate victor. Conversely, those who did not ascend to divinity would experience a simpler evaluation process, yielding results within 3 days, swift, yet regrettably, they would remain in obscurity. "Fang Ying, how do you feel?" "I'm a bit nervous." Su Xiuxiu suddenly whispered to him. "I'm fine really. Participating for the first time, I find my curiosity outweighs my nervousness," Fang Ying replied candidly. "Fang Ying, do you realize how much you've helped me?" Su Xiuxiu pondered for a moment before speaking. Huh. Fang Ying was taken aback. Their interaction had only occurred once. Could it truly have made such an impact? Hee. My divine realm has experienced a significant enhancement this time. Do you remember those spirits that entered your divine domain? They have undergone some extraordinary transformations. Upon awakening, not only did their strength increase, but they also gained a unique ability, Su Xiuxiu said mysteriously. Really? What ability? Fang Ying inquired, puzzled. After all, he gained considerable benefits in Su Xiuxiu's world, and the gifts bestowed upon him later brought unexpected delight. However, allow me to keep you in suspense. You will soon find out. Su Xiuxiu did not elaborate, instead steering the conversation towards other topics. This time, however, my father conducted an investigation, and you can expect that he is undoubtedly the most formidable one this year, without a doubt the top in Qin City. There is no escaping it. Oh, how can you be so certain? Fang Ying cast a surprised glance at her companion, not doubting her own abilities, but rather taken aback by the influence of the other's father. Although Qin City is small, there are still quite a number of scholars, particularly those of divine lineage, making investigations quite complex, especially since one cannot predict if someone might suddenly rise to prominence, much like Fang Ying, who initially was merely a desolate world of 1 square kilometer, yet now boasts a land area exceeding 3,000 square kilometers, with the total area surpassing 10,000 square kilometers, harboring legendary peaks within the divine realm. Surely, no one could have anticipated such a transformation. Indeed, Su Xiuxiu nodded confidently. Given this, what about you? My talented deskmate, Su Xiuxiu? Me? I suppose I'll settle for being the second in Qin City. Fang Ying was momentarily taken aback, astonished at such inflated self-assurance. She was aware of the state of Su Xiuxiu's world. If she hadn't recently encountered some fortuitous opportunity, then it must have been a treasure bestowed by her father that instilled her with confidence. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a rather discordant voice broke through the atmosphere. Chapter 147. Punishment and Betting. Oh, what a grandiose boast. Truly befitting of the first high school. Their claims are indeed more extravagant than others. The voice of Chu Gu suddenly resonated around them, perfectly audible in the vicinity. Since the first and third high schools were adjacent to the second high school, the distance was not significant. Thus, Fang Ying's words naturally reached the ears of the one who was deliberately eavesdropping. Fang Ying cast a resigned glance at the speaker. To be honest, he found their antics rather tedious, reminiscent of the provocations by Zheng Yong before. How should one put it? It was merely a momentary thrill. Yet ultimately it would only backfire, yielding no benefits whatsoever. Unlike Fang Ying's deliberate provocation of Zheng Yong, which had a clear purpose, these individuals seemed to be just looking for trouble. Of course, as a reasonably capable elementary student eager to showcase themselves and garner attention among girls, such behavior could be somewhat excused. However, for a creator wielding dominion over a world populated by hundreds to billions, their actions were utterly beneath contempt. To associate with such creators was akin to enduring a lifetime of misfortune. Fang Ying chose to remain silent, but Su Xiuxiu was no pushover. She belonged to the type who would not instigate trouble, yet would not tolerate being provoked. In an instant, she retorted, Fang Ying, who is this fool? Su Xiuxiu's words caused Chu Ji's face to flush crimson, prompting him to respond with biting sarcasm. Heh, this so-called elite school has truly fallen. Its students revel in making grandiose claims in public or spewing vile language. Principal Li must be imparting wisdom exceptionally well. Chu Ji's voice noticeably rose in volume. Clearly, the remarks had caused even the principal of the elite school to furrow his brow. Yet, out of respect, he refrained from intervening. Fang Ying was not one to be easily bullied. Uncertain whether the other party had been influenced by their principal, he frowned slightly at the pedantic tone of the words directed at him. If you possess true strength, let your examination results speak for themselves. Should you desire a contest, we can engage in a divine battle. However, if your aim is merely to provoke, I would not hesitate to assist in educating your master. Upon hearing Fang Ying's words, Chu Gu instinctively sought to retort, but Fang Ying suddenly turned to him and uttered 2 words. Shut up. Those 2 words seemed to possess an enchanting power, rendering Chu Gu momentarily frozen in place. His immobility did not go unnoticed by a male student behind him, who, understanding Chu Ji's character, knew he would not simply comply with a request to be quiet. Seeing Chu Ji's stupor, beads of sweat trickling down his temples, the student hurriedly patted his shoulder. However, the situation escalated, and Chu Gu let out a yelp. Although it was not particularly loud, in a venue filled with thousands, it drew the attention of hundreds around them. Even County Chief Kong glanced towards that direction, not at Chu Gu, but at his principal, Wang Guosheng of Sanzhou. The sight caused Wang Guosheng's face to pale, and he shot a fierce glare at Chu Gu. Chu Gu attempted to say something further, but was silenced by the cold command of shut up. This time, he completely fell silent, refraining from even glancing in Fang Ying's direction. Following the utterance of those 2 words, Chu Gu felt as if he had plunged into a realm of terror. Indeed, it was a palpable fear, indescribable in nature. Yet it resonated from the depths of his soul, akin to a sheep encountering a lion charging towards it. Observing the effectiveness of his words, Fang Ying pondered silently. It seemed that some truths, even divine entities might not easily perceive. Of course, perhaps part of this lay in their lack of attention. After all, who would ever suspect that someone might resort to underhanded tactics during an examination? What has happened to him? Su Xiuxiu murmured in surprise. It seems that an excess of trivialities has irked that divine being, Fang Ying remarked, sharing with Su Xiuxiu the recent antics of Chu Gu prior to their entrance. This revelation incited considerable indignation in Su Xiuxiu, who promptly vowed to accompany Fang Ying in any future endeavors to teach Chu Gu a lesson. Soon, Governor Kong concluded his address, and Fang Ying's group began drawing lots under the guidance of their respective principals, as fairness dictated that the assessments would not proceed sequentially. After the lots were drawn, they proceeded to the waiting room. Given that each divine assessment, even with the assistance of accelerators, could not accommodate all participants in the square, the waiting room provided a more relaxed atmosphere conducive to conversation and the replenishment of sustenance. As newly ascended deities, their nervousness necessitated some alleviation. Furthermore, Fang Ying pondered that junior deities were merely a collection of entities impervious to death within their divine realms, albeit requiring a duration for revival. Other aspects, such as temperament, preferences, habits, and personalities, remained within the human domain. Otherwise, the prevalence of intellectually challenged individuals who thrived on creating disturbances would be inexplicable. Bored, Fang Ying idly scrolled through a forum, unexpectedly drawn to a gambling event. Indeed, it was a wager concerning the assessment participants' potential success and the number of challenges they might overcome, resembling a blend of football and horse racing. The crowd was dense, and Fang Ying quickly spotted his own option alongside a brief introduction. Name: Fang Ying. Gender: male. Background: ordinary, divine realm. Initial divine realm: inferior. Record: previously triumphed in a divine battle against Zheng Yong, allegedly gaining certain advantages leading to mutations within the divine realm and its beings. Odds: 115. The introduction was succinct and familiar, while the gameplay was straightforward, betting 1 yuan on oneself to win 15 yuan. Subsequently, Fang Ying's hand inadvertently slipped over to Su Xiuxiu's side, where her odds were revealed. 105. It appeared the organizers held Su Xiuxiu in high regard. Curiously, he then checked the odds for Chu Gu, discovering Chu Gu 1040? Such a low figure. It seems he is undoubtedly a prodigious talent from the third school. No wonder Wang Guosheng is keen to protect him. However, after only a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Ying placed his bet on his own option. In this day and age, what could be a more rewarding way to treat oneself? Su Xiuxiu, initially bored as she observed other teams drawing lots, suddenly noticed Fang Ying's hand restlessly moving in the air, only to be astonished to find him placing a bet on himself. With wide eyes, Su Xiuxiu immediately opened the betting forum, her hands instinctively moving as if compelled. Chapter 148. The Zombie Siege in the Projection World. Fang Ying could not help but glance at Su Xiuxiu, pondering whether she was also placing a bet for herself. Soon, he realized that indeed, she had wagered on him. And it was a bold stake, marked by a solitary 1 followed by 11 zeros. Ding! Congratulations. You have placed a bet on contestant Fang Ying, with an investment in the Project Qin City first, amounting to 10 billion Blue Star coins. Investment successful. Even Fang Ying gasped in astonishment. What a remarkable sum. How could such wealth simply flow away? What exactly does her father do? It is known that although deities and ordinary mortals operate on separate planes, their paths do intersect. Thus, deities may choose to sell certain beneficial items to mortals in exchange for profits, namely, Blue Star coins. However, this exchange is governed by unspoken rules aimed at ensuring sustainable social development. For a deity to amass a considerable amount of Blue Star coins, several conditions must be met. Either the deity possesses formidable strength, or they have made significant contributions to the political or business realms of Blue Star. Otherwise, one might face dire consequences. Fang Ying had always assumed that Su Xiuxiu hailed from a relatively affluent family, but he now realized that she was undoubtedly a bona fide second-generation rich kid. Seeing the situation unfold, Fang Ying could not help but approach her, saying, "Hey, you're betting so much. Aren't you afraid of my potential misstep?" "I trust you," Su Xiuxiu replied. "I have complete confidence in you. So please do your best and ensure my money doesn't go to waste." Meanwhile, in another part of town, the principal of Yizhong was conversing with the principal of Shizhong, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. "Oldly, I recall that boy is from your school, right? How did he end up in the hands of Wang Guosheng?" asked Chu Minjiang, the principal of Shizhong, puzzled. "What's the reason?" "That little rascal dared to defy a woman's will and attempt something untoward, which I caught him at," replied Principal Li of Yizhong. "Well, Oldly, I'm not criticizing you, but every child has their issues, especially at such a young age. When they rise to power, they often struggle to control themselves. A few beatings might do the trick. Just think about how many promising talents you've let slip away. You need to change your approach. Not to mention, our own Li Haiyan and Zhou Wu from Shizhong are both troublemakers who came from your school, and now they have become quite formidable deities. You navigate society with such ease. Why do you struggle so much with your students? Indeed, you know I have been quite shrewd in society for half my life, and have witnessed many deities fall from grace. Naturally, I understand the reasons behind their decline. This time, it is my turn to impart wisdom, and naturally, I cannot allow them to stray down a misguided path. Rather than that, it would be far better to sever such a route entirely. Old Chu, you cannot fathom the provocateur. Chu Gu, I have not neglected my duty to guide him." Initially, he engaged in romantic entanglements within the class, which later escalated to the entire grade, and eventually, the whole school. He even contemplated extending his reach to the elementary division. Upon discovering his intentions, he began to entertain thoughts of associating with wayward young women from society. At times, I ponder whether some individuals are perhaps innately predisposed to malevolence. Alasso, the principal of the 10th middle school ultimately fell silent. Time swiftly passed. At 9 o'clock in the morning, it marked the moment for the non-divine assessments within the school, concurrently coinciding with the evaluations of this group of divine candidates. Hey, very well, future deities. Your moment to shine has arrived. The Divine Alliance S3 projections are now linked. Your forthcoming displays will unfold before the eyes of billions. Thus, The assessment of the 7,365,521st realm of high school deities officially commenced. The projection realm has been activated. Accompanied by the words of the Supreme Commander, Governor Kong, a magnificent, kaleidoscopic giant disc abruptly manifested at the center of the assembly hall. It consisted of a silvery white luminous foundation and a vast, semicircular azure light ring. It resembled a platform from a cinematic journey through time and space, resplendent and vibrant. Once more, I shall reiterate, during this assessment, any external interference or cheating is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, future examination qualifications will be revoked. Upon concluding his statement, Governor Kong stepped down from the podium, leaving it to the evaluators. Ding! The National College entrance examination has officially commenced. The projection realm has been fully deployed. All candidates, please prepare for the assessment in accordance with your candidate numbers. With a cold, grand electronic voice resonating throughout the hall, silence enveloped the surroundings. Onlookers observed as the candidates began to enter the light gates one by one. Simultaneously, various channels nationwide were broadcasting a singular event. Dear audience, greetings. This is Central Channel 1, where our diligent students have commenced their examinations. Let us eagerly anticipate this live broadcast, allowing viewers to observe the assessment process of these divine scholars through their personal devices. Furthermore, we have thoughtfully provided a 360-degree wide-angle view, complete with zoom in and out options. Whether you are a parent or an interested observer, this method allows for a closer engagement with the proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Chin City Broadcasting Station. You are witnessing the assessment process of our distinguished students. Feel free to utilize your devices to zoom in and out. Greetings to all our online friends. I am Professor Tsang from the Media Department, here to provide you with an in-depth report. As you follow my finger, you will see that our students are currently advancing through a semicircular tunnel emitting a blue glow. At this moment, whether through the radio, online platforms, or live broadcasts, the event of the student assessment is being reported, with many highlighting a particular technology, the three-dimensional, zoomable, and reducible technique. This is the inaugural application of such technology, allowing every viewer to experience the divine assessment process firsthand, thereby fostering a sense of national confidence. After all, compared to the monotonous flat displays of previous years, akin to watching a television drama, this innovation stirs interest and engagement. The vivid three-dimensional experience enables the audience to truly grasp the terrifying trials faced by the deities, and it appears quite effective. As the assessment progresses, numerous comments have begun to surface. Wow, the clarity of this 360-degree angle is astonishing, exclaimed one viewer. But this first stage is a zombie apocalypse. The sheer density of them is triggering my claustrophobia. There must be at least 3,000 or 4,000. Zombies are notoriously grotesque, and I am well aware that, apart from their immense strength, the primary zombies are infectious. Once caught, transformation is inevitable, and that poses a serious challenge. Brother, what you mentioned is old news. This year is reportedly even more challenging than before, supposedly due to the intensity of the war, making projections more daunting. This cohort of candidates is in for a tough time. I just counted, and there are easily 5,000 zombies in this first projection world. I can hardly fathom what the second world will entail. Chapter 149. The Black and White Impermanence. Instant kill. Look at that student named Feng Yi. He has chosen the hardship mode. Goodness, he unleashed 100 mutated zombies right away, and we are still unaware of their attributes. My word, a zombie that can breathe fire has appeared. Did elemental types emerge this quickly? Who was it that told me the first world was guaranteed to feature small zombies? It couldn't possibly be that this year they will cap it at $99. My $10,000. Mate, you've certainly been misled. Small zombies? You may not realize that even in the ordinary mode, extraordinary beings can emerge in the projected world. I recall 6 years ago, in a projection world with jumping zombies, a flying zombie appeared at the end, harvesting heads with such grace. Thus, you can make grand assumptions, but never underestimate the situation. This is the wisdom of my experience. The entire battle, or rather the whole assessment, is filled with exhilarating passion. Even at this moment within the examination hall, the atmosphere is charged with fervor. The teachers engage in hushed debates, conducting personal analyses of this year's assessment landscape. Some even transport themselves back to the age of their own examinations, contemplating their own struggles with the fifth realm, a daunting challenge indeed. This is the essence of reality. Contestant 243, Su Xiuxiu, prepare. Among the third wave of candidates, Su Xiuxiu embarks on her inaugural journey into the realm of projections. Taking a deep breath, she decisively selects the option of nightmares. This choice ignites a frenzy among both the attendees and the external spectators. It is undeniable. They recognize that this projection world poses a considerable challenge. After all, many have struggled to even pass the ordinary level, let alone leap directly from simple to the daunting nightmare choice made by Su Xiuxiu. What a bold girl she is. With an admirable appearance, it is perplexing how she possesses such audacity. What immense confidence drives her to select the nightmare option, one reserved for the nation's elite talents? Considering that 99 of participants have opted for the simple level, is she attempting to assert her uniqueness? Indeed, it is often said that those with long hair possess short sight. I have witnessed this firsthand. Just moments ago, the contestant Wang Yu, who confidently chose the difficult mode, did not survive the first round, despite being an extraordinary individual. How can your words be so harsh? What if she has her own strengths? Who is to say that anyone cannot be an elite? When the time comes, we shall see how you choose. The room buzzes with a multitude of voices, each expressing varied opinions. Such is human nature, envy accompanied by derision. The instant one diverges from the crowd, mockery becomes the immediate response. Meanwhile, Principal Lee of the prestigious First High School gazes upon his student with a furrowed brow. Had it been last year's examination, he might have felt assured about Su Xiuxiu's choice. However, this year, he finds himself lacking in confidence. Soon, the results of the first evaluation in the projection world emerge. The Moth God Realm versus the Zombie Nation, 3417, 1041, victory. Your invasion this time grants you a power boost of 50. The world projection calls forth the yin and yang messengers. As Su Xiuxiu's consciousness awakens, a chilling wind begins to swirl around her. Her body reveals intricate black and white cloud patterns, and even her hair transforms in hue, adopting a nonconformist blend of yellow and white. At this moment, beneath the interconnected projection space, two figures materialize, the yin and yang messengers, wielding chains and lamentation staves, and a vast horde of zombies, numbering over 10,000. Among this throng, the first 1,000 zombies stand apart, exhibiting a lean physique and moving with remarkable agility. Some individuals were swollen all over, covered in festering sores. Others were flushed crimson, seemingly igniting the very air around them into a quivering haze. Yet, most strikingly, there stood a formidable figure at the rear, with an oversized head, remaining eerily still. Indeed, it was a psychic zombie, the sovereign commanding this horde of the undead. At this moment, as the impending confrontation loomed, Su Xiuxiu exhibited no trace of anxiety. She merely waved her hand. The bracelet in her grasp conjured ripples in the air. An invisible aura of malice was stirred, as she softly intoned, dust to dust, earth to earth, all shall return to the void and dissipate. As Su Xiuxiu's voice faded, the once inert figures of the black and white impermanents sprang into action, akin to a ceremonial dance, brandishing chains and mournful staffs, summoning a tempest of spectral winds that surged towards the throng of zombies. As they advanced, the howling winds grew increasingly tempestuous, gradually coalescing into a towering wall of profound darkness, bearing down upon the multitude of undead. The initial clash of battle concluded, the zombies retreated to one side, while black and white impermanents took their position on the opposite end. The skirmish unfolded not with the ferocity typical of divine conflicts, replete with bloodshed and wails, but rather with an unsettling calm. The legion of zombies momentarily froze in bewilderment. Then, to the astonishment of all observers, the multitude of ordinary zombies disintegrated into ash, cascading to the ground. Only a little over 1,000 special zombies remained, bewildered and motionless. Oh, and of course, the psychic zombie king bore an equally perplexed expression. Witnesses and viewers alike were left in stunned silence. What just happened? Did I miss something? Is she really that formidable? Just like that, they were obliterated? Wait, I just checked the records. This girl, Su Xiuxiu, is from the first high school. She awakened in the ghost energy realm. Is that world truly so powerful? Can ghosts interact with the physical realm? I have already informed my son that he must alter the divine attributes to incorporate this ghost energy realm. A cacophony of admiration and disbelief played across the faces of all present. Even Principal Lee from the first high school watched in utter astonishment. He knew of black and white impermanence, having been informed by Su Xiuxiu, yet his understanding was limited to their ability to disrupt souls, not their physical forms. The notion of reducing them to ashes seemed utterly fantastical. Was it due to the weapon she wielded? After all, there had been no chains or mournful staffs initially. Of course, Su Xiuxiu would not divulge that this was due to Fang Ying's contribution, particularly the breath of evil energy. Heaven knows that this artifact possessed such remarkable potential. One can only assume Fang Ying was aware of its true capabilities. At this moment, Fang Ying, equally bewildered, was astonished by Su Xiuxiu's mastery of the power of the unpredictable. Was it merely my illusion, or did this all seem somewhat familiar? Chapter 150. Grand Slam. In stark contrast to Su Xiuxiu's relaxed demeanor, those who undertook the assessment alongside her were visibly less optimistic. Some, under her guidance, chose the more arduous options, the consequences of which were all too predictable. Look at Zhou Nan. Her domain creature has mutated. Before them lay a world governed by a girl with twin ponytails, where the elven clan valiantly resisted the onslaught of the encroaching zombies. Armed with bows and arrows, the elves unleashed a barrage of green arrows, their offensive capabilities not to be underestimated, despite their number being a mere 100. They managed to eliminate a zombie approximately every second. In an ordinary projection world, such a feat could be deemed relatively manageable. However, perhaps spurred by Su Xiuxiu's influence or perhaps driven by a sense of pride shared among women, she inadvertently selected the more challenging option. As for the outcome, it was all too foreseeable. Initially, the endeavor proceeded smoothly, yet as various types of zombies joined the fray, especially the swift and defensive types, their resistance became increasingly arduous. The elves, who were merely at the quasi-superior stage, soon found themselves at an impasse against their equally formidable undead counterparts. In stark contrast to the fearless zombies, the delicate elves inherently possessed a degree of fragility. Thus, in an unfortunate turn of events, a speed-oriented zombie was introduced into the fray, and in the instant it lunged for the elves' vulnerable necks, the battlefield descended into chaos. The elves, having been laboriously summoned at Zhou Nanan's expense, lacked any form of leadership. Zhou Nanan was their sole commander. Faced with the imminent threat to their lives, even her authoritative commands could not quell the terror within their hearts. Ultimately, a helpless Zhou Nanan was forced to witness her beloved creatures being mercilessly slaughtered by the zombies, resulting in her own expulsion from the projection world. Her score stagnated at 473 points, for she had failed to achieve a passing grade. It is important to note that those who had not ascended to divinity were evaluated within the simulated world using a standard of 100 points. However, the trials for deities could not be solely measured by this score. They were assessed through a multitude of criteria. For instance, a perfect completion in an ordinary projection world would yield a score of 100 points. The evaluation criteria encompass a complex array of factors, including the deity's domain status, the casualties among their followers, the duration of the entire process, and their state when confronted with the challenges of their domain, among others. Beyond the ordinary domain, choosing the difficult option would multiply the score tenfold, resulting in 1,000 points. Nightmares would yield 10,000 points, while disasters could amass a staggering 1,000,000 points. The Abyss, with a score of 11,000,000, cannot be directly selected. One must first conquer the catastrophe to unlock the final Abyss option. Although the difficulty chosen by the deities correlates with higher scores, this is not a loophole. Should a lesser deity intentionally select a projection world that is mismatched with their own abilities and is swiftly defeated at the outset, they will incur a deduction in points, potentially resulting in a negative score. For instance, if a being in that wretched projection world is not killed and is instead obliterated immediately, the score would be a definitive 1,000 points. This not only brings shame, but is also recorded in their file, while it may not lead to eternal disgrace. Such impulsiveness and self-deception render the deity unlikable to others. There was once a deity, the sole one of his kind, who purchased a powerful token capable of enhancing a follower's abilities. Aware of his own inadequacies, yet boasting to friends, he hastily chose the nightmare option of the third stage. Subsequently, leveraging the token, he forcibly eliminated a creature from the projection world, only to have the entire divine realm ravaged by that creature in retaliation. It was akin to a return to square one. His score fell into the negatives, and until his demise, no institution would accept him, making his tale a cautionary example for educators to share with their students. Fortunately, Zhou Nanan did not overreach. Being in a magical world of elves, she showcased her prodigious talent. With a reasonable selection, she could have easily surpassed 5 ordinary projection worlds. Zhou Nanan approached her teacher, a melancholic expression in her tear-streaked eyes, perhaps regretting her previous actions. Yet, the weak are often forgotten by the multitude. Had Zhou Nanan not been somewhat attractive, onlookers might have ridiculed her audacity. In stark contrast, Su Xiuxiu's performance was nothing short of remarkable. With merely the 2 subordinates, black and white impermanents, she effortlessly annihilated tens of thousands of zombie minions with a single strike, then plunged into the throng of the undead to wreak havoc. The chains in white impermanence's hands flew with precision, ensnaring dozens of zombies with each swing, while black impermanence wielded a mournful staff, methodically striking down foes. Remarkably, though the staff appeared light as it descended upon the zombies' heads, lacking any dramatic winds or gory splatters, each strike reduced the undead to ash. It was even more exhilarating than the legendary golden staff of Sun Wukong, where a mere touch could inflict death or injury. Su Xiuxiu's extraordinary display left the audience utterly astonished, exclaiming in admiration. Principal Li from School 1, though unaware of the specifics of Su Xiuxiu's transformation, recognized that this undoubtedly attested to the high caliber of his institution's teaching. As long as unforeseen circumstances did not arise, he could continue to impart knowledge without hindrance. Upon contemplating this, Su Xiuxiu felt a sense of assuredness. But what of Fang Ying? Would she shine even brighter? Soon, Su Xiuxiu's battle reached its conclusion. It must be said that, in the pivotal moments, that psychic zombie proved to be quite formidable, managing to meld with over 30 attribute zombies, transforming into a creature reminiscent of an abomination. Yet, despite this amalgamation reaching its peak strength and ascending to a pseudo-superordinary level, it paled in comparison to the true superordinary beings, the Yin and Yang emissaries, who wielded weapons. Ultimately, it could only withstand a few more blows before being dismantled. Su Xiuxiu's outstanding performance in the first round of the projection world earned her a perfect score of 1,000 points, thereby unlocking the next projection world. Chapter 151, Calamity Mode. In the next instant, a voice resonated. Number 252, Fang Ying, prepare. With the announcement, Fang Ying swiftly entered the projection world. Another wave has commenced. It feels as though the pace of this first projection world is exceedingly swift. Was it always this rapid in previous years? Who knows? Logically, students are meant to enter the projection world in batches, following a sequence, and once they either succeed or fail, the subsequent batch begins, perpetuating the cycle. Perhaps this year's projection world is particularly challenging. After all, we have witnessed numerous domain masters of moderate attributes facing defeat. TCH, it's merely their youthful naivety. Each one believes themselves a genius simply because they have awakened to a world with attributes, oblivious to their own limitations. Wasn't that just the case with Zhou? In previous years, how many would dare to recklessly choose options above ordinary? One wonders if their teachers ever enlightened them on the significance of options like difficulty or nightmare. While they may appear as mere choices, they truly represent tiers and levels, not something one can easily transcend. Well then, let us observe without excessive sentiment. Su Xiuxiu from Class 1 seems quite promising. It appears this year, she is destined to rise. Speaking of Class 1, isn't Fang Ying also from there? It is said that he was personally brought in by the principal of Class 1. One wonders about the quality of his abilities. I've heard that he participated in the divine battle shortly after his awakening and emerged victorious. One might assume he is indeed formidable. Nonsense. I have heard this fellow merely hails from a wasteland world, where the initial area of the divine realm was a mere 0.1 kilometers. He only had the opportunity to rise due to subsequent advantages. Do you genuinely believe he is a prodigy? Perhaps due to the heightened discourse surrounding Fang Ying. The live broadcaster enlarged his image on the screen. Additionally, they retrieved some pertinent information regarding Fang Ying and addressed the audience before them. Dear viewers, I have noticed many discussing matters concerning our classmate Fang Ying, and I happen to possess some publicly available information to share with you all. Firstly, allow me to express my astonishment upon receiving this information, as Fang Ying is indeed a remarkable figure who has risen from humble beginnings. Although both of his parents were deities, tragically, they passed away when he was very young. Through sheer determination, he awakened his own divine domain. However, fate played a cruel jest upon him, for the realm he awakened was a desolate wasteland. There is no need for me to elaborate on the concept of a wasteland world. To compound matters, Fang Ying's divine domain spans a mere 0.1 square kilometers. I trust everyone understands the implications of such a limited area. It is hardly conducive to the evolution of life. Even the slightest disturbance in this fragile space could extinguish his nascent divine realm. Nevertheless, Fang Ying did not choose to retreat, but instead pressed forward. And fortune smiled upon him as he received the blessings of a shattered world. Utilizing his acquired knowledge, he did not follow the traditional paths laid out by predecessors, but forged a unique divine domain system known as Cthulhu. During this period, Fang Ying also participated in a divine battle at his school and emerged victorious. I must say, I am filled with anticipation regarding Fang Ying's performance in this assessment. And what about you, dear viewers? The host's narration has undoubtedly sparked a renewed fervor of discussion among the audience, bringing tens of thousands of viewers to her live stream. After all, while many may claim to dislike stories of the underdog, in a society where true geniuses are scarce, perhaps it is through such tales that we can more swiftly recognize our own commonalities. Fang Ying, the subject of such attention, has not disappointed the expectations placed upon him. I choose the catastrophe mode. As soon as Fang Ying made his selection, the space before him suddenly blushed crimson, followed by the flickering of red runes from the projection world, accompanied by ominous prompts. Ding! Candidate 252 Fang Ying has chosen to enter catastrophe mode. Ding! Candidate 252 Fang Ying, please confirm your acceptance of the consequences that will follow entering catastrophe mode. Note: in catastrophe mode, the safety of the candidate's life will be significantly compromised, and under certain undisclosed circumstances, creatures from the projection world may retaliate against the candidate's divine domain, causing irreparable damage. Ding! Candidate 252 Fang Ying, if all is in order, please confirm your choice here. Fang Ying did not anticipate that merely selecting catastrophe mode would evoke such a profound reaction. Nevertheless, without hesitation, he nodded once more to confirm. Upon his confirmation, the once pristine sky, as white as jade, abruptly manifested a bloody halo, enveloping the entire world beneath a shroud of gloom. The echoes of various zombie howls reverberated in Fang Ying's ears. How exaggerated! Fang Ying had initially believed such a scene would only manifest under the abyss mode. Surely, the mere calamity mode would not warrant such a grand spectacle. Yet, he overlooked a crucial factor: the uniqueness of the locale. Take, for instance, the capital city. If it were a competitive assessment, the likelihood of selecting nightmare or calamity mode would be considerable. However, Fang Ying was not in such a place. Instead, he found himself in a city where, after decades of assessments, opting for nightmare was already rather peculiar. As for choosing calamity, it was akin to courting death. To draw a parallel with Earth, such behavior resembled a high school student from a third-tier city boldly proclaiming ambitions to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. While dreams are valid, they may merely be seen as fanciful aspirations by others. Ding! Candidate Fang Ying from Qin City No. 1 High School, participant number 252, has chosen to challenge the calamity mode. This is the highest level option. Upon passing 5 projection worlds, the ultimate difficulty, Abyss Assessment, will be unlocked. Accompanied by the 3 announcements reverberating through the assessment hall and the scrolling crimson text materializing in the air, Principal Li Yunjie of the high school stood up abruptly. Gazing in astonishment at the assessment world Fong Ying was partaking in, he murmured to himself, how dare he? Although he had previously spoken to Fong Ying in his office, encouraging him to strive for excellent results, aiming for provincial first place or the like, those were merely words of encouragement. He certainly had no ulterior motives. At least not of that nature. Meanwhile, Governor Kong, who had been attentively monitoring the assessment, regarded Fong Ying on the screen with a knowing look and remarked, I require detailed information about this young fellow. Yes, replied his secretary, who then inexplicably vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, the hall erupted in commotion. Heavens! The calamity mode. Having participated for 3 years as a teacher, this was the first time encountering such audacity in a student. If he is not foolish, then he must possess genuine confidence. Could it be that Qin City is on the brink of producing a prodigy? Perhaps he seeks fame? Just look at the previous rounds. There were many eager for recognition. More importantly, if he can navigate through the first world, he would likely ascend to the top of the score rankings. In a dimension of another world, a notable figure reclined in a lava-filled bath, casually observing the luminous screen. The figure displayed on the screen was none other than Fong Ying, engaged in his assessment. With a slurp, he took a sip of the scalding magma and languidly yet sagaciously murmured, Little one, I am quite curious to see how you will grow. Chapter 152, Battlefield Anomaly. At this moment, Fong Ying gazed calmly at the crimson-hued world before him. In the Cthulhu Divine Domain, battling the Zombie Kingdom, Catastrophe, 11946, 5000. Total victory. Your invasion this time will grant you a combat power enhancement of 100. Upon receiving this announcement, the entire arena, along with those watching Fong Ying's live broadcast, collectively fell silent in astonishment. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Over 10,000 square kilometers. And this is merely an ordinary deity? Just a divine domain that awakened a month ago? This cannot be true. I am convinced this individual is merely playing the fool while concealing his true strength. He must have awakened his divine domain long ago. I can see he is not to be underestimated. I disagree. He is likely expanding his domain recklessly. After all, such deities are not uncommon. We shall see the outcome of his battle. The spectators fixated their attention on Fong Ying's impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Fong Ying himself observed the projection world with keen interest. Based on the experiences previously shared by his teacher, if the difficulty of the ordinary mode projection world is rated as 1, then the hard mode would be 5. Of course, this 5 does not simply indicate a 5-fold increase, but rather an augmentation in the overall strength of the world, including aspects such as area, the number of creatures, mutation probabilities, intelligence, and combat skills. It is somewhat akin to our usual human versus AI matches in Gamoku, where the increase in difficulty pertains solely to the AI's calculations, rather than altering the fundamental rules of the game. Thus, with over 10,000 square kilometers of divine domain, Fong Ying was unfazed by the prospect of the opponent's world area surpassing his own under this catastrophe mode. After all, such a scenario would violate the game rules, turning the challenge into a mere targeting exercise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the crimson light surged forth, Fong Ying could clearly discern that the number of zombies had not increased significantly, roughly estimated at around 30,000. However, unlike the mindless charge seen previously, he astutely observed a considerable number of intelligent zombies among them. Therefore, they were not like other deities facing the ordinary mode, who would charge recklessly but instead advance slowly. Most crucially, while the majority of these zombies lacked abilities, they were of the military type, clad in uniforms and wielding weapons and artillery. A thought began to form in Fong Ying's mind. Could it be that these zombies are capable of operating artillery? If that were the case, it would indeed be rather amusing. Simultaneously, not only on land but also in the skies, hundreds of flying zombie beasts appeared, resembling creatures such as geese and red-crowned cranes. They did not directly launch a surprise attack on each other. Rather, they circled among the horde of zombies, evidently under the command of the intelligent undead. As for Fong Ying, he refrained from summoning all his creatures at once, as that would have been somewhat excessive. He merely called forth the burrowing demon worm and its 1,000 elite subordinates. This was not an act of bravado on his part, but rather a recognition that, given the current circumstances, it sufficed. However, Fong Ying's actions left onlookers astounded. After all, they lacked any penetrating vision and could only assess the situation based on quantity and appearance. This could hardly be referred to as mere zombies. It resembled a legion of the undead, armed no less. Do you think they can wield those weapons? Of course they can, otherwise. What do you think those intelligent zombies are doing? From my cursory observation, there are at least 30 of them. A staggering tenfold compared to that little girl who just chose nightmares. Look, isn't that the monstrous creature mentioned in the previous confrontation with Fong Shen? Quite terrifying indeed. And standing over 10 meters tall, I believe this battle will be evenly matched. It is said to be called the burrowing demon worm, the leader of this group. Though we cannot ascertain its exact rank until the battle commences, I estimate it to be at least of extraordinary caliber. In the face of the steadily advancing horde, their formation was remarkably synchronized, instilling a sense of impending dread even among the spectators. Great master, shall we charge forth and rend them asunder? The burrowing demon worm conveyed its thoughts to Fong Ying. Yet, Fong Ying did not allow it to act recklessly. Instead, he intended to utilize his omniscient gaze to observe the situation before making a decision. Although he did not plan to employ the simulation system in this minor conflict, his inherent abilities permitted him to gather ample information before reaching a conclusion. In the next moment, the atmosphere around Fong Ying suddenly shifted as beams of extraordinary light, invisible to the naked eye, radiated towards the horde of zombies. Lines of data began to materialize before him. Biological name: infectious zombie. Status: under control, infected. Rank: peak ordinary. Remarks: can actively infect. Biological name: powerful zombie. Status: under control, infected. Rank: quasi-extraordinary. Remarks: can actively infect. Biological name: mental zombie. Status: under control, infected. Rank: initial extraordinary. Remarks: can actively infect. Just as Fong Ying acquired this specific information, the horde of zombies began to descend into chaos at that very moment. Not only could they no longer maintain their formation, but they also roared in disarray, discarding their weapons as if they had reverted to frenzied zombies, attacking one another indiscriminately. This unexpected turn of events left Fong Ying somewhat at a loss as to how to proceed. The ability known as the All-Seeing Eye was inspired by Xuanmingjia's insights, and he had employed it several times with commendable results. Typically, he utilized its primary effect, perceiving all things. As for the ability to infect living beings, Fong Ying had yet to experiment with it. Perhaps it was time to try. Given the extraordinary strength of his own mental faculties, this notion lingered only for a brief moment before Fong Ying activated the All-Seeing Eye to unleash its proactive capabilities. In the next instant, the condition of the horde of zombies began to deteriorate alarmingly. The previously howling zombies escalated in their cacophony, and astonishingly, they began to inflict harm upon themselves. Some tore off their own arms, others twisted off their heads, and some relentlessly banged their skulls against the ground. Most astonishingly, this was not an isolated incident. Every single zombie in the horde was engaged in this frenzied self-mutilation. Indeed, the mental zombies exhibited the most extreme behaviors, inflicting severe injuries upon themselves, their disproportionate heads marked with deep lacerations, even exposing bone in some instances. Witnessing this scene, Fong Ying was taken aback. After all, there were over 30,000 zombies involved, including some at the initial stage of the extraordinary. Was he truly that powerful? Chapter 153. The first ranking in stark contrast to Fong Ying's astonishment. The onlookers both in the arena and those watching the live broadcast were rendered incredulous. Principal Li from First High stood once again from his seat, scrutinizing the battle unfolding on the large screen. Hey, Laoli, your student is quite remarkable. Is he employing a mental ability? Or perhaps a military strategy or a rule-based tactic? Are you sure he is a mutated being from the wild domain? Principal Li from 10th High approached, equally astonished, and inquired. Although they had witnessed students opting for calamity mode before, at least during other provincial assessments, none had encountered a scenario like this. 30,000 zombies of varying levels going berserk in self-destruction. If Fong Ying were to command his followers to attack now, victory would be all but assured. Meanwhile, the viewers were at a loss for words. Initially, when Fong Ying had suddenly chosen calamity mode, many had mocked him, scoffing at his audacity and suggesting he was overreaching. Some had even derided him, proclaiming that his path to resurgence had reached its end. Yet, as Fong Ying revealed the vastness of his domain and faced the impending battle, the zombies' chaotic self-destruction rendered them speechless. I had envisioned countless outcomes for this confrontation, but this was utterly unforeseen. Do you believe the zombies have gone awry on their own, or has Fong Ying orchestrated something? It was undoubtedly Fong Ying who had taken action. However, I suspect it pertains to abilities related to control or to the realms of sorcery and magic. Does anyone know what attributes the Cthulhu mentioned by the esteemed Fong Ying possesses? I am uncertain. Was it not said to be self-created? It likely belongs to a category of mystery. What a pity that if Fong Ying had been born a bit earlier, I might have attempted to acquire the legacy of the Cthulhu world. Lo and behold, what has happened to that group of zombies? Have they mutated again? Amid the shouts of the audience watching Fong Ying's battle, it became evident that the zombies, in a frenzy, were attacking themselves, their bodies emanating a faint gray mist. As the mist thickened, various peculiar components began to emerge from the severed parts of these zombies. Some severed heads sprouted 3 or 4 small, deformed craniums. Others, with broken arms, developed a greasy, crimson tentacle. Still others had their limbs explode into protruding spikes. The heavily scarred, mentally afflicted zombie transformed each of its bloodstains into an eye, blinking curiously around. The entire spectacle of mutation was swift, and upon glancing back at the scene, the audience beheld a terrifying assembly of deformed zombies kneeling in unison before Fong Ying. What on earth is happening? Are they transforming enmity into peace? The spectators were left bewildered, while only Fong Ying wore a faint smile, aware that this was the result of his omniscient, all-seeing eye. These creatures were far too weak. The judgment failed, and they became his subservient followers. As the zombies collectively knelt, the device monitoring the battle emitted a notification. Ding! Projection World Disaster Mode. ID No. 252 Academy Fong Ying. Battle duration, for minutes 20 seconds. Casualties, 0. Battle result, Complete victory. First round concluded. Battle score, 100. 000 points. Current ranking. First, Qin City. Fang Ying leisurely organized the more than 30,000 zombies from the zombie kingdom, along with their weapons, into his ranks to prepare for the forthcoming challenges. It is noteworthy that although the world is but a projection, the beings within it are entirely real, as are their weapons and equipment. Thus, this represents Fang Ying's spoils of war. In stark contrast to other deities, who often suffer heavy losses in battle, Fang Ying, without losing a single soldier, effortlessly gathered a formidable force, creating an overwhelming visual impact. The emergence of Fang Ying's score once again elicited gasps from all present. After all, this score is extraordinarily high. It is known that even students who chose the nightmare path, after 5 complete matches, would only amass around 50,000 points. This is incomparable to Fang Ying's achievement through merely 1 round of disaster mode. Moreover, should Fang Ying succeed in advancing, he would face the abyss mode ahead. It can be said that each choice corresponds to a class, one that you cannot ascend to no matter how hard you strive. As for the ever-refreshing scoreboard in the square, Fang Ying's score of 333 firmly occupies the top position. Below is the second place, Su Xiuxiu, with 333 points, followed by Zhou Ran with 18,000 points. Meanwhile, due to Chu Ge not having commenced battle yet, his score remains at 0. Nonetheless, others have not withheld their opinions on this matter. It seems that the top contender in Qin City has emerged, Fang Ying, who has not even made an investment yet. Alas, how foolish of me to have unwittingly wagered 1 million blue star coins on him. If he fails, my money. Who could argue otherwise? Fang Ying is undoubtedly a dark horse in this competition. Thankfully, I placed my bet on Su Xiuxiu, that young woman, and she has not disappointed me. At least I won to incur a loss. I must say, let us not speak too confidently. This is merely the first round of the projection world. There are still 2 more rounds to come, and as you well know, the difficulty will gradually escalate. Should he falter in the subsequent duels, it could even result in point deductions. In another corner of Qin City, the high rollers who have placed their bets sit together, discussing the unfolding situation. However, compared to their self-serving interests, Governor Kong discreetly approached Principal Li Yunjia of Yizhong. I say Principal Li. Both Fang Ying and Su Xiuxiu must be your students, correct? It seems your Yizhong is on the rise. Oh, not at all, Principal Kong replied with a chuckle. We are merely fulfilling our duties, and they have not let themselves or their families down. Principal Li Yunjia reciprocated the respect, fully aware that the governor's visit was not solely for student welfare, but harbored ulterior motives, which he chose not to disclose. After conversing extensively about educational matters, as well as the students' families, studies, and social conduct, the governor finally revealed his intentions. Principal Li, as you know, our Beha province is in urgent need of talent. I see great potential in students Fang Ying and Su Xiuxiu, and I intend to offer them opportunities for development. I wonder if you might have any valuable insights on this matter? Principal Li Yunjia was not taken aback by the governor's words. In fact, he openly acknowledged that he had already surmised the governor's thoughts. Just as a principal aspires for his students to excel, he too would benefit from substantial resources. Though Governor Kong held the esteemed position of provincial governor, he too required resources to cultivate talent. Having exceptional individuals in his political circle would only hasten his advancement. It is essential to understand that as long as one exists within this blue star, as long as one has not scaled the summit, and as long as they remain engaged in their endeavors, the desire for progress will undoubtedly persist. After all, the true deities have long since freed themselves from the shackles of materialism and power. Yet, why have they not severed ties with humanity? It is simply because they remain bound by the constraints of offspring and family. It may sound somewhat ludicrous that even deities cannot attain true freedom. However, this is the essence of reality, a natural law of development. Governor Kong, the parents of Su Xiuxiu are indeed figures within the political sphere. I can arrange that for you. As for Fang Ying, Principal Li Yunjia of the first high school has revealed that Fang Ying has been recruited as a reserve member. Oh, I hadn't anticipated that this little fellow possessed such capabilities. Upon learning that Fang Ying was the recent conqueror of Room 69 in the Plague World, Principal Kong gazed at Fang Ying, who was about to face the second round of challenges, with a mix of astonishment and a sense of inevitability, murmuring, "What a talent! It is a pity that I cannot employ him." Chapter 154. Let me kill due to Fang Ying's performance. The enthusiasm within the testing grounds of Qin City was thoroughly ignited. Simultaneously, it further influenced the judgment of the other students. Many newcomers intensified their evaluation choices. Among them, another outstanding female student from the first high school, Zhang Yao, who had awakened to the spiritual realm and was favored by the government, gritted her teeth and opted for the nightmare mode, abandoning her initial plan to navigate through the more stable and challenging mode. As for choosing the calamity mode, she was self-aware enough to dismiss that notion. Despite Fang Ying's seemingly effortless handling of challenges, she knew that should such adversities befall her, she would feel the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain. Conversely, Xingyang's choice astonished everyone present. I choose the calamity mode. Immediately, a warning message appeared. Without hesitation, Xingyang confirmed his choice, which sparked another wave of excitement. Moreover, Zheng Yong, hailing from the same school, was the one who had previously faced off against Fang Ying in a divine battle and had been defeated. Thus, the intrigue surrounding him was considerable. Look what I found. A participant in the Calamity mode, also from the first high school. It seems that the once quiet Qin City First High School is on the brink of resurgence. Merely a clown seeking attention. Do they truly believe that the Calamity mode's projection world is as simple as cabbages? So easy to navigate? Not at all. Indeed, considering the 5 projection worlds within the Calamity mode, attaining a score that ranks among the top 100 nationally is absolutely within reach. Even if one cannot conquer all calamities, clearing the first 3 worlds would still secure a place among the top 1,000. Thus, the Calamity mode is far from as straightforward as it appears. Meanwhile, other channels had already switched the videos of Zheng Yong and Fang Ying to the same broadcast, particularly those with commentary, which were exuberantly publicizing the event. Dear viewers, it is well known that Fang Ying and Zheng Yong once engaged in a divine battle. As the victor, Fang Ying opted for the Cataclysm mode and successfully completed the first round of assessments in the projection world. Meanwhile, Zheng Yong, who had battled alongside Fang Ying, also chose the Cataclysm mode. Will he, too, manage to navigate through the initial evaluation of the projection world with ease? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. In stark contrast to the exhilarating atmosphere of the assessment venue, Principal Li Yunjiev No. 1 high school felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The principal from number 10 leaned closer and whispered, "Old Li, are you planning to remain silent this year only to astonish us all at once? For students, is it? With both Nightmare and Cataclysm modes in play, this is excessive. You must leave a path for the others." Coughing awkwardly, Principal Li managed a forced smile. His emotions were akin to a roller coaster, swinging wildly. These students were relentless. Despite having prepared them beforehand with an emphasis on caution, they seemed to disregard all advice. Did they not witness the horrors of the Nightmare and Cataclysm modes? Fortunately, aside from Fang Ying, the other 3 students he brought along had opted for the challenging mode. Regardless of the outcome, he could endure their potential failure. As for the other ordinary students who had awakened, Principal Li had little concern, as the course of events had been predetermined from the outset. Yet, Zheng Yong's audacity irked him. What business do you have stirring up trouble with the Cataclysm mode? I was worried you might perish in the Nightmare mode. But you chose the Cataclysm outright. Are you anxious to meet your demise sooner? However, Principal Li swiftly dismissed such thoughts upon realizing that Zheng Yong possessed considerable talent. Before long, the 2 domains clashed in comparison. Remarkably, Zheng Yong's domain also reached an astonishing area of 5,000 square kilometers. At that moment, Principal Li questioned whether Zheng Yong had taken some stimulant. It was one thing for Fang Ying to have a domain exceeding 10,000 square kilometers. But how had Zheng Yong achieved an area of 5,000 square kilometers? Was he simply out of touch with the contemporary world? After an initial clash of domain consciousness, the 2 sides reached a stalemate, leaving neither party affected. Subsequently, Zheng Yong unveiled his formidable army, 1,000 giants, 10 earth giants, and 1 giant shaman leader. In terms of strength, the ordinary giants were of average capability, endowed with the universal trait of immense strength. The earth giants, on the other hand, possessed near supernatural abilities, featuring both immense strength and an inexhaustible stamina derived from their connection to the earth, along with remarkable regenerative capabilities. As for the giant shaman, their rank was of medium extraordinary status, though their specific abilities remained unknown. Nevertheless, it must be said that Zheng Yong's display of such followers dazzled the onlookers, for the creatures he commanded could undoubtedly be deemed the pinnacle of ordinary deities. Without further ado, it is evident that navigating the trials of hardship is rather effortless, whereas the Nightmare mode may indeed demand considerable effort. As for the Calamity mode, only through direct confrontation will its true nature be revealed. I can only imagine those onlookers outside are utterly dumbfounded. And those sycophants, abandoning their own for the sake of licking others, shall await their reckoning. Once I have dealt with Fang Ying, they will come to understand the true meaning of regret. Zheng Yong thought fiercely within himself. As Zheng Yong contemplated the future, the enemy's assault commenced, in stark contrast to the horde of gun-wielding zombies that Fang Ying faced earlier. Zheng Yong found himself confronted by towering undead clad in armor and wielding ancient weaponry. Leading them was a colossal zombie, standing 8 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a dark purple hue, brandishing a Fang Tian Hua Ji. Of course, these creatures were also under the control of psychic zombies. It is crucial to recognize that assessments within the projection world differ significantly from standard examinations. They are not comprised of fixed questions, but are entirely randomly generated. This is why students enter the assessment battlefield in sequential order and are permitted to observe the evaluations of their predecessors. The circumstances faced during one's own assessment will undoubtedly differ from those encountered by others. However, one aspect remains constant. The overall strength of the enemies is assuredly balanced. For without this balance, the fairness of the assessment would be compromised. Upon witnessing this group of zombies towering several meters above his own 5-meter giant, Zheng Yong was instantly reminded of certain unpleasant memories. Without hesitation, he cast 3 tokens. Silver level sturdy physique, consumable, enhances overall physical attributes by 1015, Note: this includes strength, speed, muscle density, skin resilience, and height. Silver level invulnerable, consumable. Increases resistance to cold weaponry by 1015. Note: resistance may diminish by 810 when encountering enchanted weapons with specific properties. Silver level mastery, consumable. Allows the evolution of a weapon tailored to one's desires, with a sharpness of 10. Note: the weapon lasts for 24 hours. And if it reaches its durability limit, it will shatter, requiring a 1-hour cooldown before a new weapon can be evolved. Accompanied by the casting of these 3 consumable tokens, the giant summoned by Zhang Yong began to roar ferociously, pounding its chest and emitting a primal growl. Their forms expanded significantly, and aside from a few particularly large zombies, they now stood at par with their counterparts, if not exceeding them in height. Moreover, the color of their bodies transformed from a dusty yellow to a rich bronze. Each giant's fists were adorned with spiked gauntlets or colossal wolf-toothed clubs. It was clear they relished the visceral thrill of a direct confrontation, where every blow would unleash a torrent of blood. Upon encountering the advancing horde of zombies, Zhang Yong exuberantly shouted, "Ha! My brave lads, slay them." Chapter 155. Infighting and the astonished Crystal Wall zombie. With Zhang Yong's thunderous roar, the two factions collided completely. The air was filled with the resounding thuds of fierce clashes and the splattering of various fluids. Soon, the battlefield was engulfed in a cloud of dust. The roars of the zombies intertwined with the giant's bellows, creating an atmosphere so intense that it became difficult to discern the ultimate victor. However, as the saying goes, those with expertise grasp the nuances, while the untrained merely observe in awe. Principal Li Yunjie of No. 1 High School discerned that Zhang Yong had perhaps overstepped. If the opposing side had no hidden cards, or if his own allies were exhausted, he might just scrape through the first round. Yet, that would mark the end of his journey in the initial projection world. Principal Li, it seems your student is somewhat lackluster. He pales in comparison to that young lad named Fang Ying. Is this the Zhang Yong who triumphed over him? I must address you, Principal Li. Wasn't it agreed to uphold equality and unity, to cultivate morality? It is one thing to favor the victors with resources, but mustn't we also consider the psychological education of the vanquished? TSK, what a promising contender for the nightmarish 5 elements has been squandered. Suddenly, Principal Wang Guosheng of No. 3 High School approached with a sardonic tone. How far can your No. 3 really go? All opting for the challenging mode. Are you afraid the nightmare might burn you? Not even daring to engage? The deities you've nurtured lack any spirit. How will they fare on the battlefield against foreign foes? Principal of No. 10 unexpectedly interjected. What is this? Is the Principal of No. 1 seeking support from No. 10? Is this a preemptive move to safeguard No. 1's reputation for future succession? My students at No. 3 are merely self-aware. As for the nightmare mode, what is that? If one is to play, one must play grandly. It's merely a calamity. Who hasn't faced one? As Principal Wang Guosheng concluded his remarks, Chu Guo opted for the calamity mode. Indeed, the third contestant for the calamity mode has emerged. The Principal of No. 10 wished to voice further thoughts, but was silenced by a gesture from the Principal of No. 1. Enough, Wang Guosheng. We are all heads of schools now. There is no need for this. It diminishes our stature. Ah, stature? You still concern yourself with that? How unlike your former self. With that, Principal Wang Guosheng turned and departed. Principal Li Yunjie of No. 1 gazed at the retreating figure with a sigh, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the Principal of No. 10 clapped Li's shoulders silently before walking away. The surrounding crowd, oblivious to the brief exchange among the three, redirected their attention to Chu Guo, the third individual to select the calamity mode. What on earth is happening? It's an explosion after explosion. I initially believed Fang Ying would emerge as the dark horse in this competition in Qin City. However, the emergence of Zhang Yong, who possesses formidable strength, has now been overshadowed by the sudden appearance of Chu Guo. Good heavens, my astonishment knows no bounds. I must confess, I have placed my bets on Chu Guo. This individual is quite ruthless, and I have been keeping a close watch on him for some time. Alas, the deities I have wagered upon have largely faltered, as both ordinary modes have displayed a clumsy performance, resembling a brawl far less graceful than that of mere mortals. By the way, does anyone know how much support has been pledged to Fang Ying's student? I recall his odds were quite substantial. Allow me to investigate. Goodness. There is an anonymous benefactor who has directly invested over 10 billion in Fang Ying, thereby seizing 99 of the stakes. This is utterly insane. The heightened attention surrounding this deity's assessment is, in fact, intertwined with various vested interests. The student's performance correlates with the resources available to their teachers, while the teacher's success is linked to those in governmental positions. Moreover, the student's achievements are also connected to the gamblers eager to profit from these investments. As the saying goes, small bets may bring joy, but large ones can be perilous. Horse racing, sports events, lotteries. Now we face the national scrutiny of college entrance examinations, an opportunity that gamblers are unlikely to overlook. It has almost evolved into a nationwide participatory event, after all. Which parent would refrain from investing a modest sum in support of their child? Consequently, discussions surrounding this matter have become exceedingly lively. On the other hand, having successfully navigated the first round of tests, Fang Ying naturally prepared for the second round of combat. The once crimson sky flickered once more as thousands of zombie hordes, resembling small mountains, surged forward. Behind them rolled hundreds of grotesque, bloated zombies, followed by a dozen peculiar stitched monstrosities. Finally, there appeared a single zombie that shimmered like crystal. Fong Ying gazed quizzically at this bizarre assembly of creatures, noting that, apart from the crystalline zombie at the rear, none possessed heads. Please note, the second wave of attacks has commenced. 3,000 headless meat mountain zombies, 100 terrifying meatball zombies, 50 disaster stitch monsters, 1 crystalline wall zombie. Does it not seem as though these creatures have evolved specifically to counter my abilities? Is this merely my imagination? Once again, Fong Ying activated the all-knowing, all-seeing eye. Soon, information regarding these 3 or 4 types of zombies flooded his mind. Headless meat mountain zombies, devour, regenerate, mindless, near supernatural. Terrifying meatball zombies, charge, induce dizziness, mindless, early supernatural. Stitch monster zombies, disassemble, slice, immortal regeneration, mindless, mid-supernatural. Crystal wall zombie, mental piercing, mental lash, mental combustion, mental control, intelligence, regeneration, immunity to control, peak supernatural. Thus, it appears that these new breeds have evolved specifically to counter my abilities. How remarkably intelligent. Fong Ying was taken aback to discover that his all-knowing, all-seeing eye had, in fact, become ineffective. Of course, it was merely the active capabilities of infection that had failed. Though the adversary underwent targeted evolution, the prowess of the skill shadow form remained relatively modest. Thus, the operation faltered. Just as shadow form felt a twinge of regret, the burrowing demon worm sprang forth. Master, allow me to engage. My fangs are ravenous. Patience, let them strike first. After all, resourcefulness is not to be underestimated. With a flourish of his hand, shadow form commanded the multitude of zombies, under the control of his all-seeing eye, to launch an assault on the towering meat mountains. The air erupted with the cacophony of artillery as countless rounds were unleashed from the zombies.